At night, Lu Jiang gazed at the supreme gaming pod before him, its price a staggering 100, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. This was bought with the money he had gained from selling his house a few days ago, plus all of his savings. In order to sell the property quickly, Lu Jiang had even let it go for 100,000 below the market price. Lu Jiang, you must be crazy. How are you going to explain this to mom and dad? A girl with twin ponytails glared at him as she spoke. Sis, that's why I came to hide out at your place for a while. Don't tell mom and dad, and once I start making money I'll buy you a gift, Lu Jiang replied with a roguish grin. TCH, I don't care about you. Lu Shuixin rolled her eyes at him and turned to head back to her room. As she reached the doorway, she paused for a moment. There are quilts in the cabinet and cups under the water dispenser. Get them yourself. With that, Lu Shuixin finally returned. Watching Lu Shuixin's departing figure, Lu Jiang gave a helpless smile. He had been reborn from 3 years in the future. His elder sister was still as adorably arrogant as in his memory. Yet this was also the first warmth he had felt since his rebirth. In his previous life, during his hardest times, he had received no small amount of help from his sister. His gaze returned to the gaming pod. At present, everyone knew that Myth was a groundbreaking full-immersion online game. But what they did not know was, it was in the truest sense humanity's second home. Wealth and social status would be completely reshuffled. And he knew that behind this game lurked an earth-shattering secret. In his previous life, he had been a quasi-king, only one step away from true kingship. In terms of pure skill, he was already no different from the kings. He lacked only the king's token to ascend. Yet just as it was about to fall into his hands, he was betrayed and fell into the trap of several major guilds losing the king's token. This time, whatever I want I will hold firmly in my own hands. Lu Jiang's eyes grew incomparably resolute. The digital clock on the wall ticked away second by second. 2000. Time was up. Myth was opening. Waiting before the gaming pod, Lu Jiang slipped inside at the first instant. But he did not immediately create a character. Instead, he felt around within the pod, found a hidden button, and pressed it before entering the game. Hidden mode. This was exclusive to the Supreme Gaming Pod, and it would disappear 10 minutes after the servers opened. After he entered the game, the screen turned completely black. Lu Jiang's expression did not change. He knew he had entered. A blank window for typing appeared, accompanied by a notification chime. Please enter a class. Lu Jiang took a deep breath. There was only one chance. The class name had to be one that existed within hidden mode. If he failed, he would be returned to the normal class selection screen. Summoning Lord. Ding, unlock successful. Hidden class, Summoning Lord, unlocked. Do you wish to select it? Lu Jiang smiled faintly. He had indeed remembered the name correctly. Even now, Lu Jiang had not forgotten that earth-shaking scene. A player named Luo Qiu had led a boundless army and trampled the main city he had once called home. The top 10 guilds. 3 of them had joined forces to defend the city, yet they crumbled with almost no resistance. His class had been Summoning Lord, a true king. Yes. After choosing, he was brought to the normal game interface. Character creation successful. Please enter a character name. Nu Jiang. No duplicate detected for this name. Confirm use. Confirm. Please select a starting location. If no selection is made, one will be assigned at random. Faced with this question, Lu Jiang pondered briefly. White Moon Harbor and Giant Rock Village were both among his choices. White Moon Harbor was the best place to set sail in the early and mid-game, and in his memory, there were several fine inheritances there. As for Giant Rock Village, its early leveling resources were abundant, and there was a hidden treasure chest as well. Originally, Lu Jiang had planned that if someone beat him to the Summoning Lord, or if it had not yet been unlocked, he would head there for a class inheritance. Now, however, the treasure chest seemed the more practical choice. Giant Rock Village. For a Summoning Lord, leveling in the early stages required constant immersion in conflict, and the monster-dense area around Giant Rock Village was highly advantageous to him. The game is about to begin. Countdown 10, 9, 8. 10 seconds later, a gentle breeze stirred. Lu Jiang slowly opened his eyes. When he raised his hand, he could feel the wind slipping between his fingertips. A familiar sensation. I'm back again. Lu Jiang let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Giant Rock Village was filled with players just like him, most of them marveling at how impossibly real everything felt. Of course, there were also professional players with clear objectives who did not linger in amazement. They immediately collected their novice gear and left the village to grind monsters. In the early days after the servers opened, every minute and every second was as precious as gold. Lu Jiang, however, was in no rush. Instead, he opened his character panel. Player Nu Jiang. Class Summoning Lord. Level 1. HP 430. MP 307. Strength 6. Intelligence 5. Vitality 6. Spirit 6. Physical attack 17. Magic attack 16. Physical defense 76. Magic defense 38. Normal skill Magic Bullet. Inheritance skills Divine Summoning, Ordinary Summoning. Passive skill Innate Lord. A surge of familiarity rose in Lu Jiang as he looked at the panel. He skipped over the normal skills and went straight to the inheritance skills. Divine Summoning. Perform a summoning that is guaranteed to call forth an SS-Grade creature. The summoned being will level up together with the summoner as a pet. Cooldown 72 hours. Ordinary Summoning. Perform a normal creature summoning. These creatures will not become pets, but will grow stronger as the summoner's level rises. Cooldown 5 minutes. Upper limit summoners level 3. Innate Lord passive. All summoned creatures begin with 100 favorability, which will never decrease. Reading the skill descriptions, a sharp light flashed in Lu Jiang's eyes. So this was the true source of Luo Qiu's overwhelming power. Once the level grew high enough, it defied all reason. And that passive skill in particular was simply absolute. Ordinary summons were one thing, but SS-Grade beings treated as pets inevitably raised the problem of favor. Some pets possessed terrifying strength, but eccentric tempers. Every month, maintaining their favorability demanded rare foods. They liked a heavy drain on both money and energy. And even then, they might only fight when in the mood. If a pet died by accident, it could be revived, but some pets would lose a massive amount of favorability in the process. The nobler the species, the harder it was to raise. Other players struggled to manage even one, let alone the problem of sustaining large numbers of SS-Grade beings in the future. With this eternal 100 unshakable favorability, his pets would essentially work tirelessly and selflessly for him. However, summoning within the village was not allowed. From the video, he had seen the summoned troops were called from other worlds. Some of them were natural enemies of many NPC factions, and if summoned, they might be cut down by NPCs on the spot. To play it safe, Lu Jiang ran straight toward the outskirts beyond the village. Outside the village, many players were already slaughtering chickens and rabbits for experience. Low-level monsters were scarce in the early phase, so kill-stealing was rampant. Each time Lu Jiang passed by, he could feel wary gazes on him. Only when he had gone far enough away would they withdraw that vigilance. Seeing him rush outward instead of leveling the moment the server opened, many quietly mocked him in their hearts. Because of the presence of village guards, higher-tier monsters roamed only in the deeper wilds. At this stage, anyone running farther out was either a top-tier expert attempting to fight above their level, or a fool who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, everyone was busy. No one had the time to care about what Lu Jiang was doing. They were all racing to level up. Only when all signs of other players had vanished around him did Lu Jiang finally slow to a halt. There's hardly anyone here. This should do. Lu Jiang opened his skill window and silently chanted the command to activate a skill. Divine Summoning. As he silently chanted in his heart, the skill was activated. A 6-pointed star contract array emerged, radiating waves of light. The light was somewhat blinding, forcing Lu Jiang to shield his eyes. When the radiance gradually faded, he lowered his hand and looked toward the ground. There stood a tiny sapling staring at him with small, bewildered eyes. It tilted its head slightly as though pondering. This is it. To be honest, Lu Jiang felt a stab of disappointment. A divine summoning with a 3-day cooldown guaranteed to call forth an SS-Grade summoned beast had produced nothing more than a little sapling. Who could accept that? What was more, this thing existed as a pet, and would even share his experience points. Lu Jiang picked up the sapling and began checking its attributes. Name: World Tree Sapling, SS-Grade, Level 1, maximum HP 3800, maximum stamina 60, strength 20, agility 3, spirit 35, endurance 10, movement speed 55, attack speed 10, skills. Summon tree spirits, fruit of wisdom. Summon tree spirits can summon tree spirits that entangle or attack a target. Fruit of wisdom produces a single fruit that slightly increases intelligence with a permanent duration. Lu Jiang, who had originally looked down on it, suddenly widened his eyes. From the very start, he had gotten an exceptional support. Thick HP that could serve as a tank capable of dealing damage and providing crowd control. The key was that Fruit of Wisdom skill, permanently increasing intelligence. A single Fruit of Wisdom would drive people mad with desire, and even at an astronomical price, wealthy players would line up to buy it. I've struck it rich. Lu Jiang felt secretly overjoyed. When he looked at the World Tree Sapling again, his gaze resembled that of a man staring at a money tree. I'll call you Shu Shu. As a pet, it needed a name after all. Sha Sha. The World Tree Sapling let out a puzzled rustling sound, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning of its new name. Of course, the name carried no particular meaning, but just rolled nicely off the tongue. Support alone isn't enough. Give me some combat power as well. Lu Jiang activated another of his skills. 3 icons appeared before his eyes. A wolf, a snake, and a small rock. None of them seemed to be in their adult form. I'll go with the wolf then, more agile. Lu Jiang chose the wolf icon. This time the light was far less dazzling than before. 3 half-grown wolves appeared before Lu Jiang. It can summon the maximum number all at once. Seeing 3 wolves emerge in a single casting, he felt a bit puzzled. Sensing the aura of the one who had summoned them, one wolf padded over and rubbed its head against Lu Jiang's trouser leg. It hardly looked like a wolf at all, more like a husky. Slurp slurp. Another wolf bounced up and gave Lu Jiang's face a lick. If it wagged its tail as well, it would be a dog and all, but name. At that moment, prompt boxes appeared above their heads. Lu Jiang tapped to inspect them. Name: Desert Wild Wolf, Crate, quantity 3, level 1, maximum HP 560, 7, maximum stamina 110, strength 5, agility 9, spirit 3, endurance 6, movement speed 150, attack speed 20, skills. Pounce tier. Pounce charges toward a target after building power, dealing damage with a certain chance to knock it down. Tier: viciously bites into a target, dealing damage with a certain chance to inflict bleeding. Comparing this panel to Shushu's Lu Jiang could clearly see the massive gap between SSS-Grade and Grade. In terms of HP alone, Shushu's health was more than double the total of all 3 wolves combined. Better go level up first. Giant Rock Village had abundant monster resources. Relying on his memories, Lu Jiang led his summoned creatures to the area where wild foxes spawned. Wild foxes were level 5 monsters, but they usually lived alone. Male and female wild foxes only stayed together during the breeding season. Once the cubs grew up, the vixen would drive them out of her territory, forcing them to live independently. Their sense of territory was extremely strong. Each had its own domain. Just like now, Lu Jiang could already feel hostility emanating from the grass. Swish! A dark shadow lunged out in a sneak attack. Attack! Prepared in advance, Lu Jiang swiftly issued an attack command to the 3 wolves. The 3 seemingly harmless huskies instantly turned ferocious, tearing off their husky masks and revealing true wild wolves. The wild fox was extremely fast. Although the 3 wolves were no slouches, they still could not catch up. Level disparity made the difference obvious. The fox, which had launched the ambush, toyed with the 3 wolves as though playing a game. Just then its hind leg was suddenly ensnared by a vine shooting up from the ground. Already swift on its feet, the fox stumbled the instant it was bound and crashed to the ground. The 3 wolves seized the opportunity at once and unleashed pounce. The fox was knocked flat. Without Lu Jiang even lifting a hand, several more vines coiled up from the ground, completely binding it. Helpless and unable to retaliate, the fox's HP was shredded to 0 under the relentless assault of the 3 wolves. Ding, please allocate the experience ratio to pet Shushu. The system notification chimed in his ears. After some thought, Lu Jiang decided that Shushu was extremely important right now. Without it, he could still defeat the fox with the 3 wolves. But the efficiency would drop sharply. 50%. Lu Jiang directly assigned half the experience to Shushu. Player, Lu Jiang, has gained 80 experience, 50 bonus points for defeating a higher level monster. Pet, Shushu has gained 80 experience, 50 bonus points for defeating a higher level monster. Lu Jiang nodded in satisfaction. The extra experience for fighting above his level was quite decent. His leveling speed would not be dragged down too badly by his pet. Fortunately, ordinary beast summons did not share experience. Otherwise, by the time he reached level 10 and had over 30 summons dividing his experience, Lu Jiang's own character might as well stop leveling altogether. Looting the corpse, he obtained a few copper coins and a piece of Wild Fox lower garment. Wild Fox lower garment, black iron, stamina 9, defense 10, strength 3. In Lu Jiang's memory, the drop rate in Myth was not high. In fact, it was rather low. However, first kills always had generous drop rates, whether for regular mobs, elites, or bosses. Stowing away the equipment, Lu Jiang continued searching for his next target. Wild foxes granted considerable experience, and being solitary were easier to handle. Yet precisely because they lived alone, it took more time to find them than to kill them. After slaying 2 more wild foxes, both Lu Jiang and Shushu leveled up. To his delight, Shushu's body had grown slightly larger after leveling. Perhaps in the future Shushu would become a true world tree, something that had never appeared in his previous life. The 3 wolves' level also rose to match Lu Jiang's. Without needing to be resummoned, they directly became level 2. At the same time, he could now summon 3 additional beasts. The icons were still the same 3, no new option had appeared, and Lu Jiang chose wolves again. Now he had 6 wolves. Time flowed by second after second. Lu Jiang roamed everywhere with Shushu and the 6 wolves hunting wild foxes. Beep. A flash of white light. Lu Jiang and Shushu had already risen to level 3. Shushu had grown a bit larger again. The number of wolves had increased to 9, now forming a small wolf pack. We should be about ready to go after the boss. Lu Jiang roughly estimated his current combat strength. In his past life, he had already been a veteran player with 2 years of experience in Myth. After this period of leveling and practice, he could now control the wolf pack's assaults with precision. Tear inflicted bleeding, while pounce provided control. Under Lu Jiang's command, the small wolf pack resembled a well-trained team, fighting with coordination, and without it were 2 entirely different concepts. This was precisely why Lu Jiang did not summon snakes or rocks. When a wolf pack fought in concert, it became a truly terrifying force. Lu Jiang vaguely remembered the location of the Wild Fox King's den. He directly led his summoned beast army to the territory of the Wild Fox King. Upon arriving at the Wild Fox King's domain, Lu Jiang did not seek out the Wild Fox King, but instead went straight to the den. Following the route in his memory, Lu Jiang quickly found the Wild Fox King's den. Wild foxes inherently possess a strong territorial awareness, especially now that players were slaughtering chickens and rabbits. Lu Jiang's appearance as a human was particularly conspicuous, not to mention causing havoc in its lair. Just as Lu Jiang was about to take a step closer to the Wild Fox King's den, a sharp howl echoed. A nimble figure stood on a small slope looking down at Lu Jiang. Name: Wild Fox King. Level 6. Health 2500. Rank Bronze Boss. Skill unknown. The information about the Wild Fox King immediately appeared before Lu Jiang's eyes. Looking at the Wild Fox King's pitiful health compared to Shushu, the latter seemed much more like a boss. The Wild Fox King had sharp, piercing fox eyes. It raised a sandstorm. Without even issuing a warning, it chose to attack Lu Jiang directly. Lu Jiang was very familiar with the Wild Fox King's attack patterns. He had long led the wolf pack out of the attack range. When one attack missed, the Wild Fox King leaped down. As soon as the Wild Fox King landed, Lu Jiang calculated its landing spot and attacked. 5 wolves executed a pounce. 2 attacks missed. 3 attacks hit, and 1 triggered a special skill, knocking the Wild Fox King down. After the Wild Fox was knocked down, Shushu used a binding skill to ensnare the Wild Fox King. The wolf pack immediately rushed into tear at it. 50, 38, 55, 3, 2, 3. A flurry of attack values fell upon the Wild Fox King. The 3 and 2 damage values were triggered by the bleeding effect. Although the Wild Fox King was 3 levels higher than the wolf pack and had some defensive mitigation, it could not withstand so many wolf attacks. Even with high defense, its health was not that thick. Moreover, besides the wolf pack, the wood spirit summoned by Shushu was not only binding, but also attacking with vines. By the time the Wild Fox King broke free and stood up, its health bar had visibly decreased significantly. The fox, being quite intelligent, looked up at the human standing in the middle, seemingly understanding something. "Do you want to attack me?" Lu Jiang revealed a teasing smile at the moment he locked eyes with the Wild Fox King. As a Quasi-King, having even reached the king level in terms of technique, the agile Wild Fox was far too slow in front. Having already condensed a magic projectile in his hand, Lu Jiang did not throw it. As the Wild Fox King lunged, Lu Jiang gently sidestepped to avoid the attack. The Wild Fox King turned its head, attempting to adjust its trajectory in midair to bite Lu Jiang. However, what awaited the Wild Fox King was a magic projectile. Bang! 300. An extremely high number appeared above the Wild Fox King's head. The damage from a magic projectile was around 38, and the level difference reduced it to about 30, resulting in 10-fold damage. In his past life, he was the only melee magic Quasi-King. Casting magic in melee range increased its damage and naturally allowed for precise targeting of the monster's weak spots for additional damage. Countless imitators emerged, but none possessed his elegant movement and technique. None of the imitators reached the level of a Quasi-King. The profession of Summoner Lord itself belonged to a hybrid of magic and summoning perfectly tailored for him. At this moment, Shushu ensnared the Wild Fox King again. The wild wolves resumed their assault, and this time Lu Jiang engaged up close to deal damage. Soon, with a howl of despair from the Wild Fox King, equipment exploded all over the ground. Just as the Wild Fox King fell, a world announcement rang out. World announcement: congratulations to player Lu Jiang for the first kill of the level 6 Lord Wild Fox King. No way, someone just killed the boss. According to the announcement, it was a solo kill. Are we really playing a game? I'm struggling to kill ordinary wild dogs at the same level right now. Lu Jiang. I've never heard of that. A which big shot from the professional circle has that ID. Just now some fool was bragging about solo killing a low-level elite monster, and now they're silent and locking the Big shot, you're impressive. Can you take me along? Little sister requests to be taken along. I can be cute and keep you warm at night. Get lost, you little winner. Let the experts take me. I'll pay you $1 million for a day's carry. Just ignore the noise. They're all jealous of you taking the lead. The global top 10 Guild Sword Pavilion. A tall man wielding a heavy sword effortlessly slayed a level 5 elite monster, the Wild Bull. Sword King is invincible. If the Bull Demon saw this progress, it would surely be terrified. Immediately, one of his subordinates flattered him. Sword King smiled slightly. He had obtained a hidden profession this time, and it was his favorite heavy sword class. The Bull Demon was his old rival, and hearing his subordinate compare the Wild Bull to the Bull Demon put Sword King in a good mood. The subordinate nodded repeatedly. Receiving a compliment from Sword King meant a bright future ahead. Not bad. Lu Jiang looked at the items on the ground, knowing that according to the drop rate of Myth, this was indeed. Myth had a very low equipment drop rate, and the appearance of silver equipment was likely due to the first kill. Wind Fury Gloves Silver. Type Gloves. Level requirement 5. Agility 30, Strength 30. Attached skill Wind Walk. Wind Walk, a brief acceleration that greatly increases agility. In Myth, equipment is categorized as normal, white, bronze, blue, silver, silver, gold, gold, dark gold, epic, orange, myth, red, divine, artifact, multicolored, sacred, artifact, black. Lu Jiang was quite satisfied with the attributes of the gloves. However, looking at the Wild Fox King on the ground, he fell into deep thought. Currently, he lacked the gathering skill and could only watch as the Wild Fox King vanished. Just as Lu Jiang was about to leave, the sapling on his shoulder suddenly jumped down. It hopped over to the Wild Fox King, pointing at it with a twig, as if asking for something. You want to eat? Lu Jiang speculated on the sapling's meaning. Sha. The sapling nodded, making a rustle. It's yours then. Lu Jiang thought it was of no use to him anyway, and he was curious to see what the sapling would do. As a seedling of the World Tree, it activated its innate power at that moment. The sapling turned its back to Lu Jiang and gently touched the Wild Fox King with its twig, causing the Wild Fox King to emit sparkling green light. The light was soft and faint, not at all blinding. Gradually, the Wild Fox King disappeared, and all the green light it transformed into entered the sapling's body. The sapling's body grew slightly, and a tiny fruit appeared on one of its branches. Then the sapling expelled all the green light it had absorbed. The fruit enveloped in the green light began to grow rapidly, blooming and bearing fruit in an instant. With a soft thud, the ripe fruit fell and was caught by a branch of the sapling. The sapling then hopped over to Lu Jiang, presenting the fruit to him. For me, Lu Jiang was taken aback. Then he saw the sapling nodding. He remembered that he had the passive skill Innate Master, which meant any pet's favorability was at 100. Otherwise, with a pet as remarkable as the World Tree, even as just a seedling, it would be hard to gain such selfless devotion. It was as if the World Tree absorbed nothing, using all the nutrients to hasten the growth of the fruit for itself. If someone else raised the World Tree, it would directly absorb the energy itself. After accumulating enough, it would only release a little for the owner to use. Lu Jiang picked up the fruit and looked at it. Wisdom fruit mutated, increases magic damage by 10, permanent, limited to 1 use. Lu Jiang's eyes brightened. Previously, he didn't know what the wisdom fruit was. When he checked his skills earlier, the sapling just shook its head. It seemed that the formation of the wisdom fruit also had conditions. And this mutated wisdom fruit was incredibly valuable. A permanent increase in magic damage was equivalent to giving a top-tier mage 2 or 3 extra pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, it could only be eaten once, but Lu Jiang felt that the World Tree must have more than just the wisdom fruit. There should be even more powerful fruits. Otherwise, why call it the World Tree? Lu Jiang directly picked it up and ate it, then glanced at his attribute panel. There were no changes on the attribute panel, but the wisdom fruit should have taken effect. Lu Jiang wasn't surprised by this. The increase should directly raise his damage in actual combat. Although the summoner class leaned towards summoning, it also had many magical attack methods, making it half a mage and half a summoner. I'm still a bit short of experience for level 4. Lu Jiang glanced at the experience bar. In Myth, the experience required for leveling up increased exponentially, and he also had to share experience with his pet. For him, the experience needed for leveling up could be described as an ocean of experience. But this little cost is negligible compared to what the profession gains. Lu Jiang smiled, not paying much attention. The experience required for leveling up had multiplied, but compared to ordinary players, he could only fight ordinary monsters of the same level or even lower level ones. He was fully capable of single-handedly taking on high-level bosses, and the experience gained from both was not on the same level. Although Giant Stone Village was just a village, it still had over 1 million players born there. The world's population had long surpassed 5 billion. Facing the increasingly scarce resources in the real world, Lu Jiang knew that the emergence of Myth was not just a simple game, it was an opportunity. After killing the Wild Fox King, Lu Jiang directly used a return stone as his record point was in Rock Village. Every newbie had 10 free return stones. Back in the village, Lu Jiang did not hide his ID. It wasn't foolishness, it was a display of confidence. Being secretive would affect his mindset in pursuing the title of king. In his previous life, Lu Jiang had been too cautious, always being careful. Even when all his abilities reached the level of a king, he couldn't ascend to that rank. Because he had not comprehended the heart of a king, he could only rely on the proof of a king to challenge that title. In fact, a king without the heart of a king, even if they relied on the proof of a king to ascend, would still have a gap in strength compared to those with the heart of a king. In this life, he not only wanted to ascend to the rank of king, but also to do so with the heart of a king. A king does not need to be secretive. Is that Lu Jiang? The one who just killed the level 6 boss? Oh my god, Lu Jiang is in our village. Can the Great One take me along? Great One, do you think him cute? I can be your partner. Hurry and take a picture. This will cause a stir on the forum. Facing the pointing and whispering around him, Lu Jiang seemed to have grown accustomed to it and didn't care at all. In his previous life, he was at least a near king who wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Naturally, Lu Jiang also noticed a few small-time characters trailing him. Lu Jiang remained silent, gazing calmly at the group before him. I am Qian Duo, a merchant in this game. I have advanced to the 5th stage of a quest. The reward is the merchant's certificate. I purchased this quest at great expense. Allow me to introduce myself. Qian Duo offered a brief self-introduction. Upon hearing Qian Duo's words, Lu Jiang seemed to recall something. There existed a multi-stage quest in Giant Stone Village. Its ultimate objective was the merchant's certificate. Yet few knew of its hidden 6th stage, where the true, most valuable rewards lay. I have already uncovered the path to the hidden valley for stage 5, but a colossal serpent guards the route, rendering it impassable. Brother Nu Jiang has slain a level 6 boss single-handedly. Should you lend your aid? Qian Duo pledges a most generous reward. Qian Duo spoke with sincere earnestness. What is the quest's name? Lu Jiang asked, his expression unreadable. The Path of the Great Merchant. Qian Duo withheld nothing, answering truthfully. At those words, Lu Jiang's eyes gleamed. Indeed, it was that quest. I shall choose my reward first, he said with a faint, unyielding smile. Qian Duo's companions exchanged uneasy glances. Old Qian, I know other elite players. This one's credentials remain unproven, yet his appetite is already immense. Brother Bo Liang, please remain calm. A warrior standing beside Qian Duo voiced his objection. He had been hired by Qian Duo and considered himself a long-term partner. Brother Bo Liang, patience. Qian Duo furrowed his brow, then softened into a smile. Brother Nu Jiang must possess extraordinary confidence to make such a request. Very well. Apart from the merchant's certificate, all other rewards shall be his to select first. Old Qian, you've lost your senses. Bo Liang stared at Qian Duodua, eyes wide with disbelief. His outrage stemmed from his close rapport with Qian Duodua. Once the quest concluded, he could bargain freely for whatever treasures he desired. If Nu Jiang claimed the finest rewards first, what would be left for him? My decision stands firm, declared Qian Duo, his resolve unwavering, his bet placed squarely on Lu Jiang. Agreed, brisk and decisive. Lu Jiang smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Then let us depart. Though Bo Liang chafed inwardly, his role was that of a paid hire, not an equal partner. Friendship was friendship, business was business. The others shared similar arrangements with Qian Duo, so when he made his choice, none objected aloud. Yet each harbored quiet resentment over Nu Jiang's priority in selection. The party exited Giant Stone Village. Scarcely had they emerged when some 17 or 18 figures appeared ahead. Lu Jiang observed the approaching figures with detached calm. He had sensed them earlier. One among their pursuers had broken away, sprinting toward the village outskirts, clearly to sound the alarm. Their leader wore a black headscarf and carried himself with arrogant disdain. Boss Qian, this does not concern you. Step aside. Heh, Blackleaf, chewing a dry stalk of grass, leered at Nu Jiang. I'm here for him. Brother He Yi, Nu Jiang is now under my employ. Leave now and I'll pretend this never happened. Qian Duo stepped forward to respond. Oh, you know them? Nu Jiang remarked coolly. In his past life, he'd never set foot in Giant Stone Village, and neither Qian Duo nor this band held any renown. They are the Nightshade Syndicate, infamous for brigandry and pillage reviled across the realm. Qian Duo murmured quietly to Nu Jiang. Brigands? How intriguing. Lu Jiang merely smiled faintly. In Mythos, kills yielded random drops. Nightshade clearly coveted his gear. Or perhaps they suspected he possessed rare artifacts worth seizing. Boss Qian, you intend to wade into this quagmire. Blackleaf's gaze sharpened, cold and calculating. He feared Qian Duo little, but Qian Duo's wealth was legendary. Offend him and a bounty might appear on their heads overnight. A most inconvenient complication. I have stated plainly, Nu Jiang stands with me. Qian Duo refused to yield. In that brief span, word had spread. Dozens of players now streamed from the village, drawn by spectacle. A clash between Boss Qian and the Nightshade Syndicate, and the enigmatic powerhouse Nu Jiang, was explosive news indeed. Having publicly taken a stand, Qian Duo could not retreat, not before so many witnesses. Very well, Boss Qian, consider yourself warned. Blackleaf's resolve hardened. If Qian Duo would not back down, Nightshade could afford no retreat either. Apologies, Boss Qian, we accepted only a task-based commission. Engaging Nightshade exceeds our scope. Our deepest regrets, Boss Qian. Crossing Nightshade would bring us grave trouble. Though Qian Duo held firm, his hired companions refused to fight. They were mercenaries, paid to complete objectives, not to court peril from a notorious syndicate. Old Qian, it cannot be helped. Best to withdraw. Bo Liang feigned sympathy, while inwardly reveling in triumph. Qian Duo's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, never imagining his own hires would falter. By then, Nightshade members had already begun encircling them. So long as Qian Duo made no hostile move, Nightshade refrained from striking him directly. Two assassins crept forward, silent and swift. Pathetic technique. Even calling them assassins is generous. Lu Jiang sighed, shaking his head. To his near-monarch level perception, their movements unfolded like slow motion. Arcane orb, split in, lunge. Seizing the fleeting opening, both assassins unleashed their skills simultaneously, only for Lu Jiang to sidestep with effortless grace. Their attacks struck empty air, and their exposed backs now faced him. Arcane orb, backstrike. Weakness strike. Melee magic. Backstrike. Damage multiplied several-fold. Amplified further by the wisdom fruit's 10 arcane power. The blow struck true. Both assassins fell instantly slain. All transpired in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it appeared as if two figures lunged and collapsed without explanation. No one saw what had truly occurred. What just happened? Ahu Lao Chi was our elite assassin. How could he be eliminated so silently and instantly? That dual orb spell of his. I've never seen it before. Is it a rare ability? The members of Dark Knight stood in awe. And so too did the onlookers, some merely curious spectators, others waiting for chaos to strike and seize advantage. Don't be afraid. He has few skills left. Let's rush him together. And seeing morale falter, He Yi stepped forward at once. Frankly, He Yi now felt a pang of regret. And he had assumed the opponent was merely a fortunate novice with fine gear and potent abilities, never imagining he faced a peerless master. Yet the die was cast, a regret served no purpose. An offense had already been committed. The optimal course now was to suppress Lu Jiang's growth, entirely wielding Dark Knight's full might. Otherwise, he would forever bear the shame of having doomed Dark Knight. After all, even if he's formidable, he stands alone. Brothers, charge. Take him down and loot his gear. and instantly Dark Knight's morale surged anew. And without hesitation, over a dozen of its members encircled Lu Jiang. He is a master, but alas he has angered Dark Knight. And so long as Dark Knight isn't reckless, they'll ensure he never rises. They'll likely issue a blacklisting order against him afterward. And the onlookers shook their heads in dismay, acknowledging Lu Jiang's extraordinary prowess, yet deeming his odds slim. After all, Dark Knight was a vast organization, its ranks filled predominantly with assassins, and He Yi was but one of its lieutenants. Among them were elite assassins, and their supreme leader himself ranked near the pinnacle of the art. And yet Lu Jiang, encircled, remained utterly serene. No trace of panic clouded his countenance. Young man, your skill is exceptional. Join Dark Knight, and today's conflict shall be forgotten. And surrender your possessions to the organization, and we shall shield you from rival factions, granting you rank equal to mine. Seeing himself in ascendancy, He Yi had always sought wealth above all, and securing those treasures, and recruiting such a master, would earn him far greater resources in return. So this is Dark Knight. And Lu Jiang murmured softly, then traced a swift gesture in midair, sealing a summoning incantation in an instant. He Yi bristled at Lu Jiang's silence, until in the next breath 3 stone golems and 6 wolves materialized around him. Go. And no time was granted for Dark Knight to react. Lu Jiang issued the command without pause. Per Lu Jiang's directive, the 6 wolves launched synchronized assaults upon single targets. As Dark Knight's members formed a tight ring, those nearest were instantly overwhelmed by the pack. Annihilated, instantly. And the wolves moved with blinding speed. Not like mindless beasts, but with lethal coordination. No frontline player could withstand such precision. He's a summoner. Kill him directly. And He Yi grasped the crux at once. Summoner's minions could not be eradicated. They would simply reappear, endlessly replenished. And that was precisely why Lu Jiang had summoned 3 stone golems. And though diminutive, they possessed extraordinary resilience and defense, forming an impenetrable bulwark. In short order, the dozen attackers found themselves unable to breach the triangular formation forged by the 3. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang employed his split-and-strike technique, delivering devastating close-range arcane blows against any Dark Knight member daring to breach the stone barrier. One after another, clean, decisive, flawless. And within moments the barrier remained unbroken, yet half of Dark Knight's force lay fallen. With the golem's bulk in place, even assassins could not slip through unseen. Stealth was no phasing art. It required passage through gaps between the golems. Yet those narrow openings had already become Lu Jiang's killing zones. One entered, one fell. Retreat. And He Yi saw stalemate deepen into futility. Only damage mitigation remained. And these were elite members of his own squad clad in superior gear. You arrive as you please, and depart as you wish. A faint smile graced Lu Jiang's lips. And beyond the perimeter, the 6 wolves had already dispatched those assigned to hold them back, and now blocked every escape route. You are surrounded. Surrender your gear, and accept your demise. And Lu Jiang's lips curved slightly upward, yet his gaze burned with glacial coldness upon the remnants of Dark Knight. Qian Duodua, watching from afar, twitched faintly at the corner of his mouth. The words were technically sound, yet carried an unsettling irony. And dream on. We know you mock us, He Yi admitted bitterly. Yet their final resistance crumbled effortlessly, until the last arcane orb struck home, felling Dark Knight's final warrior. Staggering. And unbelievable. And truly awe-inspiring. In the infamous Dark Knight Guild, decimated single-handedly by Lu Jiang. Among the onlookers, some had originally schemed to exploit the chaos. And now, watching Lu Jiang methodically collect spoils, they abandoned all such thoughts outright. Who could have imagined a supremely skilled mage who was not merely a mage, but also a master summoner? And in this age, even summoning a single well-trained familiar marked excellence, most summoners still wielded wooden staves against beasts. Yet this man summoned 9 at once, each disciplined, precise, battle-honed. And of course, had they known Lu Jiang still held an SS-Steer familiar in reserve, unleashed not a single time, they would have shattered utterly. Is he a mage or a summoner? Lu Jiang is incredible. He truly overpowered Anya Midui. I can't tell whether Lu Jiang stirred trouble or Anya did. Amazing, great Lu Jiang. May I cling to your coattails? If he had dared to show his ID and stride away, no one would have dared oppose him. This is a true powerhouse. Where is that braggart who vowed to take down Lu Jiang? Lu Jiang is right there waiting for you. The crowd marveled, and none dared step forward, only watching from a distance. Yet Lu Jiang calmly swept the battlefield. No wonder there was looting. They were so poor. All the gear was common, mostly assassin light armor of no use to him. Brother Lu Jiang, if you don't want them, how about I take all of them for 10,000 apiece? Qian Duoduo saw Lu Jiang's expression and sensed his thoughts. This was a chance to ingratiate himself with a god-tier player. 10,000 apiece was hardly a loss. At this stage, common gear is hard to gather, monsters are tough, and drop rates are low. Only when large player groups level up will common gear slowly fall in value. They still sell well now. Fine, take them all. Lu Jiang had no mind to sell slowly, and he knew trickling them out wouldn't earn much. Qian Duoduo's offer was generous. A little over 10 pieces of equipment, all handed to Qian Duoduo. Roughly 100,000. Nu Jiang add me as a friend, send me your ID. Qian Duo said with a smile. That was his true aim. Not the money, gaining a friend slot with a big shot was priceless. Alright. Lu Jiang did not demur, he had noticed Qian Duo's attitude. The others on Qian Duo's team looked they had seen Lu Jiang's power clearly. Not mere luck, but the mark of a true master. Nu Jiang add me yes, adding him would be a protection, right? If we can team up, that's fate. The others shamelessly stepped forward wanting to latch onto him. Even the aloof one mingled with the crowd now, he reasoned that an expert of this level would not bother with petty grief. Lu Jiang had not forgotten their earlier behavior. Boss Qian, if you trust me, it's enough for you to come with me on this mission. Lu Jiang did not glance at those people speaking directly to Qian Duo. Qian hesitated. He recalled how those others had made excuses and shown him no respect. Very well, of course I trust brother Nu Jiang. Qian Duo nodded and turned to leave. Both he and Lu Jiang, the remaining members, exchanged glances regretful. They had nearly secured his favor. Had they acted earlier, they might have enjoyed a permanent protector. Meanwhile, the clip was shared online. In the Jiang Guild, is this the Nu Jiang? Watching the figure on the screen, the Sword King's expression shifted from indifference to astonishment. He glanced to the side. Beside him stood a masked swordswoman with a striking figure, clearly a female player. Sure how, if you faced him, what are your chances? The Sword King asked the swordswoman named Sure How with interest. If he doesn't use summoned beasts, I have a 50% chance. If he does, about 10%. Sure How looked at the screen and answered earnestly. You are wrong. The Sword King shook his head, rejecting her estimate. Sure How looked puzzled. Without summoned beasts, you have a 30% chance. With them, you have none, the Sword King said calmly. Sure How remained silent, clearly dissatisfied. The Sword King seemed disinclined to argue. He waved his hand. You are fully responsible for recruiting Nu Jiang. I authorize you to deploy S-level resources. S-level resources? Shiheo's eyes flashed with surprise. As one of the world's top 10 guilds, Jiang's S-level assets were enormous. They would mobilize S-level resources solely to recruit Nu Jiang. Although to her, he might only be an even match without summoned beasts, and with summoned beasts, she could draw on Jiang's elite operatives to handle them. The Sword King's assertion of a 30% chance to her was merely a rebuke to keep her from overconfidence. I will complete the task. Sure How, though perplexed, offered no further dispute. The Sword King's decision was not hers to overturn. Watching Sure How leave with obvious vexation, the Sword King said nothing more. Once she had gone, his eyes narrowed. Foolish girl, I said 30% only to spare you the blow. Even that 10% depends on that man's mistakes, the Sword King murmured, shaking his head as he returned to the video. A nascent domain. How could he possess the embryo of a domain? The traces are faint and subtle. Even I missed them on earlier viewings, but there's no doubt. The Sword King could not reconcile it. He had thought Nu Jiang merely an ordinary expert. This matter must be reported to the family's senior leadership. With that, the Sword King logged out of the game. Treading upon the wind-scoured stone path, Lu Jiang scanned the quest information shared by Qian Duo. Objective: 55, defeat the giant spider boss. Reward: merchant's credential. Though it appeared to be a routine chain quest, in truth, its objective was not 55, but 65. Qian Duo led the way, clearly having already scouted the boss's territory and plunged directly into the forest's deepest reaches. There it is, Qian Duo whispered softly before a towering ancient tree. Lu Jiang looked up, and there, suspended by silken threads among the high branches, rested the colossal spider, motionless in repose. Wait here, Lu Jiang said calmly to Qian Duo, and stepped forward alone. Wolf packs were inadequate, spiders were too agile, capable of suspending themselves midair and launching ambushes from above, rendering wolves utterly incapable of striking back. Stone golems were even less viable, too cumbersome and slow. Without hesitation, Lu Jiang swiftly formed hand seals and summoned 9 serpents. Name: Desert Wasteland Serpent. Rank: C in quantity 9 in level 3 in max HP 898 in max stamina 80 in strength 18 in agility 29 in spirit 11 in endurance 6 in movement speed 180 in attack speed 80 in skills. Lunge Bite, Venom Infusion, Toxic Spray. Lunge Bite, a lightning-fast pounce delivering direct damage. Venom Infusion injects toxin upon wounding, inflicting sustained poison damage over time. Toxic Spray projects venom outward, dealing modest initial damage, while gradually eroding the target's defenses. Since the giant spider clung to the trees, only serpentine summons could scale them effectively. Crouched low in the grass, Qian Duo watched in silent astonishment. Most summoners at this stage hadn't yet mastered even basic summoning techniques, relying solely on rudimentary offensive skills. Only elite summoners could barely conjure a single creature, and invariably of just one species. Dual species summons remained unthinkable. Yet Lu Jiang had now deployed his third distinct summon, 9 serpents unleashed in rapid succession, as if cooldowns held no sway over him. The commotion Lu Jiang stirred roused the slumbering giant spider from its rest. Name: Giant Spider, level 7 in HP, 380 in tier, bronze, boss and skills, unknown. The creature's full profile shimmered into view before Lu Jiang's eyes. Its stats surpassed those of the Wild Fox King, yet it remains easier to defeat. Lu Jiang murmured, a faint, effortless smile gracing his lips. Though the arachnid possessed 8 densely clustered eyes, their multiplicity did not sharpen its vision, it blurred it. Spider monsters suffered from abysmal stamina and an inability to move or perceive effectively in reverse. Already the giant spider launched itself downward, merciless toward these intruders. Its lateral limbs slashed downward like honed blades. Yet Lu Jiang simply sidestepped, simultaneously commanding all 9 serpents to evade in the opposite direction. Overextended by its own momentum, the spider's claws sank deep into the earth, trapped immobile for a crucial instant. Toxic spray, Lu Jiang commanded, and 9 serpents unleashed venom in unison, striking the spider's vulnerable underbelly. The spider's defenses plummeted. Seizing the opening, Lu Jiang split his arcane orb in 2, hurling both fragments point-blank into the creature's exposed abdomen. 895 na colossal damage number flared into the air. Qian Duoduo's eyes widened. No ordinary player possessed such health pools at this stage. And this was the defense of a level 7 boss. No wonder Lu Jiang had dispatched earlier foes with single strikes, whose armor could rival that of a boss. Painfully recoiling, the giant spider wrenched its claws free and shot upward, retreating to the treetop via silk. Instantly, the 9 serpents scaled the trunk in pursuit, obeying Lu Jiang's silent command. Though serpents could climb trees, they lacked the spider's silk-assisted mobility, making pursuit futile. Stone golems and wolves, meanwhile, couldn't scale trees at all. At that moment, Shu Shu emerged, alighting gracefully upon Lu Jiang's shoulder. Shu Shu, bind it, Lu Jiang murmured, stroking its head as he invoked its ability. Instantly, the wood spirit transformed into thick, sinewy vines, coiling tightly around the airborne spider. Anchored within the ancient tree, the wood spirit surged in power, the vines stronger, sturdier, more unyielding than ever before. In that fleeting moment of restraint, Lu Jiang directed the serpents to strike without delay. 80 in 75 in 115 critical hit in 5 poison in 3 poison in 5 poison in each. Serpent's bite dealt modest damage, but multiplied 9-fold. Their cumulative assault surpassed even Lu Jiang's melee arcane blast. Within seconds, the giant spider's health bar halved. Qian Duoduo stared, mind-reeling. Only one word echoed in his thoughts: awe. It was inconceivable. This seamless, dynamic onslaught bore no resemblance to a lone player's effort. It mirrored the flawless coordination of a top-tier guild's elite raid team. Yet, even such elite teams at current player levels could never replicate this precision, or this devastating synergy. All serpents launched their assaults from the treetops. After each wave, they slithered back down, then ascended anew, biding time until toxic spray recharged, ensuring the spider's defenses remained suppressed. Sensing Lu Jiang as the true mastermind behind this legion of beasts, the giant spider broke free and lunged, but its movements unfolded before Lu Jiang like slow motion, effortlessly evaded. Especially given the spider's utter incapacity to track or strike behind itself, evasion became trivial. 738 in Lu Jiang countered instantly with another close-range arcane strike, slightly diminished in potency, this time lacking the serpent's defensive erosion. Trapped aloft, bound by strange arboreal tendrils, the giant spider found itself powerless, unable to descend and confront the human directly, yet unable to escape the relentless siege. Moments later, the giant spider collapsed. A soft white radiance enveloped Lu Jiang, signaling his level up. Yet this was no first kill, no worldwide announcement followed. Unbelievably strong. Qian Duoduo stood dazed, speechless. He'd previously assembled a 40-player raid, spending lavishly to subdue this very boss. To no avail. One sweep of its limbs felled entire clusters of players. After striking, it retreated to the canopy, leaving only ranged attackers to chip away at its health. But the spider hunted them relentlessly, rendering mass tactics futile. This time he'd gathered seasoned veterans, though he'd held little hope. Yet under Lu Jiang's command, the giant spider fell apart, utterly effortlessly. The quest is complete. Lu Jiang turned, voice calm and detached. Incomplete, completely. Brother, you've earned your rest. Qian Duoduo stammered, rushing forward, his earlier haughty Mr. Qian persona long abandoned. Having joined Lu Jiang's party to share quest progression, Qian Duoduo's own task log had updated the moment the boss fell. Only the final tenon remained. This. His breath caught, staring dumbfounded at the loot spilled from the fallen giant spider. A giant spider revealed only a spider's heart, and nothing else, causing him to panic. Although they shared the task, he had done nothing, and initially thought everything would belong to Lu Jiang. In the end, there was only a spider's heart. What use could that possibly have? It was merely a material. I have a skill book here, big brother. Do you think it's any good? After a moment's hesitation, Qian Duoduo took out a skill book. He needed the merchant's certificate, and there was only one. Initially, he had thought that he would give everything to Lu Jiang if there were any other items, but now the boss had dropped only a material with nothing else. If Lu Jiang thought he had been cheated, he would likely lose this friend. In fact, what the boss dropped was within Lu Jiang's expectations. He had known all along that the giant spider would not drop anything else. Once this task was accepted, the giant spider would only drop items needed for the next hidden 6th ring task, and would not drop anything else. Qian Duoduo was simply unaware and thought he had been cheated. He glanced at the skill in Qian Duoduo's hand. Electric Net throws out an electric net dealing damage while having a small chance to inflict paralysis and a small chance to cause a binding effect. It's actually a lightning-type magic. Lu Jiang's eyes lit up. Lightning-type magic was quite rare. However, this skill had a drawback. The thrown electric net was too slow, making it nearly impossible to hit a target. Throwing from a distance, whether it could hit depended on luck. Wizards have low defense and slow speed. They can't just walk up to someone and throw it in their face right. The skill book opened with a visual display. Others likely saw how disappointing the speed of the electric net was and were unwilling to buy it. Otherwise, given the rarity of lightning-type magic, Qian Duoduo wouldn't be able to give it away. And indeed, it was as expected. Qian Duoduo didn't want to sell the lightning magic cheaply and didn't want it to rot in his hands. Using it as a favor was the best option. However, this seemingly useless skill for others held great value for Lu Jiang. The electric net had been one of his signature skills in his past life. When close, the hit rate was nearly 100%, and there was a high chance to trigger one of the control effects, or even both effects simultaneously. If other skills had such dual control effects, they would have been sold for astronomical prices. That works. After accepting it, Lu Jiang showed Qian Duoduo a satisfied smile. Qian Duoduo was overjoyed. As long as Lu Jiang didn't feel cheated, it didn't matter about the favors. He'll go turn in the task first. Qian Duoduo appeared somewhat excited. He estimated that he was the first certified merchant, and now he just needed to accumulate capital to seize the prime shop locations. Without a powerhouse like Lu Jiang, it was unlikely that others could complete such a difficult task at their current levels. Alright, you go turn in the task. Lu Jiang nodded. He still had important matters to attend to. Qian Duoduo excitedly used his return item. After Qian Duoduo returned, Lu Jiang bent down to pick up the giant spider's heart. He then walked to the tree, his body bending like a bough suddenly bursting forth. He quickly climbed to the top of the tree. In the direction of the tree's top, there was a half-grown, slightly red fruit. Ding triggered hidden task 65, stimulate evolution fruit. On Lu Jiang's shoulder, the tree creature had already jumped down from him and was swaying beside the fruit. It touched the fruit with its little hands, tapped it, and then lowered itself to sniff it. Rustle. The tree creature made an impatient sound. It was as if it could see, touch, and smell it, but just couldn't eat it. You little rascal. Lu Jiang sighed helplessly, then took out the spider's heart. With a firm squeeze, he poured the entire heart onto the fruit. The fruit gradually turned bright red and ripened instantly. Ding completed hidden task 65, stimulate evolution fruit. Task reward, please collect it yourself. Lu Jiang gently picked the fruit. Evolution fruit, a special item that allows a creature to complete one evolution. This item was what the giant spider guarded here, simply waiting for the fruit to ripen so it could eat it. Just as Lu Jiang pondered whether to wait for the next SS level pet to compare who to give it to, he felt a tug on his. Lu Jiang looked down and found that the tree creature had reached out a small hand, tugging at his sleeve. Its big round eyes looked at him with longing, completely still. It was just short of saying, give me some to eat. You're going to be the world tree, yet you're acting so cute. Lu Jiang was truly at a loss. Couldn't it have a bit of the world tree's demeanor? In fact, the evolution fruit wasn't as miraculous as imagined. It merely allowed a pet to advance to the next stage. Lu Jiang ideally wanted to wait for the next SS level pet to see if it was of an attacking type. This way his combat power would increase significantly in the short term. The world tree, while strong, had more auxiliary functions than attack power. Should he really give it to the world tree? Lu Jiang fell into deep thought. Looking at the immobile sapling of the world tree gazing at him with eager eyes, it reminded Lu Jiang of when he first raised a pet. Forget it, although the evolution fruit is rare, it's not unattainable. Lu Jiang ultimately decided to let the world tree sapling evolve first. The tree creature happily devoured the evolution fruit. Lu Jiang was somewhat surprised that the tree creature absorbed other items as light points, yet this evolution fruit could be eaten directly. Soon the tree creature completed its evolution. Name: World Spirit Tree King Sapling SS level 4 life limit 50, 800 chi limit 160 strength, 52 agility, 8 spirit 99 endurance, 30 movement speed, 55 attack speed, 10 skills. Summon Tree Spirit Wisdom Fruit Tree King Enslavement Promotion. Summon Tree Spirit can summon a tree spirit which can entangle or attack targets. Wisdom Fruit produces a fruit that can slightly increase intelligence with a permanent duration. Tree King Enslavement can bestow intelligence to trees serving the World Spirit Tree King limit 1 for every 5 levels. Promotion allows a temporarily effective treeman to complete a breakthrough with only one promoter allowed among treemen. The new abilities made Lu Jiang's eyes light up. He originally thought it would just be another auxiliary function. Although the new ability wasn't a powerful attack skill, as long as there were forests, the tree creature would become immensely strong. The tree creature happily bounced around. Be careful, tree, don't fall down. Lu Jiang said helplessly. Suddenly Lu Jiang had a whimsical idea and glanced at the tree beneath him. This tree could bear evolution fruits, so it should be anything but ordinary. Moreover, this tree was far from an ordinary tree. It was like a towering giant. Tree, can you try to make the tree beneath us obey your commands? Lu Jiang said to the tree creature. Shushu nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. He had just advanced, and was still unfamiliar with his skills appearing somewhat clumsy. Shushu extended his hand, and gently pressed it against the treetop, emitting a faint green glow. In just a short while the green light permeated every corner of the tree. Boom. A sudden tremor caused both Shushu and Lu Jiang to fall. Just as they were about to fall, 2 tree branches acted like trays, supporting Lu Jiang and Shushu. Phew, it seems I have successfully tamed it. Lu Jiang felt a bit embarrassed, almost losing the dignity of a former king. Although he wouldn't die, he had a way to reduce the damage from the fall, but it was still somewhat humiliating. Detection technique. Name 500-year green tree level, 4 health, 5,000 rank silver boss skills unknown. Upon seeing the level, Lu Jiang immediately understood that since it was endowed with intelligence by Shushu, its level should be on par with Shushu, just like his summoned beasts having the same level as himself. However, being a silver boss still surprised Lu Jiang. The giant spider was only a bronze boss. Shushu, let's see if it can level up. Lu Jiang felt that at this stage it was unlikely to find a tree stronger than a silver boss. This time Shushu understood and used its innate skill. The towering tree suddenly vanished. It transformed into a green little fairy with wings fluttering around Lu Jiang and Shushu. Why did it shrink upon evolving? Lu Jiang was somewhat speechless. Detection technique. Name green tree fairy, Shishi level 4 health, 8,000 rank gold boss skills, verdant wind of fury, earthly power. Verdant wind blows a gust of wind in the area, restoring health. Wind of fury blows a gust of wind in the area, causing continuous damage within the range. Earthly power crashes a giant rock into the area, dealing area damage. All group skills truly worthy of a gold BOSS, and yet it's such a low level. Upon seeing these attributes, Lu Jiang felt no regret in giving the evolution fruit to Shushu. It was truly worth it. Level up, level up. Once it reaches level 5, we can unlock that dungeon. Lu Jiang planned to level up right in this forest. In Myth, every 5 levels marked a significant change. For him, not only would he be able to summon 15 summoned beasts, but according to the research of people from his past life regarding that summoning lord, every 5 levels, he could unlock new summoned creatures. The limitations of the wild wolf, stone man, and snake were still considerable. Mainly, they were only level summoned beasts. If he could unlock level summoned beasts, it would be a significant leap in his summoning power. At this stage, going to unlock a dungeon didn't necessarily guarantee he could win. If he were to fight, he would go straight for the highest level. In the real world, Dark Knight organization. Hei Yi lowered his head, trembling. A man even smaller than him walked back and forth in front of him. Although the other party was small in stature, Hei Yi didn't dare to look up at him. Slap. A slap landed and Hei Yi didn't even dare to dodge. From today onward, Hei Yi is demoted to an external member. The small man said emotionlessly, get lost. Thank you, monkey brother, thank you, monkey brother. Hei Yi seemed to have received some kind of grace, nodding repeatedly. He then exited the room, closing the door humbly. Monkey-san, why are you so angry? Hei Yi has been a veteran for so many years. A man in a suit with slicked back hair, smoking a cigarette, asked. I only considered his many years of service, father. Monkey-san's expression revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Huh, is it that serious? The suited man stood up, frowning, and said, we've been in the Dark Knight for so many years. When have we ever feared anyone? To step on our own people for an outsider seems to be disheartening for our brothers. Monkey-san merely snorted disdainfully. He then walked to his desk, picked up an envelope, and threw it to the suited man. The suited man caught the envelope midair, opening it with confusion. Inside was an intelligence letter. What? The Sword Pavilion has issued its level recruitment order. Who is worthy of such a grand gesture from the Sword Pavilion? The suited man looked incredulously at the intelligence letter in his hand. If it weren't for the special seal on it, he would even think it was a fake. That person is called Nu Jiang. Monkey-san said expressionlessly. So it's him. The suited man suddenly dropped his cigarette after hearing this. He then walked outside. Where are you? Monkey-san called out to the suited man. I'm going to teach that Hei Yi a lesson. Damn it. The suited man completely forgot that he had just been speaking well of Hei Yi. Don't be in such a hurry, oh, look at this letter. Monkey-san threw another letter to the suited man. The suited man took the letter with confusion and read it once. He stopped in his tracks. There are actually so many investigation bounties. The suited man calmed his emotions and then frowned, saying, it seems there are not only those recruiting, but also people wanting to uncover his secrets. Perhaps Hei Yi's actions may not be entirely bad. Someone has already commissioned me. After saying this, Monkey-san paused for a moment. The force is comparable to that of the Sword Pavilion. A force comparable to that of the Sword Pavilion. Does that mean they are treating us in the Dark Knight as tools? The suited man frowned. What's wrong with being a tool, eh? Monkey-san sneered, looking at the suited man. As long as we play our part well, we can gain unexpected benefits. The suited man could not comprehend at all. Monkey-san did not need others to understand. He knew a secret that the entire Dark Knight was unaware of. In the deep of night. Just a little more, and he'll reach level 5. Lu Jiang stretched lazily, feeling somewhat fatigued from the long time spent battling monsters. Shushu was bouncing around beside him. It's all your fault for being a little drag. Oh, otherwise I would have been level 7 already. Looking at the bouncing Shu Shu, Lu Jiang said with slight annoyance. However, Shu Shu took pride in it bouncing even more joyously around Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang could only smile helplessly. However, he was defeating monsters of higher levels, earning quite a substantial amount of experience. The next day, Lu Jiang woke up a bit early and breakfast was already set on the dining table. His older sister "There's no rush now, let me solidify my foundation first." Lu Jiang quickly finished his breakfast and hurried online to level up. As monsters fell one after another, a beam of white light flashed above Lu Jiang's head. Ding, congratulations. Your level has increased to LV 5. Lu Jiang opened his attribute panel. Player Nu Jiang. Class Summoner Lord. Level 5. HP 930. MP 807. Strength 56. Intelligence 88. Stamina 35. Mentality 80. Physical attack 55. Magical attack 98. Physical defense 112. Magical defense 80. Common skills: Magic Bolt, Electric Net. Inherited skills: Divine Summoning, Common Summoning. Passive skills: Born Leader. At the same time, a learnable skill icon appeared in the passive skills slot. Damage Diversion: the damage you receive is shared among all summoned beasts. No wonder it's so strong, it's a divine skill. Lu Jiang unhesitatingly learned it. He then dismissed the summoned beasts he had called and opened the summoning skills. 6 icons appeared before Lu Jiang, representing a wolf, a snake, a small stone, a flame warrior, an ice bear, and a sea turtle. He had summoned the first 3 types before, so he checked the names of the latter 3 icons. They were indeed a flame warrior, an ice bear, and a sea turtle. As expected, level 5 was a significant hurdle. Meanwhile, Tree leveled up, allowing more nearby trees to become his subordinates. Tree only gained a skill to control leaves for attack, which compared to its SS level status, could only be considered average. It was estimated that powerful skills would have to wait until level 10. I can open the dungeon now. Lu Jiang headed to the place he remembered. As he delved deeper, he finally saw a figure. A soldier-like person was propping himself up with a sword clearly in. Who is it? Upon sensing someone approaching, the soldier attempted to draw his sword. However, he lacked the strength to stand, and a sharp pain caused him to collapse. I mean no harm, I am an adventurer. Lu Jiang spread his hands to show he was not a threat. So you are an adventurer? The soldier took a closer look and recognized Lu Jiang's adventurer attire. Sir, how can I assist you? Lu Jiang showed a concerned expression. Cough, cough, the ruins of the palace I guard have been invaded by demon soldiers. I must protect the token hidden by the queen. The soldier continued to cough as he spoke. Do you accept the quest, clear the underground palace ruins? Lu Jiang smiled slightly upon hearing the quest. This was the key task to open the dungeon. Only by accepting this quest could one qualify to open the dungeon. Moreover, completing this task for the first time would unlock rewards for the inheritance set. Yes, I am willing to serve. Lu Jiang said without hesitation. The soldier handed Lu Jiang a key and informed him of the hidden location of the underground palace ruins. In fact, even without the soldier's directions, Lu Jiang already knew the location. It was the key that was crucial for unlocking the dungeon. Soon Lu Jiang arrived at the spot. Crack. The key opened the door to the underground passage. At the same time, a world announcement rang out. Giant Stone Village Underground Palace Ruins. The dungeon has been opened by player Nu Jiang. Please take note, adventurers. Giant Stone Village Underground Palace Ruins. The dungeon has been opened by player Nu Jiang. Please take note. Simultaneously, the public chat channel erupted in excitement. It's Nu Jiang again. Why is everything him? Who cares? We're in Giant Stone Village. Let's hit the dungeon. Hunting monsters has gotten boring. Those who want to team up to tackle the underground palace ruins, an invincible tank is leading the charge. 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 Giant Stone Village is the first to open the dungeon. What are the naysayers complaining about? I want the first clear of the dungeon. You there, I saw you say you were going to take down Nu Jiang yesterday. He was right at the village entrance, and you were cowering in a corner. Meanwhile, Qian was working on the first shop task, but the shop task was not that simple. At this moment, Qian was in a tavern having commissioned the Phantom Guild and discussing a potential collaboration. I have long heard that the president of the Phantom Guild has a collection obsession with staves. Oh, I have a bronze staff that is not only powerful in combat, but also has a unique design. No, boss Qian, I'm just a vice president. The Phantom Fire shook his head and said, don't misunderstand, I mean no harm to Nu Jiang, who our president thinks highly of him. Boss Qian just needs to convey a message for us at the Phantom Guild. We are very eager to recruit a master like him. Phantom Fire smiled slightly, looking at Qian and saying, convey the message. What is important to boss Qian is important to our Phantom Guild. This. Qian was shrewd, and upon hearing Phantom Fire's words could not help but realize that, think it over, boss Qian, but it's just mutual benefit. Phantom Fire said with a smile. However, Qian still looked troubled. At that moment, the world announcement rang out. Since boss Qian is troubled, I'll go find him myself. Phantom Fire put away his smile and stood up directly. Initially, he planned to find Nu Jiang, but now Nu Jiang's location had been exposed. The location of the underground palace ruins appeared on the map. At this moment, his communicator also rang. Oh, don't worry about Nu Jiang for now. Let's hurry up and secure the first clear. On the other end of the communicator was the president's voice. Then aren't we recruiting Nu Jiang? Phantom Fire. As long as we secure the first clear and show the strength of our guild, countless experts like New Jiang will join us. The president's voice was calm, filled with confidence. The president is wise. Although New Jiang is considered a master, once we gain fame, there will be countless experts like him joining us. Moreover, New Jiang has offended the Night Shadows. They probably won't let him off easily. Recruiting New Jiang will come with great pressure. He will realize that only by joining our Phantom Guild can he find protection. The president's voice was confident, as if everything were under his control. Phantom Fire also found it reasonable. New Jiang should be grateful for having offended the Night Shadows. After opening the dungeon, a prompt appeared. Please choose the difficulty Normal Warrior King. Hell, there is a significant leap between each difficulty. Without any hesitation, Lu Jiang directly chose Hell difficulty. Immediately after, he was transported into the underground palace ruins. Hell difficulty. The surroundings were dilapidated with columns lying on the ground and cracks all over the floor. Below the cracks was lava occasionally splashing up. Of course, for Lu Jiang, avoiding this little lava was child's play. The surrounding demon soldiers were also of fire attribute, clearly indicating that this place was enveloped in flames. Lu Jiang summoned directly, choosing the Flame Warrior. Name: Flame Warrior. B rank. Quantity: 15. Level 5 health cap, 1688 energy cap, 100 strength, 68 agility, 29 spirit, 71 stamina, 50 movement speed, 150 attack speed, 80 skills, /flame pillar. Flame sweep. Slashes the target, dealing damage and burning the target. Flame pillar releases a flame pillar, dealing massive damage and burning the target. Flame sweep. After a short charge, deals a sweeping attack imbued with flames, capable of sweeping flames up to 3 meters away. Crank represents elite monsters similar to the previous Wolf Rock Golems. Brank can be considered an ordinary minor boss with only level 5 attributes. At higher levels, more skills would surely be unlocked. Lu Jiang was quite familiar with this dungeon. The overall environment was predominantly fire attribute. Whether it was ice bears or sea turtles, they would be limited by the environment here, unable to exert their full potential. Although the fire attribute damage of the Flame Warrior would be reduced against the fire attribute monsters, here the Flame Warrior would also receive damage reduction from the nearby fire attribute monsters. Moreover, the flames of the Flame Warrior were purer. From a distance, the Flame Warrior looked like a fiery figure wielding a sword engulfed in flames, thus naturally receiving higher damage reduction from fire. The Green Tree Spirit CC seemed very resistant to the surrounding environment, hiding among the branches and leaves. This was a natural counter of fire against wood. Although the tree could enslave the second tree, Lu Jiang did not force it, as it would be of no use in such a fiery environment. The tree was fine. As an SSS rank world tree, it was not as fearful of the fiery environment as the Green Tree Spirit. It was only slightly uncomfortable, nothing more. At this moment, several demon soldiers noticed Lu Jiang and his group of intruders. It was just right to let them test the power of the Flame Warrior. There were 5 demon soldiers approaching, and Lu Jiang only dispatched 5 Flame Warriors to confront them. 258-28. The damage above was dealt by the Flame Warriors, while the one below was from the demon soldiers. The damage was simply not on the same level. Thus, Lu Jiang had 1 Flame Warrior face off against the 5 388,356,391,366,377, facing the siege of 5 demon soldiers. The Flame Warrior unleashed a flame sweep. The damage exceeded 300 with additional burn damage. A single sweep left them severely injured, and the Flame Warrior took down each of the 5 demon soldiers. Of course, the main reason was that the earlier 5v5 battle lasted only a while. The small monsters in the Hell Dungeon had significantly higher health and defense compared to those outside. Of course, the experience gained was also several times higher. Even splitting the experience with the tree, the experience bar visibly increased a notch. These 15 working together deal way more damage than I do. Lu Jiang was completely astonished. Originally, he did not have high expectations for the Flame Warrior, considering the previous damage from the Wild Wolf was just mediocre. Just a single rank up made a world of difference in damage. It's worth noting that this was still fire against fire with damage reduction in play. Taking it slow, a single Flame Warrior could handle 5 demon soldiers without problem. However, that was just with the outer layer of minions. The deeper one would find a Flame Warrior not so powerful. But he had 15. Moreover, he also had the tree and the unengaged Green Tree Spirit. All along the way, it was these demon soldiers. Without much effort, the 15 Flame Warriors paved the way with hardly any obstacles in their path. The Flame Warriors did seem a bit clumsy. Fortunately, the Flame Warriors had high immunity to fire attribute damage, otherwise they would not be able to withstand the occasional splashes of lava. Finally, high-level demon soldiers began to appear. The high-level demon soldiers had wings, were small in stature, swift, and wielded flaming tridents. Stab. 88. The agile high-level demon soldier flew behind the Flame Warrior and directly struck with a flaming trident. Although the Flame Warrior had high defense and health, the damage inflicted was already quite considerable. The Flame Warrior found it challenging to take down these pesky demon soldiers that buzzed around like flies. Lu Jiang felt this was not a viable method. He spotted a Flame Warrior being attacked by 2 high-level demon soldiers and immediately ordered it to use Flame Sweep. 560, 532 high-level demon soldiers were agile, but the trade-off was low defense and fragile health. One flame sweep instantly eliminated the high-level demon soldier. Advancing in this manner might be slow, yet it remains within acceptable limits. Lu Jiang did have other methods, he just did not want to tire himself out too much. If the little brothers could handle it, the big brother would not step in. Of course, if Lu Jiang's thoughts were known to others currently raiding the dungeon, they would probably explode with anger. Underground Palace Ruins, King Difficulty, Ghost Guild. As the first guild to arrive, Ghost Fire directly took people into the dungeon. Boss Fire, isn't it too reckless for us to dive straight into King Difficulty? Immediately a guild member expressed, you guys are an elite team. If you lack confidence in King Difficulty, why even bother? Ghost Fire had a fiery temper while leading a raid. Others knew Ghost Fire's temperament and did not say more, only proceeding with the raid. The lava burns off so much. These demon soldiers are too tough. Breaking through their defense is difficult. Getting burned after just a few hits, this is unplayable. Healer, hurry up and heal the front line. Bro, I've run out of mana. Your defense is too low for me to heal. However, the team quickly fell into a state of... In a raid, there was no guide, so no prior preparations could be made. A few minutes later, at the dungeon entrance. I think we should start with warrior difficulty. After being beaten up in the King Difficulty dungeon, Ghost Fire became much more sensible. Boss Fire, are you sure we shouldn't start at normal difficulty to gather some dungeon data? What you said does seem to have some merit. Ghost Fire rubbed his nose. Inside the dilapidated palace corridor, a row of fiery warriors forged a path forward akin to a bulldozer. At long last, a door appeared ahead. This door could not be forced open by sheer strength. However, Lu Jiang knew where the mechanism was located and quickly found it, opening the door. If other exploring teams were to attempt this, it would take them a considerable amount of time just to locate the mechanism. While searching for it, they would constantly be besieged by monsters, and there were many cracks in the floor. Not only were they harassed by monsters, but there was also the interference from the lava. Upon opening the door, Lu Jiang saw a purple sphere on the ground, which seemed to sense an intruder. The sphere opened its eyes and unfurled its wings. It was a minor boss. You shall not disturb my master. The purple demon spoke, gazing at Lu Jiang. Without wasting words, Lu Jiang activated the windwalking technique provided by his gloves. Suddenly, Lu Jiang's speed surged dramatically. Before the fiery warriors could arrive, he was already at the side of the purple demon. Divided into two, the magic ball in Lu Jiang's hand transformed into two magical spheres. Bang! 770, a damage value floated above the purple demon's head. This damage caused the previously indifferent purple demon to become enraged. Insignificant human, how dare you harm me? A fiery trident appeared in the purple demon's hand. It resembled the fiery trident of ordinary high-level demon soldiers, but unlike them, this one was engulfed in purple flames. With a casual swing, it unleashed a wide area of blue flames. However, Lu Jiang did not dodge at all. 980, this damage was shared among all summoned creatures. It wasn't that Lu Jiang couldn't evade, but rather that it was unnecessary. Although this purple demon wasn't very powerful, it could become troublesome over time. To defeat this purple demon, a swift resolution was required. Thus, Lu Jiang chose to endure the damage from the purple demon. Electric net divided into two. Lu Jiang directly used the electric net while employing the division technique, sending one net with each hand. The purple demon was ensnared with paralysis and binding effects. However, being a boss, the control time was quite short, but that duration was sufficient. The fiery warriors had all fire pillar. 356,377,365,388,325. The fire pillar of the fiery warriors had a drawback: it was difficult to hit. However, since the purple demon was immobilized, the fire pillars easily struck their target. I am truly angry. Despicable insect. The purple demon, having evidently never encountered such a setback, appeared extremely furious. With a swing of its trident, a mass of black energy enveloped the fiery warriors. 100,100,100. This area damage caused ongoing damage, as each fiery warrior was continuously losing health. Emerald breeze 90-90-90. Just then a gust of wind blew through, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. Under Lu Jiang's command, the green tree spirit also utilized a healing skill. This balance of increase and decrease resulted in a near equilibrium. A 10-point damage difference had little impact on the defenses of the fiery warriors. 780. Taking advantage of the purple demon's assault on the fiery warriors, Lu Jiang also launched an attack. The divided magical bullets accurately struck the purple demon once more. However, as the purple demon turned its spearhead to attack Lu Jiang again, it was ensnared by vines. The control of Shushu weakened slightly. Although it was an SS-level pet, its current level was still too low, and its opponent had a restraining attribute. The purple demon directly used the purple flames of a pitchfork to incinerate the burning vines completely. The moment it released its control, Lu Jiang's electric net cooled down again. Triggering a double effect, the purple demon was both harmed and controlled at the same time. At this moment, the fire warriors also surrounded the purple demon. 180, 221, 350, 210, 336. Those with skills should use them while those without should rely on basic attacks. The 15 fire warriors formed an unbreakable wall surrounding the boss in the center, relentlessly hacking away at it. There was no need for any control skills at this point. Jiang kept the purple demon immobilized to allow the fire warriors to encircle the boss. The strength of the fire warriors was equivalent to that of a minor boss. 15 minor bosses surrounding a slightly stronger ordinary boss was clearly without any suspense. Boss health 0. The purple demon could not withstand such a relentless assault and fell helplessly. Jiang examined the fallen purple demon to see what it dropped. Ding obtained the fire staff and the underground banquet hall teleportation scroll. Fire staff silver. Type weapon. Level requirement 5. Intelligence 60. Special effect: attacking an enemy has a small chance to inflict increased damage. Not bad. It's my first time getting a staff weapon. Having reached level 5, it was about time to finally obtain a staff. Jiang stroked it with satisfaction before placing it behind his back. Shushu, give me a vine. Jiang said to Shushu, who was bouncing on the ground. Shushu did not understand why Jiang needed a vine, but he unconditionally obeyed Jiang's request. Shushu obediently took out a vine. This made Jiang sigh. This was the benefit of having 100 favorability. Without such fixed favorability, it would be like coaxing a spoiled child to get Shushu to do anything given his noble status as a world tree. He couldn't be harsh. Being harsh would lower the favorability, and if it dropped to the point of disgust, the pet might rebel. Taking the vine from Shushu, Jiang secured the staff behind his back. He played a technique-based build where a staff only needed to increase damage. Having it on his back also counted as attribute enhancement. In fact, with a technique-based playstyle, he could use more than one staff. In his previous life, he had once carried 3. He was nicknamed the 3-staff sorcerer. However, carrying 3 staffs caused significant attribute reduction, making it barely better than just 1 staff, but with the effects of 3 staffs. Additionally, dual-wielding proficiency was manageable, but upgrading to triple-wielding proficiency was particularly difficult. Jiang had been lucky in his past life to have encountered someone selling this. Mainly, this was an obscure skill. An average player could only dual-wield, as there was no third hand for triple-wielding. Jiang happened to have what that person needed, so they exchanged. Although I asked about it vaguely at the time, I didn't fully understand how to obtain it. Jiang shook his head, he wondered if he would be able to acquire triple-wielding this time. Let's tackle this dungeon first. Jiang took out the teleportation scroll for the underground palace banquet hall. This scroll was not guaranteed to drop. If it did, it would save a lot of time directly teleporting to the ultimate boss fight. The first kill was generally guaranteed to drop. However, it didn't matter whether it dropped or not for Jiang. It was merely a time saver. For others who did not obtain this, it might be quite troublesome. The scene flashed. Jiang appeared before the entrance of a palace hall. However, the surroundings were in ruins with debris blocking the way. Clear it for me. Jiang did not act himself, letting a few fire warriors directly break apart the debris. After clearing the debris, the guards, the demon soldiers, were alerted. These demon soldiers were no match for the fire warriors. Jiang waved his hand, allowing the fire warriors to deal with the demon soldiers. Player Jiang gained 230 experience, 110 points from exceeding level 80 points from special monsters. Pet Shushu gained 230 experience, 110 points from exceeding level 80 points from special monsters. Player Jiang gained 230 experience, 110 points from exceeding level 80 points from special monsters. Pet Shushu gained 230 experience, 110 points from exceeding level 80 points from special monsters. Compared to the monsters outside, this was like a rocket level experience boost. It wasn't even called leveling up. If it weren't for having Shushu as a burden dragging down his experience, leveling up 2 or 3 levels in this round of the dungeon would have been completely feasible. However, Shushu on his shoulder had an innocent look of complete ignorance, and Jiang had no way to address it. He could only pat the little guy's head. Shushu was quite puzzled. Why did his master suddenly come to tease him while they were fighting monsters? They quickly reached the hall. However, there was a large area in front of the hall that had completely collapsed. A vast expanse of lava lay before them, and the burning damage from the lava was particularly high. Even players with dozens of levels higher could not cross it. If an ordinary player saw this, they would basically be at their wits' end. Jiang looked towards the high platform nearby. On the high platform, there was a floating fire spirit looking round and cautious, peering at Jiang and his group of invaders, yet it did not dare to come down. Jiang directly climbed up the high platform, causing the fire spirit to be startled and attempt to attack him. Jiang conjured an electric net in his hand, and since he didn't exert too much force, it remained intact. The fire spirit, upon being attacked, immediately hesitated to resist. Take me over, I won't harm you. Regardless of whether the fire spirit understood or not, he directly mounted the fire spirit. The fire spirit was extremely timid. Seeing that Jiang was stronger and had not harmed it, it did not resist. Jiang pointed to the opposite bank of the lava, and the fire spirit nodded, seemingly understanding. Although the fire warriors were fire type, they would still take considerable damage from the lava, so it was best to recall them. This included Shushu and the green tree spirit on Shushu, all of which could enter the pet space. The main concern was crossing the lava. Even riding the fire spirit, the temperature was quite frightening. Wood-type creatures wouldn't take damage from this, but it was still uncomfortable. There were only 10 fire spirits on the high platform. This meant that the final boss fight was limited to 10 participants. This was hell difficulty. Lower difficulty levels would have more fire spirits. For guilds, using a swarm tactic to push through the dungeon was nearly impossible. Only the most elite guilds could clear the dungeon in front. This included later dungeons that would also have similar participant requirements, so the standards for elite guilds would be higher than those for larger guilds. Of course, this was of no concern to Jiang. No matter how many summoned beasts he had in the future, they would only count as one person. The fire demon's spirit slowly flew over the lava. Just as it was about to reach the opposite shore, the enemy soldiers finally discovered Jiang's presence. Seeing someone daring to intrude, they immediately launched various fire magic attacks. The trajectories of the flames were not dense, as there were only a few guarding soldiers. However, an ordinary person would likely have given up upon seeing this scene. Yet Jiang was already well acquainted with it. The fire demon spirit had submitted to him, indicating he could control it. It was just like riding a horse. Those who have never ridden one cannot manage it. Jiang was an experienced rider, skillfully maneuvering the fire demon spirit to evade those attacks. As he approached the shore, Jiang leaped directly onto the ground. At the same time, he summoned his fire warrior troops along with the tree spirits. Jiang quickly dealt with the nearest enemy, while the others were completely annihilated under the onslaught of the fire warriors. Just then a flash of cold light shot by. Jiang had long been on guard. He sidestepped to evade the attack. The attack was a boomerang which returned to its owner's hand after being avoided. "You're quite nimble, little ghost." A woman in a dark red bodysuit said coldly. Named Irina. Race demon. Level 10. Health 50,000. Tier golden boss. Skills on. This was the ultimate boss. Her skills should include Dance of the Whirlwind, Dark Zone Blade Combo, Enlargement, Instant Flash, and Flame Shock. Although he could not see her skills, Jiang had a rough impression. The reason he remembered this boss so well was that it was merely a simulation puppet. A higher-level main body awaited him later. The puppet's skills were essentially simplified versions. That boss had caused Jiang significant trouble, which made him remember it, and consequently, he also on the outside. This boss had a health pool of 5,000, while this boss had 50,000 health. 50,000 health was not the most terrifying aspect. The scariest part was the limitation of 10 players. During these past 2 days of hell difficulty, it would remain unbeatable. If this were a tank boss instead, it would have at least 80 to 90,000 health. Your attacks aren't much to brag about, Jiang provocatively remarked. He currently lacked ranged attacks, so he had to entice the female assassin boss to attack him. It's quite ironic that as a semi-mage, Jiang lacked ranged attack methods. This was also a drawback of being a melee mage. In his past life, he used melee magic, and although he practiced ranged magic, one was of quasi-king level, even infinitely close to king level, while the other was close to amateur status. He always leaned towards an agile playstyle, choosing skills that enhanced his melee damage to compensate for his basic damage shortcomings. This is why he was a quasi-king. A true king is impeccable, having perfected one profession to its utmost. Although he was exceptionally strong in melee as a mage in his past life, his best results in competitions were only to reach the top 100 threshold. He was often criticized, even commentators saying he was neither fish nor fowl. After all, he was just a mage, not a professional assassin, lacking many abilities to catch people. Even though he had defeated the reigning champion assassin, it was mainly due to his playstyle countering theirs. He was not afraid of being caught, but rather others were focused on kite tactics and avoiding him. However, this time he did not need to catch anyone. Summoning the Lord class, once a ranged summoned beast appeared, it would be foolish to compare firepower with him. Ignorant human. The demoness assassin BOSS, clearly understanding human speech, scoffed. Of course, she did not have many ranged attacks. Besides the boomerang, her other throwing skills had particularly long cooldowns. Instant flash blade combo. In the blink of an eye, the female assassin boss appeared behind Jiang. Immediately, a dazzling barrage of attacks ensued using claws as her weapon with an extremely fast attack speed. Jiang did not attack immediately. His agility was insufficient, so he needed to find an opportunity to strike. Finally, after the blade combo skill was completed, a brief opening appeared. Electric net split in two. Two electric nets appeared in Jiang's hands, directly hitting the female assassin boss. Paralyzing effect. Binding effect. Damage amplification. This time 3 effects triggered, and even the weapon's effects activated. This is the power of melee magic. The trigger rate sees a massive increase. Magic bullet split in two. 2 magic bullets struck the female assassin boss. 1,500. This damage startled even Jiang. Although it was a critical hit, it was indeed somewhat frightening. This seemed to be the effect of damage amplification. Of course, there was also the matter of weapon damage. Previously, Jiang was still using a novice set. Fire Pillar 550,510,508,560,610. Meanwhile, a large group of fire warriors under Jiang's command simultaneously used Fire Pillar. With the damage amplification effect, the attack power of the fire warriors saw a tremendous increase. 15 fire warriors dealt almost 8,000 damage in this wave. Combined with the damage Lu Jiang dealt himself and the few hundred damage from the tree spirits blowing leaves, this wave dealt nearly 10,000 damage. Aunt. Burina let out a scream, her eyes turning crimson. Despicable human, you will pay the price. A wave of suction surrounded Burina, and her body began to enlarge. Dance of the whirlwind enlargement, like a spinning top, Burina spun, continuously releasing countless blades. 50, 85, 60, 78, 60. Just this one move is insane. Women are truly terrifying. This skill was almost an indiscriminate area attack. Lu Jiang could not evade. Although it was a full-screen attack, upon closer inspection, there were still gaps. However, his current agility stats were insufficient to execute such maneuvers. Ultimately, it still came down to attributes. Soon 3 frontline fire warriors were eliminated. Fire warriors, after all, are classified as warriors, not tanks. Moreover, this was not fire damage, but purely a blade attack. Verdant Wind, the tree spirits immediately cast their skill to provide group healing. Turtle come. Lu Jiang quickly summoned new summons to fill the gaps. Name Giant Sea Turtle B class. Quantity 3. Level 5. Health cap 5,000. Energy cap 100. Strength 61. Agility 18. Mentality 80. Endurance 100. Movement speed 80. Attack speed 50. Skills: Fortification, Water Cannon, Water Wall. Fortification increases defense for a certain period, stacking up to 3 layers. Water Cannon fires a water cannon, causing substantial damage. Water Wall forms a water wall that can block some ranged damage, reducing projectile speed. Good timing. Lu Jiang's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was a defensive-type summoned beast. Solidification, Water Wall. Without hesitation, Lu Jiang immediately commanded the 3 giant turtles to use their skills. The water walls created by the 3 giant turtles pieced together, reaching several meters in height. The damage from the blades passing through the water wall was instantly reduced. At the same time, the speed also decreased significantly, allowing even the clumsy fire warriors to occasionally dodge a few attacks. The healing from the green tree spirit kept up, which had previously been inadequate. However, fighting in such an environment took a toll on the 3 giant turtles, as Lu Jiang noticed negative status effects that reduced their attack and defense. Moreover, they were continuously losing health. Fortunately, the health loss was minimal, and under the recovery buff from the green tree spirit, there was hardly any damage. At first, Burina saw the 3 fire warriors fall, especially feeling a sense of accomplishment, seeing that arrogant and despicable human in a fluster. However, after a water wall appeared ahead, the group of fire warriors and that despicable human didn't even attempt to dodge. They simply watched her through the water wall. As she spun around, she felt a bit drained, like an idiot wasting her energy. Besides, she couldn't spin indefinitely. Deciding to stop spinning, Burina's gaze on the despicable human reignited her determination. She charged straight through the water wall. Just as she entered the water wall, she felt her body slow down. Not only would attacking items be weakened by the water wall, but passing through it would also slow a person down. At the moment Burina charged forward, Lu Jiang was already ready, with a complete electric net intact. Zzz. The electric net covered the water wall, emitting a terrifying sound. As Burina emerged from the water wall, she instantly fell into a paralyzed state. Water conducts electricity. In the world of myth, there are elemental chain effects. Magic bullet split. 2 magic bullets struck the female assassin boss again. 1368 damage deepened. This time there was no critical hit, but the effect of damage deepening was achieved. Fire Pillar Water Cannon 529,512,560,606. The Fire Warrior's Fire Pillar damage continued to maintain its previous high damage with the effect of damage deepening. 360,370,366. However, the damage from the 3 giant turtles' water cannons was somewhat disappointing. Moreover, what was even more frustrating was that the fire pillar had burn damage, dealing dozens of points consistently, which was still considerable damage. As a result, the giant turtle's water cannon extinguished the burning status. Forget about it. Lu Jiang shook his head, realizing he had overlooked this matter. After being hit consecutively, the boss's health dropped by 38. 5 rounds of damage would be enough to take down this golden level boss. The first kill of a golden level boss is likely to drop golden equipment. Thinking of this, Lu Jiang felt a surge of excitement. A first kill of a golden boss at hell difficulty would be unreasonable not to yield golden equipment. Oh, but at that moment the boss went berserk. Dark Area Flame Impact. The boss unleashed both powerful skills in one go, aiming to eliminate this group of detestable creatures. Solidification. Although the cooldown for the water wall had not yet finished, the 3 giant turtles applied another layer of solidification, stacking it to 2 layers. The dark area thrown out by the boss mainly consisted of dark matter that would attack. 587760. The dark matter would dissipate upon contact with objects, and Lu Jiang directly lifted 1 giant turtle to shield its head, using it as a shield. With 5,000 health points, these attacks were nothing to the giant turtle, not to mention the healing from the green tree spirit. Flame Impact. Like the fire pillar, was an upward attack. Lu Jiang held 1 giant turtle while standing on 2 others. The dark matter and flame impact were both blocked. Solidification. The cooldown for the 3rd solidification was up, and it was immediately applied again. 1822-21 The damage was reduced even further. The three giant turtles with 3 layers of solidification formed a shield wall. Shushu and the green tree spirit were both perched on Lu Jiang's shoulders assisting. The fire warriors had already spread out, launching their final attack on the boss. Remaining boss health 30587, remaining boss health 21605, remaining boss health 8700. Queen's lapdog, the master will not spare you. With Burina's final roar, she collapsed to the ground. A flash of white light appeared. Lu Jiang and Shushu both leveled up to level 6, and they were not far from level 7. Hey, let me see what loot I got. Lu Jiang approached, intending to check his spoils. Ding, congratulations on completing the first kill of the Hell difficulty dungeon. World announcement imminent. Do you want to hide your ID? The game prompt sounded. Don't hide. Lu Jiang replied calmly. Since he decided to achieve greatness in this world, he must do so. Lu Jiang recalled someone who had comprehended the heart of a king and advanced to become a king. He had never hidden his name and was always open. While hiding your ID can allow for stealthy development, not hiding your ID presents the possibility of comprehending the heart of a king. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang for completing the first clear of the Underground Palace Ruins Hell. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang for completing the first clear of the Underground Palace Ruins Hell. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jiang for completing the first clear of the Underground Palace Ruins Hell. Sword Pavilion. How far have we progressed in the assault? Number 10 looked at the message on the communicator. It was a message from the Sword King. President, we are currently fighting at the adventure level and just took down the first boss. Number 10 replied immediately, having not had the time to respond earlier due to battling the boss. Good, steady progress step by step. Once I complete this important task, we'll directly assault the king level. Your current task is to gather as much information as possible. The Sword King nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I have already sent several top data analysts and researchers from the guild. Number 10 nodded. By the way, what about Jiang? Wasn't this dungeon discovered by him? The Sword King suddenly remembered this matter and inquired of number 10. I left someone outside to keep watch, but so far they haven't seen Jiang enter the dungeon. Number 10 reported truth. That's strange. It has been a while since the dungeon opened, and it's clear from the world announcement that he didn't enter as the Sword King found it odd. Logically, shouldn't it have been revealed long ago? As for Jiang clearing the dungeon, that thought never crossed his mind. Although the shape of the domain was glimpsed from Jiang, a true domain master wouldn't be able to clear a dungeon solo at this time. The top-tier main group of the Sword Pavilion had only just managed to take down the first boss after so long. A single player, no matter how strong, has limits. Are you sure he didn't exit early? The Sword King expressed some doubts, thinking Jiang might have left already. Although our main group didn't arrive first, there were Sword Pavilion members in the area at the time, so we had been monitoring the situation here from the beginning. Number 10 shook his head. At this moment, the world announcement sounded. Both Sword King no. 10 and the other person were dumbfounded. Him. No. 10 was incredulous. Previously, Sword King had said she had no chance against Jiang, and she did not believe it. Now she believed it. Leading a team to tackle adventure levels was already so difficult. Jiang soloed the Hell difficulty. Wouldn't that just mean he could easily defeat her? Sword King was also stunned. He knew Jiang was powerful and had even grasped the rudiments of a domain, which meant his future was limitless. But that was also a limitless future, right? Yet it seemed like he was already limitless now. Oh, could there be anything more outrageous than this? 10, we need to clear the instance, but you must exit the dungeon immediately. Without hesitation, Sword King said, activate class recruitment resources ahead of time. Huh. President, we can't gather the resources immediately. No. 10 was a bit flustered, thinking that Jiang couldn't escape for the time being. Moreover, mobilizing class resources also required some time, and she did not have that many resources at hand. Whatever we have, we will count it, and the rest will be promised payments. Without a second thought, Sword King waved his hand. I understand. No. 10 nodded, having grasped the meaning. At this moment, Lu Jiang was checking his loot. Golden rocket boots, golden type, shoes level requirement, 5 speed 70, agility 100 special effect. Your powerful jumps will significantly increase your bounce. Magic resistant shield, silver type, shield level requirement, 5 constitution 50 attached, skill magic resistant, shield creates a shield that can nullify magic. Excess damage will shatter the shield. Windclaw, golden type, weapon equipment requirement requires 100 points of agility attached, skill spinning dance, dark zone spinning dance, performs a continuous spin for 5 seconds, releasing blade attacks during the process, dealing blade damage. In close combat, dark zone, frozen. Item bomb, creating a dark zone that continuously deals dark damage within the area. Double yellow, impressive, 2 pieces of golden lord equipment dropped. Even Lu Jiang, accustomed to seeing great waves, felt quite surprised. Lord equipment was very hard to drop, but it might take 10,000 repetitions to drop even one. The Hell first kill greatly increased drop rates. However, Lu Jiang's expectation was just to casually drop a piece of golden equipment. He never dreamed of dropping lord weapons. Moreover, to drop 2 pieces of lord weapons felt too unbelievable to Lu Jiang. Honestly, the bonus from the Hell first kill might at most yield 1 top piece. 2 pieces was simply absurd. Of course, if it's free, take it. If you get it, it's still free. Just as Lu Jiang was preparing to pick them up, a game prompt suddenly appeared. Warning: picking up 2 pieces of Lord equipment will trigger a hidden event. Do you wish to continue picking them up? Hint: picking up any single piece will not trigger the hidden event. The hidden event only applies to picking up all pieces. Lu Jiang chuckled, saying it was impossible to drop 2 Lord equipment. It seemed this was waiting for him. Dropping 2 pieces of golden equipment wouldn't surprise him, but dropping 2 pieces of Lord equipment was indeed astonishing. Check the penalties and rewards. As an experienced player, Lu Jiang knew that such hidden events usually came with both penalties and rewards. Hint: successfully completing the hidden event allows you to choose to promote 1 piece of equipment. Of failure results in losing both pieces of Lord equipment. Looking at the system prompt, Lu Jiang pondered for a moment. Such hidden events typically had high difficulty. Even if the system asked him to attack a level 30 boss, now he wouldn't find anything strange about it. Success and failure were roughly equivalent. One could even say success would be more advantageous. Promoting equipment could elevate it to dark gold, and 10 pieces of golden equipment wouldn't exchange for 1 piece of dark gold. Check the buff status. Such hidden events often also had buff enhancements, so of course if it were too easy it might. Blue unlimited CD 70, slow 30, 2 positive buffs, and 1 negative buff. Alright, I accept. Lu Jiang showed no fear, revealing a kingly demeanor. At the entrance of the dungeon, there was already a sea of people, including guild players, but most were solo players. At this moment, a commotion arose in the crowd. The members of the Phantom Guild have come out. Someone quickly noticed. The members of the Phantom Guild appeared at the entrance. They had just defeated the final boss at the normal level. Seeing a hope to defeat the final boss, everyone thought about snatching a first kill of a normal dungeon, which would also be a small renown. However, when they heard this announcement, World announcement: congratulations to player Nu Jiang for completing the Underground Palace Ruins Hell first kill. Everyone lost interest in the dungeon. Someone had soloed the Hell difficulty while they were still struggling with the normal dungeon. Even if they cleared it, there would be no praise, but instead they would be mocked. Just then the boss entered a rage state, and with a moment's distraction they were wiped out. The Phantom Fire also quickly decided to stop fighting and wait for Nu Jiang. Now possessing Nu Jiang was equivalent to having a gold mine in the dungeon. The entire guild would see a crazy increase in equipment due to Nu Jiang's joining. The president had already stated that they would spare no effort to recruit Nu Jiang. As for Nightfall, I'm going to take on Nightfall. The Phantom Fire mage had already rolled up his sleeves, saying, where are the Nightfall people? Come out. This was Phantom Fire's idea. Nu Jiang had a major conflict with Nightfall, right? He might as well take advantage of Nu Jiang's absence to beat up the Nightfall players. Oh, wouldn't that quickly boost his favorability? What's going on? Why are the members of the Phantom Guild fighting the Nightfall Guild? I don't know. The Nightfall people are here too. We're just here to watch the excitement. I think I understand. Brother, what do you understand? The Nightfall people have had conflicts with Nu Jiang, and the Phantom Guild has no grievances with Nightfall. Now they are clashing with Nightfall just to gain favor in front of Nu Jiang. Nu Jiang's reputation is so great, joining the Phantom Guild means even Nightfall would think twice before. Everyone made way, and the path led directly to the area where Nightfall was. The person from the Dark Knight was pulled out feeling quite embarrassed. He was also in the team, but this time he was merely an outer member without any status. The leader of this Dark Knight team was someone named Ingu, who was also an assassin. Ingu was feeling quite irritable. Before leading the team out, Monkey Boss had specifically instructed not to provoke Nu Jiang and to conduct a covert investigation first. As a result, they found nothing about Nu Jiang, but encountered the rabid Ghost Fire. How could he not know that the Ghost Guild clearly had their eyes on Nu Jiang, wanting to recruit him? They were merely using the Dark Knight as a stepping stone. At this critical moment, he couldn't back down. If he did, how would the people of Dark Knight survive in the world in the future? This would lead to a significant loss of personnel, a burden he could not bear. He glared fiercely at Yi. This incident was all caused by him. Yi shrank back, still unaware of what made Nu Jiang so remarkable. It was one thing for Ghost Fire to grovel, but Monkey Boss was also quite wary of Nu Jiang. Ghost Fire, your master hasn't even appeared yet, and you're already so eager to be a lapdog. Facing the outside, Ingu struck hard with sarcasm at Ghost Fire. Upon hearing this, Ghost Fire's expression soured, and the other members of the Ghost Guild also looked displeased. To be honest, many people were inwardly opposed to the guild's actions, as it was too humiliating. However, they were insignificant and didn't dare to voice their opinions. At this moment, being poked at the sore spot, it was clear that he felt a mix of anger and shame. Ingu, all you can do is talk. Today, the Dark Knight members will all go back in disgrace. Ghost Fire was certainly embarrassed and angry. He usually held a high position in the Ghost Guild. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If you provoke the Dark Knight, the Ghost Guild will have no place left to level up. Ingu responded firmly. The others in the Ghost Guild felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing this. They didn't always team up with the guild. It was quite normal for small groups to team up for leveling. If the Dark Knight issued a kill order against them, and guess words were no joke. The Dark Knight indeed had that capability, which was why the Ghost Guild had never provoked them. The Dark Knight was not a guild, it was an organization. Members typically hid as individual players coming together to act when necessary. Even if they wanted to wage a full-scale war against the Dark Knight, they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't engage in open combat. Instead, they would continuously annoy from the shadows. Ghostfire was already prepared. He had anticipated this. He dared to say this because he considered the threat of the Dark Knight. The greater their resistance, the more Jiang would feel indebted to the Ghost Guild. Just as Ghostfire was about to initiate a group PK with the Dark Knight, several players emerged from the dungeon, who said there was no place to level up. In the grand world of myth, are you a local emperor? A melodious voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look. That's the emblem of the Sword Pavilion. Has the Sword Pavilion also intervened in this matter? No way, I thought the Ghost Guild was the limit, but now even the Sword Pavilion wants to recruit Jiang. The crowd revealed the identities of the newcomers. Seeing someone speaking up for him made Ghostfire initially happy, but upon recognizing the newcomers his expression changed. No way has someone from the Sword Pavilion taken a liking to Jiang. Ghostfire felt a bit anxious. In terms of power, the Ghost Guild was leagues apart from the Sword Pavilion. They weren't even in the same league. If the Sword Pavilion truly had its eyes on Jiang, the Ghost Guild wouldn't have even a sliver of strength to struggle. Similarly, Ingu from the Dark Knight felt a chill when he saw the Sword Pavilion's people arrive. They weren't particularly afraid of opposing the Ghost Guild. After all, the overall strength of the Ghost Guild was at a similar. In fact, due to the unique nature of the Dark Knight, it was often the Ghost Guild that suffered the most. But the involvement of the Sword Pavilion was entirely different. It was like two unarmed young kids fighting, when suddenly a muscular man armed to the teeth comes to assist, especially since the muscular man seemed to disregard his adult dignity entirely. Was there any suspense left? Run. Ingu completely disregarded face. He didn't have the courage to confront the Sword Pavilion. Running away from the Ghost Guild would invite scorn, but no one would think that way if he fled from the Sword Pavilion. They were on entirely different levels. Even if he ran, no one would dare to laugh at him. Whoever laughs gets involved. However, just as Ingu turned around, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Jiang. It turned out Jiang had already come out. However, with the major powers engaged in their own battles, let me borrow this. Jiang smiled, splitting the magical projectile in his hand into two, hitting Ingu and his nearby subordinate. 1188, 1261, two damage numbers appeared above their heads. Ingu even forgot to dodge, perhaps it was that he simply had no way to evade. He felt a breath locking onto him. Both were assassins, and assassins naturally had low health and defense. They couldn't withstand such damage. Instantly eliminated. Quest started. Demonic Aura Eruption. Kill 1,000 players to seal the Demonic Aura time limit within 1 hour. Current progress, 21,000. Looking at his quest panel, Jiang smiled helplessly. Today World Announcement player Jiang from Giant Stone Village has turned dark. Killing player Jiang guarantees 100 acquisition of golden equipment, golden rocket boots, Gale Claw. During this event, being killed by Jiang incurs only half of the normal experience penalty, and equipment does not drop time limit within 1 hour. World Announcement player Jiang from Giant Stone Village has turned dark. Killing player Jiang guarantees 100 acquisition of golden equipment, golden rocket boots, Gale Claw. During this event, being killed by Jiang incurs only half of the normal experience penalty, and equipment does not drop time limit within 1 hour. World Announcement player Jiang from Giant Stone Village has turned dark. Killing player Jiang guarantees 100 acquisition of golden equipment, golden rocket boots, Gale Claw. During this event, being killed by Jiang incurs only half of the normal experience penalty, and equipment does not drop time limit within 1 hour. 3 world announcements rang out simultaneously. Golden equipment. Countless eyes were drawn to these words. Moreover, what was even more enticing was that clicking on the golden equipment text in the world announcement would display its attributes. These attributes for the golden equipment are incredibly powerful. To be honest, I want the golden equipment on Jiang. Many people were tempted by the task of killing Jiang. The shock of taking down 2 Knight players was nothing compared to this. This time it was Jiang against the entire player base of Stone Village. Jiang was just a player after all. No matter how strong he was, he remained merely a player. Moreover, the penalty for being killed by Jiang during the event had been reduced to just half of the usual experience penalty. There was no equipment drop, which practically encouraged participation in the event. For a moment, the players looked at Jiang as if they were hungry wolves spotting their prey. Naturally, Jiang looked at the players with equal hunger. Many players had already sneaked close to him, ready to strike at any moment. Lord Jiang, I come to assist you. At that moment, Ghostfire suddenly shouted. He came with a group from the Ghost Guild standing protectively by Jiang's side. Damn, this is too shameless. Ingu was right. Ghostfire has thick brows and big eyes, but in the end he's just as sick. I'm convinced the Ghost Guild is really disgusting, aren't they? Just preventing everyone from doing the quest. And the Sword Pavilion hasn't expressed their stance, yet let's wait and see. Right, with 2 pieces of special golden equipment, the Sword Pavilion probably doesn't have any stock left either. Thus, all eyes turned to number 10. Ghostfire nervously looked at number 10. Honestly, he wasn't afraid of number 10 attacking Jiang. 2 pieces of golden equipment were indeed very tempting, but could recruiting Jiang be worth the 2 pieces? That would be a golden equipment production machine. Conversely, if the Sword Pavilion intervened, it would push Lu Jiang towards their ghost guild, giving them a chance to recruit him. Mr. Lu Jiang, would you mind if I add another piece of golden equipment? Number 10 extended her hand, revealing a golden quality staff before Lu Jiang. This was just one of the SSS-Grade recruitment resources, but she had yet to gather all her resources, and this was currently the most valuable one. Seeing the Sword Pavilion do this, everyone was stunned. The Sword Pavilion and the Ghost Guild together were enough to contend against these scattered players. Lu Jiang wasn't a fool. He knew they were doing this merely to recruit him. If you can kill me during this event, I will. However, Lu Jiang's next words left the members of both guilds dumbfounded. What was this situation? Was there really such a person? How arrogant could one be confident enough to challenge all the scattered players and the powers of two major guilds? However, the scattered players were overjoyed. They saw an opportunity. In truth, Lu Jiang just wanted to complete the task quickly. As for how many people, he didn't care at all. Mr. Lu Jiang, I understand. Let me take you on alone. Number 10 drew a slender sword. If I lose the Sword Pavilion, we'll withdraw from this conflict. Just you alone. Lu Jiang was somewhat reluctant to bully others. Yes. Feeling Lu Jiang's dismissive gaze, Number 10's pride was ignited. Despite the possibility that she might not be Lu Jiang's opponent, as the guild leader had said, she felt there was still a chance. Perhaps Lu Jiang had other tactics in his dungeon. PK and dungeons are not the same. Fine. Time was pressing. Lu Jiang didn't want to waste any more time. Number 10 drew her slender sword, and with a clever positioning appeared behind Lu Jiang. Swish. Did I succeed? As she saw her sword almost strike Lu Jiang, Number 10 felt a bit incredulous. Was it really this simple? However, before the attack could land on Lu Jiang, a paralyzing sensation rendered her immobile instantly. The electric net had already struck her first. Her sword was not faster than Lu Jiang's technique. Magic ball split in two. The attack halted just a centimeter away from Number 10. I lost. Number 10 sheathed her sword, feeling a bit dejected. I have learned, Mr. Lu Jiang. The Sword Pavilion withdrew. I also withdraw. Ghost Fire was somewhat helpless. Since the Sword Pavilion had failed, he had neither the ability nor the willingness to offend Lu Jiang. The Ghost Guild withdrew. This left Lu Jiang a bit disappointed. He had initially thought he could farm a few more players, but in the end, both guilds had withdrawn. Of course, Lu Jiang wasn't a mad dog. He wouldn't chase after others once they voluntarily backed down. Those who want golden equipment, come on. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures appeared. 3 giant sea turtles and 15 flame warriors. After defeating the BOSS, he had already leveled up to level 6, and his limit increased by 3. Every monster here was equivalent to a small boss. Lu Jiang needed double experience to level up, but most players were only at level 5 or 6. Facing the level 6 small boss was already tough enough, not to mention these small bosses were also controlled by Lu Jiang. What are those? Is it a special ability after darkening? Who cares? Just wipe them all out and capture Lu Jiang to finish the job. At this point, hundreds of players had gathered. Those who dared to come to the dungeon during this time were either guild members or high-end solo players. Quickly, players gathered together, intending to break through the encirclement of flame warriors first. The flame warriors' slow speed and poor hit rate didn't have a significant impact here. The dungeon waiting area wasn't wide at all. It felt cramped when everyone surged towards Lu Jiang. The fire pillars of the flame warriors swept over in large waves. The flames swept across, also affecting a large area. Meanwhile, the green tree spirits began to heal in groups, allowing the flame warriors to endure a bit longer. Lu Jiang could only see system notifications continuously refreshing. Current progress 321000, current progress 811000, current progress 1251000, current progress 2081000, current progress 2861000. Players were falling one after another. However, some flame warriors did fall, but 3 giant sea turtles activated full defense, guarding Lu Jiang. Facing the players who broke through, the tree spirits entangled them all with vines, while Lu Jiang unleashed nearly cooldown-free magic bullets, taking them down one by one. Moreover, even if he did get hit by a skill, it was no big deal. The damage he received was shared among all summoned beasts. With a 70 reduction in cooldown, his summoning skills were also very quick. After wiping out the players who broke through, Lu Jiang casually summoned, and the number of flame warriors was replenished to 15. Can you summon again? Lu Jiang is too powerful. He really can take on hundreds alone. I'm convinced call more people. This is too difficult to handle without reinforcements. Players looked at the reactivated flame warriors, feeling a reluctance to fight. In the distance, even though the Sword Pavilion and the Ghost Guild had withdrawn, they had not left. So this is his true strength. Number 10 recalled how she had been subdued by Lu Jiang, with a single move, feeling a wave of gloom rise within her. It turned out that she hadn't even reached the level where he would take her seriously. The speed of the progress bar's rise is clearly slowing down. The players in the waiting area of the instance are almost all killed by Lu Jiang. Why haven't those people respawned yet? Let's escape, but we don't have enough people to fight back. It's not that they haven't come. A look at the distance, they're all just watching the show. Damn, they're all hoping to profit without putting in any work. I'm out. I'm leaving. Even at the peak of numbers, they couldn't break through Lu Jiang's defense line. Now that there are fewer people, there's even less chance of victory. Although the experience penalty has been halved, that's still a significant loss. At this stage, even half the experience would require grinding monsters for an hour or two to make up for it. Especially now that the instance has opened, the early exploration is all about trading experience for equipment. There simply isn't time to make up for the lost experience. Moreover, many players realize that Lu Jiang is not easy to kill, so they are watching from a distance. No one wants to work for free, so everyone might as well stop playing. This is how solo players are. Without the cohesion of a large guild, each person makes choices based on their own interests. It looks like there are many, but they're just a rabble. What's going on? Why is everyone running? While fighting, Lu Jiang noticed that no one was charging at him anymore. With no one charging at him, he couldn't chase anyone either. The Fire Warrior is a heavy class, high in damage and defense, but slow in speed. The Giant Turtle is even slower, a heavy meat shield with almost no speed. The Ice Bear isn't known for agility either. Only the Desert Wolf can keep up with the players, but it is merely an elite monster. Without BOS-level defenses in a chaotic battle of 100 players, any player could easily eliminate him. Although the Fire Warrior is merely a small boss level, its defense already exerts BOS-level pressure on players, allowing it to withstand attacks. Hey, don't you want golden equipment? Lu Jiang shouted loudly at the fleeing players. Upon hearing this, the players ran even faster without looking back, fearing that Lu Jiang would catch up. What a nuisance. Lu Jiang glanced at the time. There were only about 20 minutes left. Chasing after them was unrealistic, and hunting solo players in the wild was also unfeasible. Time was running out. Failing the mission would mean losing 2 pieces of golden equipment. This failure is not just due to being killed by players, but also includes not completing the mission within the time limit. Suddenly, Lu Jiang remembered something. The soldier who issued the instance mission seemed to be the captain of the soldiers from Giant Stone Village. No matter what, I'm going for it, Lu Jiang said as he recalled all his summoned beasts and took out the return stone. Don't run, it seems Lu Jiang has stopped chasing. Hurry, look. It seems Lu Jiang is using the return stone. Huh, what does he want to do by returning? The players were puzzled upon seeing Lu Jiang return. How about we return and see? Yes, there are NPCs in the city. Well, I don't believe he would dare to kill us in front of them. Let's go back. For a moment, everyone followed Lu Jiang back to the city. Although they couldn't provoke Lu Jiang since he chose to return, there might be some opportunity. Who would want to miss the chance to obtain golden equipment? In Giant Stone Village, players were bustling about in the village. Some were completing quests, some were setting up stalls to sell equipment, and others were just playing casually. Hey, fresh equipment and skill books, don't miss out. A player was shouting to attract customers. Suddenly, he saw, friend, would you like to take a look? I have an abundance of equipment and skill books here, and the prices are cheaper than other stalls. The player at the stall wore a shrewd smile. In truth, all he had were trashy items, and he counted it a success if he could deceive a newbie. However, he hadn't reacted yet when he saw the newcomer casting a magic missile. 1,180. The stall player looked incredulously at the newcomer, confirming that he was indeed setting up shop in a safe zone. Bystanders were equally astonished, as this was a safe zone where many players conducted business. Did he just instantly kill the stall owner for a trivial reason? Then a group of fire warriors appeared in the safe zone. These fire warriors seemed intent on killing anyone they encountered. I recognize him, he is Lu Jiang. I know there's an event going on. How did Lu Jiang manage to kill in the city? Where are the NPCs? Why haven't they shown up yet? A group of players recognized Lu Jiang and began to shout. However, there were simply too many players in the village, and even escaping was slow due to the crowd. Especially since this was the trading area where buyers and sellers were bustling about. This place was specifically chosen by Lu Jiang, and he even spent a few precious minutes to come here. Here players couldn't engage in PK, so the NPCs were positioned far away. Lu Jiang now had special equipment. He had turned dark akin to a monster. The safe zone offered no protection against monsters. The progress is now at 668, 1000, 726, 1000, 811, 1000, 899, 1000, 963, 1000. Hurry up faster. Lu Jiang calculated the time until the NPC arrived, feeling slightly anxious. This is outrageous. Lu Jiang is here killing in the safe zone. The NPC will arrive shortly. Surely the golden equipment would drop upon being killed by the NPC. Let's wait. Lu Jiang will pay for his arrogance. At this moment, the players who had been following him from the instance area also found Lu Jiang. They knew Lu Jiang was not to be trifled with, and were on the verge of giving up. Unexpectedly, they found Lu Jiang had lost his mind, and actually came to kill in the city. Once the NPC arrived, they were certain Lu Jiang would be instantly eliminated. Just 10 more, 5 more, 3 more. Lu Jiang had already personally entered the fray, whether they were newbies or not, he showed no mercy. The progress is now at 1000, Alright. Lu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. World announcement: player Lu Jiang from Giant Stone Village has successfully turned dark. The players have lost, and the event has ended. World announcement: player Lu Jiang from Giant Stone Village has successfully turned dark. The players have lost, and the event has ended. Damn, he just completed the mission for us. Lu Jiang is too strong, treating us players like monsters to farm. No wonder, he could be the first to clear the hell instance. Don't rush, the NPC is coming. Even if the event is over, there is a chance to drop equipment upon being killed. Although the event had ended, some still noticed the NPC's arrival. Everyone wanted to see what Lu Jiang would do. Having killed the monsters from the hell instance, and so many players, there was no way he would dare to kill the NPCs too, right? That would simply be absurd. Among the players there were also streamers. Someone immediately broadcasted the earlier scene. Killing God Nu Jiang, slaughtering in the dungeon area and rampaging against players in the city. This is terrifying, brother. There's no safety, even in the safe zone of the city. Condemnation. Just now I was setting up a stall in the city, and out of nowhere Nu Jiang killed me. I didn't even participate in that event. But a free gift is a free gift. By the way, it's I who should be thanking you. Wire shook his head and said with a smile. Lu Jiang smiled and waved his hand, leaving the room. Even the girls are being bullied. Ew, I hope I can catch Nu Jiang. The one above is a seasoned fanboy. The one above is a keyboard warrior. Stop messing around. The NPC is coming. Ew, let's see how the NPC punishes Nu Jiang. At that moment the NPC arrived. Lu Jiang was correct. The visitor was indeed the soldier who had issued the quest that day. He was the commander of the giant stone village soldiers. Stop. Clearly the soldier commander recognized Lu Jiang, but still intervened. After all, the task was already completed. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Jiang instantly recalled all his summoned beasts. He had no weapons on him anyway. His staff was carried on his back, and he spread his hands to show he meant no harm. Take him away. Lu Jiang did not resist and followed the NPC away. After all, he still had the quest rewards to collect. It was no big deal to balance it out. In comparison to the rewards for upgrading to dark gold equipment, Lu Jiang still valued the dark gold equipment even more. Haha, the NPC didn't kill Nu Jiang on the spot, but took him away. Oh, he's probably going to jail. This is far worse than being killed by an NPC. If he's stuck for a few days, or even more than 10 days, Nu Jiang will be kicked out of the first tier. What a shame for such a powerful god. What a shame. You haven't been killed by him. I'm just an innocent passerby who got killed by him. Where do I go to reason with that? Ha, even though I'm not in Giant Stone Village, I'm inexplicably happy. The one above is just jealous. He's been out for over 10 days and 2 pieces of golden equipment are 100 times stronger than you, Lemon Essence. Many envious people online saw Lu Jiang seemingly fall and began to shout online. The soldier brought Lu Jiang into a small room. The soldier commander asked the other soldiers to step back, leaving only Lu Jiang and the soldier commander in the room. I knew you would be affected by the demonic influence, so as soon as I sensed you were back in the village, I prepared to come find you personally. The soldier commander took off his armor and smiled, saying, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wire." Hello. Lu Jiang politely nodded to Wire. Don't be so formal. Speaking of which, you completed that task, and I owe you my thanks. Wire laughed heartily and asked, "What reward do you want?" Wire's attitude was somewhat unexpected for Lu Jiang. In his past life, those who completed this task had failed the hidden event, so there were no rumors about it at all. It turned out that the demonic influence was something the NPC knew about, and it seemed he didn't plan to pursue Lu Jiang's earlier actions. This could be considered a pleasant surprise, as he was already prepared to give up the reward and balance it out. If possible, I'd like to learn the dual-wielding skill book. Being able to choose a skill, Lu Jiang reported a skill he currently needed the most. Although dual-wielding wasn't particularly rare, it was still relatively difficult to obtain. Moreover, tri-wielding required the prerequisite skill of dual-wielding to upgrade. The dual-wielding skill, Wire fell into thought, and then took out a book. I just happened to have one. Years ago I intended to learn dual-wielding myself, but later I injured my left arm and couldn't exert much strength, so this book is of no use to me. Wire said somewhat helplessly. Lu Jiang took the skill book. Dual-wielding skill book upon learning grants proficiency in dual-wielding. Dual-wielding proficiency allows wielding 2 weapons, reducing the damage reduction effect of dual-wielding weapons. Without any hesitation, Lu Jiang directly learned this skill. Thank you, Commander Wire. Lu Jiang said with a smile as he prepared to leave. You don't have a second staff, do you? I have a standard staff here, you can make do with it. Wire took a staff from the nearby weapon. Soldier standard staff, silver type, weapon level requirement 5 intelligence, 50 special effect, attacking enemies, has a chance to add 200 fixed damage. Thank you so much. Lu Jiang didn't mind. Although it was indeed, as Commander Wire said, this was just an ordinary standard staff, and its attribute effects were considered quite low among silver equipment. But a free gift is a free gift. By the way, it's I who should be thanking you. Wire shook his head and said with a smile. Lu Jiang smiled and waved his hand, leaving the room. La 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 la. A player on the street was happily humming a song. He was the first player that Lu Jiang had killed. Originally feeling extremely gloomy upon hearing that Lu Jiang had been locked up, he felt immensely relieved. Bro, what's making you so happy? Suddenly, a player struck up a conversation with him. What else could it be? It's that idiot Nu Jiang. He was killing people randomly in the city and got caught. Obviously, he was in a good mood and casually replied to the newcomer, bro. Just as he was about to continue chatting, he noticed the newcomer's face. Nu Jiang. Oh my god, Nu Jiang is out. Oh, everyone run. That player was instantly scared out of his wits, nearly rolling away. He didn't want to be killed by Jiang again. Jiang was a ruthless player who could kill players in the city. What? Jiang is out. Damn it, he killed hundreds or thousands of players and the NPC isn't punishing him. Does he own this game? I'm done. Or is this game allowing PK and killing people in the city? Run. If Jiang spots you, he'll just kill you directly. As Jiang passed through the street, players were scared and fled in all directions. The scene of slaughtering thousands of players was still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to lose experience for nothing. Why are you all running? The event is over. He can't continue killing, can he? Exactly. If you're this timid, you shouldn't play games. Of course, some players rationally analyzed that it was just a task early. However, despite what they said when Jiang passed by them, they couldn't help but tremble. No one dared to make eye contact with Jiang, fearing being targeted by this ruthless person, especially now that there were no events, and they could lose experience and equipment. This news spread rapidly, and soon someone posted on the forum. Giant Stone Village harbors a large villain slaughtering thousands of players, released by NPC without punishment. Analysis: why did Giant Stone Village release Jiang? Can Jiang kill ordinary players at will in the city? The title of the first person in Giant Stone Village is indisputable: Jiang. At this moment, the Sword Pavilion is engaged in a battle against the final boss of the adventure level in the ruins of the underground palace. Having learned from a previous defeat, the Sword Pavilion now feels quite at ease with the rejoining of number 10. With a flash, the boss was cut down in a clean and decisive manner amidst its rampage. As expected of number 10, the main leader personally recognized by the Sword King. Indeed, there are hardly any opponents for sister number 10 in the guild. However, I heard that just now she was defeated by Jiang in a single move outside. With so many summoned beasts, each comparable to a small boss, who could possibly win against him? Shoo! I heard sister number 10 lost in a 1v1 confrontation without using summoned beasts. What? Jiang didn't use summoned beasts and still defeated sister number 10 in one move. At this moment, the few people quietly discussing suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Seeing number 10 behind them, they immediately put on awkward smiles. Let's take a short break. Data specialists, please hurry up and organize the data for the analysis room. We'll continue tackling the boss level later. Number 10 cast a cold glance at several people before walking away. Alone, she retreated to a secluded spot. Beep. The communicator connected. Number 10, you look a bit listless, said the Sword King indifferently. I'm sorry I couldn't recruit him, and brought shame to the Sword Pavilion. Number 10 recalled the scene, with Jiang, her expression tinged with sadness. Being defeated by someone who didn't use summoned beasts struck her deeply, potentially leaving a shadow that would follow her for life. I've seen the video. I was uncertain before, but now I'm sure. Even if I went personally, I could only last a little longer than you, and that's under the condition that he doesn't use summoned beasts. The Sword King shook his head with a bitter smile. How could that be? In number 10's heart, the Sword King was nearly invincible. She had never seen the Sword King lose. There's nothing impossible. I'm not invincible. There are plenty of people stronger than me. You just haven't encountered them yet. Jiang is the first one you've encountered. The Sword King openly acknowledged this. Is that really the case? Number 10's gaze reflected disbelief. While 1v1 might be like this game isn't just about 1v1 or the entire Sword Pavilion. His summoned beasts and tactics might not be able to handle the entire Sword Pavilion. He may easily wipe out 1,000 casual players, but when facing 1,000 elite members of the Sword Pavilion, he would be left helpless. The Sword King comforted number 10, urging her not to lose confidence. Number 10 understood that the Sword King was trying to comfort her, but what he said did indeed hold some truth. Although she couldn't defeat Jiang, she could handle several of his fire summons. Moreover, there were many other exceptional individuals in the Sword Pavilion like her, making it seem that without summoned beasts, Jiang really had little chance against 1,000 elite players. President, I understand now. Thank you. Number 10 regained her confidence. Given Jiang's personality, if he could reject the Sword Pavilion, other guilds would likely also be beneath his notice. This also meant that Jiang was destined to remain a lone wolf. Indeed, sometimes it isn't necessary to stubbornly pursue every idea. Next time I meet Jiang, perhaps I will find another way to defeat him. A glimmer of hope appeared in number 10's eyes. Seeing her like this, the Sword King felt relieved. He was afraid that Jiang would completely extinguish her confidence, leading her into despair. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang was caught in a dilemma. Should I upgrade my claws or my boots? He could claim the dark gold reward for the upgrade, but he hadn't decided which one to choose. From a long-term perspective, the rocket boots would definitely be more cost-effective. However, Jiang could guess that the effect of upgrading the rocket boots to dark gold would simply allow him to jump higher. The problem is that rocket boots are typically used for climbing slopes and aren't very useful in actual combat. Should he jump up and become a target? As for jumping on trees, the golden ones would suffice. The attack power of the claws is quite low, and even if upgraded to dark gold, the weapon's attack remains minimal. However, the advantage is that claws belong to special weapon types and do not count towards the limit of equipped items. But usually no one uses claws. Archers can't draw a bow with claws. Mages are hindered in casting spells with claws. Tanks can't hold shields with claws, and swordsmen would also be affected when holding a sword with claws. Thus, besides some special classes, very few people use claws. Only unique unarmed classes are minimally affected. Lu Jiang, being an unarmed magic king, finds that using claws does not hinder spellcasting. He can even use them for melee attacks. He'll go with the claws. After much deliberation, Lu Jiang decided to upgrade the claws. In the long run, the boots may be more practical, but the claws significantly enhance his immediate combat power. Moreover, it's just dark gold equipment. He is confident that he can obtain better gear later when needed. Windstorm Claw, dark gold type, special weapon equipment requirement, requires 100 agility to equip this weapon. Attached skills: Spinning Dance, dark area enlargement, instant flash, flame impact. Spinning Dance, perform a continuous spin for 5 seconds, releasing flying blade attacks that deal blade damage in close combat. Dark area, throw a prop bomb to create a dark area, continuously inflicting dark damage within the range. Enlargement, temporarily enlarge, increasing health, defense, and attack during enlargement. Instant flash, instantly flash to a designated location. Flame impact, creates flames on the ground, causing impact damage from below. Goodness, just a missed blade combo, and I would have copied the boss skills completely. Lu Jiang couldn't help but exclaim while looking at the upgraded dark gold Windstorm Claw. The main function of Lord's equipment is to replicate the skills of the Lord. The higher the level of the Lord's equipment, the more skills it replicates, and naturally the better the effects. Oh, and I have a magic immunity shield. Oh, I might as well turn it into money. Lu Jiang just remembered that he still had a silver magic immunity shield. He had been busy with other matters and had completely forgotten about this. In Giant Stone Village, the market area. After the new Jiang incident, the market area had returned to its previous hustle and bustle. The number of players trading had increased again, and it looked just like before. He's here, he's coming again. Someone suddenly, what do you mean who's coming? You're talking nonsense. The person next to him immediately shoved him in dissatisfaction. Following the gaze of the shouting player, he looked over. New Jiang is here, New Jiang is here. Run. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This voice drew everyone's attention. Originally, this area was a gathering place for players to trade. The better spots had long been occupied by professional stall owners, leaving ordinary players to sell their goods only in remote corners. Usually such places are crowded, and getting in is a challenge. However, Lu Jiang found that he didn't need to squeeze through it all. Moreover, he didn't have to set up his stall at the edges. The central areas were completely vacant. Walking to the most prominent golden stall, people around him kept a distance of over 100 meters, as Lu Jiang's fearsome reputation had long since permeated the community. Only a small girl remained at the golden position, refusing to leave. Countless people looked at her with deep respect. What does it mean to be calm? What does it mean to be unhurried? What does it mean to be fearless? As Lu Jiang approached closer, the little girl remained composed, not retreating an inch. Look at her, even a little girl can stand up to oppression. How shameful! Shouldn't we as gamers have some spirit? Let's go back, everyone. If Lu Jiang attacks us, we will unite against him. Some people were inspired by the little girl's. Just as the players were fueled by their passion to fight back, they heard the little girl's weak voice. Lu Jiang I'm out of stamina and can't run anymore. The little girl looked pitifully at Lu Jiang, her hand holding a piece of bread trembling. In this game, when stamina runs low, one cannot perform any intense actions. She wasn't a combat player, she was purely a lifestyle player trying to save money by eating less in the early stages. However, upon hearing her words, the player's fiery spirits were immediately extinguished. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, her legs were numb. Lu Jiang glanced at the little girl, disregarding her, and continued with his own matters. Bang! A large shield was thrown out by him. 20 gold coins, or items for trade. After writing this title, Lu Jiang felt something was missing. After adding a line of small text, Lu Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Minutes passed, and then 10 minutes. Everyone noticed that Lu Jiang was merely sitting there like a quiet, handsome man, with only the little girl beside him. It seems Lu Jiang is selling something. Indeed, should we go and take a look? Why not? That little girl beside Lu Jiang seems to be fine. Despite saying this, no one dared to approach. Just then a group of people arrived from a distance. I thought it was just Lu Jiang scaring everyone away. It's no surprise a lone player is just a rabble. The newcomers were well equipped. Some upon hearing this felt especially indignant, having been mocked for no reason. However, upon seeing the identity of the newcomers, they quickly dismissed the thought. It's the leader of the Xingqian Guild, Fan Xing. We can't afford to offend him, he's a big shot. But it looks like they intend to approach. Fan Xing scoffed upon hearing the surrounding discussions. The Xingqian Guild is considered one of the top guilds in the Giant Stone Village. They have virtually no rivals aside from the Sword Pavilion. They were on a hidden mission and hadn't gone to the dungeon, thus unaware of its difficulty. In Fan Xing's eyes, the Sword Pavilion was merely trying to recruit Lu Jiang, giving him face. Killing over 1,000 players is indeed a mark of a master, a fact that Fan Xing did not deny. However, he already knew Lu Jiang was just a lone player, and it wouldn't be difficult for Fan Xing's main team to take down over 1,000 lone players. High-end guilds generally look down on lone players, considering them a ragtag bunch, and Fan Xing was one of them. He felt a sense of superiority over lone players. An old superiority complex. This was a pride that came from being long entrenched in the upper echelons of a guild akin to being trapped in one's own world. President, it seems he is selling something. A subordinate said to Fan Xing. Oh, let's take a look. Fan Xing walked over to Lu Jiang with great interest. The surrounding lone players followed as Fan Xing approached. If Lu Jiang were to suddenly attack, it would be Fan Xing and his group who would bear the brunt. Those around Fan Xing were elite guild members capable of holding out for a while to buy time for others to escape. Displaying goods meant showcasing their attributes. Magic Immune Shield Silver Type Shield Level Requirement 5 Constitution 50 Attached Skill Magic Immune Shield creates a shield that is immune to magic. Exceeding damage will cause the shield to break. While this shield is top-notch. In the Underground Palace Ruins dungeon, the fire magic damage is too high. This Magic Immune Shield greatly increases the success rate. But 20 gold coins is too expensive. The players gasped in surprise upon seeing the equipment Lu Jiang was selling. However, the selling price made them in an era where copper coins were still the standard currency, suddenly introducing an item priced in gold coins seemed impossible. Ordinary players could live quite comfortably with just a few silver coins. At least they could easily manage expenses for red and blue consumables, equipment, wear, and food. 100 copper coins, 1 silver coin, 100 silver coins, 1 gold coin. Buying equipment with gold coins is something even wealthy players find hard to bear. Lu Jiang, your price is too high. Fan Xing frowned. This piece of equipment would greatly enhance the main team of the guild. Yet it was indeed too expensive. Lu Jiang pointed to a line of small text below. If you can't afford it, don't whine. Fan Xing's face turned grim upon seeing that line of small text. It wasn't that he couldn't produce 20 gold coins, it was still the silver coin era, and this money was all acquired at high prices through market purchases and commissioning gold farming teams. The entire guild's operations have numerous expenses. Gold coins are impossible. I can offer you 5 times the amount in reality. Fan Xing frowned and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. If you don't have it, then next. Don't block my business. Lu Jiang said lightly. He had noticed this group from the start, and their arrogant behavior displeased him. If he wanted to comprehend the heart of a king and perfectly advance to the king level, he couldn't have any grudges in his heart. He wouldn't initiate trouble, but if trouble found him, he would not back down. Don't you dare. One of Fan Xing's subordinates immediately tried to intimidate Lu Jiang, but he was quickly stopped by Fan Xing. Since Lu Jiang doesn't want to sell, there's nothing to force. Fan Xing smiled slightly, and then said to those around, however, I really like this shield. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Fan Xing was being utterly shameless. Now even if someone had the ability to buy this shield, they would have to think twice. Buying this shield would equate to offending the Xingqian Guild. Who would want to leave the giant stone village in disgrace after spending such money? Fan Xing felt that he had already given Lu Jiang enough face. He offered to buy it at 5 times the market price. However, Lu Jiang didn't even glance at him, instead using small print to humiliate him. In the Great Stone Village, apart from the Sword Pavilion, there was no one he needed to fear. In Fan Xing's eyes, communicating with Lu Jiang as equals was already a great honor for Lu Jiang. If he could tolerate this, he wouldn't be called Fan Xing, especially in front of so many players. If he backed down today, how could the players of the Xingqian Guild hold their heads high in the Great Stone Village in the future? President Fan Xing, you really like this shield. How about we play a game? Lu Jiang said with a harmless smile. Upon hearing this, Fan Xing raised an eyebrow. It seemed this kid was backing down, saying it was a game, but was just looking for a way out. Sure, brother Lu Jiang, feel free. Let's have a spar. If I, President Fan Xing, win, I will graciously give you this shield. If I happen to lose, then give me 20 gold coins. Lu Jiang looked at Fan Xing and asked with a smile, how about it? The originally smiling Fan Xing's expression froze upon hearing Lu Jiang's words. He wasn't afraid of Lu Jiang because Lu Jiang was a lone player. But he couldn't deny Lu Jiang's ability in unknown combat. After all, who could fight against such a large number of summoned monsters? In front of his main force, Lu Jiang could easily eradicate him. 20 gold coins were crucial circulating funds for the guild. He couldn't just give them away to Lu Jiang. Fan Xing was suddenly at a loss. To accept or not to accept. Not accepting would make him look cowardly. Brother Lu Jiang is joking. Who doesn't know you are a summoner? Who would duel a summoner? Fan Xing found a somewhat plausible excuse. This was indeed the case. Everyone knew Lu Jiang was a summoner capable of summoning a horde of monsters. Dueling him would be an act of bullying. President Fan Xing has misunderstood. I mean, I will challenge all of you by myself. As for the summoned beasts, as a summoner, using one summoned beast is not excessive, right? Lu Jiang smiled kindly. As soon as these words were spoken, they sparked discussions among the surrounding players. Lu Jiang is too arrogant this time. Lu Jiang does have some unknown ability, but only using one summoned beast. I think he is overestimating himself. Yes, though Fan Xing's team is just a small group of 10, they are all pillar combatants of the main force. Players felt that Lu Jiang was being overly careless. Fan Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. Boss, I have seen his videos. He can be held back by my and a phase fire elemental. The 8 of you can quickly surround him. One of his subordinates whispered in Fan Xing's ear. Fan Xing nodded. Using just one summoned beast, they would definitely not lose. All right, brother Lu Jiang is so generous, I accept. Fanqing smiled slightly. In his eyes, this was Lu Jiang's way of not wanting to offend him while seeking a way to save face. Only using one summoned beast to duel against their elite team of 10, even if he lost, it wouldn't be humiliating when the news spread. Soon both sides submitted their spar requests. Such sparring was allowed within the city and wouldn't be interrupted by NPCs. Soon a small area was marked out. The terrain was very narrow, leaving Lu Jiang no room to escape. Aren't you going to summon your fire elemental? Fanqing pretended to be magnanimous, giving Lu Jiang some time to summon. No need. Lu Jiang smiled slightly, and a small sapling appeared on his shoulder. The PK began. 2 meat shields, 3 warriors, 1 assassin, 3 mages, and 1 archer. This was a very refined lineup. I can't move. Just as the assassin was preparing to stealthily wait for an opportunity, suddenly vines erupted from the ground, entangling him. Others encountered the same situation. With each level up, the sapling grew stronger, and the vines it produced became increasingly robust and dense. 2080, A scream rang out as the frontmost meat shield was instantly eliminated. Lu Jiang split his attack, not smashing into 2 people, but directly smashing towards the first meat shield, eliminating him. Of course, since it was a spar, he merely reduced his health to 1 point before exiting the battlefield. Fanqing was incredibly furious. He thought Lu Jiang was simply finding an excuse to give him equipment, so he was unprepared at the first moment. In his anger, Fanqing did not clear the vines at his feet, but cast a spell towards Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang tilted his head, not even moving his body, and dodged effortlessly. If I were you, I would clear the vines at my feet first. Lu Jiang smiled and glanced at Fanqing. Before Fanqing could retort, he suddenly felt his hands entangled by vines, rendering him unable to exert strength or use skills. The binding effect of the vines from the sapling was short against SSS, but it was quite different against players. After all, the sapling was an SS-Grade World Tree lacking the control resistance of a boss. If not cleared in time, it would be difficult to break free. Slap. Not only could Fanqing not hold his staff steady, but it also fell to the ground. The archer could not grip his bow, while the warriors were slightly better off due to their strength attribute. They could barely attack the vines with their weapons. The mages and archers were in dire straits, unable to break free in a short time. Lu Jiang slowly walked past each player. But each time Lu Jiang passed by someone, one would fall down, and those with the ability to break free were the first to go down. So despicable. Fanqing shouted loudly upon witnessing this. Don't misunderstand, I just don't want to waste time. Lu Jiang rubbed his ears. He casually eliminated Fanqing. In no time, the entire top team of Qingchen was annihilated. I remember now, the players who broke through the fire elemental's defense that day said they were inexplicably entangled after getting in. At that time, everyone was drawn in by those fire elementals. Who would have thought that small sapling was the strongest? So invincible, I feel that Nujiang's unknown combat is already unsolvable. Who would be foolish enough to duel with Nujiang? It seems that only a guild of thousands has the qualification to challenge Nujiang. Nujiang is a god, I want to have your children. Bystander players were already convinced by Lu Jiang's actions. Fanqing left the battlefield with a dirty face, looking very unhappy. Let's go. Fanqing prepared to leave with his people. President Fanqing is indeed a forgetful noble. You haven't paid the gold coins yet. However, just as Fanqing turned around, Lu Jiang's voice came. With hundreds of players witnessing everything, some even live streaming the events, if Fanqing were to default, it would be a significant blow to both his personal reputation and that of the entire Qingchen Guild. In the future, mentioning the Qingchen Guild would come with the stigma of 20 gold coins, an indelible mark. Here you go. Fanqing cleaned out a bag of money and angrily tossed it to Lu Jiang, saying, let's go. Fanqing still didn't dare to do so. Even though 20 gold coins were important operational funds, there was no other way at this moment. Having not sold the equipment, I ended up with 20 gold coins. That's acceptable. However, it seems it won't be easy to sell now, especially after the commotion caused by the Qingchen Guild. Even if someone wants to buy, they'll have to think twice. Lu Jiang put away his shield and left directly. Once he departed, the news spread like wildfire. On the forums, especially in the Giant Stone Village section, it was a frenzy. The aftermath of Nujiang slaughtering millions of players, the main force of the Qingchen 10 falls at lightning speed, endless strategies summoning the strongest deity. Just how strong is the Nujiang deity? As a minor summoner, I idolize the Nujiang deity, who has become my hero. Is the summoner truly the strongest profession in mythology? Besides discussing the obliteration of the Qingchen Guild, there was also a surge in summoning excitement. Originally an obscure profession, the summoner suddenly became a popular choice due to Nujiang. The emergence of Lu Jiang made people realize that the ceiling for summoners could reach such heights. Lu Jiang himself took a moment to check out the discussions on social media. He was somewhat puzzled as to how he inadvertently made summoners popular. However, summoners indeed were not weak, otherwise he wouldn't feel a slight sense of guilt for leading so many into this weak profession. As for whether they could withstand the initial weakness of summoners, that was not his concern. Just then his communicator rang. Big brother, do you still have that shield? Qian Duoduo's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Ever since the last incident, Qian Duoduo had taken to calling him Big Brother. I still have it. Lu Jiang replied to Qian Duoduo. Big brother, send me your coordinates, and I'll come find you right away, Qian Duoduo said excitedly. Lu Jiang didn't hesitate and sent over the coordinates, urging Qian Duoduo to hurry. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Qian Duoduo rushed over looking quite exhausted. Brother, can I exchange something for you? Qian Duoduo panted. Before Lu Jiang could respond, Qian Duoduo eagerly added, let me show you the item first. If it doesn't work, I'll use gold coins. This made Lu Jiang regard Qian Duoduo with a newfound respect. While Fengxing was reluctant to spend 20 gold coins on a shield, Qian Duoduo was actually willing to pay that much. Of course, judging by Qian Duoduo's appearance, it seemed he would only resort to using gold coins as a last resort. Alright, let's see what you've got, Lu Jiang nodded. Qian Duoduo quickly pulled out a skill book. Thunderlight Technique, a group attack skill that possesses magical attack power damaging several enemies within a certain range with a chance to freeze enemies for several seconds, can be upgraded to Hell's Thunderlight Technique. Huh, a freezing effect. And it can be upgraded. Lu Jiang was somewhat dumbfounded upon seeing this skill. Honestly, he had never seen anyone use this skill in his past life. What a niche skill. Why would a lightning spell cause a freezing effect? The strangest part was that this skill could even be upgraded. Generally speaking, spells that were unheard of in his past life couldn't be particularly powerful. The truly strong ones were well known. But it couldn't be too ordinary either, as the common ones had become tiresome to hear about. How do you always manage to find such strange things? Lu Jiang was impressed. The electric net was also considered a niche skill that not many used. Typically only melee mages like him could utilize it well. Hey brother, just check out the video simulation. If you accept, I'll trade. I wouldn't dare to cheat you, Qian Duoduo scrapped. The video demonstration showed a simulated character walking towards a wooden post, striking the ground, causing damage to all surrounding posts with a nearly 50% chance of freezing. After watching the video, Lu Jiang finally understood why this seemingly decent skill had never been used in his past life. It turned out to be another melee mage skill. In his previous life, when he hadn't promoted the melee mage archetype, this game didn't even exist, where melee mages could smack their enemies right in the face. But it was precisely to his taste. Hey bro, I saw how well you used the electric net in the video. You should be able to make good use of this skill. Qian Duoduo chuckled. Alright, just for you, here you go. Lu Jiang took out the shield and tossed it to Qian. Lu Jiang felt a sense of being taken advantage of. Clearly, it was unwanted junk that could be exchanged for good equipment in his hands. Qian Duoduo also handed the skill book to Lu Jiang. Brother, I'll pay more attention next time to see if there are skills like this available, Qian Duoduo said with a grin as he stowed away the shield. Indeed, Qian Duoduo was specifically looking to gather such items. As long as you have it, I want it, Lu Jiang accepted, knowing fully well that this was a freebie. It was likely that Qian Duoduo had not spent much money to acquire such skills. However, Lu Jiang was pleased with this mutually beneficial arrangement. Qian Duoduo was a businessman with his own channels. Brother, can we discuss something else? Qian Duoduo had a sly expression. Hurry up and tell me if you've got something to say. Lu Jiang was curious about what Qian Duoduo had in mind. After I complete the merchant certificate quest, I'll go find the village chief. Since I'm the first to obtain the merchant certificate, I triggered a hidden quest. Qian Duoduo said helplessly. I'm almost done gathering everything except for one sea monster material, which I can't obtain. Hearing this, Lu Jiang suddenly remembered. Qian Duoduo's merchant quest was part of a chain of hidden tasks. He knew this, but lacked the energy to practice merchant skills, so this quest wasn't in his plans. What's the reward for the quest? Lu Jiang asked, although he already knew the answer. It's a property in Giant Stone Village and a piece of land, Qian Duoduo answered, honestly shrugging. I can gather the other items. If you can deal with that sea monster, you can choose either the property or the land. Currently, there were no skills for diving. Sea monsters had to be fought in the water, and at this stage, and likely for a long time to come, there wouldn't be decent underwater combat capabilities. By the time that quest became achievable, it might already be finished by someone else. Hidden quests are great, but they aren't the only ones. If it can't be completed for an extended period, the village chief will definitely seek out other players. Alright, I want the land, Lu Jiang agreed immediately. No problem, who knows what might happen in the future. Qian Duoduo seemed to anticipate this, but as he spoke he suddenly realized, brother, what are you saying? Can you really complete this quest? Isn't it just a sea monster? I've already cleared the hell version of it. Lu Jiang shot a disdainful glance at Qian. Haha, then it's settled, brother. Qian Duoduo said excitedly. I have other items that are almost ready. Oh, when shall we set off? After parting ways with Qian Duoduo, Lu Jiang headed straight to the leveling area. Currently my combat power is slightly insufficient to venture into the Necromancer Tower. Lu Jiang assessed his combat strength. He'll wait until tomorrow. The cooldown for Divine Summon will be over by then. He decided against attempting the Necromancer Tower today. After all, no one was attempting to be the first to enter the Necromancer Tower at the moment, and even if someone did, they wouldn't gain anything without claiming the first clear. The Necromancer Tower is not a dungeon. It strictly limits the number of players in a team. As it stands, no team possesses the strength to achieve the first clear of the Necromancer Tower. For now, let's focus on leveling. Wild Bull Prairie. In the story's background, it was originally a nameless plain renamed because of the rampant growth of wild bulls. The wild bull prairie is almost exclusively inhabited by wild bulls which roam in herds, making predators too afraid to approach them. However, it has become a paradise for players looking to level up. In other areas, players often compete for monsters, but the wild bull prairie is an exception. Large groups of players attract the attention of the wild bulls, and a charge from them could easily wipe out entire groups. Players leveling here are very cautious. A player team balanced with both men and women works together. They use a tactic of luring 1 or 2 monsters to kill, which although not highly efficient is stable, and avoids the chaos of competing for monsters like in other areas. This place lacks nothing but monsters. The entire plain is filled with wild bulls wandering about. These wild bulls are high level and provide substantial experience. One monster is worth 3 to 5 others. However, the reason not many players come here is that it is exceedingly dangerous. Just like at this moment, a mage accidentally attacked a wild bull at a distance. Suddenly, 2 nearby wild bulls were startled, and upon noticing the player's provocation, 3 wild bulls charged collectively. If not for the decent skills of 2 warrior players in the team who managed to slow the monsters down, they would have faced annihilation. If you can't take down a monster from this distance, don't lure them from so far away. The team leader, one of the warriors, criticized the mage fiercely. I was wrong, Captain," the mage apologized profusely. Leveling in the wild bull prairie may avoid competition for monsters, and the experience is richer than in other areas, but situations like this can easily arise. Dying once means losing a lot of leveling time, which deters many players from coming here. Those who dare to come here usually possess some skills. Of course, there are also clueless rookies who see that no one is competing for monsters and decide to level here. Just like now, the team spotted a single player resembling a mage approaching from a distance. He dares to level up in the wild bull prairie alone. That's bold indeed. He must be a rookie who doesn't understand how rookies here often leave after dying a couple of times. Seeing someone brave enough to come here, a member of the team scoffed. "How about I go warn him to leave?" One of the softer-hearted female players felt that leveling was tough and didn't want that person to lose their hard-earned experience. "Sure, go ahead." Since the team was taking a break and the female player was somewhat attractive, the captain agreed. The female player walked a little closer and shouted from a distance. "Hey, it's dangerous here. You should level up elsewhere." She called out to the player, but it was too far, so she stopped at a position where the other could hear her. However, that player merely glanced at her and ignored her, continuing to move forward. "Hey, don't come closer. It's very..." The female player shouted again. This time the player didn't even turn his head and kept walking. "What kind of person is Lin? Come back." People like that should let the wild bulls kill them a couple more times. Today's rookies have such big tempers. Ooh, just ignore him. Seeing that the person completely disregarded the female player, everyone felt a bit irritated. The female player also felt uncomfortable. She was trying to help, but he ignored her. At this moment, that player cast a spell ball toward the farthest wild bull. I thought he was some expert with that aloof demeanor, but he's just too pathetic. Haha, this mage is more ridiculous than your earlier mistake. There's still entertainment during our break. Let the fun begin. Even the female player shook her head. That person was too arrogant and shockingly ignorant. However, that was not the end. That player not only attracted the hatred of the distant wild bulls, but also sequentially drew aggro by casting spell balls from afar. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. A full 20 wild bulls. I was wrong, that guy is not a rookie, he's a man. Our team's limit is probably 5 wild bulls, and those 5 can only be the closest ones. We can't let the wild bulls charge at us. Does he think he's like new Jiang? Forget new Jiang. Even if he were new Jiang, without summoning pets, facing 20 wild bulls would still lead to instant death. Let's move away. If those 20 wild bulls get enraged and can't find a target after taking him down, it would be bad if they noticed. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense and began to retreat. They eventually stopped at a reasonably safe. At this moment, the 20 wild bulls charged right in front of that player. Hurry up and end this. Exactly, this madman is affecting our retreat. Everyone felt quite dissatisfied with that mad player. He'll record this and post the video of this clown getting taken down by the herd of bulls on the forum with the experience as compensation. One player started recording, preparing to capture the moment the player was taken down by the herd of bulls. However, someone noticed something strange. The herd of bulls with varying distances had strangely formed a semicircular formation at that moment. Could it be that through precise calculations the bulls of different distances arrived at the designated position simultaneously? However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. It must be a coincidence. No one could possibly calculate things to such precision. Just as the herd of bulls was about to charge and take down that player, he leaped lightly, suddenly soaring into the air. The herd, arriving in a semicircular formation, collided into each other after losing their target. Bang! The continuous sounds of collisions caused the herd to charge into one another, leaving many bulls sprawled on the ground. Is this really happening? This dramatic scene made everyone widen their eyes. It was too coincidental. However, just at that moment, the player who leaped in the air began to descend. In his hand, he held a bolt of lightning which he smashed directly into the ground. This scene resembled a moment from a movie where a palm strike descends from the sky. Electric light surrounded the area with a flurry of damage numbers appearing, but the spectators were too far away to see clearly. But the strangest thing was that despite being a lightning-type skill, some of the wild bulls were inexplicably frozen. The chance of freezing should still be subject to fluctuations, Jiang mumbled to himself as he took care of the other wild bulls. Just now he had used his rocket boots to hover in the air dodging attacks, and after the wild bulls charged, he landed to unleash the lightning technique. He was quite satisfied with this skill as it was one that didn't require hitting a monster directly. It could trigger area damage and control simply by striking the ground. As for how to enhance it, he hadn't figured that out yet. In his past life, this skill was likely unique, and the owner probably never utilized it, leaving it in obscurity. It makes sense. What traditional mage would rush into melee combat and slap the ground? That would be asking for a quick demise. Forget it, let's just focus on leveling up. Jiang casually formed a summoning mark. Instantly, 18 hefty white bears appeared on the plain. Name Ice Bear, B rank, quantity 1-8, level 6 max, HP 310 max, Chi 110, strength 7-8, agility 5-0, intelligence 7-1, stamina 8-0, movement, speed 1-8-0, attack, speed 1-3-0, skills, charge, ice spike, cold domain. Charge dashes forward, dealing charge damage to the target and slowing them down. Ice spike summons several ice spikes that lock onto the target, dealing double damage if they are frozen. Cold domain, the temperature around the ice bear drops, sharply enveloped in cold air, with a chance to freeze monsters within range. This was Jiang's third type of unit. This was actually his first time summoning them. Mainly the flame warriors were too slow, and these wild bulls charged, making it impossible for the flame warriors to evade or catch up. Not to mention the giant sea turtles. Additionally, Jiang wanted to see what these ice bears were all about. Upon seeing the ice bear's skills, Jiang's eyes lit up. The wild bulls had a charge skill, and he didn't expect the ice bears to have one as well. The ice spike compared to the fire pillar might deal slightly less damage, but it had consistent damage as a tracking skill. Furthermore, if frozen by the cold domain, the ice spike summoned would deal double damage, which might not be less than the fire pillar's damage. However, compared to the flame warriors, the damage was still a bit lower. The ice bears were mainly for control and as meat shields. The wide area damage skills of the flame warriors appeared more exhilarating. Charge. Jiang found a small group of wild bulls and commanded the 18 ice bears to use their charge skill. Though it was a small group of wild bulls, there were still about 60 or 70 of them. The wild bulls were grazing, playing, and basking in the sun. Suddenly, they felt the ground tremble. The wild bulls looked towards the distance, sensing something charging towards them. In this plane, they had always been the rulers, and no other creatures dared to trouble them on such a scale. Thus, their first reaction was curiosity, wondering who dared to charge at them. Each ice bear stood nearly 3 meters tall and was quite robust. Moo moo moo. Seeing the challengers were creatures they had never encountered before, the wild bulls began to prepare for battle. However, by the time they launched their counterattack, the ice bears were already very close. The ice bears charged a considerable distance, while the wild bulls did not have enough distance to build up momentum, resulting in a weak impact. Moreover, under Jiang's command, the ice bears formed a cone formation, which enhanced their impact even further. The lead ice bear made contact with the wild bulls, continuously swiping with its paws, leveraging its charge. Each swipe sent a wild bull flying. The following ice bears also followed the lead bear, using their claws to swipe relentlessly. The wild bull group was directly scattered. It's no joke, 18 ice bears were all mini-boss levels. In a positional battle, the wild bulls were quickly overwhelmed. Gained 200 experience, 30 level up experience bonus. 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 Gained. Jiang's message board was flooded with experience notifications. Of course, Tree's experience was all. The individual experience from the Hell Dungeon is higher, but the quantity makes up for it nearly. Jiang looked at his experience bar, which had risen a little, nodding in satisfaction. The level up experience bonus in the Hell Dungeon is calculated at 50, but here he wasn't sure if it was too much, only calculated at 30, and the base experience varied significantly. Watching this wave of operations, the team in the distance was already stunned. Is it a mage or a summoner? To summon so many at once, could it be the legendary Master Jiang of Rage? Isn't Master Jiang of Rage the one who summons fire people? It's definitely him. A look at the staff on his back. Who else but Master Jiang? Upon seeing Jiang's summoned beasts appear, everyone finally confirmed the identity of the person. Thinking about how they were struggling with wild bulls despite the limit being 5, who would dare to push it, usually summoning only 2 or 3. Jiang summoned dozens at once, simply treating them as insignificant. But considering he was the rumored Master Jiang of Rage, there was nothing to be jealous about, only envy remained. Just now, Master Jiang of Rage looked me in the eye for a second. The female player recalled the incident, her face flushing slightly. Initially, she had some complaints about him ignoring her, but realizing it was Jiang, it made sense. Jiang went on to summon over 100 medium-sized wild bulls without any hesitation. The charge was completely unchallenged. In the positional battle, the ice bears, surrounded by cold air, occasionally froze wild bulls nearby, followed by ice spikes, dealing high damage, almost resulting in instant kills. Lu Jiang's way of farming monsters was so wild that many people lost interest in hunting and watched him absurdly farm from a distance. This continued until deep into the night. Lu Jiang had already leveled up twice, reaching level 8. He also acquired a complete set of Wild Bull bronze armor with attributes changing. Player Master Jiang class, Summoner, Lord level 8 HP, 1588 MP, 1198 Strength, 60 Intelligence, 131 Stamina, 39 Spirit, 99 Physical Attack, 59 Magical Attack, 156 Physical Defense, 151 Magical Defense, 108 Common Skills, Magic Missile, Electric Net, Lightning Technique, Inherited Skills, Divine Summon, Common Summon. Passive Skill, Born Master, Average Damage. The attributes had clearly improved as he had completely switched to. However, the Wild Bull set was simply named by Lu Jiang, being just the scattered gear dropped by Wild Bulls with a few more pieces obtained. After such a terrifying day of monster farming, he only leveled up twice half of his experience consumed by Tree. Divine Summon should be ready by tomorrow, and the Necromancer Tower can be unlocked as well. With that thought, Lu Jiang couldn't help but think, please let's not have another support like Tree come along. The next day, the game has been live for 3 days. The trending topics for the past few days are almost entirely about Myth. Of course, the most eye-catching topic is about Lu Jiang. Trending topics 1. Myth 2. Thousands of players from Giant Stone Village slaughtered 3. BC team wins the World Cup 4. Guanlan Pavilion. The 3 Arsalant Goddess Pomegranate returns to Myth 5. Nu Jiang's daily upgrade method 6. Star Minter Group joins Myth 7. Is Summoner worth choosing? 8. Even the news of the World Cup win in football was overshadowed by Myth. In fact, yesterday, Lu Jiang's video of farming wild bulls quickly surged to 5th place on the trending list. Lu Jiang occupies 2 spots in the top 10 trending topics, and even the 7th topic about whether Summoner is worth choosing has sparked heated discussions due to the influx of novice questions witnessing Lu Jiang's video. Lu Jiang's social media account has not been exposed to, otherwise gaining tens of millions of followers at this moment would be easy. Of course, where there are fans, there are critics. Immediately, some people suspected that Lu Jiang was a tool for capital speculation. Many streamers and various types of editors are writing analyses about Lu Jiang. Some say that Nu Jiang's reputation exceeds reality, while others praise Nu Jiang for leading the trend. In any case, the term Nu Jiang is hot, and not riding the wave would be a missed opportunity. The highest heat comes from an analysis by a current professional player, melee mage or summoner. The most effective method ranged high firepower. That person, being an active professional player, quickly pinpointed the key points. Insiders know the ropes. Nu Jiang is primarily a summoner and secondarily a mage. The most effective way to deal with a summoner is to kill the summoner first. From the existing video material, the failure of the famous Sword Pavilion expert No. 10 reveals that Nu Jiang's positioning is extremely delicate and his techniques are particularly swift. Moreover, through his techniques, he seems to have unlocked some remarkable skills that can multiply damage several times. However, the article's author analyzed the battles against the Starry Sky Guild and the Wild Bull farming video. He concluded that Nu Jiang's melee mage lacks means to catch opponents. As long as he is not caught by the inexplicable vines, or can quickly deal with it to create distance after being caught. Even the charge of an ice bear is not fast enough to catch a nimble kite master. As a mage, Nu Jiang himself has no means to catch opponents. Thus, to counter Nu Jiang, the best method is to kite him with powerful firepower. This article is well-reasoned and representative, with many industry big names appearing in the comments. Lu Jiang in the game also stumbled upon this article. He was waiting for the cooldown of Divine Summon, so he casually browsed the forum. The author of this article indeed has some skill, which is also the biggest flaw of his previous life as a melee mage. However, Lu Jiang is well aware. The ranged firepower behind summoning the Lord can be considered the best in Myth, so the methods described in this article would only work against his current self up to a certain extent. Moreover, it would require the very top-tier kite masters to succeed. The cooldown time for Divine Summon is over. Lu Jiang closed the forum page and refocused on the game. Divine Summon. Just like last time, Lu Jiang silently recited the skill activation in his heart. A 6-pointed star contract magic circle appeared, emitting waves of light. The light was somewhat dazzling, seemingly even more blinding than last time. Finally, the light dissipated. Lu Jiang looked down, and the ground was empty. Chirp chirp. A sound came from above. Lu Jiang looked up to see a small, orange dragon flapping its pair of wings with a puff, its round, bright eyes gazing at him. Lu Jiang spread his palm, and the little dragon obediently flew into his hand. Holding the little dragon, Lu Jiang checked its attributes. Name: Emperor Dragon, Youngling Flame Dragon, SSS-Grade, level 8, health cap 7800, energy cap 200, strength 118, agility 138, intelligence 118, endurance 80, movement speed 113, attack speed 99, skills: Dragon Flame, Void Grasp, Dragon's Stance. Dragon Flame breathes a mouthful of dragon flame, causing the target to receive a 100 burning effect. Void Grasp can instantly move behind the target to perform a grabbing attack. Dragon's Stance, when activated, damage received within the range is halved, and delayed damage can be stopped immediately. Others. Seeing the attributes and skills of the flame dragon, Lu Jiang was astonished. Could this be the difference between support type and pure combat type? Looking at Tree's skills, it feels like hitting a person is akin to scraping skin. Then looking again at the flame dragon's skills, the 100 burning dragon flame and the instant moving grasp. The most ridiculous is the last skill, dragon stance. Having damage to oneself is fine. The fact that delayed damage can be stopped immediately is somewhat exaggerated. It's like his current Gale Claw has a skill that throws out a ball of black energy, which then explodes to cause area damage. If thrown into the flame dragon's stance, that black ball would not explode and would be directly stopped by time. Moreover, the base attributes are outrageous, with both strength and intelligence exceeding 100. However, the fact that Divine Summon can be summoned at my level is pretty good. The Flame Dragon summoned is also level 8, equal in experience to myself, thus saving him the time of leveling up. They'll call you Long Long. Lu Jiang named the Flame Dragon. It's not that he lacks creativity. After all, in 3 days, it's a divine pet. If he were to name it something flowery, he wouldn't even remember it himself. Sasha. Tree on Lu Jiang's shoulder waved its branches, expressing its protest. Its gaze seemed to say, "Are you not going to love me anymore now that you have a new baby?" Lu Jiang was at a loss for words. A pet is a pet. Instead of learning from the good, it learned to be jealous. Tree, this is your new partner. You must get along well from now on. Lu Jiang patted Tree's head, comforting it. The Flame Dragon will be a pivotal player in battles. What are you a little brother fussing about? Even the wisdom fruit hasn't been produced for a long time. Seeing that Lu Jiang had made up his mind, Tree could only reluctantly accept the outcome. This is the benefit of having a 100 affinity. If other players encountered such a situation with jealous pets, they would likely lose affinity. The Flame Dragon is quite magnanimous, or perhaps oblivious, taking the initiative to tease Tree. Tree swung its branch in response, but was instantly teleported behind by the Flame Dragon. Tree, feeling indignant, also used its wooden spirit branch to grab at the Flame Dragon. The antics of one dragon and one tree became particularly amusing. It's just that poor Lu Jiang's shoulders were crowded by these two little rascals. Now among the summoned beasts, the main sea has been born, along with over 20 small BOS-level creatures and 2 supporting spirits with Tree. With such a configuration, it's time to open the Undead Tower. Lu Jiang assessed his current combat power and deemed it time to proceed. The Valley of the Undead. The terrain here is treacherous, making it an undesirable place for current players. Occasionally players venture here for exploratory adventures, but danger lurks everywhere, and without an accurate map, one can easily fall prey to powerful undead attacks. A thick black mist envelopes the surroundings with visibility only up to 100 meters. Beyond that, everything becomes a blur. However, Lu Jiang is quite familiar with the terrain, and with his rocket boots, the steep mountains feel like flat ground to him. The Undead Tower should be nearby. 2 ice bears casually crushed a monster that attempted to ambush them, while Lu Jiang discerned the terrain based on landmarks. In a short span, Lu Jiang has already faced 3 waves of attacks, the highest level enemy being a level 10 elite monster. Fortunately, accompanied by several level 8 ice bears equivalent to small BOSSs, Lu Jiang did not need to intervene. For ordinary players, even those of higher levels, these 3 waves of attacks would have been overwhelming. Undead creatures are typically silent hunters, making it difficult for even skilled players to detect them in such low visibility. Lu Jiang, being serious, could anticipate the attacking monsters ahead of time. However, it wasn't necessary. Ice bears are tough and resilient. Even if attacked, they wouldn't lose much health and would promptly eliminate the ambushing monsters. To avoid causing too much commotion, Lu Jiang only summoned a few ice bears. Following the route stored in his memory, he finally spotted a large metallic structure. Name: Undead Tower, Iron Guardian. Level 10. Health 50000. Grade Bronze Boss. Skills: Summon Guards, summon flying spirits, activate mechanisms. This boss has no attack power and acts like a puppet responsible for summoning defense forces and activating mechanisms. It resembles a defensive tower boasting a substantial health pool of 5000, and Lu Jiang knows its defenses are formidable as well. Its health and defense are comparable to those of bosses from hellish dungeons. Thus, Lu Jiang is not worried that anyone ahead of him could defeat the undead Iron Guardian. Instead, he focuses on leveling up at his own pace. Let me deal some initial damage first. The Iron Guardian has no means of attack or defense, so striking first is essentially free damage. Lu Jiang left 3 ice bears behind and summoned a total of 21 fire warriors. In terms of pure damage output, fire warriors surpass ice bears as their skills are all damage-oriented, with normal attacks also inflicting fire damage. Ice bears serve a hybrid role of damage-dealing, crowd control, and tanking. Dragon, it's your turn now. Lu Jiang looked at the newly summoned fire dragon, ready for it to showcase its power. With the arrival of the fire dragon, it gained a new mouth to share experience and was eager to demonstrate its value. The dragon nodded excitedly for its debut battle. Void Grasp. After Lu Jiang signaled he was ready, the dragon immediately used teleportation, appearing behind the Iron Guardian in an instant. Sensing danger from behind, the Guardian turned to investigate. However, it was too slow. Before it could fully turn its head, the dragon seized it in an instant. Though the dragon appeared small, it possessed the latent strength of its dragon lineage. This skill activates the latent draconic power within the dragon, allowing it to grip the Iron Guardian, which weighs dozens of times more than itself, and hurl it toward Lu Jiang's location. The three ice bears had already formed a circle. Frost Domain, the cold air field created by the three ice bears, enveloped the Iron Guardian. Lightning Bolt. Lu Jiang unleashed a lightning spell with a chance to freeze, aimed directly at the Iron Guardian. As expected, the Guardian triggered the freezing effect under such layered attacks. Once frozen, the 21 Fire Warriors unleashed their Fire Pillar attacks. 588,615,612,599,633, a barrage of fire pillars inflicted over 10,000 damage. Dragon Flame 2,100, 150, 150. At the same time, the dragon also unleashed its own fire attack from midair. Not only did it deal over 2,000 damage, but the burn damage from the Dragon Flame was several times higher than that of the Fire Warriors. Truly, it is the super main DPS among the summoned beast army. Of course, such high damage is primarily because the Iron Guardian was frozen. The principle of thermal expansion and contraction applies to its metallic form, yielding significant results. The Iron Guardian was first frozen, then subjected to extreme heating. While this would disrupt the freezing control's duration, it directly caused immense damage. 230, 180. Shushu was throwing leaves from the side, dealing a splash damage output. Embarrassing. This is also due to the innate resistance of metal against wood. Shushu lacks notable attack skills. Throwing leaves is merely a basic skill, far from being at the level of a legacy skill. The more Shushu threw, the more aggrieved it felt. Compared to the Fire Dragon's damage of over 2,000, Shushu's output seemed trivial. Just focus on controlling it. Lu Jiang gently patted Shushu's head, soothing its pride. The round of damage totaled nearly 15,000 health points. Finally, the Iron Guardian boss unleashed its abilities. Summon guards summoned flying spirits. Instantly, smaller Iron Guardians appeared, and some mechanical birds emerged in the sky. All 21 Fire Warriors engaged the smaller monsters while the tree spirits assisted them. Lu Jiang, Shushu, and the dragon, along with the three ice bears, focused on dealing damage to the boss. The Iron Guardian boss had no ability to retaliate. It was akin to a slowly moving defensive tower, one that couldn't even shoot lasers. It was simply a sandbag. Moreover, with the ice bears, Frost Domain, and Shushu's entangling control, the Iron Guardian boss struggled to even move slowly. 70, 60, 50. The Iron Guardian boss's health rapidly declined. After a few Fire Warriors fell, Lu Jiang summoned a giant turtle to fill the gap. Fire Warriors mainly struggled against the aerial mechanical birds, while the giant turtle provided both water walls and water cannon as anti-air defenses. As long as they could hold their ground, the boss's health would continue to plummet. 20. We're almost at that health threshold. Lu Jiang calculated in his mind and checked that his summoning skills were off cooldown. 15, 13, 11. Lu Jiang ceased his attacks on the boss. Meanwhile, all Fire Warriors and ice bears retreated, transforming into the giant turtle. Fortification. Once the fortification cooldown was complete, it was used again. Fortification. Dragon takes Shushu up into the air. After issuing the command, Lu Jiang resumed attacking the boss. 10. At that moment, activate mechanism. The Iron Guardian boss recalled all the guards and mechanical birds, turning the ground into a field of holes. The holes glowed with a cold light, clearly indicating a widespread spike trap mechanism. Ground spikes. As soon as the mechanism activated, spikes erupted from the ground to attack. 10, 15, 12, 13, 9. The giant turtle, fortified 3 times, boasts incredibly strong defenses. Meanwhile, the damage Lu Jiang received was also distributed among all summoned beasts due to his unique talent. When the Iron Guard boss reaches the last 10 of its health, it will endlessly deploy traps. These traps are essentially full-screen attacks that cannot be avoided. Lu Jiang remembered that the Necropolis Tower was only opened after a long period of gameplay. With the skills Lightning Spell, Dragon's Flame, and Water Cannon, Lu Jiang endured the trap damage and forcefully attacked the stationary Iron Guard boss. The Iron Guard boss, utilizing traps, could barely move, akin to a sandbag. Aside from Lu Jiang and Long Long's damage output, the large sea turtles would also occasionally extend their heads to unleash their water cannon skills. When the skills are on cooldown, they obediently hide like turtles. In a short period, they dealt half of the boss's health, leaving the Iron Guard boss with only 5 remaining. Ground Fire Amplify. The spikes did not disappear. In addition to the spikes, fire traps were added, and they received amplification enhancements. The damage per second began to increase significantly. This was the effect of the amplification enhancement. The fire damage would continuously intensify. The accumulated damage became overwhelming, making it hard for even the large sea turtles to endure. At this moment, the green tree spirit, Shi released a group healing spell. Lu Jiang had been holding on to this skill, waiting for this moment. The green tree spirit's group healing had a cooldown, and the entire trap could only be used once. Good steel is meant to be used on the blade. Despite the team healing buff, Lu Jiang's summoned army was still slowly losing health. Lu Jiang, disregarding everything, intensified his output. 1. Long Long used Dragon's Stand. Lu Jiang shouted almost at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing the command, Long Long immediately activated the stance and arrived above Lu Jiang. Just at that moment when the boss's health hit 1, a large steel ball appeared on the ground. However, within the stance, the large steel ball remained motionless. 0. The Iron Guard boss shut down completely and fell to the ground. The surrounding traps also subsequently deactivated. Lu Jiang's experience visibly increased, even with 2 pets sharing the experience. Phew, Lu Jiang sighed in relief and turned to look at the still large steel ball. That large steel ball was a self-destruct ball with a destructive power of catastrophic proportions. Either he had to eliminate the last one of the Iron Guard boss's health within 3 seconds, or utilize the dragon's stand to prevent delayed damage. Of course, if Long Skill did not have the dragon's stand to prevent delayed damage, he would have sought other means, and would not have recklessly approached. After the Iron Guard boss fell, only a small iron ball appeared. Lu Jiang walked over, picked it up, and examined it. Necropolis Tower Mechanism, Core, no description. Seeing this item, Lu Jiang's lips curled slightly. This was exactly what he needed. For those who could not use it, it was merely an ordinary key to open the Necropolis Tower. But for him who knew its special use, it was an essential item in his plan. Had he not obtained this mechanism core, he would have given up on the Necropolis Tower without wasting time. Congratulations, you have opened the Necropolis Tower. A world announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your ID? No need. Lu Jiang replied calmly to the system prompt. After responding, he felt a strange sensation, bold and unafraid of everything. The heart of a king must be about accumulating such feelings to gain insight, right? Lu Jiang revealed an incredibly confident smile. Indeed, the life of a king was exhilarating. Necropolis Valley. The Necropolis Tower has been opened by player Nu Jiang. Adventurers, please pay attention to participate in the tower activity. Necropolis Valley. The Necropolis Tower has been opened by player Nu Jiang. Adventurers, please pay attention to participate in the tower activity. Necropolis Valley. The Necropolis Tower has been opened by player Nu Jiang. Adventurers, please pay attention to participate in the tower activity. In the public chat channel of Giant Stone Village, Necropolis Valley sounds so familiar. It seems to be near our Giant Stone Village. Of course, look at Nu Jiang's name, no need to guess where it is. Suddenly feeling that choosing Giant Stone Village is so fortunate. I heard other villages only opened their dungeons today, and some haven't even opened yet. We finished the dungeon, and now we have a tower to open. Nu Jiang is simply omnipotent. I suddenly don't resent him for instantly defeating me last time while I was setting up my stall. Wait, what's the activity? Why is there no explanation in the announcement? The chat channel was extremely lively. World announcement activity has begun. Within 24 hours, the top 10 players in the Necropolis Tower's individual score will receive a special title. World announcement activity has begun. Within 24 hours, the top 10 players in the Necropolis Tower's individual score will receive a special title. World announcement activity has begun. Within 24 hours, the top 10 players in the Necropolis Tower's individual score will receive a special title. Immediately, another message caused the entire player community to explode. This time it wasn't just within Giant Stone Village, the forums erupted as well. A title. This must be the first time a mythical title is available. And it's a customized title. Oh, I want to go to Giant Stone Village now. Why is it that the dungeon was first opened in Giant Stone Village, and now the activity is also first opened there? Isn't it because of Nu Jiang? If your area had someone like Nu Jiang, you'd have endless activities and dungeons as well. Forget it, I'm going to change my spawn point. I want to go to Giant Stone Village. I just bought the game today and didn't know where to go. Now my goal is clear Giant Stone Village. Let's go. Please don't come to Giant Stone Village. Nu Jiang boss opens maps and slaughters. Oh, we're just being slaughtered too. Exactly, please don't come. A Giant Stone Village is in dire straits. Players from Giant Stone Village welcomed none of these outsiders. Competition for monsters was already intense, and with so many newcomers the competition would explode. However, the population control plan in Giant Stone Village proved ineffective. Not to mention anything else, many players simply wanted to catch a glimpse of the renowned Nu Jiang. New players in Giant Stone Village were still in the population control plan. The veteran players had already ventured to Necropolis Valley. The terrain in Necropolis Valley was treacherous, making it a rarely visited area, and the monsters that ambushed from the black mist were numerous. Yet this could not deter the veteran players from Giant Stone Village who were frantically competing for monsters. This time there were a total of 10 slots, and from the world announcement, it was clear that a title was at stake. Moreover, it was for the top 10 players in the Necropolis Tower's individual score, indicating that this could be a solo activity. Though teaming up wasn't prohibited, shared scores would certainly be divided. If the difficulty increases exponentially, teaming up would be counterproductive. With so many players, the commotion they created would undoubtedly attract the attention of monsters. Once the monsters that attacked players from the black mist appeared, they vanished. After all, there were too many players, each one ravenous, and they even began to quarrel over the monsters. Thanks to Nu Jiang, players from Giant Stone Village had already gained rich experience in monster competition. The first floor of the Undead Tower. Compared to the Undead Valley, the interior of the Undead Tower is pitch black. One can constantly hear low growls from the surrounding shadows, the sounds made by the undead creatures. Nu Jiang casually summoned 12 flame warriors. With the remaining slots, he summoned 9 ice bears, leaving 3 slots unused. The 12 flame warriors were engulfed in blazing fire, though they could not disperse the black mist. Visibility improved somewhat. Inside the undead tower there was not a hint of light. Lu Jiang did not advance immediately, but first observed the nearby Shushu, who appeared somewhat lethargic. Before entering, Shushu had absorbed the remains of the Iron Guard boss, transforming it into green light. Upon entering the undead tower, Shushu looked uncomfortable. "What's wrong, Shushu?" "Indigestion," Lu Jiang asked with concern. Just as Lu Jiang inquired, Shushu spat out a fruit, landing right in Lu Jiang's hand. Lu Jiang examined it. Wisdom fruit. Consuming it can slightly increase intelligence with a permanent effect. So it's a wisdom fruit, Lu Jiang realized. Speaking of which, this was the first wisdom fruit produced by Shushu. The last one he consumed was a mutated wisdom fruit. The mutated wisdom fruit had matured and fallen directly from the branch. As a result, the normal production of wisdom fruits is formed from the green light crystals that Shushu usually digests. No wonder it took so long, as Shushu was just absorbing without producing, and it turns out it takes this long to yield. Of course, this is also related to Shushu being picky. It refuses to absorb monsters that are too ugly. I wonder if having consumed a mutated wisdom fruit will affect the effectiveness of a normal wisdom fruit. Lu Jiang fell into deep thought. But before he could finish contemplating, Long Long directly used a teleportation skill to appear beside Lu Jiang, ready to gulp down the wisdom fruit in his hand. Fortunately, Lu Jiang was quick and managed to pinch Long Long's mouth shut in time. Chirp chirp. Long Long held the wisdom fruit in its mouth, but could not swallow it due to Lu Jiang's grip. Long Long looked up at Lu Jiang with a pitiful expression, its round eyes filled with helplessness. "All of you are SS-level divine beasts. Where did you learn this skill of being so adorable?" Lu Jiang could not bear the adorable sight, and released Long Long, saying, all right, you can have it." Long Long immediately dropped the pitiful act, smugly swallowing the wisdom fruit, and casting a sly glance at Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang checked Long Long's attributes. Name: Young Emperor Dragon, Fire Dragon, SSS level 8, max life 7800, max Chi 200, strength 118, agility 138, intelligence 178, stamina 80, movement speed 113, attack speed 99, skills: Dragon's Flame, Void Grass, Dragon Stance. Goodness, it increased intelligence by 60 points in one go. Calling it a slight increase is an understatement. My mutated wisdom fruit didn't add that much, Lu Jiang complained. However, he also understood that while the mutated wisdom fruit didn't increase the stats, the direct 10 to magic damage in combat is more useful than increasing intelligence by several hundred points. After becoming stronger, Long Long joyfully flew around, clearly exhilarated. Having eaten something good, let's hurry up and get to work. Lu Jiang looked at Long Long, wondering if all these SS-level divine pets acted this way. Lu Jiang quickly summoned a desert wasteland wolf. The wolf's night vision could reach 1 or 2 kilometers, allowing it to discern general locations even in the thick black mist. Undead creatures lack heat and scent, so relying on night vision is essential. The first floor is populated with skeleton warriors. Specifically, they are divided into skeleton axemen, skeleton shield bearers, and skeleton swordsmen. The first floor is relatively simple, with no ranged attackers, only pure melee. The desert wasteland wolf received Lu Jiang's command and immediately went to lure monsters. Although the desert wasteland wolf also had level 8 attributes and was an elite monster, its capabilities did not exhibit particularly special combat power on the first floor. However, merely luring monsters was comparatively easy. The 3 types of skeletons are all slow-moving creatures. The skeleton axeman has a short-distance charge skill, but it's ineffective over long distances, and the charging speed is quite slow. Having attracted about 10 monsters, the desert wasteland wolf returned. Dragon's Flame, 2700. After consuming the wisdom fruit, Long Long became exceptionally fierce. A full 2,700 area damage. The subsequent burning damage was even invisible, and the 10 skeleton monsters were instantly obliterated. Even the skeleton shield bearers could not withstand it. Not bad, continue. Lu Jiang summoned another desert wasteland wolf. One wolf went left, the other went right, beginning their journey to lure monsters. Long Long dealt with one side, while the other flame warriors handled the other. Due to their high defense and faster speed, the ice bears were sent by Lu Jiang to wreak havoc. There are no boss monsters on the first floor, we just need to loot the key to the next level. Lu Jiang efficiently cleared the monsters, nearly finishing the entire floor. Clang. At that moment, a key dropped. Okay, done, let's continue to the next level. Lu Jiang snapped his fingers and led the summoned beasts into the next layer. This is the advantage of solo play, the strength of the monsters doesn't double. Lu Jiang smiled, suddenly recalling something. I wonder how those guilds are faring. Starlight Guild. Stardust led 100 elite members, the first to arrive at the Undead Tower. Although this round is a personal points battle, he could easily have the main team retreat when reaching the last level, ensuring all the points are counted as his own. The main team enjoys the best benefits of the guild, costing him quite a bit of money. What does this little bit of points matter? Nu Jiang, you want to take the first clear? I won't let you steal the limelight. Stardust recalled the scene of being wiped out by Nu Jiang last time and snorted, the spotlight is mine. Currently, the guild is in a development phase and cannot compete with Lu Jiang. Although Stardust is an old elitist, he remains rational if he engages in war with Lu Jiang. It will certainly wear down Lu Jiang, but the Starlight Guild would also suffer severe losses and might even be trampled by the following Phantom Guild. However, that doesn't mean he would take it lying down. Stealing Lu Jiang's limelight is a form of victory. Looks like we can team up to enter the tower. Stardust approached the tower entrance while making arrangements. Once inside, quickly find your positions. Thieves should locate their spots first, the faster the better. Also, data specialists be ready to record key data at all times. As the second best guild in Giant Stone Village after the Sword Pavilion, Stardust is no fool. He still possesses capabilities. Seeing the impressive demeanor of the Starlight Guild made many casual players envious. The envious gazes of casual players further satisfied Stardust's sense of superiority. However, 1 minute later, the Starlight Guild entered. As they came out, why are there so many monsters inside? Stardust was completely dumbfounded. Like the Starry Guild, there are other guilds as well, even a group of wild players. What happened? I was just taken down by a little monster in one hit. Speechless, there's simply nothing to fight against. I noticed that the solo players who went in earlier haven't come out yet. Can this tower only be cleared solo? Fortunately, failing to clear the tower doesn't incur any penalties, otherwise many players would suffer significant experience losses. However, there are still some losses. These players have noticed that their attempts are now down to 23. At this moment, the members of the Sword Pavilion have arrived. Many at the exits stepped aside as no one dared to confront the Sword Pavilion. When Fanqing saw the Sword Pavilion members coming, she did not retreat, but she also did not approach them to talk. Currently, the Starry Guild is indeed the strongest guild in Giant Rock Village aside from the Sword Pavilion, but there is an essential gap between them. The leader is still number 10. The president of the Sword Pavilion, Sword King, is currently engaged in a crucial raid on a hell dungeon, while the main team remains in the instance. The Undead Tower only allowed number 10 to bring the lower-ranked players from the second team, as the higher-ranked players are still filling in for the first team. Before arriving at the Undead Tower, scouts from the Sword Pavilion had already reported the discovered information to number 10. Conduct tests in pairs, trios, and groups of 5. Number 10 quickly organized the team members from the second group. As for the solo test, she planned to conduct it alone. Fanqing secretly listened and was excited. Right, if a large group can't do it, we can test smaller groups first. Fanqing secretly noted this down in her heart. The biggest advantage of the guild's elite team compared to random players is their cooperation and synergy. If the tower can only be cleared solo, then the guild loses its advantage over random players. In fact, it might even be a disadvantage disregarding the top-tier experts. The main elite teams of the first-line guilds are usually on contracts, receiving salaries and battle shares. A significant portion of their training focuses on teamwork and synergy. Random players do not need to practice synergy. Most of their time is spent honing individual skills. This is akin to how professional players require a deep hero pool, while casual players can specialize in one hero and still excel against professionals in ranked matches. However, once on the professional stage, if a hero is banned, they are left dumbfounded. If the Undead Tower can only be cleared solo, it would become a grand stage for casual experts. The guilds would actually find themselves at a relative disadvantage. After the Sword Pavilion divided into groups, other guilds and teams began to follow their lead and test similarly. Second layer of the Undead Tower. The monsters on the second layer are slightly stronger than those on the first layer and are also more densely packed. But for Lu Jiang, this layer is actually simpler than the first. It's just that the keys on the second layer are fixed and hidden in a few points. Unlike the first layer where one has to defeat numerous monsters to drop the keys, Lu Jiang remembers the locations of the potential key spots on the second layer. There are only a few places bits either here or there. Soon Lu Jiang found the key. Not wanting to linger with these monsters, he directly opened the entrance to the third layer. Upon reaching the third layer, there were now more torches on the surrounding walls. Additionally, scattered around were torch stands, all burning with a forest green flame. The black mist that reduced visibility had also dissipated, making the entire third layer appear quite spacious. Lu Jiang did not advance immediately, but adjusted his lineup. 12 flame warriors and 12 giant turtles. Lu Jiang used this offensive and defensive combination lineup just to deal with the upcoming monsters. He continued to wait until the cooldown for summoning was over before proceeding, allowing for immediate replenishment during battle if there were any losses. Finally, in the center of the hall, he saw a large pot suspended over green flames. Inside the pot, something was being cooked, while 2 floating ghosts in green robes stirred it with wooden sticks. Who dares to disturb our alchemy? The 2 floating ghosts in robes noticed Lu Jiang and his large group of summoned beasts. Name: Phantom Grand Mage. Race: Phantom. Level 10. Health: 18,000. Tier: Bronze Boss. Skills unknown. 1 Phantom Grand Mage is easy to defeat with low defense and health, but facing 2 can be troublesome due to their combination skills. The main issue is that these 2 bosses do not come down. This is why Lu Jiang decided to use 12 giant. With a barrage of water cannons, the Flame Warrior's fire pillars could hit the Phantom Grand Mage, but the hit rate is a fortification. Water cannon. 510. 557. 518. 522. 531. Dragon's Flame. 2518. 210. 208. Regardless, it's best to give the boss a round of volleys first and apply a layer of fortification buff. The damage from the water cannons isn't particularly high, mainly the Phantom Grand Mage is weak against water and their own defense is low. However, the Phantom Grand Mage displayed its agility, resulting in only a 50 hit rate for the water cannons. Yet Dragon's Flame still showcased its status as the main damage dealer with burn damage reaching 200 per tick. The armor-penetrating ability of Dragon's Flame is quite formidable. Compared to the damage against small monsters, it barely diminishes when hitting the boss. Summon monsters. Tracking Lightning Ball. 2 Phantom Grand Mages use 2 different skills. Summoning small monsters is a common tactic among BOSSES as small monsters emerge from all corners. The tracking Lightning Ball will not stop until it reaches its target. It will relentlessly pursue its target. Dealing with the small monsters is left to the skilled flame warriors. Otherwise, if not for the difficulty of managing small monsters, Jiang would have summoned all giant turtles to unleash a barrage. As for the tracking lightning balls, Jiang as a player naturally became the target of numerous lightning balls. About 10 lightning balls were locked onto him, and any regular player would be taken down instantly upon being caught. Expert players once locked by 10 lightning balls must run around the spacious hall using the few pillars and torch stands to try to evade the pursuing lightning balls. Fortification lightning balls cannot be blocked by water walls. They do not slow down when passing through water walls and will conduct electricity through them. Jiang again instructed the giant turtles to use fortification. At the same time, Jiang maneuvered to evade these lightning balls, continuing to wait for the cooldown of fortification. After running around for a while, Jiang finally waited for the giant turtles to cast fortification for the third time. This time, Jiang directly lifted one giant turtle. 155, 136, 151. 162, 157. The 3 fortified giant turtles absorbed the damage from 5 lightning balls. Then Jiang switched to another giant turtle, lifted it up, and blocked the remaining 5 lightning balls. This strategy allowed the Phantom Grand Mage's high damage skill to be completely wasted. Soon the cooldown of the sea turtle's skill was ready again. However, Jiang did not hastily command the sea turtle to attack. Instead, he waited a moment. Only when long skill cooldown was ready did Jiang continue the assault. Water Cannon. 502. 563, 516, 551, 528. Dragon's Flame. 2598, 221, 211. Jiang had been targeting the same Ghost Wizard for his attacks. At this moment, the Ghost Wizard's health was down to about 10. The 2 Ghost Wizards stopped their attacks and returned to their cauldrons. Are you planning to unleash a big move? Jiang recognized the Ghost Wizard's actions and understood what it intended to do. Sky-shattering grasp, Long immediately teleported over and fiercely grabbed the Ghost Wizard, dragging the Ghost Wizard down from the sky. Blink giant form. Jiang activated his Gale Claw skill, and the Dark Gold Lord weapon finally found its purpose. Jiang teleported next to the Ghost Wizard, pulled down to a low altitude, and used giant form to enlarge his body. Spinning Dance. 50, 50, 50. Although each hit dealt only 50 damage, it was just the damage of a blade. During the Spinning Dance, hundreds or even thousands of blades would be unleashed. Each hit would deal 50 points of damage. Hitting 10 would yield 500 points, and hitting 100 would result in 5,000 points of damage. Especially since Jiang had activated giant form, this also meant more blades would be released over a larger area. Of course, while casting this skill, he was also a stationary target, making him seem particularly foolish against opponents with high burst damage. The spinning speed was exceptionally fast, and the blades flew everywhere quickly, leaving the Ghost Wizard with numerous wounds. The Ghost Wizard, who had already been under constant attack and had low health, was instantly taken down by this wave of damage. The Ghost Wizards were powerful only when working together. After one was defeated, the remaining one posed much. Following the previous method, Jiang effortlessly eliminated the remaining Ghost Wizard. The Ghost Wizard dropped 2 items. One was a key and the other was equipment. Charging Cloak Gold. Type Cloak. Level requirement 5. Agility 50, Intelligence 10. Passive: when attacked, there is a high chance to gain a blink charge. Passive: when you blink, there is a significant chance to blink again. Passive: when you trigger consecutive blinks, there is a certain chance to gain another. Passive: when you trigger consecutive blinks, there is a small chance to gain another. Passive: when you trigger consecutive blinks, there is an extremely small chance to gain another. Passive: each time you trigger a consecutive blink, there is a minuscule chance to gain another. Well, I can't believe I got this. Jiang sighed slightly as he looked at the equipment. He didn't have this item, he had only seen a video about it. During a world boss battle, a rogue player grabbed the world boss's item and was chased by a large group. Of course, such events had become commonplace. During team fights, everyone would be friendly, but afterward emotions would flare. On that day, a particularly rare item dropped from the world boss, and that player naturally attracted a massive crowd chasing after him. Logically speaking, this was just a common occurrence. Generally, people would watch to see if that player would drop the world boss's item after being defeated, or items recently picked up had an increased drop rate, but it wasn't guaranteed that they would drop. Then something miraculous happened. After receiving one attack, that player suddenly vanished. Initially thought to be invisible, many people used anti-invisibility methods to search for the player, causing a frenzy, as they practically turned the ground upside down. Yet they could not find any trace of the player. This incident garnered some attention at the time, and later someone released the footage. In the end, through slow-motion techniques at 50 times speed, they finally discovered how that player had disappeared. It turned out that the player had instantaneously used over 30 similar blink skills, vanishing in an instant. Later, some curious individuals investigated and finally exposed the reason. It was due to this charging cloak. One must say that player was indeed very lucky, or perhaps he already had several blink charges stored. However, to trigger over 30 consecutive blinks was truly something extraordinary. Afterward, that player became famous and started streaming to earn some money, as everyone wanted to see such miraculous maneuvers. In reality, it was just 1 or 2 blinks at most, rarely did it exceed 3 times. It was nothing like the shocking spectacle of over 30 consecutive blinks. Alright then. Seeing that he had obtained such a bizarre piece of equipment, Jiang had nothing more to say. Although it was difficult to replicate the stunning scene of over 30 consecutive blinks. With the active blink from his Gale Claw combined with this passive blink, it was still a decent means of mobility. Before facing absolute long-range summons that could pressure him, this mobility would allow him to catch some opponents. Once I clear the next layer, it will be the 5th layer. Jiang slowly walked towards the entrance of the next layer. The next layer posed no real challenge, or it was not fundamentally different from the first and second layers. It merely introduced the difficult type of monster known as the Undead Knight. The real challenge was in the 5th layer, where the big boss of the Undead Tower, the Skeleton King, awaited. The Undead Tower was a small tower. Its levels were not like those of medium or large towers, which could reach dozens or even hundreds of floors. People only know that the Undead Tower has 5 layers, but no one knows that there is a 6th layer. Jiang pulled out a small iron ball. Undead Tower mechanism, core, no description. Don't be fooled by this small iron ball. It seems like just a key to activate the Undead Tower, which becomes useless after use. This was the switch to the 6th layer, and only those who defeated the Iron Guard for the first time could qualify to enter the 6th layer. It was also the only qualification. The 6th layer harbored powerful beings. Remember that the holder was found only after a long time, which was also the reason he had to choose Stone Village, as it truly was the birthplace with the most opportunities. He arrived at the next layer. It was similar to what he remembered. Undead Knights were everywhere, and there were many monsters from the 1st and 2nd layers as well. The only improvement was that from the 3rd layer onward, there was no longer the shroud of black mist. The height of the black mist only enveloped the 1st and 2nd layers. 24 Ice Bears. With no other options, the Fire Warrior could not perform well here. The Sea Turtle was even less useful, easily kicked around like a soccer ball by the Undead Knights. Below this point, only elite monsters remained. The only small boss capable of contending with the Undead Knights was the Ice Bear. Even though its damage was not as high as the Fire Warriors, it at least had a charge skill and control abilities. It wouldn't be treated like a plaything by the high-mobility Undead Knights. The keys drop, just like in the 1st layer from defeating monsters. There is no strategy involved. Release all 24 Ice Bears, and just let them wreak havoc. The Undead Knights that inhabit this place have been idle for a long time due to the ceiling of the Undead Tower. Suddenly, a horde of bears charged in, catching the Undead Knights off guard. It seemed they did not understand the situation. However, the next moment, the Ice Bears had already charged right into the faces of the Undead Knights. The Undead Knights did not pick up speed, they were just as they were. There is not much difference from the Wild Bulls in the Wild Bull Plains. If one were to point out a difference, it would be that they have thicker blood and higher defense. This time is not the same as in the 1st layer. Soon the key for the 5th layer dropped. However, Jiang did not immediately proceed to the 5th layer. I still need a bit more experience to reach level 9. Let me level up to 9 first. The experience from the Undead Knights is quite good, so Jiang decided to farm levels here. He is very familiar with the structure of the Undead Tower. With the current capabilities of players, whether solo or in a particularly well-coordinated duo, no one can compete with him for the first clear. The Undead Tower can only be efficiently farmed by pairs, as 11 can exceed 2 or even 3 under per. The premise is that both players must have excellent synergy with their attributes and characteristics perfectly aligned. Even so, they cannot compare to him. The greatest advantage of the summoner is farming dungeons. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of units are summoned, the summoner still counts as just one person. Jiang couldn't help but laugh as he thought of this. Soon his level also increased. Player Jiang class, Summoner level 9, HP 1688, MP 1310, Strength 65, Intelligence 160, Stamina 51, Spirit 108, Physical Attack 65, Magical Attack 176, Physical Defense 161, Magical Defense 118, Common Skills, Magic Missile, Electric Net, Lightning Technique, Inherited Skills, Divine Summoning, Common Summoning. Passive Skills, Born Ruler, Average Damage. The increase in Attribute panel is not particularly significant. However, the cap for summoning beasts has increased to 27. Once I reach level 10, I should unlock new types of summons. Lu Jiang felt that reaching level 10 would significantly boost his combat power. In the first layer of the Undead Tower, number 10's sword pierced through the defenses of the skeleton axe warrior, then fell apart. Clink. With the sound of metal clashing, something resembling a key fell to the ground. This should be the key to the next layer. Number 10 held the key in her hand while retracting her sword. Suddenly, she remembered the guild matter and sent a message. Starting from the 5-person team, report all situations in order. Report to number 10, the 5-person team has been completely wiped out. Report to number 10, the 3-person team has been completely wiped out. Report to number 10, 3 teams of the 2-person team are still in the tower. Upon hearing this news, number 10 frowned slightly. From the reports, the situation seems dire. Although the main force of the Sword Pavilion has not arrived, even some members of the second team still possess the strength to easily defeat the main forces of other Giant Stone Village guilds. According to the reports from the second team, the 5-person and 3-person teams are practically non-existent. The 2-person team also has less than half remaining. Sword King is currently fiercely tackling the Hell Dungeon, and she did not dare to ask for the Sword King's opinion, so she could only make a decision herself. Reassemble the 3 most compatible 2-person teams. Everyone else will farm solo. Number 10 made this decision. At the same time, she directly took off her headset communicator and stepped into the entrance of the next layer. Her expression became extremely serious with her beautiful eyes filled with focus. Nu Jiang, I don't know how many layers ahead you are, but I won't easily admit defeat. Completely turning off external communication, she became extremely focused. She opened the entrance to the second layer. The surrounding mist still lingered, and at this moment number 10 closed her eyes. Holding a slender sword in one hand, she stepped forward slowly. Left side. Swish. Swish. Under 2 swift strikes, a sneaky skeleton was dismantled. Right diagonal 45. She executed the same attack as before. Every strike hit the weak point, resulting in critical hits. This was an operation she completed through her familiarity with the monsters in the first layer. No enemies around. Number 10 then opened her eyes. I will catch up to you. She looked at the layers above her, gaze becoming resolute. On the live streaming platform. Currently, the game Myth dominates, and naturally the highest popularity on the live streaming platform is for Myth streams. Many players are still hesitating whether to play this game, or for financial reasons they cannot play it for the time being. Furthermore, Myth has a fatigue system. Not logging off for too long will diminish earnings. Additionally, high-intensity leveling is exhausting in itself. Watching live streams has become the most common pastime after logging off from the game. And right now the hottest topic is undoubtedly the Undead Tower. As the first open tower-type solo dungeon, it naturally attracts the most attention. Unfortunately, it is only located in Giant Stone Village. For neighboring villages, it is fine. They can give up some leveling time and make it over. But for most, the distance from Giant Stone Village is far too great to abandon such extensive leveling time and trek across mountains and rivers to reach it. Assassin passerby King Handsome Knife farms the Undead Tower solo. At this moment, a live streaming room suddenly surged in popularity, skyrocketing from a small streamer to a top-level streamer. Seeing the rapid increase in popularity, the platform staff directly featured it on the homepage. This further boosted the popularity. Thank you to all the supporters for the gifts. I have now entered the second layer. Handsome Knife looked at the stream of gifts and the immense popularity, feeling quite emotional. He wasn't originally a native of Giant Stone Village. He only decided to come to Giant Stone Village after seeing Nu Jiang frequently trending in the news, while there was no news from his birthplace at all. He sacrificed half a day's leveling time to come here. Looking back now, the decision he made back then seems to have paid off. And all of this stems from that man Nu Jiang. He entered the second layer. He wasn't particularly powerful compared to the experts of top guilds like Sword Pavilion. He still had a long way to go. Streamer, how many layers do you think Nu Jiang has reached by now? Some viewers genuinely thought this streamer was mighty and asked in the comments. One viewer asked how many layers Nu Jiang has reached. I need to gauge the intensity of the second layer before I can answer this viewer's question. So Handsome Knife drew his dagger and sneaked in. After a series of sneaky attacks, he barely managed to take down 2 skeletons, but he needed to rest before continuing the fight. The 5th level of the Undead Tower. The air is thick with humidity and a draft blows through, lending a chilling feeling to the surroundings. The entire atmosphere of the 5th level is dark, eerie, and oppressive. It is completely empty, not a single small monster in sight. Although there is no firelight here, it is far from dark. Visibility is quite high. Tap tap tap. Lu Jiang walks on the floor, making faint footsteps. His summoned beasts have been recalled. Only Long Long and Shu Shu sit on Lu Jiang's shoulders, appearing very well behaved. Lu Jiang walks expressionlessly through the hall of the 5th level, his solitary figure gradually elongating. The sound of his footsteps suddenly halts. This is the place. Lu Jiang stands still, not taking another step forward. A wave of black mist envelopes the area. The black mist surges forward like ocean waves, as if a powerful cyclone is about to breach the surface. Lu Jiang can clearly feel himself stunned for a moment. This is a mental scan. His mental value is far too low compared to a powerful entity, so a moment of daze is quite normal. Insignificant human, did you awaken this king? A void-like voice slowly emerges. To be honest, even just this sound effect could intimidate most people. The atmosphere and effects around further highlight that this is a particularly high-level monster. Name: skeleton, level, health, rank, skills. A boss entirely made of question marks. Currently, only monsters above level 20 compared to players will appear as all question marks. In other words, with Lu Jiang at level 8, the minimum level for the Skeleton King is 28. Lu Jiang at level 8 obviously cannot defeat it. Not just Lu Jiang at this stage, no one can defeat it. The Undead Tower is just a single-player tower. Entering as a duo requires exceptionally high coordination. If Lu Jiang cannot pass with his current strength, it is difficult for anyone at this stage to clear the tower. After all, Lu Jiang's combat power can already rival that of an average guild team. Lu Jiang stands motionless, staring at the Skeleton King. He does not speak, just blankly gazing at the boss. Why won't you answer me? Are you afraid? The authoritative voice of the Skeleton King resonates once more. Moreover, the words carry an ethereal tone, and the black mist shrouding its form adds to the sense of mystery and authority. Esteemed Skeleton King. Lu Jiang finally speaks slowly. The Skeleton King snorts coldly within. It is I. Lu Jiang obediently responds. Daring to awaken the great Skeleton King, you shall pay the price. Lu Jiang's straightforward response momentarily leaves the Skeleton King speechless. Shouldn't Lu Jiang be afraid of it? Why did he just admit it so easily? The corners of Lu Jiang's mouth curl slightly. The 5th level is challenging for others, even impossible to conquer. But for him, it is merely 2 words: ordinary. Esteemed Skeleton King, step aside, and I shall allow you to continue your slumber. Lu Jiang exudes an overwhelming presence, appearing extremely arrogant. You have angered me, foolish human. The Skeleton King roars angrily, lightly pointing in the midst of the black mist. A beam of black light swiftly charges towards Lu Jiang. The speed of the light is quick, yet for some reason this black light does not travel at the normal speed of light. It can be dodged. Not only can Lu Jiang evade it, but even players with a bit of skill can dodge it. It almost feels like it is telling you to evade. Lu Jiang remains still. 0. The black light passes through Lu Jiang's body. Impossible. Why are you not afraid? Do you feel no fear at all? The voice within the black mist turns shrill and frantic, unlike the previous calm and deep tone. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The voice becomes frenzied within the massive black mist. Suddenly, the vast black mist begins to overflow and a fierce wind sweeps through the entire 5th level of the Undead Tower. The black mist engulfs Lu Jiang, who stands firm in place. Health limit reduced by 50, mana limit reduced by 50, intelligence limit reduced by 50, strength limit reduced by 50, all defensive limits reduced by 50, all physical limits reduced by 50, magic missile skill sealed, lightning spell skill sealed, electric net skill sealed. Boom. The fierce wind blows debris from the walls around, creating a strikingly real scene. Lu Jiang glances at his status panel with interest. Player Lu Jiang, class summoner, Lord, level 9, HP 850, MP 655, strength 3-2, intelligence, stamina 2-5, spirit 5-5, physical, attack 3-3, magic, attack 8-8, physical, defense 8-0, magic, defense 5-5, normal skills, magic, missile sealed, electric net sealed, lightning spell sealed, inherited skills, gods, summon, normal summon. Passive skills, born leader, average damage. Well, it's made to look so real. Lu Jiang smiled as he looked at his tremble, foolish human. The Skeleton King's voice sounded extremely terrifying. However, you may not be too good at math. My intelligence of 160 half should be 80, and you haven't calculated the other attributes correctly either. Lu Jiang had specifically noted his attributes before entering the 5th level. The Skeleton King did not speak, but the previous arrogance was clearly absent. Additionally, your skills are not fully sealed. Lu Jiang snapped his fingers, summoning a fire warrior. The black mist remained silent. Do you still want to fight? Seeing the Skeleton King remain silent, Lu Jiang inquired. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a real figure. A small black ball hops around on the ground. Name: Phantom Sprite, race dark, elite, level 1, health 500, rank, none, skills, mental control, mist, shadow, illusion, mental stimulation, mental seal. Please don't kill me. The Phantom Sprite pleads, hopping in front of Lu Jiang. What do you say? Lu Jiang snapped his fingers, and the fire warrior stepped beside the Phantom Sprite. With just a slight wave, the Phantom Sprite would be eliminated. After all, the Undead Tower is merely a small tower. How could it possibly contain a mid-level boss like the Skeleton King? It simply defies logic. The 5th level of the Undead Tower has deceived many for a long time. No one has been able to conquer it. Until someone realized something was amiss, even with overwhelming attributes, they still couldn't clear it. The Phantom Sprite is one that controls the mind. Ultimately, it doesn't attack. Rather, you end up attacking. Thus, regardless of the level of attributes, it is impossible to defeat this non-existent Skeleton King. Little thing, it's simple for me not to kill you. Just help me open the hidden entrance to the 6th level. Lu Jiang revealed a friendly smile. Meanwhile, the fire warrior displayed its fiery muscles beside him. Looking at Lu Jiang's kind smile, the Phantom Sprite felt no warmth at all. It hopped step by step to the corner, revealing a frightened expression. Little creature, my patience is running thin, and I have no time to play hide and seek with you. Lu Jiang snapped his fingers again. A 3-meter-tall giant white bear suddenly appeared beside him. To the left was a fire-breathing monster, and to the right was an immensely ferocious giant bear. The phantom sprite was almost in tears. In fact, the condition to activate the 6th layer required the controller from the Iron Guard. This phantom sprite also could not be killed. A timid phantom sprite could be intimidated into compliance with minimal threat. Without the mechanism control ball, even if I take you there, it won't be able to activate. The phantom sprite seemed to want to make one last stand. Lu Jiang directly took the small iron ball out of his backpack and weighed it in his palm. All right, I will take you there. Upon seeing the ball, the phantom sprite finally gave up its struggle. Utilizing a special method, it summoned the entrance to the 6th layer. Let me be clear, the 6th layer holds terrifying entities. If you suffer any misfortune, do not come to me for trouble. The timid phantom sprite said, trembling. Little creature, if you keep talking, I will shut your mouth for you. Lu Jiang truly wanted to slap this loquacious phantom sprite. However, he feared that if he lost control, he might accidentally eliminate this little thing. The entrance was summoned by the phantom sprite's own abilities. If the phantom sprite was killed, the entrance would automatically disappear. Lu Jiang placed the small iron ball into the groove, and the entrance slowly opened. The phantom sprite dared not utter a word, only watching as Lu Jiang stepped into the entrance of the 6th layer. The 6th layer, unlike the previous 5, was extremely cramped. While the first 5 layers were expansive halls, the 6th layer resembled a dilapidated royal ruin. Creak, creak. The wind blew through, causing some old items to emit faint sounds. There were no summoned beasts by Lu Jiang's side, not even tree and dragon were present, as Lu Jiang had sent them back to the pet space. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Jiang gently walked through the ruins. Without looking around, he directly focused on the center of the ruins where a high platform stood. He reached a spot where the floor was intact and stopped in front of the platform. Picking up a small stone, he began to draw a diagram on the ground. Left 3, right 2, left 1, right 5, right 6, left 8. Lu Jiang muttered quietly to himself, trying to recall. Although the area ahead seemed calm, each step was crucial. One misstep could awaken the master of this place. That was the ruler slumbering in the Valley of the Undead. The 6th layer of the Undead Tower was not originally a trial ground, but merely a storage place for that ruler. Is this left 3 or left 2? As he reached the last few steps, Lu Jiang suddenly couldn't remember. His head felt a bit fuzzy. If I really can't recall, I'll just take it one step at a time. Lu Jiang tousled his hair messily. He had completely forgotten the last few steps. First left 3, right 2, no mistakes there. Lu Jiang followed the planned route. He encountered no errors along the way, drawing ever closer to the platform. Left 3 or left 2? Let's try left 2. Lu Jiang took a deep breath and stepped onto the left 2 tile. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. All right, no trigger. Lu Jiang sighed with relief and took a step forward. Beep, beep, beep. The sound suddenly rang out. Boom, boom. The massive stones above Lu Jiang's head began to fall piece by piece. Forget it. He had indeed stepped forward casually, but he couldn't remember how to proceed from there. Who is it? A deep voice resonated. However, Lu Jiang knew that the ruler of the Valley of the Undead was likely just awakening and would not arrive so quickly. It merely produced a sound seemingly implying its imminent arrival. Quick flash. Lu Jiang activated the skill Wind Claw. After flashing a distance, Lu Jiang realized his quick flash skill was available again. Right, it was the cloak. Quick flash, being a teleportation type skill, also triggered the passive of the charging cloak. Flash again. This time it triggered. Flash again. However, there was no effect triggered this time. Nevertheless, 3 consecutive uses of quick flash were already sufficient for Lu Jiang. Got it. Lu Jiang grasped the flag and simultaneously clutched the return stone. Return. Loading 10, 30, 60, 90, 100. Phew, him back. Lu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the village meant safety. Or rather, temporary safety. Congratulations on being the first to clear the Undead Tower, receiving an additional 1 million points. Will you choose to hide your ID? Do not hide. Lu Jiang had grown accustomed to not hiding his ID, and he increasingly exuded an aura. World announcement: player Lu Jiang first cleared the Undead Tower, receiving an additional 1 million points. The hidden 6th layer of the Undead is permanently closed. World announcement: player Lu Jiang first cleared the Undead Tower, receiving an additional 1 million points. The hidden 6th layer of the Undead is permanently closed. World announcement: player Lu Jiang first cleared the Undead Tower, receiving an additional 1 million points. The hidden 6th layer of the Undead is permanently closed. As the event had not yet concluded, Lu Jiang was unable to claim his rewards. However, the top of the leaderboard had already been claimed by the ID Lu Jiang, with the second place not even close to his score. Assassin Ruler Wong Handsome Knife, soloing the Undead Tower. Handsome Knife livestream. Handsome Knife had just cleared the second layer, his luck from the first layer, carrying over to the second, accidentally hitting a spot that revealed a key. He felt he had performed strongly enough. Moreover, according to the comments from viewers in the livestream, his current score surpassed many renowned experts. Haha, I'm about to become famous in one battle. Handsome Knife thought happily while watching the barrage of comments. Streamer, can you predict which layer the great Lu Jiang is currently at? A viewer's comment appeared on the screen. This round Lu Jiang has probably just cleared the third layer quickly. He felt his speed was impressive. Although he might not catch up with Lu Jiang, he hadn't fallen too far behind either. However, just as he finished speaking, world announcement player Lu Jiang first cleared the Undead Tower, receiving an additional 1 million points. The hidden 6th layer of the Undead is permanently closed. Handsome Knife instantly felt embarrassed. He thought he was fast enough, even feeling a bit arrogant. Little did he know the slap in the face came quicker than a tornado. Old Prophet. The show effects are maximized. See you tomorrow in the stream's highlight moments. I was just lurking. I thought this streamer was too arrogant to avoid being criticized. Now I must say the great Lu Jiang is forever a god. Broken sound. The great Lu Jiang is forever a god. Broken sound. The great Lu Jiang is forever a god. Broken sound. Handsome Knife's expression turned grim. His live stream's comments were flooded with the great Lu Jiang is forever a god. In the third level of the Tower of the Undead, number 10 had just overcome 2 powerful undead sorcerers, leaving her both physically and mentally exhausted. I have expended too much energy. I fear I cannot continue to the next level for now. Sitting on the ground gasping for breath, she thought. I wonder what level he has reached by now, shaking her head. She opened the chat channel, having muted the world chat to maintain her focus. However, the most prominent notification was the world announcement. So he has already passed through. Number 10 sighed, a wave of profound disappointment washing over her. Had it not been for the comforting words of the Sword King earlier, she might have fallen into a spiral of self-doubt. Yet after this first-hand experience, she began to ponder another possibility. If the main force of the Sword Pavilion were to engage in battle with Nu Jiang in the future, could they truly defeat him? Although she did not believe that Nu Jiang could surpass the main force of the Sword Pavilion, the mere thought of this possibility lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. No, that's not possible. He is indeed very strong, but I don't think he has reached that level yet. Number 10 shook her head, forcing herself not to dwell on Nu Jiang. For some reason, the normally calm and wise her felt a sense of turmoil whenever she thought of Nu Jiang. Perhaps the blow from that defeat had been too great. Number 10 consoled herself. In the 6th level of the Tower of the Undead Rumble, the entire 6th level was in a state of ruin. A terrifying presence was wreaking havoc around it. That aura in Giant Stone Village. The shadowy figure's eyes gleamed with madness. I will not let you escape. With that, he spread his spirit throughout the entire Valley of the Undead. Undead army march and destroy Giant Stone Village. A terrifying will swiftly spread to the surroundings of Giant Stone Village. In Giant Stone Village, Nu Jiang has already cleared the level. I used up all 3 chances and didn't even see the 2nd level. Indeed, it's too difficult, it's practically unplayable. I feel that Nu Jiang's strength, even if he brought someone along, could still clear the level regardless of the difficulty. Soloing Hell Dungeons and the Tower of the Undead, what is it that Nu Jiang cannot accomplish? The Dark Knight and Starry Sky Guild must feel quite awkward now, having incurred such a great enmity with Nu Jiang. Should keep your voice down. If those 2 factions hear you, you're done for. They can't afford to provoke Nu Jiang, and if they take it out on you, you're finished. You make a good point, thanks for the reminder, brother. In Giant Stone Village, players continued discussing matters concerning World announcement. The Lord of the Valley of the Undead declares war on Giant Stone Village after having his treasure stolen by Nu Jiang. All players in Giant Stone Village are asked to defend it. There will be no loss of experience for players who perish in this defense. Should the village fall, all players in Giant Stone Village will permanently lose 5 levels of attributes. World announcement. The Lord of the Valley of the Undead declares war on Giant Stone Village after having his treasure stolen by Nu Jiang. All players in Giant Stone Village are asked to defend it. There will be no loss of experience for players who perish in this defense. Should the village fall, all players in Giant Stone Village will permanently lose 5 levels of attributes. World announcement. The Lord of the Valley of the Undead declares war on Giant Stone Village after having his treasure stolen by Nu Jiang. All players in Giant Stone Village are asked to defend it. There will be no loss of experience for players who perish in this defense. Should the village fall, all players in Giant Stone Village will permanently lose 5 levels of attributes. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Previously, discussions about Nu Jiang's first clear were casual, but now this matter was anything but. What does it mean to permanently lose 5 levels if the defense fails? It equates to the attributes added by an equipment piece at this stage. Though this impact may diminish with equipment upgrades in the future, who can maintain their composure, knowing they will have less attributes than others? On the forum beneath a post titled The 10 Disadvantages of Giant Stone Village, the replies surged unexpectedly. The original poster is amazing. Luckily, I listened to their advice and did not choose Giant Stone Village. As expected, while Nu Jiang brings benefits to Giant Stone Village, he also brings a heap of troubles. Haha, the last incident where Nu Jiang slaughtered over 1,000 players was quite obvious. A bunch of fools are still flocking to Giant Stone Village. Actually, I know the original poster. They are involved in a counter-narrative population control scheme. Haha, the original poster won't need to worry about population control anymore. When I buy the game, I definitely won't go to Giant Stone Village. Similar replies also flooded other counter-narrative population control threads from Giant Stone Village players along with complaints from other newcomers who had chosen Giant Stone Village. Let me share a sad story. Just 10 minutes ago, I bought the game and chose Giant Stone Village. Will I start off with a permanent 5-level loss? Feeling sorry for the one above, I chose Giant Stone Village yesterday and have already reached level 5, but soon I will drop to level 1. In fact, directly losing 5 levels isn't too bad, but a permanent loss of 5 levels and attributes is something that cannot be compensated later on. I won't post anymore. Oh, I just reached level 7, so at least I have some fighting power. Anyway, there's no loss of experience. Let's give it a shot. Jiang has gone too far, causing such a huge issue without even saying a word. Players in Giant Stone Village became gradually less active on the forum as they prepared for battle. Those currently posting were mostly players from other regions watching the spectacle. Previously, they had complained about their birthplace lacking a powerful figure like Jiang. Now they could only hope that no one like Jiang would emerge again. Too terrifying. Every few days trouble arises at the spawn point. Meanwhile, in another place in the underground palace at the Hell level, the Sword Pavilion was engaged in a siege, and their progress had surpassed the halfway mark, seeming hopeful to conquer it by tomorrow. However, one announcement left everyone in the Sword Pavilion dumbfounded. All attributes dropped by 5 levels. For casual players, this might just be a rough understanding, but they had no idea how significant the impact would be. Only the Sword King understood. If attributes truly drop permanently by 5 levels, the Sword Pavilion wouldn't just fall from the ranks of the top 10 guilds. It would certainly become the least among the top guilds. This weakening cannot be compensated. All members of the Sword Pavilion listen up, cease all activities and focus entirely on defending Giant Stone Village. The usually composed Sword King spoke these words with barely contained anger. They had to temporarily abandon the dungeon in the ruins of the underground palace. The Tower of the Undead, along with members who were engaged in hidden quests, were all put on hold. Just this alone brought immeasurable losses to the Sword Pavilion. Jiang, what exactly do you intend to do? The Sword King frowned, contemplating as he returned to the city. Does he not realize what such losses entail? The Sword King could not comprehend. He could not fathom what kind of treasure could compel Jiang to risk a loss of 5 levels and attributes. In his eyes, someone like Jiang, capable of soloing hell dungeons and the Tower of the Undead, would never lack equipment or treasures. Why take the risk of losing 5 levels and attributes to do something like this? A permanent loss of 5 levels and attributes means that even if your domain forms, it will have permanent flaws. Jiang walked along the path of Giant Stone Village. Every time he passed by, he could see players glaring at him with fury. If it weren't for the memory of Jiang slaughtering over 1,000 players last time, there would probably be a group of people rushing to beat him up now. Everyone was waiting for a hero who could eliminate Jiang, considering it a service to the people. However, that hero never appeared, and at this stage the casual players were simply no match for Jiang. With the ID Jiang, he swaggered through the streets, exhibiting arrogance to the fullest. That must be Jiang. He's too arrogant, creating such a huge mess for us, and still acting all righteous. It's infuriating. Even if we all teamed up, we still couldn't defeat him. What good would it do to beat him? The army of the undead is coming soon. Fighting Jiang now would only lead to mutual destruction. I think Jiang is here to be the village bully. He's just so annoying, strutting around in front of us when we can't even fight back. The players could only discuss quietly, fearing that Jiang might overhear. Jiang was not so bored. He wasn't idle enough to provoke hatred for no reason. As he walked, he checked the honor battle flag. Growth potential. Quality none. Type special item. Level requirement 0. All attributes 10. Skill Chaos Zone. Chaos Zone creates a small chaos zone where all within it will attack themselves. The range can expand as the flag. This is the legendary honor battle flag that can restrain summoning lords. Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Summoning lords are indeed the most powerful class, but in his past life, the summoning lord Luoqiu had not been without defeats. The powerful summoning lord broke one city after another. Even the top guilds united could not withstand the onslaught. However, during an attack on an ordinary city, they suffered a crushing defeat, losing to a second-rate guild. From that day forward, the summoning lord Luoqiu never dared to provoke that second-rate guild's base. Both sides kept that battle a secret, and it wasn't until much later that the truth was uncovered. It turned out that the honor battle flag caused the summoning lord's summoned army to attack each other, as the summoning lord's main combat power relied on the summoned army, which was a significant counter to summoning lords. Moreover, aside from causing the summoning lord's summoned beasts to attack each other, it possessed other functions. But what exactly they were, no one knew. After that battle, the summoning lord Luoqiu feared that the top guilds would seize the honor battle flag, so he kept this matter to himself. The second-rate guild also feared being robbed by those top guilds, so they reached an agreement with Luoqiu to keep that battle a secret. But the world has no secrets that remain hidden. This matter was still investigated. Even the origins of the honor battle flag were uncovered, and no one expected that the Undead Tower actually had a hidden 6th floor. Although there was indeed a world announcement about the Lord of the Undead Valley attacking Giant Stone Village back then, that was already a long time after the fact. By then the players of Giant Stone Village had leveled up significantly, and the monsters from the Undead Valley easily wiped out the village, garnering little attention. However, in the end, no one ever saw the complete form of the Honor Battle flag. According to the investigation results, the bearer from the SSS-Grade guild seemed to have collected enough materials. They wanted the Honor Battle flag to evolve into the Supreme Honor Holy flag, a cross-tier upgrade. But the upgrade failed, and the Honor Battle flag was destroyed. The bearer expended a lot of effort and resources only to end up with nothing. The setback was so great that they quit the game for a long time, unable to find anyone. Thus only a few people knew about the specific attributes of the Honor Battle flag. I don't really care what it does for me. Ooh, I just can't let it fall into someone else's hands. Lu Jiang smiled slightly and put away the flag. The flag's upgrade would be left to fate. There are other treasures that can restrain summoning lords, and when his strength increases, he would collect them all. Although Luo Qiu was powerful, he had not truly reached the level of a hegemon. The existence of several major counters was the biggest factor in balancing his development. Oh, we've arrived. Seeing a crowd gathered ahead, Lu Jiang smiled slightly. Sword Pavilion Star, Guild Ghost, Guild Nightfall Brotherhood Rose Manor, the well-known organizations and guilds of Giant Stone Village had all arrived. Naturally, the Sword Pavilion took the lead while the others were somewhat overshadowed by them. Next was the Star Guild, which held a slightly leading position while the others lagged behind. They gathered here at the summons of the Sword Pavilion to discuss strategies on how to resist the army of the undead. This location was just what Lu Jiang had asked Qian Duo to find out. Many players surrounded Lu Jiang, and wherever he went a circular space naturally formed around him. The attention-grabbing Lu Jiang undoubtedly attracted the attention of several major guilds. The first to react was Fanqing. How do you still have the face to come here? We're in a tough spot because of the trouble you caused. Fanqing stepped forward, glaring at Lu Jiang. At this moment, he had several major guilds behind him and didn't believe Lu Jiang would dare to attack him. As Lu Jiang walked by, he casually scratched his ear without even looking at Fanqing. Seeing Lu Jiang approach, Fanqing glanced at the soldiers stationed not far away, feeling slightly more reassured. Not wanting to lose face, Fanqing held his head high and stared into Lu Jiang's eyes. But Lu Jiang slowly walked past him as if he were merely air. Seeing Lu Jiang's imposing demeanor, others began to refrain from underestimating him, especially the members of Brotherhood and Rose Manor, though they had never interacted with Lu Jiang. However, since Lu Jiang openly ignored Fanqing, it was clear he was unwilling to give the Star Guild any face, so naturally, they had no desire to provoke Lu Jiang. Even though they weren't afraid of him alone, their entire guild was involved while Lu Jiang was on his own. Lu Jiang might not necessarily gain the upper hand, but they would definitely come out worse. Moreover, if the Star Guild clashed with Lu Jiang, it would be a welcome event for them. Monkey San from Nightfall turned his head away, avoiding Lu Jiang's gaze. This scene looked quite comical. Clearly, Lu Jiang was the main culprit behind this Guardian crisis. Casual players might avoid provoking Lu Jiang, as he had once slaughtered over 1,000 of them in one go. But these guilds faced Lu Jiang, the great villain, at this moment. Except for Fanqing, not a single person dared to accuse Lu Jiang. Even the Nightfall Guild, which had grievances with Lu Jiang, avoided direct contact with him at this time. Lu Jiang had no intention of engaging with them extensively. He quickly found the location of the Sword King. He had met the Sword King before in his past life. The Sword King had a rather unfortunate fate, never advancing even to the level of a Quasi-King. It seemed that due to a certain incident, he was expelled from his family, though the details remained unknown. Afterward, he had offended too many people and subsequently vanished without a trace. Seeing Lu Jiang approaching, the Sword King was slightly surprised. Hello, nice to meet you. Upon Lu Jiang's arrival, the Sword King extended his hand. Initially, he wanted to recruit Lu Jiang. Now that he couldn't, he at least hoped not to end up on opposing sides. After all, he was aware of Lu Jiang's true strength, which had already taken shape, not only exhibiting unmatched combat prowess in the present, but also immense potential for the future. I suppose that's true. Lu Jiang shook hands with the Sword King, feeling somewhat sentimental. He had even fought against the Sword King before. Of course, at that time, he was still a melee mage, and their encounter had ended in a stalemate. There were very few who could match him in melee at that time. Had the Sword King not been abandoned by his family due to that incident and targeted by the outside world, he might have advanced to become a Quasi-King or even a king. Lu Jiang's words seemed to carry deeper meanings. However, the atmosphere at the scene was still quite tense as the undead army was about to arrive. Although NPC soldiers would be deployed in Giant Stone Village, they were likely to face high-level monsters. The numerous small monsters would still require the players to deal with them. In the clash of armies, while battles between leaders were undeniably important, it was the sheer number of foot soldiers that truly determined the outcome. Millions of players could participate in the battle for Giant Stone Village, but the undead army would have its fair share of small monsters as well. Time is of the essence. Please clarify your intentions. The Sword King did not waste words and directly inquired what Lu Jiang meant. It's nothing. This matter was instigated by me, and I bear some responsibility. I came here to tell you that I will take care of the northern gate. Your guild doesn't need to come. A few scattered players will suffice. Don't joke around. Are you trying to get us into trouble? I suspect your intentions. Before the Sword King could respond, Fanqing angrily interjected from behind. Previously Lu Jiang had ignored him, which made him lose face. Now with Lu Jiang's words he directly accused him. Yet in truth Fan Xing had unwittingly hit the nail on the head. Lu Jiang indeed had ulterior motives for coming here. Besides participating in this defense battle, he had other objectives. How confident are you? The Sword King actually believed Lu Jiang's words, but he harbored doubts about Lu Jiang's abilities. He knew that the formation of a domain required perfection. By losing 5 levels of attributes might seem insignificant, but it would render the domain flawed and imperfect. Not much about 100. Lu Jiang smiled slightly as he looked at the Sword King. Fan Xing's face turned red with anger, but this time, he chose to remain silent. After all, speaking up was futile. Neither Lu Jiang nor the Sword King acknowledged him. He felt like air in their eyes, yet he couldn't confront either of them. There was no need to mention the Sword Sect. Lu Jiang, being a lone wolf with so many summoned beasts, could severely impact the various leveling teams of Xingchun. I trust you. The Sword King gazed into Lu Jiang's eyes, seeing the seriousness within them. He also believed that someone with such a promising future as Lu Jiang wouldn't joke with his own prospects. Thanks. Lu Jiang smiled, patted the Sword King, and turned to leave. He recalled that in his past life, when parting ways after their duel, he had similarly patted the Sword King and mentioned they would spar again next time. However, he never encountered the Sword King again afterward. In his past life, they were not friends, they were rivals, yet they shared a mutual respect as skilled opponents. Seeing Lu Jiang casually patting him, the Sword King was momentarily taken aback. No one had dared to do that before. This guy is quite interesting. Watching Lu Jiang's retreating figure, the Sword King couldn't help but smile. Really, do you trust him that much? Fan Xing finally exploded and stepped up to question the Sword King. Oh, are you questioning me? The Sword King merely stared coldly at Fan Xing and replied indifferently. The icy look in the Sword King's eyes doused Fan Xing's anger like a bucket of cold water, and he finally calmed down. Although Xingchun was supposedly the second guild of Giant Stone Village, the actual difference between it and the Sword Sect was like heaven and earth. Even if the 2 or 3 guilds below him united, Xingchun would still have no chance of winning. No. Fan Xing regained his composure and retreated. Alright, we from the Sword Sect will guard the eastern gate. The Rose Manor will join us. The other guilds will defend the southern gate. Let's proceed with this. The Sword King made a strategic adjustment. The Rose Manor ranked at the bottom among the major powers. Such arrangements seemed fairly reasonable provided that Lu Jiang could handle the northern gate without issue. Due to the natural mountainous barrier to the west of Giant Stone Village, it would only face pressure from 3 sides. Though Giant Stone Village appeared to be just a village, it could accommodate millions of players, giving it a certain scale. The villages and towns in myth differ significantly from those in the real world. For instance, the protective capabilities of Giant Stone Village were already comparable to some ancient cities. Once the other guilds departed, only the Sword Sect and the Rose Manor remained. President Qing, please keep someone monitoring the situation on Jiang's side at all times. If anything seems amiss, have your guild rush over to provide assistance. The Sword King addressed Qing, the president of the Rose Manor. I understand. To be honest, I am indeed worried about Jiang alone guarding the northern gate. Qing nodded. She felt it was too unreliable for just Jiang to hold the northern gate. As for the Sword Sect solely guarding the eastern gate, she didn't see any issues with that. Given the Sword Sect's strength, even if they allied with other guilds, they would still be outmatched. The Sword King had previously asked her to stay behind, and she had vaguely guessed that they were to play a role as swing voters. After making the decision, the Sword King directly posted a thread in the Giant Stone Village section of the forum using his account. Sword King players of Giant Stone Village, please enter. The Sword King outlined the plan for troop deployment in the post. He also called upon players, stating that this was a war for all players of Giant Stone Village, urging them to unite. He specified the locations where the major powers would defend and where reinforcements were needed. The undead army's levels were significantly higher than those of the current players, and the only advantage for the players of Giant Stone Village was that they wouldn't lose experience or equipment when falling in this defense battle. Players could still gain experience from defeating the undead army's monsters. Everyone treated it as leveling up, thus incurring little loss. In fact, there were no objections among the players to the Sword King's call. In times like these, the attitude of large guilds could greatly motivate players. However, when they saw that the Sword King assigned Jiang to guard the northern gate, it caused an uproar. What do I see? Is there only one person guarding the north gate of the Jiang River? The distribution by the Sword King is simply absurd. This Sword King has become muddled. This matter was initiated by Jiang, who knows what he is scheming, and he directly assigned the guards of the north gate to one person. I am at a loss. Let's not talk about what Jiang is scheming. With just him guarding, what can he actually defend against? Are the leaders of other factions fools? The Sword King is confused, and they follow suit. Isn't Dark Knight and Starry Sky in opposition to Jiang? I was on side at the time. Dark Knight was cowardly, and a single bright star couldn't possibly contend with both Jiang and the Sword King. Right, the leaders of the other factions just sat back like puppets watching the show. I'm at a loss. That seems everyone's attributes have collectively dropped. Players in Giant Stone Village are now in despair. They can only bang on their keyboards in impotent rage. Let's just play together. Whoever wants to go to the north gate can go. I don't care if it breaks. I can't be bothered to take the heat. I'm not going to the North Gate. Exactly, we won't go. Let's see if those guilds provide reinforcements later. We the solo players can drop 5 levels of attributes and slowly recover later. They as a whole guild drop 5 levels. Oh, I want to see how they recover. The arrangement is as ridiculous as a sand sculpture. Eat it, Sword King. As more comments flooded in, the Sword King's post was pinned to the top, becoming the most popular. In Giant Stone Village at the East Gate, number 10 had a worried expression. Solo players are very resistant to new Jiang. The firepower at the North Gate will be severely insufficient. She glanced at the post and spoke to the Sword King. I understand. The Sword King planted his heavy sword into the ground, resting his hands on it, closing his eyes to meditate. What about me? Number 10 tentatively asked. I've already arranged for the Rose Manor. The Sword King kept his eyes closed, still in deep meditation. I know, but I'm worried they won't manage. Do you remember your last encounter with New Jiang? Number 10 shook her head. She naturally knew that the strength of the Rose Manor ranked at the bottom among the major factions. I remember. The Sword King replied without responding to her question, shifting the topic. Number 10 nodded. At that time, didn't you also think he was impossible? The Sword King opened his eyes, speaking calmly. But the situation then is different from now. Number 10 tried to interject. Trust him, you leave the East Gate, and it won't hold. As for the other guilds. The Sword King looked into the distance and shook his head. In fact, I'm more worried about the South Gate than New Jiang. This statement left number 10 momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. All right, prepare yourself. The great battle is about to commence. The Sword King's words concluded this segment of the conversation. I understand. Number 10 nodded, not saying anything further. Within Giant Stone Village, NPCs and players were all in a frantic rush. Boss Qin, are we really going to the North Gate? A hired player trailing behind Qian Duo said dejectedly. Of course, otherwise why would I pay you? Qian Duo said angrily. If you don't want to just leave, don't even think about the money. No, Boss Qian, I was just asking. The player stammered. Qian Duo had not spent excessively on this hiring, yet it was still more than his usual hiring of high-level players. Since they were all going to participate in the battle, being hired by Qian Duo also meant they were part of it. In any case, taking the money felt more tangible. I'll say it again, once we arrive at the North Gate, whatever New Jiang tells you to do, just do it obediently. If there are any disobedient ones, I haven't paid a deposit, you can leave now. Qian Duo spoke loudly to the few hundred people he hired. The price for this hiring was relatively low, and those veteran hired players had not received any jobs, so Qian Duo hired a few hundred people all at once. The cost was comparable to hiring 100 people. Boss Qian, don't worry, we're in this line of work. Right, whatever the boss says goes. The guy who just refused to go can crawl out, no one is forcing you to go. Most of them were professionals in this field, whatever the boss said they would follow. Alright, it's settled. If someone tries to play tricks later, don't blame me, Qian, for blacklisting you in this industry. Qian Duo also made a stern statement. He hired so many people because he heard that no one was available on New Jiang's side. It's better to provide timely help, but providing help should not be random. It shouldn't end up becoming a nuisance to Lu Jiang instead. That would be a huge loss. Qian Duo rarely made such stern statements, but no one doubted his capacity. At the North Gate of Giant Stone Village, compared to the bustling South and East Gates, the North Gate appeared rather deserted. For ordinary players, losing 5 levels of attributes due to the village being breached was not much different from losing 5 levels of experience. It was better to grind experience in the Sword Pavilion or with other major guilds. Once the North Gate was truly breached, other factions would inevitably send reinforcements. At the highest lookout of the North Gate, only Lu Jiang's figure stood alone, appearing so lonely. Perhaps the strong are always lonely. A few scattered players included those genuinely considering the larger picture, while some were streamers trying to ride the... Most of those considering the larger picture were solo player elites. As for them, a permanent reduction of 5 levels of attributes was a significant impact. The streamers mostly had some skills, not just any poor player could become a streamer. Unless a streamer had excellent entertainment value, a player with mythic status could easily criticize them into silence. Thus, while the North Gate had the fewest people, it had the highest number of solo player elites. To some extent, it balanced things out. Lu Jiang glanced down from above. Judging by the equipment, these players were indeed of a higher tier, but skills could not be determined solely from equipment. However, good equipment does not guarantee leadership. Most are still somewhat capable unless they are the boss. Though he didn't care much for the help from these players, any assistance was better than none. At that moment, he noticed a large group of several hundred people approaching in the distance. From afar, he saw Qian Duo's figure. Qian Duo also spotted Lu Jiang and waved his arms in greeting. Qian Duo is quite interesting. Lu Jiang shook his head. Although he knew Qian Duo was trying to please him, it didn't give him an unpleasant feeling. Soon Qian Duo approached alone, while the other few hundred waited below. Big brother, feel free to deploy these few hundred people as you see fit. You really are something. Lu Jiang gave Qian Duo a knowing look. I thought you could use some help, big brother. Qian Duo spoke with familiarity. Speaking of which, Lu Jiang never officially acknowledged him as a little brother. Qian Duo, calling him big brother, was just his own wishful thinking. However, Lu Jiang did not refuse. In fact, he was quite short on manpower at the moment, although the scattered players added up to over 10,000. But Lu Jiang also knew that these players would not listen to him. The reason they came here was for the greater good. Considering the greater good, they would not trust Lu Jiang. Hardly anyone in the entire Giant Stone Village trusted him. It was precisely because Lu Jiang had created such a chaotic situation here. Alright, that's thoughtful of you. Lu Jiang nodded slightly at Qian Duo. Since they were putting in both money and effort, he couldn't just dismiss them. Lu Jiang also expressed some acknowledgement. Well, big brother, I have another request. Qian Duo rubbed his hands together, revealing a somewhat embarrassed smile. Just by looking at you I can tell. Go ahead, what's the matter? I'm not yet level 10, so I don't have the qualifications to build a ship for going to sea. Therefore I want to gain some experience. Qian Duo rubbed his hands, saying shyly, would you find it troublesome? Of course it's troublesome. Lu Jiang replied without hesitation. He was currently struggling with experience, with Shushu and Long sharing experience. How could he afford to have someone like Qian Duo, another experience-hungry player? Qian Duo looked like a streetwise merchant, completely lacking any sense of cuteness. Big brother, please don't refuse yet. Take a look at this skill, how does it seem? Qian Duo pulled out a skill book. Lu Jiang frowned, insisting that he would not let Qian Duo share experience. However, he still took a glance at it. Lightning Shield, a status skill that can be cast on oneself. During its duration, if you ram the shield into a target, there is a certain probability of causing the enemy to enter a paralyzed state for several seconds. Player Nu Jiang invites you to join the party. Soon Qian Duo received Lu Jiang's party invitation. Although he was currently in dire need of experience, this skill was truly appealing. He had no idea where Qian Duo had obtained such bizarre skills. A mage using a shield to ram into others. Even if it was a lightning-based skill, its value was significantly diminished. After all, a shield is typically just a layer, and compared to traditional magical shields that absorb damage, this lightning shield was clearly a useless piece of junk. Yet Lu Jiang precisely needed such a skill. Just to be clear, the experience distribution will be 30, that's the maximum I can offer. Lu Jiang held the skill book in his hand, saying, if you think that's too little, I can return this skill book to you. A big brother, what are we even talking about? 30 is fine by me. Qian Duo was unwilling to cancel this transaction. Taking this lightning shield elsewhere would significantly lower its value. Giving it to Lu Jiang was the best return. Moreover, he had originally gathered these kinds of skills for Lu Jiang. Just as Lu Jiang was chatting with Qian Duo, another person approached the watchtower. The newcomer was a female player dressed very adorably, with a little cat headband that made her look quirky. Are you President Luo of the Rose Manor? Qian Duo recognized the newcomer. This was the vice president of the Rose Manor, showcasing Qian Duo's conversational skills by omitting the title. This was not because Qian Duo needed to flatter her, it was just a habit he had developed over the years. Hello again, Boss Qian, and you too, Nu Jiang. Please don't call me president, just call me Luo. Luo was very cheerful, just like Qian Duo, and there was no sense of distance when she arrived. Rose Manor. Aren't you the ones guarding the east gate? I came here as per the arrangements. The president said if you are about to hold out, I should signal them. Luo smiled sweetly, explaining to Lu Jiang. Of course, a person who could sit in the vice president position of a sizable guild could not truly be just a sweet little girl. Though the underlying meaning of her words seemed rather rude, it was hard to get angry at such an adorable woman. It felt as if getting angry at her would make her cry pitifully in the next moment. Lu Jiang did not hold it against her. If this woman cried, his already poor reputation among the bystanders would worsen. Then you should keep an eye out, the monsters should be arriving soon. After saying this, Lu Jiang didn't say much more. He turned around on the watchtower, observing the situation. Besides Lu Jiang, some other scattered players were also watching the situation. Suddenly, Lu Jiang's expression changed. Not long after, he exclaimed, "They're coming, so many of them, a dark map. Is anyone live streaming? Hurry and call for help regarding the situation here. I've taken screenshots and posted them on the forum, hoping other players from Giant Stone Village will see and come to help. Let's hurry and get out. Our advantage lies in our ability to respawn continuously." The players began to take screenshots while rushing out. Who has the ropes ready? I do come here to get them. With the robust and sturdy defenses of Giant Stone Village, the gates were tightly shut, and they could only slide down with ropes. One by one, players slid down from the walls. With just this few people going out to fight, it's clear that the scattered masters all think I am the best in the world. Lu Jiang let out a sigh, feeling at a loss for words. After a while, he looked at the players. Almost everyone had You all go and cut their ropes, Lu Jiang said to the several hundred people brought by Qian Duo. Off. However, Lu Jiang's words did not prompt immediate action. They only elicited gasps of surprise. What do you mean, Hurry up. I told you to follow orders. Don't forget what I said earlier if you hesitate now. Qian Duo timely chimed in. Boss Qian, we're just trying to earn a bit of pocket money. Exactly, if we get recorded, won't we be like street mice in Giants? Boss Qian, you're putting us in a tough spot. Hearing this, everyone hesitated and spoke up. They knew very well what their situation would be in Giant Stone Village if they listened to Qian Duo and Nu Jiang. Their future in Giant Stone Village would be worse than being called street mice. That was putting it mildly. Why don't you at least wear masks and conceal your IDs? Nu Jiang remarked coolly. Withdrawing would mean incurring Qian Duoduo's wrath, making it nearly impossible to remain in the mercenary trade thereafter. After all, Qian Duoduo held the moral high ground. He had clearly stated all prerequisite conditions from the outset, and no one could reasonably accuse him of abusing his power. By comparison, carrying out this task, though admittedly underhanded, carried little risk provided everyone wore masks and concealed their IDs, ensuring anonymity. Agreed, but you, Mr. Qian, must never disclose this. A de facto leader among the group spoke up. Rest assured, we both will remain silent. Nu Jiang smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward Luo Luo. His expression appeared benign, his eyes gently narrowed. Yet beneath that cordiality lingered an unmistakable edge of threat. Even the formidable Xingqian guild shrank from clashing with Nu Jiang at great cost. How then could the Rose Villa dare provoke this man standing before them? Neither will I, Luo Luo, nodded, her voice tinged with quiet grievance. Very well, Mr. Qian, Grandmaster Nu Jiang, and President Luo. You are all figures of stature and repute. Your words carry weight and must not be broken. Beyond Mr. Qian and his associates, even our own ranks must vow silence. The safest method is for everyone to participate in cutting the ropes, ensuring mutual accountability so no one dares betray the pact. The impromptu leader displayed remarkable decisiveness, swiftly devising what appeared to be the optimal plan. This approach seems sound. Exactly. Mutual oversight ensures no one shirks their duty. Hurry, we must act before the players regroup from the resurrection point. Others among the hired mercenaries voiced similar assent. Then as one they surged forward, each obeying Lu Jiang's directive to sever the ropes. Watching the scene unfold, Nu Jiang nodded in quiet satisfaction, not only toward the mercenaries, but also toward Qian Duoduo. Without these hundreds, he himself would have faced a tedious, laborious task. Grandmaster Jiang, why did you send them to cut the ropes? Surely you wouldn't actually. Luo Luo asked, her tone edged with wounded confusion, still stung by Lu Jiang's earlier intimidation. She recalled rumors circulating among players, whispers that Nu Jiang had undergone a terrifying class transformation, turning traitor to humanity itself. Some even speculated this assault had been orchestrated entirely by him. What on earth is that little head of yours conjuring now? Lu Jiang frowned, glancing at the girl beside him, whose demeanor evoked the gentle charm of a neighbor's daughter. Then why act like that? Luo Luo pressed, perplexed. If I refused to cut the ropes, did you imagine those swarming undead wouldn't simply climb them instead? A million players. Perhaps, but with merely 10 or 20,000 rushing forth would be mere suicide. Lu Jiang scoffed dismissively. Ah, I see now. Luo Luo murmured, realization dawning. Everyone assumed resurrection carried no penalty, and thus believed they could wage endless attritional warfare against the undead. That logic wasn't inherently flawed. It was in fact a rational exploitation of players' greatest advantage. Yet what these players failed to grasp was their own numerical fragility. They numbered only 10 or 20,000. While resurrection spared them losses in experience and equipment, in this battle time itself was the most precious and irreplaceable resource. Each resurrection demanded delay, each journey from the spawn point consumed more. In warfare, every second was decisive. Even if these 10,000 were elite soloists, what difference did that make? Were they not still doomed? Sometimes a godlike adversary and a hapless ally were equally terrifying. By now the vanguard of over 10,000 had already reached the village outskirts. Where is Nu Jiang? Why hasn't he joined us? Look at the watchtower. He's still teasing that adorable girl. I'm utterly baffled. Why did I even come to North Gate? This mess is entirely of Nu Jiang's making, and yet he bears no responsibility whatsoever. Enough. Let's fight not for anyone else, but for ourselves. Precisely. Losing 5 permanent attribute points means perpetual disadvantage against peers of equal level. In real life, I've never endured such humiliation. Why suffer it in a game? Over 10,000 elite soloists now deployed across the field. They prepared to engage the undead host, vastly outnumbered, yet buoyed by the promise of infinite resurrection. Look, someone's cutting our ropes. At that moment a cry rang out. Players already bracing for combat instinctively turned their gazes backward. Indeed, the claim was true. A group of masked figures, IDs concealed, was methodically severing their ropes. I recognized those masked ones. They'd been shadowing Nu Jiang and Qian Duoduo the entire time. Damn it. We came here in good faith to defend Nu Jiang's city, and now he refuses to show up, yet secretly undermines us from behind. I warned you long ago. Nu Jiang betrayed our faction the moment he slaughtered 1,000 players last time. This battle is unwinnable. Once we fall, Nu Jiang waits safely inside the city. No more fighting. I'm heading to the forums to post about this. I don't care. I'll kite and grind experience. Let the city fall. Upon seeing the ropes severed, the soloists' morale shattered completely. Already fragmented, the player coalition scattered like chaff in the wind. At the vanguard of the undead host marched 10,000 skeletal soldiers, players who, though unaffiliated, ranked among the strongest soloists in the realm. They should have effortlessly crushed this first wave, Yet the skeletal charge splintered their formation instantly. As players scattered to evade, cohesion dissolved entirely. Melee fighters were overwhelmed almost immediately. Ranged players fared somewhat better. They had already resolved not to fight as a unit, opting instead to farm experience individually. Even with 5 permanent attribute points forfeited, reclaiming those lost levels remained their priority. As for attributes, those would depend on fate. Thus the gulf between players and the undead widened further. Gradually, as skeletal mages and archers, even the kiting ranged players began falling one by one, leaving only a handful of elite technicians still standing on the battlefield. Beyond them, the player army was all but annihilated. Unhuman. New Jiang's most bewildering act of the year. Even the Sword King was deceived. Infighting erupts at North Gate of Shirtu village. The defense failed not against monsters, but against fellow players. Within moments, forum threads proliferated, each pointing squarely at Lu Jiang. Qian Duo felt a deep sense of anxiety, and he was indeed very anxious. He stood beside Lu Jiang with nothing to do, while Lu Jiang observed the situation in the arena, not engaging him in conversation. He decided to check the forum. To his dismay, he found posts about himself aside from those concerning Lu Jiang. It is suggested that in the future Giant Stone Village should state, Qian Duo and dogs are not allowed to enter. On the ultimate sycophant Qian Duo, do you still want to buy gear from him? Every time someone takes care of Qian Duo's business, it only fuels the destruction of Giant Stone Village. There was an overwhelming amount of criticism directed at Lu Jiang, so much that it was impossible to count. However, people were merely venting their frustration at Lu Jiang. When it came to causing trouble for him, they thought better of it. The Xingqian Guild was unwilling to engage Lu Jiang in battle, which spoke volumes about his strength. But the situation was different for the sycophant Qian Duo beside Lu Jiang. Many methods of sanctioning were proposed. Some suggested ceasing to support Qian Duo's business, others proposed expelling him from Giant Stone Village, and some suggested pooling money to place a bounty on Qian Duo until it hung outside the village. Ultimately, Qian Duo was merely wealthy. In the past, his wealth allowed him to act as he pleased, but now that he had incurred the wrath of the masses, things were different. At least the first economic sanction was quite effective. Some even speculated that Qian Duo and Lu Jiang were in cahoots, with Qian Duo merely being a representative. Brother. Qian Duo's voice trembled slightly as he said, the forum says. However, before he could finish, Lu Jiang raised a hand to stop him. That's enough. Lu Jiang leaped from the lookout point, channeling his strength to jump directly to the walkway atop the defensive wall. Was Lu Jiang finally going to take action? But Qian Duo couldn't find any joy in it, as the players were already nearly finished. At this point, many of those players felt disheartened and had given up on respawning, watching from the battlefield, as if they were witnessing Giant Stone Village being crushed. Those who respawned seemed disinclined to return, as some were denouncing in the forum, while others went to the south and east gates to grind experience. Lu Jiang was now in a situation that felt almost isolated, though it wasn't entirely isolated considering the hundreds of mercenaries he had. Master Lu Jiang, what should we do now? Seeing Lu Jiang approach, those players who had previously cut ties hurried to ask him. They were now on Lu Jiang's ship of thieves and could only walk this path to the end. Look, Lu Jiang replied coldly with a single word, ignoring them afterward. Look. Everyone was bewildered. They had already betrayed the collective of players for him, and he could only say such a detached thing. President Luo, perhaps you should quickly inform your rosy manner. I see Lu Jiang is struggling a bit. Among those on Lu Jiang's ship of thieves, Qian Duo was the most deeply involved. Boss Qian, this situation is beyond what rosy manner can handle. Luo shook her head, her previous cute and pitiful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. This is his own choice. Qian Duo clenched his fists, fully aware that Luo was right. All of this was Lu Jiang's own choice, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Following Lu Jiang was also his own choice. It's all just a matter of one's own choices. Luo understood Qian Duo's situation and feelings all too well. After a long pause, Luo sighed. He'll notify the guild about this matter. Their decision is beyond my control. Thank you, President Luo. I will remember your kindness. Qian Duo quickly expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, fire. The NPC soldiers began the first round of shooting at the command. A large number of skeleton soldiers fell. Prepare the oil. As the battle intensified, the undead army drew closer, and the NPCs once again showcased their strength. Chunks of cannon fodder skeleton soldiers turned into piles of shattered bones. In truth, it was always like this. Lu Jiang had long known that there was no need to bother with the skeleton soldiers ahead. If cannon fodder couldn't even breach the NPCs' defenses, those players were foolishly rushing out, leaving hundreds or even thousands of ropes for the undead army. Their fear of the undead army not being able to break in was unfounded. Lu Jiang had no intention of revealing the truth to them. It was impossible for those players to believe him now. As the melee skeleton soldiers were unable to advance, the ranged skeleton soldiers began to exert their power. 27 giant sea turtles also appeared. Water wall. The water wall could block the vast majority of arrows. Those that broke through its defense were significantly slowed down, allowing NPC soldiers to easily dodge or chop them down. In battles that involved tens of thousands of units, multi-target attacks were largely ineffective, rather defenses and support would be of great assistance. Let's wait for these cannon fodder to deplete. The flag must still use high-level undead. Lu Jiang touched the flag at his waist, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. Giant Stone Village, East Gate. Sword King news has arrived from Luo Luo. The president of the Rosy Guild Qing said to Sword King, I have forwarded the message directly to you. At this point the East Gate was still relatively calm with no significant pressure. Sword King took a moment to look at the message. In fact, he had already gleaned some information about the North Gate from his subordinates. However, he was not particularly clear on the details of the situation. What is Lu Jiang really doing? Even Sword King, who had always trusted Lu Jiang, began to harbor doubts. The initial strategy at the East Gate was also proactive, aiming to engage the enemy. After all, the greatest advantage players had was their ability to respawn without losses. This advantage must be utilized effectively. Efforts were made to protect the NPC forces as they were a non-renewable resource in this battle. Sword King maintained a skeptical attitude towards rumors. Yet now even Luo Luo, the vice president of Rosy Manor, had personally sent a message validating the reality of the situation, which left Sword King feeling quite perplexed. He couldn't understand why even if Lu Jiang disagreed with the warriors, he would stand against the players. There were no players willing to go to the North Gate anymore. Could it be that he truly stumbled upon the embryonic form of the domain? Sword King suspected that Lu Jiang was merely a lucky novice, not the so-called expert. We currently have no means to provide support. Sword King shook his head, looking at the vast undead army gathering in the distance, feeling quite uncertain in his heart. On the forum in the section for Giant Stone Village, a voting post has become quite popular. Vote: should we support the North Gate? 1. Support the players of Giant Stone Village, share honor and loss. 2. Do not support. If no one plays, let the player of Angry River play alone. 70 of the votes are against support, while only 30 of players considering the bigger picture still plan to offer assistance. No way is there really someone willing to support. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm definitely not going. Haha, I'm just afraid that those who go to support will be directly taken down by Angry River. Most players are now in a losing attributes isn't something only they experience. Angry River will lose attributes as well. Moreover, they are quite annoyed with those guilds regardless of the North Gate. If attributes are to be lost, let everyone lose them together. I think we should go. Attributes belong to ourselves, and being angry only harms ourselves. Angry River might have accepted a mysterious mission to act as an insider. The more so, we cannot let him have his way. Those in favor of supporting are clearly drowned out by the voices. After all, those who still support in such a situation are quite considerate and can be said to endure humiliation for the greater good. Those who can endure are unlikely to quarrel with others. Instead, the number of people participating is decreasing, with more turning into pragmatists. Meanwhile, the live stream is also very lively. Defense War North Gate Battlefield reporter assassin Wang Shui Little Knife. After the last encounter at the Undead Tower, Wang Shui Little Knife's popularity has risen, although he later faced backlash for misjudging Lu Jiang's progress. However, this scene was turned into a humorous video and massively spread by various public editors. Thus, he has come to the North Gate again to stream, of course, to ride on Lu Jiang's popularity. He has leveraged Lu Jiang's fame to transform from an obscure small streamer into a major platform streamer. If there's a chance to ride the wave, one must seize it quickly. Wang Shui Little Knife, playing as an assassin, is currently lurking in a corner of the defense line, looking for the best angle to stream Lu Jiang. Although I'm not a player of Giant Stone Village, this person's actions are truly detestable. Streamer, go take down Angry River, and he'll gift you 10 luxury sports cars. Luxury sports cars are gifts on the platform worth 1,000 yuan each, so 10 would amount to 10,000 yuan. Wang Shui Little Knife is envious. He knows the other party is a well-known tycoon, not just talking big. However, envy doesn't help. He simply cannot defeat Angry River. He can only watch from the sidelines. Of course, Lu Jiang hasn't made a move yet, and is just observing the battlefield. At this moment, the cannon fodder skeleton soldiers on the battlefield have finally been mostly exhausted. Name: Catastrophe Hound Race, Undead, level 10 health, 1580 tier, Elite Monster skill, unknown. Name: Banshee Race, Undead, level 12 health, 1850 tier, Elite Monster skill, unknown. Name: Zombie Troll Race, Undead, level 13 health, 2600 tier, Elite Monster skill, unknown. New undead troops begin to appear in everyone's sight. These monsters are not as easy to deal with as the previous skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers are slow, and aside from the skeleton shield soldiers, the rest have weak defenses. The newly appeared 3 types of elite monsters can hardly be held back by the NPC's firepower alone. Although the Catastrophe Hound is only level 10, making it the lowest in level here, its speed is exceptionally fast. The arrows of the NPC soldiers can only suppress less than half of the Catastrophe Hounds. Banshees can resist most physical attacks. Many arrows even pass through her without inflicting damage. As for the zombie troll, it relies entirely on its strong defenses to withstand the assault. Hey, streamer, move the camera. Are you stunned? If Giant Stone Village falls, it won't matter if Angry River and the casual players break apart. Even united, it won't be of any use. I didn't expect that the second wave of attacks would directly feature elite monsters. Thankfully, I'm not a player of Giant Stone Village. I am, and I already don't want to log into it. Feels pointless. Come on, just go back. If you die, you won't lose experience anyway. Just give it a shot. No way, we can't even fight back, and there are pig teammates. Many players in Giant Stone Village are dumbfounded upon seeing the new monsters. They originally thought it would mainly be skeleton soldiers with a few elite monsters sprinkled in, concluding with a boss battle. However, the second wave directly turns into elite monsters as the main force, which is absurd. In fact, these players are not wrong. This time the monster siege is indeed in this format. At least at the South Gate and East Gate, it was primarily skeleton soldiers with elite monsters appearing intermittently, finishing with a boss battle. But the North Gate is different. The second wave at the North Gate consists solely of elite monsters. It's here, it's finally here. Jiang smiled slightly, which is why he insisted on coming to the North Gate. In fact, this siege battle is the most challenging for the monsters at the North Gate. The others at the South Gate and East Gate only require participants. Woof, woof, woof. The catastrophe hounds have already reached the base of the defense wall, attempting to climb up directly. At this moment, the NPC soldiers have poured oil, making the slippery wall impossible for the catastrophe hounds to ascend immediately. However, this situation will be terminated with the arrival of the Banshees and the heavy war machine zombie troll. Jiang took out a flag, and with a thought tossed it towards the empty sky. The flag did not fall, but hovered in midair waiting for Jiang's command. Chaos Zone. A small circle appeared beneath the catastrophe hounds, gradually enveloped in black mist. Whoa! Suddenly one catastrophe hound abandoned climbing the wall and attacked its companion. Woof! The attacked catastrophe hound immediately retaliated. Such a scene is repetitively unfolding within the black circle. What's going on? Why are those hunting dogs starting to turn on each other? Right? I don't know what those monsters are doing. Could it be related to that flag? Oh, I just saw Angry River throw that flag, and it has been hovering in midair. Streamer, hurry, and check it out, otherwise I will unfollow you. Please don't bother me, it's not easy for the streamer to record all this for you. Shuixiato said, feeling speechless. Given Jiang's strength, did he dare to record? If Jiang acted carelessly, he could be eliminated in an instant. Since the last time he predicted Jiang's progress in the Undead Tower and was utterly embarrassed, he had become much more obedient. He understood the gap in strength between him and Jiang and knew that Jiang was a big shot. He could not afford to offend. The popularity in his live stream was all thanks to Jiang being in Giant Stone Village. Losing 5 levels of attributes was worth it to him. This flow of viewers and popularity was already close to that of top streamers. It seems I don't even have to lose this 5-level attribute. Watching the changes in the arena, Shuixiato muttered quietly. The natural disaster dogs within the black circle were fighting amongst themselves while the circle slowly expanded. At first there was no significant feeling, but as time passed the circle began to visibly grow larger. This is practicing the flag. As long as it stores enough energy and has sufficient materials, it can be upgraded. This is the method for practicing the flag. However, there are downsides. Practicing the flag requires the nutrients from the killing within the circle to refine itself, which means that the experience gained is primarily for the flag. The female demon and zombie giant slowly approached. At this moment, the natural disaster dogs detected a complete anomaly, abandoning their companions inside the circle and charging directly towards the outsiders. As long as a low-intelligence creature enters the black circle, even if it leaves the circle, the effects will persist for a long time. The impact on players or high-intelligence monsters will be somewhat less effective. Of course, it's not entirely useless. If their mental stats are not high enough, they will temporarily lose control of their body. Legends say that upon upgrading to the Supreme Glory flag, it ignores everything, even high-intelligence players. However, the cost is quite high. The previous holder spent several years refining the flag, and no one knows how much it cost. But after analyzing his failure and quitting, it's likely not a small amount. Currently, flag practice has not yet involved upgrades. The required experience is not a small number. A large number of natural disaster dogs were besieging the female demon and zombie giant. The female demon was fine, able to fly over the besiegement of the natural disaster dogs, but the zombie giant was in dire straits. The zombie giant had thick blood, high defense, and high attack. Its only weakness was its slowness. Very slow. Not only was it slow, but it also had low agility. Essentially, over a dozen natural disaster dogs were crawling all over the zombie giant, which couldn't even attack the natural disaster dogs. As for the flying female demon move, Jiang controlled the flag to shift left and right, enveloping those flying female demons. Those female demons began to attack each other, leading to a continuous stream of female demons battling one another. The defense of Giant Stone Village turned into an internal war among the undead. Indeed, the lethality against undead creatures is astonishing, Jiang murmured to himself while observing the flag. Low-quality flags actually have very little power. Even against ordinary monsters, they can only control them for a few seconds to a dozen seconds at most. This is because ordinary monsters still possess some intelligence, and some have relatively high intelligence, making them highly resistant to the flag. For undead creatures with 0 intelligence, the control time is practically unbroken. Jiang estimated he could control them for half an hour. In this battle at the North Gate, not only were there streamers watching, but also those players who voted 30 in the forum reluctantly came to support. However, Lu Jiang's maneuvers simply left everyone in shock. What kind of operation is this? I don't understand. Could this be Lu Jiang's trump card? Does that mean Lu Jiang previously had us cut our ropes because he thought we were dragged? Though I don't want to admit it, looking at these being elite monsters, their levels are high. Even if we resurrect with no cooldown, we wouldn't stand a chance. This statement quickly began to spread. The players at the North Gate immediately took screenshots and videos of the situation here and posted them on social media. Good news. A turnaround. The North Gate achieves a major breakthrough. Lu Jiang strikes, sweeping thousands of elite undead. North Gate players return quickly and clear up misunderstandings. Charge. Fight for Giant Stone Village. Target North Gate, no retreat, without battle tonight. The tone on the forum suddenly shifted. Many people saw the screenshots and videos. A Lu Jiang, with one flag, faced thousands of elite undead creatures without fear. This scene moved countless viewers. Especially the female players upon seeing this were simply enchanted. This charisma, wasn't it the quintessential Prince Charming? Giant Stone Village South Gate. The South Gate suffered the least from monster attacks. The distribution of NPCs was originally biased towards the South Gate, where they mainly dealt with skeleton monsters. Having already undergone 2 rounds of attacks, there were scarcely any elite monsters. Xinghai, I think there's no issue here. You take a team over a forget it. With a smile on his face, Fanqing said, I should personally lead the team to the North Gate. You keep this place secure. Boss, isn't that guy Lu Jiang against us? Why would you help him? Vice President Xinghai of Xingchen asked with some confusion. What do you know? The North Gate is about to collapse. Lu Jiang has already offended everyone, and no matter how strong he is, he can't survive in Giant Stone Village anymore. Fanqing said with a sly smile, at this moment, I'll take people over. First to step on that guy, and second to rally the morale. Boss, that's brilliant. Xinghai upon hearing this immediately realized and gave a thumbs up. However, after thinking for a moment, Fanqing remembered a problem. But there are hardly any independent players at the North Gate. Can we hold our ground? Xinghai said with some concern. What do you know? The Sword King won't just sit idly by you. I've heard that the Sword King is merely tied up with other matters right now. I'll lead the charge first to save Giant Stone Village from danger. It is I, Fanqing, who will hold the fort for a moment until the Sword King arrives. Fanqing had already devised a perfect plan and couldn't help but praise himself. Fanqing, you're so good. I never thought of these things. Xinghai in just the right moment flattered him. Learn more, you'll have your day too. Fanqing's tone was slightly humble, yet couldn't conceal the pride on his face. Oh, the latest updates from the North Gate are here. Xinghai glanced at the information astonished. Hearing the latest developments from the North Gate, Fanqing became intrigued. Let's hear it. Fanqing gestured for Xinghai. As a top-tier guild, the Xingchen Guild has a dedicated information organization department where information is meticulously verified before being compiled. However, despite the need for organization, it was done swiftly. A massive army of elite monsters has appeared at the North Gate with types that have been confirmed so far: Calamity Hounds, Sirens, and Zombie Trolls. The Calamity Hounds are level 10, the Sirens are level 12, and the Zombie Trolls are level 13. As he spoke, Xinghai seemed to glimpse something incredible and paused slightly. Fanqing frowned slightly, thinking that Xinghai's expression likely indicated that the North Gate was close to collapse. At this rate, considering the NPC's defensive capabilities, it seems like they are on the verge of breaking through. We need to hurry, and the main force must all go. Xinghai, you should go too. Fanqing shook his head, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. We can only hope that the Sword Pavilion can find some time to provide support soon. As for Lu Jiang, he decided to forget about Lu Jiang. Even if the entirety of Xingchen's main force went, they would stand no chance against tens of thousands of elite monsters. He didn't even consider Lu Jiang at this moment. The Xingchen Guild and Lu Jiang's guild were also nearing their end, for after today, there would be no place for Lu Jiang in Stone Village. How could an ant stand against the stars in the sky? Just as Fanqing was preparing to leave with his team, Boss, the gate hasn't broken, and the NPCs haven't taken any damage yet. Although Xinghai was equally shocked by this information, he had to relay it. What? Impossible. Did that bunch in the information department make a mistake in their records? Fanqing's first reaction was disbelief. He never imagined that the North Gate could have any chance of turning the tide against tens of thousands of elite monsters. The Xingchen Guild couldn't claim they could handle the situation, and even the Sword Pavilion couldn't confidently say they could cope. Boss, give me 20 seconds. Xinghai immediately closed the information tab and opened the forum. With great speed, he browsed through the contents of several popular posts. Boss, it seems they really aren't wrong. Xinghai stammered. What happened? Fanqing knew that Xinghai had just checked the forum, and since there was a flood of such news on the forum, it must be true. Anger. Lu Jiang alone held off tens of thousands of elite monsters. Xinghai understood that this answer was too outrageous, but it was what he had seen. Fanqing's expression suddenly darkened. He opened the forum himself, not skimming like Xinghai, but carefully examining the content. Whether it was videos or screenshots, Xinghai's earlier words were indeed not exaggerated. It was said that Lu Jiang had defended it alone with no other players assisting. Boss, should we still go? Xinghai weakly asked. Go? What is there to go for? Fanqing replied angrily. Let's see how impressive he really is. Keep someone watching him. Yes, boss. Shanghai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. In Stone Village at the East Gate, the second round was finally held off with great difficulty. Before the third wave arrived, the Sword King sat on the ground with his heavy sword resting directly on the ground. He was utterly exhausted. The intensity of the attacks at the East Gate was between those at the North and South Gates. In addition to the ordinary skeleton army, there were 2 elite monster squads, and the Sword Pavilion had to exert great effort to eliminate those 2 elite squads. Number 10. The Sword King said softly while sitting on the ground. Yes, I'm here. Number 10 walked over and looked at the heavy sword on the ground. The North Gate must have fallen. The Sword King slightly closed his eyes, feeling hesitant to hear this news. But he knew in his heart that the North Gate was unlikely to hold. During his fight, he heard news of the elite monster army at the North Gate. But at that time, he was leading a team to eliminate those 2 elite squads caught in a bitter struggle, and after hearing that news, he directly muted the chat to focus on the battle. However, he knew in his heart that the Sword Pavilion's fall from the top 10 guilds globally was not far off. The permanent attribute drop of level 5 was practically a certainty. Just 2 elite monster squads had exhausted the Sword Pavilion, not to mention the tens of thousands of elite monsters at the North Gate. Who was at the North Gate? Other than Jiang, even those casual players concerned about the bigger picture were reluctant to go. Honestly, even if the Sword Pavilion were present, they wouldn't be able to deal with tens of thousands of elite monsters. Thus, the Sword King didn't even consider sending support. President. Number 10's expression appeared somewhat agitated. You don't need to comfort me, you just tell me I can take it. The Sword King thought Number 10 was afraid of disappointing him and didn't dare to deliver the news. No, the North Gate has held, the NPCs are still unharmed. Number 10 upon seeing the news was also incredulous, but the overwhelming amount of information could not be dismissed. Huh. The Sword King seemed very surprised, his eyes widening. Could it be that the North Gate has a hidden powerful NPC? No wonder there are tens of thousands of elite monsters. That turns out there is a hidden plot. The Sword King immediately thought of a very reasonable explanation. Facing tens of thousands of elite monsters, it was simply a crushing level, and relying on players to turn the tide was utterly impossible. This itself was not a reasonable situation. Triggering hidden plots to summon powerful NPC support was the normal progression of the story. No. However, the Sword King was still immersed in his speculations when Number 10's cold no pulled him out of his imagined calculations. What is it? The Sword King closed his eyes, pondering for a moment, then shook his head. I can't figure it out. Number 10, please tell me. It's Jiang. He single-handedly held the North Gate. Number 10, even as he spoke, still found it hard. The Sword King looked at Number 10 with a look of incredulity. I know you don't believe it, just see for yourself. Number 10 sent the video he had received to the Sword King. One person, one battle flag, facing tens of thousands of elite undead monsters alone. Even having seen it once, watching it again, Number 10's eyes sparkled with a bewildered brilliance. It was shocking, incredibly shocking. If it weren't for the video, who would dare to believe this was real? The Sword King also couldn't close his mouth for a long time, remaining in shock. President Yu once said that no matter how strong Jiang is, he cannot compare to our guild's elite team. Is that really the case? Number 10 voiced his doubts. Before this, I would have told you that the guild is definitely stronger. But now, I don't know either. The Sword King shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. In Stone Giant Village at the North Gate, as the power of the undead continues to be devoured, the chaotic area of the Glory Battle Flag gradually expands. What began as a small circle has now multiplied tenfold. Wherever the chaotic area spreads, the undead army engages in mutual slaughter. The undead creatures, already devoid of intelligence, offer no resistance. Jiang only allows the chaotic area of the Glory Battle Flag to linger in one place for a mere few dozen seconds, enough to drive a single undead creature into madness. Although this madness is not permanent, a chaos duration exceeding half an hour is hardly distinguishable. Due to the betrayal of a monster, it becomes indiscriminate between friend and foe, proving to be no match against the tens of thousands of undead troops. Its existence lasts less than a minute, so controlling it for half an hour is not much different from permanent control. A mere few dozen seconds of coverage is sufficient to incite internal strife among the undead army. Come on, let out some experience. The experience gained from the infighting among those monsters is absorbed into the battle flag, nourishing it. Jiang struggles to extract even a bit of experience from the flag. Yet, even extracting a mere thread of experience causes Jiang's own experience to soar, bringing him immense joy. This is after also sharing with 2 pets, and due to the skill book from Qian, which grants him 30 of the total experience. If it weren't for that skill book being so tempting, I would really not want to share my experience. Jiang sighed helplessly at the thought of so many mouths to feed. Qian and Luo were both dumbfounded at the watchtower. Has he always been like this? Luo asked in disbelief, turning to Qian Duo. Of course, my brother has always been this impressive. Qian Duo responded with a hint of anger, recalling Luo's cold and serious demeanor earlier. However, he was simultaneously checking his rapidly accumulating experience, secretly drooling in delight. Boss Qin really holds grudges, Luo remarked playfully, returning to her original cute demeanor. Yet, Qian Duo remained unfazed, focusing intently on the situation below. Seeing that Qian Duo was ignoring her, Luo refrained from making things awkward. However, the look in Luo's eyes as she gazed at Lu Jiang became sharp, as if she was pondering something. Just as the players at the North Gate were enjoying the spectacle. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the horizon. A bolt of black lightning struck down. All the monsters beneath that black lightning were reduced to ash. A colossal figure descended between heaven and earth, resembling a small mountain. From that enormous figure emanated an aura of evil, as if it were an insurmountable existence. Lu Jiang recognized it. This was the greatest boss of this siege, the Skeleton King. As for the ruler of the Undead Valley, that being was sealed within the Undead Valley and could not escape. Despicable humans, you dare take what belongs to my master. The Skeleton King, seeing the floating battle flag in the sky, let out a low roar filled with rage. Wow, what is that? Such a cool monster. The Skeleton King, it's all question marks. Can this boss wipe us out in Stone Giant Village? I was so excited thinking that Lu Jiang could turn the tide, but that thing that incited the monsters to fight each other is probably useless now. If it were truly effective, Lu Jiang's flag would be unbeatable. He could level up dozens of levels in a day in the Undead Valley without a problem. Wait, that's not right. Lu Jiang has been grinding for so long, yet it seems he hasn't triggered a level up aura. Could it be that the experience from those monsters doesn't count for Lu Jiang himself? Hey, what time is it to be gossiping? The Skeleton King is about to destroy the village. Meanwhile, several streamers observing at the North Gate all turned their cameras toward the Skeleton King. Instantly, the imposing figure of the Skeleton King appeared in various popular live streams. Viewers observed the Skeleton King's might from different angles. A hot post also emerged on the forum. Twists and turns. Ultimately, we cannot withstand the ultimate boss, the Skeleton King's grand debut. Originally, it was thought that with Lu Jiang's mysterious methods, Stone Giant Village could escape disaster, but it was unexpected that it still ended in failure. At this time on the battlefield, those monsters that had lost their minds fell into chaos. They noticed the powerful presence of the Skeleton King, who towered like a great mountain, making it difficult not to notice. The elite monsters and ordinary crazed minions collectively began to besiege the Skeleton King. Playing with my master's treasure is mere child's play, the Skeleton King said indifferently. At the same time, he raised a hand, and those elite monsters were pierced by black light. This is the true Skeleton King, not that little thing relying on mental illusions from the 5th level of the Undead Tower. The black light truly penetrated those monsters. This treasure belongs to your master. How dare you say your master is merely child's play? Lu Jiang shouted at the Skeleton King from a distance. Sharp-tongued, the Skeleton King was clearly enraged by Lu Jiang. A beam of black light was directed at Lu Jiang. Water wall, 27 water walls under Lu Jiang's control overlapped to form a high-strength water barrier. The density of the water reached a qualitative change. However, facing the Skeleton King's black light, it still could not block it. Yet it could slow it down. The Skeleton King's black light attack was a targeted strike, which was the most lethal. However, thanks to the massive water wall formed by the fusion of the 27 water walls, the speed of the black light was still slowed. With a slight shift. Boom. The black light blasted a hole in the building behind Lu Jiang, but Lu Jiang dodged this attack. Impossible. How could a mere human evade my attack? The Skeleton King was stunned. This move was supposed to be a guaranteed hit. Otherwise, it would mean the opponent was too powerful, causing the attack to deviate, or that it was directly countered. The Skeleton King could keenly sense Lu Jiang's weakness, finding it no harder than crushing an ant. Is that? Lu Jiang displayed a mocking expression, smiling at the Skeleton King. Is that all? And you insult your master as mere child's play? Alt. The Skeleton King lost his reason, roaring at Lu Jiang. Shameless human. We have no master that deserves such slander. Triple lightning, the Skeleton King attacked Lu Jiang with a frenzied assault. The 27 water walls could last for a considerable duration. To attack Lu Jiang, one must first pass through the water walls. Boom, boom, boom. 3 enormous sounds erupted, stirring a cloud of smoke. Everyone watched the smoke, wondering if Lu Jiang had met his end this time. Everyone in the venue was deeply worried. Although this matter was caused by Lu Jiang, it now became the only hope for all attributes dropped by 5 levels, and the guild suffered the most damage, but even these independent players couldn't truly bear it. Previously, saying to ignore the North Gate was somewhat said in anger, and they were just stubborn against Lu Jiang. Moreover, it was indeed difficult to defend Giant Stone Village. If they really didn't have to drop these 5 levels of attributes, who would be foolish enough to do so? Only Qian Duo in the crowd wore no worried expression and even laughed. What are you laughing at? Luo furrowed her brows and looked at Qian Duo. Since her true identity had already been exposed before him, she no longer pretended to be adorable. Guess. Qian Duo raised the corner of his mouth, saying no more, but instead looked at the smoke that filled the arena. He was in a party with Lu Jiang, so he could see that Lu Jiang's health bar was still full. Sure enough, Lu Jiang emerged from the smoke. Cough cough, Skeleton King, I see you are the despicable one, actually using smoke to choke me. He waved his hand to fan away the smoke in front of his nose. The provocation could not be more evident. Oh. The Skeleton King, seeing that he was helpless against Liu Jiang, was already blinded by rage and continued to attack Liu Jiang. Unbeknownst to him, the battle flag had quietly circled behind the Skeleton King, gradually encroaching on the area where the Skeleton King was located. One wave of attacks after another. With the water wall and having the strength of a Quasi King, Liu Jiang easily dodged them. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King grew increasingly unsettled. It began to grow agitated. New undead troops had descended behind it. Seeing the undead army, the Skeleton King pounced on them like a dog seeing meat. Wave after wave of attacks rained down upon the undead troops. Under Liu Jiang's psychological warfare tactics, the Skeleton King lost its sanity and was easily influenced by the encroaching chaotic aura. The Skeleton King had intelligence, but after all, it was merely an undead creature. If the battle flag had been used to control it from the very beginning, it would have been detected, and the Skeleton King would have been on guard, completely nullifying the control. The Skeleton King seems to have gone mad. If the Skeleton King is mad, doesn't that mean we have defended Giant Stone Village? While we might not lose attributes, and perhaps even gain rewards. But don't celebrate too early. Even if the Skeleton King is mad, who can go and kill it? It seems so. Its frenzied attacks and rational attacks seem to make no difference to us. Immediately someone realized the problem. The Skeleton King's madness seemed to be of no use. Liu Jiang had already summoned the battle flag back to his side. With the Skeleton King in a frenzy, there was no need to cover other monsters. The experienced souls killed by the Skeleton King were all absorbed into the battle flag for refinement. The undead army from the North Gate had been slaughtered by the mad Skeleton King, and there was hardly anything left. The players suddenly became tense. Previously, they hoped the undead army would be wiped out quickly, but now they hoped the undead army could hold on a little longer. After all, if the undead army was completely wiped out, it seemed like it would be their turn next. Finally, the last few undead monsters were also eliminated by the Skeleton King. Thus, the undead army from the North Gate was completely annihilated except for the Skeleton King. In the moment the last few undead troops were destroyed, the chaotic area of the battle flag instantly enveloped the Skeleton King. I need more souls. 2 red lights flickered in the hollow eye sockets of the Skeleton King. They'll take you to seek. Liu Jiang's words carried an enticing tone as he slowly controlled the battle flag to move. The Skeleton King followed the battle flag, moving step by step. Long Long, take me with you. Liu Jiang recalled the other summoned beasts, letting Long Long hold on to him as they followed. Although Long Long was small in size, it still had the strength of a dragon, making it easy to lift him. However, being held by Long Long made Liu Jiang somewhat uncomfortable. I still need to get a flying mount when I have the chance, not to mention how flashy and handsome it is. At least it would be more comfortable. Liu Jiang was also quite speechless. Giant Stone Village, East Gate. At this moment, the East Gate was also embroiled in the final boss battle. The President, the Hellhound, is too strong. We simply cannot get close and are instantly killed by the flames. One of Sword Pavilion's subordinates reported to Sword King. The final boss at the East Gate is the Hellhound, an exceptionally agile monster with particularly high attack power. Although the main force of Sword Pavilion was well-equipped, they excelled in positional warfare. However, the Hellhound has ranged attacks and runs fast, turning it into a guerrilla warfare scenario. No matter what, we have to go all out. Sword King roared. At this point, strategy no longer mattered. It was more about boosting morale. He could not show fear. As the saying goes, a coward will lead a pack of cowards. After a while, the main force of Sword Pavilion, which forced its way in, was completely wiped out. President, it seems we really can't hold on any longer. Number 10 panted heavily, already exhausted from the battle. Even if Giant Stone Village cannot be defended, it cannot be the first to fall on our Sword Pavilion's side. Sword King drew his heavy sword and descended from the command position. President, what are you? Number 10 exclaimed in surprise. I will hold off the Hellhound. You let the resurrected members move faster. Without another word, Sword King rushed down from the defensive wall. His personal entry into battle undoubtedly boosted morale, raising the spirits of those still on the battlefield in Sword Pavilion. However, morale aside, strength was still lacking. They were still far from matching the Hellhound. Even Sword King was knocked away by a single attack from the Hellhound. The level suppression made them completely outmatched. Is it going to end? Sword King sighed, not expecting that the first breach of Giant Stone Village would be at Sword Pavilion. The most difficult North Gate had not yet fallen, which made Sword King feel somewhat ashamed. Boom. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck. I need more souls. The Skeleton King appeared. Sword King was already speechless. He couldn't even handle a single Hellhound, and now there was a Skeleton King. Sword King had given up. However, what awaited him was not a double attack, but a black light that struck the Hellhound. The Hellhound was taken aback, not expecting that the Skeleton King would attack it. Clearly, the Hellhound was not to be trifled with, and it immediately retaliated. The two great bosses instantly engaged in a fierce battle. What is going on? Sword King sat down on the ground, unable to even react to what had just happened. While the Hellhound and the Skeleton King were engaged in a fierce battle, a small dragon slowly flew in from... To be precise, it was a small dragon, a person, and a sapling. The person was being grasped by the small dragon's claws while the sapling was held in the person's hands. I said, Tree, why must you come out when the dragon is here? Lu Jiang said, holding Tree with a look of Tree expressed its dissatisfaction by brushing Lu Jiang's chin with its branches. Lu Jiang could only ignore it helplessly. Is that him? The Sword King quickly recognized Lu Jiang. After a while, the battle between the Hellhound and the Skeleton King came to a conclusion. The Hellhound was completely drained by the Skeleton King. Moreover, it also wiped out the entire undead army at the East Gate. I need more souls, the Skeleton King said with a hint of madness in his tone. Let's go to the next place where there are souls you like. Then the war flag atop the Skeleton King's head moved towards the south. Lu Jiang followed closely behind the Skeleton King with the dragon carrying him. After walking for a while, silence fell over the area. Is it over? Someone said slowly, unable to believe it. It seems so, it's over. Right, replied another person, though they weren't very certain. But the Hellhound has indeed fallen, another person said. This victory seems a bit too easy. As soon as these words were spoken, silence returned to the crowd. Until someone slapped the back of the speaker's head. Isn't it better to end it quickly? Alright, so should we cheer now? Having defeated the BOSS, we should cheer, right? But it feels a bit off, doesn't it? Hey, don't think too much about it. However, the Sword King still planned to follow along to the South Gate, intending to see how this defense battle would conclude. At Stone Village, the South Gate. The battle at the South Gate was relatively easy. However, the appearance of the Skeleton King startled the players guarding the South Gate. After easily dispatching the boss at the South Gate and the other undead army, they finally faced a problem. What to do about the Skeleton King? Although the Skeleton King was battered after 2 major battles, it was still not something the players could contend with. Having lost the undead army as targets, the Skeleton King finally set its sights on these players. The strength of the players' souls was relatively weak, but it was certainly better than nothing. Lu Jiang did not retract the flag. Although the undead army had been slaughtered by the crazed Skeleton King, the chaotic area could still effectively weaken the Skeleton King. Just as the Skeleton King prepared to attack Stone Village, a figure emerged from the village, appearing in midair. The strongest of Stone Village, Mage Allen, has finally appeared. Lu Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile. He was well aware of this, which is why he had cleared out all the undead army first without worrying about how to deal with the tiger at the end. Without the support of other undead creatures, the Skeleton King became significantly weaker, and fighting against the other 2 bosses would also inflict damage on the Skeleton King. Each undead army member dealt more damage to the Skeleton King than the 2 bosses combined. Otherwise, Mage Allen alone wouldn't be able to defeat the fully powered Skeleton King in an unknown fight. Absolute Freeze, a spell directly hit the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was encased in ice, unable to advance any further. Even at its peak, the Skeleton King could not be completely frozen. In its frenzied state, it was further weakened by the chaotic domain. Even Mage Allen himself did not anticipate that his freezing spell could immobilize the Skeleton King. Seeing the Skeleton King frozen, Mage Allen decided to unleash a charged spell. Blizzard. After charging, Mage Allen unleashed his most powerful move. The Skeleton King was instantly enveloped in a world of ice and snow, with cold winds like blades slicing through the Skeleton King's defenses. 1-8000. 20000 19,000 damage ticked upwards every second, each being a 5-digit figure. This was enough to indicate how resilient the Skeleton King was. Even after sustaining heavy injuries, the Skeleton King still held on. Bang! The Skeleton King violently broke free from the icy restraints. Dark Night surged. The frenzied Skeleton King, relying on instinct, unleashed its ultimate move. Instantly, darkness engulfed the surroundings. There was the sound of water. In the sky, a black tide was rolling in, threatening to pour down at any moment. And once it fell, it would be catastrophic. Not good. Mage Allen exclaimed in shock. He had no means to withstand that damage. Both players and NPCs around were filled with despair at this spectacle. Dragon's stand. Just then a stance was opened. The black tide was unable to fall. What are you waiting for? Attack him! Lu Jiang, being carried by the dragon in the sky, shouted loudly beside Mage Allen. This NPC can't be that foolish. Mage Allen finally came to his senses. Chain Ice Arrow Chain Snowball spell. Continuous magical attacks exploded with high damage from the Skeleton King's head. Bang! Finally, the mountain-like Skeleton King was shattered. Lu Jiang acted quickly, urging the dragon to Skeleton King's heart. Lu Jiang grabbed this material. Since the Skeleton King was killed by an NPC and not a player, it would only drop materials from the Skeleton King and not equipment. The Skeleton King's heart was the most valuable item from him. The energy of the Glory War flag had already absorbed 70, and only 30 more was needed to be fully charged. Once fully charged, it would grant the opportunity to evolve the Supreme Glory War flag. Obtaining the Skeleton King's heart meant he had already gathered 1/3 of the evolution materials. Mage Allen noticed Lu Jiang's actions. The materials from the Skeleton King would also be of great use for his magic. If any other players dared to snatch it, he would retaliate with a spell. However, that dragon's stand was clearly released from the small dragon that player had. Moreover, Mage Allen discovered that this small dragon was unlike other dragons. According to ancient texts, it was likely a young Imperial dragon. An adventurer with a young Imperial dragon as a pet was not someone he could provoke. Even if his combat power could crush the opponent based on the nature of adventurers, killing the opponent would be pointless. Once the Imperial Dragon reaches adulthood, or even its youth, it would be sufficient to deal with him. Other players saw Lu Jiang seize the materials from the Skeleton King, and it was clear they were not ordinary items. A nearby rogue player also had a devious thought, and stealthily aimed for one of the materials. The mage Allen did not kill him, but instead froze him in place. Seeing the system's prompt, the rogue was dumbfounded. Mage Allen waved his hand, collected all the materials, and then released the player. What kind of dog NPC is this? I didn't even take anything, yet I lost 1,000 reputation points while Lu Jiang took everything without consequence. The rogue player clearly had a short temper. However, he was clearly in over his head, completely unaware that his words would offend Lu Jiang as well. What the hell, why am I losing reputation again? The rogue player was stunned. I just said what the hell, and am losing reputation. The rogue player's mindset broke down, realizing that speaking once would cost him reputation, and remaining silent would cost him as well. The system checked the reputation for Giant Stone Village, 5,000, a relationship hostile. Mage Allen casually launched an attack, taking him out. Is Lu Jiang cheating? How is it that he faced no consequences? Do you think the dragon beside Lu Jiang is there for nothing? Even the NPC felt it was best not to provoke him. What the hell, this NPC is typical of bullying the weak. You should be quiet. I still want to mix in Giant Stone Village. I can't provoke him, I'll keep quiet. You guys do as you please. At this moment, the world announcement rang out. World announcement: the attacking undead forces of Giant Stone Village have been eliminated. The players of Giant Stone Village have succeeded in defending, and rewards can be exchanged based on merit. World announcement: the attacking undead forces of Giant Stone Village have been eliminated. The players of Giant Stone Village have succeeded in defending, and rewards can be exchanged based on merit. World announcement: the attacking undead forces of Giant Stone Village have been eliminated. The players of Giant Stone Village have succeeded in defending, and rewards can be exchanged based on merit. Upon the world announcement, many players present regretted their actions. How could this happen? Why wasn't it announced beforehand? I was just watching Lu Jiang's performance at the North Gate. Don't mention the North Gate. I was at the East Gate trying to team up with Sword Pavilion, but ended up being robbed of everything by Lu Jiang and the Skeleton King. As if you could defend the East Gate. If it weren't for Lu Jiang leading the charge, you wouldn't have held the line at all. The South Gate was even worse, having a chance to hold on, but was wiped out by the Skeleton King. I wonder how much merit Lu Jiang has accumulated. The surrounding chatter reflected a variety of expressions. The Sword King and the Phantom Guild members looked regretful, lamenting their inability to recruit such a strong player. However, such a strong player would likely not settle for being under anyone. The president of the Rose Manor, Qingyi, exchanged glances with Luo, both recognizing the potential of Lu Jiang. The Dark Knight was relatively calm, with Ho Sen feeling a sense of assurance and not displaying any change in expression. Only Starry Sky looked grave. He had offended Lu Jiang, who had just showcased such impressive abilities with that chess piece and that dragon. The Starry Sky Guild might still be able to suppress Lu Jiang for now, but it seemed unlikely they could stifle his growth. As for directly confronting Lu Jiang, they lacked the confidence. Not to mention that Sword Pavilion would likely support Lu Jiang. At this moment, Lu Jiang was already on his way back to town. Thinking of this, Starry Sky quietly followed Lu, level 10.5, almost reaching level 11. He glanced at his skills, noticing there was a heritage skill available. Damage marking skill applied to targets for 30 seconds, during which summoned beast attacks on the target will deal an additional 20 damage. This skill is powerful, a 30-second burst skill. Other players might not feel much, but as an experienced player, Lu Jiang understood very well. Additional damage and increased damage are two different concepts. Additional damage is independent and unaffected by diminishing returns, while increased damage will diminish due to other skills that enhance damage. Sustained damage and burst skills are generally categorized in this game, but this skill is a sustained burst to. It is indeed a heritage skill of the Summoner Lord. After learning the skill, Lu Jiang checked his character panel. Player Lu Jiang. Occupation: Summoner Lord. Level 10. HP 1889. MP 1318. Strength 70. Intelligence 165. Stamina 39. Spirit 99. Physical attack 65. Magical attack 181. Physical defense 171. Magical defense 128. Common skills: Magic Bullet, Electric Net, Thunderlight, Technique, Lightning, Shield, Damage Mark. Heritage skills: Divine Summoning, Common Summon. Passive skills: Born Master, Average Damage. Just as Lu Jiang was about to seek an NPC to exchange his merits, Starry Sky appeared in front of him. Lu Jiang noticed Starry Sky following him, curious about what she was planning. "What's up? Do you want to declare war on me?" Lu Jiang said with a smile. However, Starry Sky remained silent, lost in thought as she hesitated for a few seconds. "Brother Lu Jiang, there was a misunderstanding before. Please accept this." Starry Sky handed over a piece of parchment to Lu Jiang. It was an old treasure map. Lu Jiang did not expect that. The world of myth is vast and contains many ancient treasures, making it unrealistic to find a treasure in such a broad world. This requires a treasure map. Treasure maps are not particularly valuable, as many are either fake or lead to empty locations after considerable effort and expense. These treasure maps are quite ancient, and many have already shifted positions or disappeared due to geological changes. The value of this treasure map is neither high nor low. Lu Jiang vaguely remembers that the treasure map of Giant Stone Village seemed to have led to good items before. Just kidding. Fanqing shook his head self-deprecatingly. The Starry Sky could achieve a position second only to the Sword Pavilion in Giant Stone Village. Fanqing was definitely not a mediocre talent, nor was he a fool. Despite being an old elitist when it came to the development of the guild, Fanqing put aside personal grudges. A king does not fear any challenge, yet a king also does not get entangled in immediate matters. To be honest, whether it is Fanqing or the Starry Sky Guild behind him, Lu Jiang never regarded them with any real attention. In Lu Jiang's eyes, these so-called top guilds of Giant Stone Village were nothing more than ants. A lion might not spare its prey, but it wouldn't entangle itself endlessly with an ant. Ultimately, eliminating the Starry Sky Guild would yield no substantial gain. Since you say so, I'll accept it. Lu Jiang took the treasure map into his hands. This item represented the Starry Sky Guild's willingness to settle grudges with Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang had never intended to deal with the Starry Sky Guild as his prior arrangements were already quite full. Who has time to deal with a guild that has no future reputation? Unless, of course, the Starry Sky Guild overestimates its abilities and takes the initiative to strike against him. The Starry Sky Guild's initiative to show weakness saved Lu Jiang some trouble. If he didn't accept the treasure map, the Starry Sky Guild would instead become anxious. He wasn't coveting the treasure map. No, not at all. If Brother Nu Jiang has other matters, please go ahead. Seeing Lu Jiang accept the treasure map, Fanqing felt somewhat relieved. He actively cleared the way for Lu Jiang to pass. Then I'll be busy first. With someone delivering something to him, Lu Jiang was in a relatively good mood. This time his tone was slightly more polite. Fanqing quickly responded. After Lu Jiang walked for a while, a person emerged from behind Fanqing. Boss, do we really need to lower ourselves so much to resolve grievances? Xinghai was quite puzzled. He understood Fanqing's temperament, which was usually lofty. He hardly ever looked at others, yet he lowered his stance in front of Lu Jiang. Do you really think that mage was kind enough to give Nu Jiang materials? Didn't you see that the mage didn't even manage to snatch anything? Fanqing shook his head, recalling the earlier scene. Thinking back on what you said, it does seem a bit plausible. Xinghai recalled the details from earlier. That dragon was very likely Enshrank Pet, only then could it have snatched the item ahead of the mage. Fanqing sighed and shook his head. Enshrank Dragon Pet. Xinghai was somewhat shocked. Not all dragons are Shrank, many other types of dragons have different grades. Like pterosaurs, bone dragons, and crawler dragons, these pseudo-dragons have a certain dragon-like appearance, but are generally only a rank. Shrank Pets, on the other hand, are 1 in a million. The reason we weren't afraid of him before was that his summoned army lacked a core. Without a core leader, its strength was... But if that Shrank Pet fully matures, serving as the core of his summoned army, it would be terrifying. Fanqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Xinghai and said the seedling in his arms is likely not an ordinary pet. Last time it managed to bind 10 of us, so we couldn't move. It's probably also in a rank pet, and it must be a special type to have such power. And Shrank Dragon Pet in a rank special pet. Boss, your vision is truly sharp. I thought it was at most in a rank. Xinghai also recalled the previous details and couldn't help but gasp. Boss, you really have a long-term vision. Thinking back on it, Xinghai felt a bit of fear at the thought of facing a summoner with Enshrank Dragon Pet as the core. That individual, a lone wanderer, possesses battle power superior to their main group. It's impossible for a guild with thousands of people to just huddle together every day without leveling up. Moreover, aside from the few hundred core members who signed contracts, most other members are just recruited skilled players. If Lu Jiang dealt a blow to them, those non-contract players would directly be scattered and gradually withdraw from the Starry Sky Guild. I merely presented that treasure map, which we couldn't utilize for a long time, to him. Thinking of this, a hint of pride appeared on Fanqing's face. That treasure map, boss, you're truly amazing. Xinghai said with a smile, but then a hint of worry emerged. Boss, if we give that treasure map, which is impossible to explore, to Nu Jiang, will he be angry? Angry about what? My treasure map is real. If he can't dig it up, he can't blame us, right? Fanqing chuckled. Boss, you really have a knack for this. Xinghai laughed along. E25126, S185215, without a sextant, I can't read the position accurately for now. However, from this approximate position, it seems to be in the Misty Sea. Lu Jiang alone looked at the marked location on the treasure map, lost in thought. No wonder Fanqing was willing to give such a precious treasure map to him. It turned out he simply couldn't dig it up. The Misty Sea is a chaotic area filled with powerful sea monsters and rampant pirates. Given the current player's strength, entering the Misty Sea is extremely dangerous. One must be prepared to lose experience. Moreover, the most critical factor is that the treasure is at the bottom of the sea. That difficulty multiplies several times. The Starry Sky Guild simply doesn't have the capital to waste there. But I've heard that the treasure maps produced by Giant Stone Village lead to treasures that were indeed found in the Misty Sea. Lu Jiang was caught in a dilemma. Not long after he arrived at the quartermaster's office, he was there to collect. On the current merit leaderboard, he ranked first, and by a margin of over 100 times compared to the second place. The honor flag impacted the internal strife of the undead army, how every monster contributed to his score, so he was now considered a wealthy man. Respected Nu Jiang, what would you like to exchange? The quartermaster recognized Nu Jiang. He also participated in this defense battle, leaving a brilliant mark at the northern gate, east gate, and southern gate. It was impossible not to recognize him. May I have a look? Nu Jiang greeted the quartermaster. Of course. The quartermaster nodded, indicating for Nu Jiang to enter. Other players also noticed Nu Jiang's presence. Isn't that the big boss Nu Jiang? If his merit were exchanged for a position, he would probably be at the upper echelons of Giant Stone Village. Too bad we can't go in and see, but it's really tempting. This exchange has opened up many options. Equipment, materials, reputation mounts, and even some war weapons are available for exchange. However, this time the most eye-catching item is an A-grade pet egg. Of course, the exchange price is astronomical. Even with Lu Jiang's merits, he can... Yet when Lu Jiang looked at this A-grade pet egg, he merely smiled lightly and walked away. The best mount I can exchange for is a juvenile griffin. Upon seeing the small griffin, which was only about the size of a chick, Lu Jiang instantly lost all interest. He indeed needed a mount, preferably one that could fly, and the griffin fit his requirements perfectly. However, what he needed was a fully grown one, not one that he would have to raise from a young age. Given his strength, by the time the griffin matured, he wouldn't need it anymore, as there would naturally be better alternatives. As for equipment, Lu Jiang had no thoughts at all. The levels were too low, and exchanging for them would be a waste. The Giant Stone Village also lacked the precious materials he needed. It's still you, old friend. Lu Jiang approached a sail. Angry Wind Long Sail, Epic Type Sail, Level Requirement, None, Base Ship, Speed 100, Bonus Attributes, with Wind 130, Against Wind 80, Attached Skill, Angry Wind Acceleration, ignores wind direction interference, Speed increased by 200, lasts for 3 minutes. This sail can only be obtained through exchange. At that time, going to sea had become the norm, and the treasures hidden in the ocean were countless. A good ship could greatly increase survival rates at sea. Moreover, the sail is a core component of a ship. As everyone's merits slowly accumulated, they found that the Angry Wind Long Sail, which offered an extremely high cost-performance ratio, quickly became the mainstream sail among high-end players. Of course, that was already a year later. Right now, the only player in the entire game who could afford this sail was Lu Jiang. Even if other players acquired a lot of merit points through opportunities, it's likely that no one would spend them on this epic sail. Outside, everyone was curious about what Lu Jiang would exchange. However, soldiers at the entrance intercepted them, unable to see what was happening inside, and could only speculate. I guess Lu Jiang will choose the A-grade pet egg. His dragon pet should be a pseudo-dragon of A-grade. If he gets another A-grade pet, his summon army will have a stable dual core. I think so too. Without a core for the summon army, it would be easily overwhelmed by super experts or powerful. I think that juvenile griffin is also good. Once it grows up, it will have combat power and be able to roam the entire world. I want to sit on the griffin's back with Lu Jiang and travel this world together. Don't be infatuated. A look in the mirror. I look better even in women's clothing. Ahem, brother, can I see a photo of you in women's clothing? Lu Jiang is coming out. What is he holding? People quickly noticed Lu Jiang's figure. He was carrying a long sail as he walked towards the logistics officer. Since he hadn't registered with the logistics officer, yet he could only carry the long sail like this. Angry Wind Long Sail, are you sure you want to exchange for this equipment? The logistics officer looked at Lu Jiang with some confusion. Yes, Lu Jiang nodded. Initially wanting to proceed directly with the exchange, the logistics officer paused again. Since this is your first time reaching such a large amount of merit, you can exchange for a vacant residential shop or restaurant. The logistics officer put down his pen and reminded Lu Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang showed no reaction, while other players erupted in excitement. Why, you can also exchange for shops. At this stage, the NPC shops and restaurants have made a fortune. Having a large shop for income at this time wouldn't be too strong. Yes, there are several million players in our Giant Stone Village. This revenue is enormous. Why is Lu Jiang still holding onto that broken sail? Our Giant Stone Village doesn't even have a large lake. I still want that A-grade pet egg. That's an A-grade pet, providing more help than having 2 extra players. Players were already dizzy from this reward. Even if these rewards had nothing to do with him, watching the wealthy show off their luxuries was enough to leave one feeling dazed. Lu Jiang, I am from Brotherhood of Affection. Our guild leader is willing to pay a large sum to buy a shop, the Hui Rong Building's 3rd floor office, along with a small villa. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent. The Hui Rong Building is a famous commercial street building. One floor earns over 10 million in rent annually, let alone 3 floors. Just relying on rent alone, one could live a luxurious life without worries. The accompanying small villa would allow for a quiet, wealthy lifestyle. Of course, Brotherhood of Affection is not foolish. They heard that only after reaching such a large amount of merit could one exchange for a shop. Therefore, they were quite generous. The onlookers were about to faint. Even those who insisted on wanting the A-grade pet egg were now muttering words like 3 floors and villa. Brotherhood of Affection does have solid real-world assets to afford this. Lu Jiang glanced at the members of Brotherhood of Affection. But so what? If he wasn't aware of the massive impact that myth would later have on reality, that kind of comfortable rental life might indeed have been attractive. But sorry, in the future real industries would shrink by 100-fold. He'll exchange for this. Lu Jiang said to the logistics officer indifferently. Instantly, the entire place was in an uproar. Seeing Lu Jiang's insistence, the logistics officer no longer persuaded him and immediately proceeded with the exchange procedures. After exchanging for the angry wind long sail, Lu Jiang had very few merits left, casually taking a few consumables and common materials from the stalls outside. Having exhausted his merits, the members of Brotherhood of Affection, seeing Lu Jiang exchange for a completely useless sale, were about to murmur fool under their breath. However, remembering that the person's ID was Lu Jiang, they thought better of it. They could only glare at Lu Jiang. Forget it, everyone disperse. There's nothing to see now. Is Lu Jiang going to sail in a creek? Hey, we don't understand the world of the great. The waste of others is something we can never obtain. With some sour remarks, the crowd no longer observed Lu Jiang. Outside, they each picked out their suitable small. After equipping the epic long sail, Lu Jiang logged out immediately and returned to reality. The night had grown. The nutrient solution in the Supreme Pod is remarkably effective. After a full day, I feel no fatigue whatsoever. It far surpasses that shoddy headset from my previous life. Lu Jiang sighed softly. In truth, contemporary technology still falls short of achieving such immersion. Indeed, if anyone had paid close attention, this hyper-realistic capability alone should have raised alarms long ago. That the pods were distributed so smoothly suggested those in power already grasped fragments of the game's deeper truths. With the Wrathwind long sail secured, my next steps fall neatly into place. Lu Jiang massaged his temples to ease mounting pressure. Armed with the Wrathwind long sail, he would now leverage Qilin Duodua's quest as a springboard. It was nearly time to depart Stonehenge Village and pursue greater opportunities elsewhere. Every move he made was calculated. Each step a deliberate stride toward ultimate power, forged to confront an enemy whose very nature remained shrouded in enigma even to him. Enough thinking. I'll grind again tomorrow. After washing up, Lu Jiang retired to rest. Trending topics. 1. Mythos. 2. Stonehenge Village defense concluded. 3. Esports legend Meteor Stream switches to Divine Veil. 4. Century Film Emperor Awards Ceremony. 5. Lu Jiang selects a sale. Since Mythos public beta launch, it has held the top spot on the trending list almost daily. Recently, Lu Jiang's name has surged in prominence. The Stonehenge defense began and ended under his banner. His influence eclipsed even the blockbuster news of Meteor Stream's transfer and the Global Film Awards. Even Lu Jiang's expenditure of vast merit points to acquire a sale propelled the topic to 5th place. Stonehenge players reaped a bountiful harvest of experience and merit, gaining a substantial unearned advantage over players from other regions. Thus, a fresh wave of newcomers flocked to join Stonehenge Village. Meanwhile, across the forums, defense and Stonehenge players emerge as greatest beneficiaries. Sacrificing an A-rank pet and commercial real estate, Lu Jiang chooses a sale. Lu Jiang, an ID that inspires both adoration and resentment. Whether in the Stonehenge subforum or the main board, every thread seemed saturated with mentions of Lu Jiang. By the way, has anyone discussed Meteor Stream's transfer to Divine Veil? Amidst the flood of Lu Jiang-related posts, a lone thread surfaced. Meteor Stream, hardly a legend. Lu Jiang is the true sovereign. Surround him with Tortoise Summons, flank with Flame Warriors. Then let Meteor Stream try finding any angle to strike Lu Jiang. The poster above is clearly a new Lu Jiang fan. We veterans know better. Even without summons, Meteor Stream wouldn't stand a chance. Exactly. Lu Jiang defeats 10 number in a single move. No summons required. Can Meteor Stream do the same? I recall their friendly match. Yes, Meteor Stream dominated 10 number. Don't fabricate baseless slander. Meteor Stream merely held back during that sparring match. He treated 10 number as a lady. You truly take her as your benchmark. This Meteor Stream thread rose in visibility solely because it ignited a fierce flame war between Lu Jiang's devotees and Meteor Stream's fans, drawing in countless bystanders eager for spectacle. Meteor Stream possessed both striking charisma and elite gameplay, amassing legions of fans beyond the gaming sphere, and backed by a professional management agency. Their purchased trending slot was originally slated for 2nd place, but Lu Jiang's seismic impact forcibly dethroned it, and the quarrel only intensified. Enough distractions. Let Meteor Stream fight Lu Jiang Heathen. Pathetic. A summoner challenging an assassin unknown. Do you have any shame? Oh, who's the naive fan now? First I've heard of summoners countering assassins. Brother Meteor holds himself above trash like you. Huh. He's flustered. He's flustered. He's broken. And now he's lashing out mindlessly. Eventually the argument grew so volatile that forum moderators intervened. Yet the stakes were high. Mishandling it could spark collective outrage. Meteor Stream's fans were formidable, but Lu Jiang's followers were infinitely more dangerous. In the end, moderators opted to suppress the thread's visibility, lowering its algorithmic prominence relative to others. Still, it proved ineffective. Finally, the forum administrators enlisted a respected industry analyst to draft a featured analysis. Pinned to the top, unveiling why Lu Jiang rejected the A-rank pet is his dragon companion S-rank. Naturally, curiosity drew crowds. Readers clicked in droves, and gradually the tide of vitriol ebbed as attention shifted to the article. Footage from the defense abounded. Leveraging multi-angle perspectives, the analyst grounded his thesis in concrete evidence, citing all known A-rank pets as benchmarks. After all, Mythos was vast. Though A-rank pets were exceedingly rare, they were not unheard of. Take the A-rank Golden Tiger. It delivers roughly 800 damage per full power strike. The Dragon Companion's damage output appears blurred in footage. However, given that elite undead mobs possess 800 HP and estimating damage via health bar depletion, the figure approaches 3,000, though likely inflated by critical hits. Assuming a critical hit baseline dragon damage sits just above 2,000, a threshold no known A-rank pet attains. Among pseudo-dragons, none match its morphology. Thus I conclude Lu Jiang's Dragon Companion is S-rank. The article brimmed with rigor and authority, and bearing the analyst's renowned name, its conclusions were widely accepted. No wonder Lu Jiang refused the A-rank pet egg. He already commands an S-rank companion. Forgive my ignorance. Is this the server's first S-rank pet? Unfathomable strength. The realm of masters lies beyond our comprehension. Sob, I'd settle for 1% of Lu Jiang's might. What's Lu Jiang's official fan group number? Tell me quick. I want to be a veteran fan when the time comes. Same here. Same here. Same here. Countless players from neighboring regions began relocating to Stonehenge Village. Newcomers once again set their sights on Stonehenge Village. Though cohabiting with Lu Jiang carried inherent peril, its rewards were undeniable. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Jiang would depart the village at dawn. The next day morning, outside Giant Stone Village, a once spacious training area, Lu Jiang logged in directly to this place, the agreed-upon location, with Qian Duo. This old fellow, he can't still be asleep, can he yet? Lu Jiang yawned, just having gotten out of bed and logging in. By the way, I forgot to check the news summons after logging off last night. Lu Jiang checked his inherited skills. 3 more icons appeared, one of a bird with electric patterns, one of a dark shadow with a shining blade, and a large figure. Come out, all of you. Since he had nothing else to do, Lu Jiang planned to see how strong these creatures were in battle. Name: electric bird. B quantity 1, level 10, health limit 1900, energy limit 100, strength 50, agility 97, intelligence 198, stamina 60, movement speed 280, attack speed 100, skills: electric strike, thunder seed, thunderstorm cloud. Electric strike casts lightning on the target, dealing damage and having a certain chance to paralyze the target. Thunder seed plants a seed on the target which will grow and explode after 20 seconds, dealing triple damage. Thunderstorm cloud. The electric bird can summon a dark cloud that continuously strikes down lightning. Name: Blade Shadow Servant. B quantity 1, level 10, health limit 2100, energy limit 100, strength 175, agility 158, intelligence 89, stamina 70, movement speed 230, attack speed 200, skills: stealth, backstab, shadow, clone, blade, light, phantom. Stealth enters a stealth state undetectable by non-invisible detection methods. Backstab guarantees a critical hit when performing a backstab. Shadow clone summons an illusory clone with 50 of the original's attack power and 20 defense. Blade, light, phantom executes a series of continuous attacks with the clone able to attack simultaneously. Name: Puppet Giant. B quantity 1, level 10, health limit 7000, energy limit 150, strength 135, agility 50, intelligence 108, stamina 200, movement speed 70, attack speed 60, skills: Earth Wall, Guardian Shield, Earthquake. Earth Wall summons a wall of earth that can block attacks until it is destroyed. Guardian Shield can release a protective shield that absorbs a large amount of damage. Earthquake. The Puppet Giant strikes the ground, dealing damage to ground creatures and knocking them away. Lu Jiang looked at the 3 newly unlocked summon types momentarily, at a loss for words. It seems to have some aerial capabilities, but the electric bird's ultimate skill is directed at ground targets. Still, having a ranged attack is better than none. To summarize: aerial support, assassin, and tank. This time no new warriors were unlocked. Lu Jiang still preferred using warriors for normal monster grinding. Of course, the most surprising part is still the electric bird. After all, it is the only B rank. AB rank is equivalent to a minor boss, so AB should be on par with a normal boss. However, due to its powerful capabilities, the electric bird has slightly low health, and the Blade Shadow Servant also has low health due to being an assassin. In contrast, the Puppet Giant performs far better on land than the Sea Turtle. With 2 major defensive skills and a group control skill, it is quite impressive. Just in time, there's a level 9 elite wild boar over there that has high defense and should be able to take a few hits. Lu Jiang prepared to practice on the elite wild boar in the distance. Naturally, the electric bird was tasked with aggroing the wild boar, but Lu Jiang was somewhat disappointed that the electric bird's range was not very far. It basically had to fly to the area right above the wild boar's head to unleash its electric attack, while simultaneously planting a thunder seed. The electric bird could easily take down the elite wild boar in an unknown battle, but Lu Jiang aimed to test the combat abilities of all the summoned creatures. The electric bird flew towards Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang commanded the Puppet Giant. As the wild boar charged in, carrying the power of its charge skill, he wanted to show these creatures a thing or two. Suddenly, the large iron mass in front smashed down against the ground. Before the elite wild boar could reach Lu Jiang, it was sent flying, transforming into an airborne boar. Bang! The elite wild boar landed heavily on the ground. Before it could recover, two figures, one real and one illusionary, swiftly attacked it from the shadows. Oink! Oink! The elite wild boar squealed in pain. 20 seconds had passed. Another lightning strike from the sky directly detonated the thunder seed on the elite wild boar, causing massive damage. Lu Jiang felt that the sturdy elite wild boar was completely overwhelmed by the three newly summoned creatures lying on the ground with coins and equipment scattered around. Oh no, so weak. I wanted to test their abilities further. Lu Jiang shook his head, expressing his disappointment with the elite wild boar. He had trusted the elite wild boar's defensive capabilities, but it was taken down instantly by a single combo. It was a complete letdown. Just then Qian Duo came running over, looking just like the elite wild boar from before. The puppet giant recalled Lu Jiang's command and seemed ready to attack this silly creature. Earthquake! Before he could reach Lu Jiang, Qian Duo was sent flying by a punch, turning into an airborne money bag. Stop, that's not a monster. Lu Jiang, with a wry smile, halted the already invisible assassin and the electric bird, which was ready to attack Qian Duo. Qian Duo let out a pig-like squeal. Big brother, you summoned a new batch again. You don't have to use me as a test subject. Qian Duo got up from the ground and slowly walked over, feeling wronged as he spoke. Player Lu Jiang invites you to join the party. Who told you to be late and run like a monster? Lu Jiang replied somewhat speechlessly. I got up late this morning. I was gathering materials until midnight yesterday. By the way, do you have all the materials for the ship? Lu Jiang asked Qian Duo. Of course, thanks to yesterday's defense battle, I managed to gain some merit. I upgraded the engine and the helm to decent. I only swapped for a lousy sail. Oh, I was hoping you would get an excellent sail. Qian Duo chuckled. You truly live up to your name. Lu Jiang cast a somewhat speechless glance at Qian Duo. However, he had originally planned to install the sail onto Qian Duo's ship first. In shipbuilding, apart from the hull components such as sails, figureheads, harpoons, boosters, rudders, and submersibles are all detachable parts. This is just for small boats. If it were for large ships, there would also be cannons, energy cannons, disruptors, smoke devices, detectors, and other large ship configurations. Components like sails, boosters, figureheads, cannons, and energy cannons are all graded according to their equipment level. The grades are as follows: normal, white, bronze, blue, silver, silver, gold, gold, dark gold, epic, orange, mythical, red, divine, artifact, multicolored, sacred, artifact, pure white. Hey big brother, if you had chosen a shop yesterday, we wouldn't have to go out to sea, would we? I would have doubled the price offered by brother Qingyi for you. If you're not interested in the money, I can give you shares. We can split the profit 7-3, no problem. Qian Duo was naturally aware of what happened yesterday. He thought Lu Jiang chose this sale to help him complete the task. However, upon hearing this, Lu Jiang realized that Qian Duo truly lived up to his name. He was indeed Qian Duo. Stop being glib and lead the way quickly. Lu Jiang gave Qian Duo a light tap on the head. Alright, I was being overly concerned. Let's go, we just need this last sale from you, big brother. Having exchanged everything, there's no turning back now. Talking about it now is indeed pointless. Qian Duo led Lu Jiang to the shipbuilding area. Meanwhile, Qian Duo cast a respectful glance at the small dragon perched on Lu Jiang's shoulder. Is that the Slevel pet mentioned in the forums? Truly extraordinary. Qian Duo dared not ask further unless Lu Jiang mentioned it first. Stone Village shipbuilding area. The only small lake in Stone Village is where the shipbuilding area is located. Since Stone Village doesn't require boats much, especially this early in the day, the shipbuilding area only had a few scattered players and a couple of NPCs. Most of these players are casual gamers. They build ships just to make fishing easier. They don't even need to build small, fast boats with sails and boosters. They simply construct a hull relying entirely on two paddles for propulsion. This is commonly known as a canoe. In fact, at this stage, shipbuilding still costs a lot of money, and those with the funds wouldn't bother building ships. Stone Village is really just a small creek. Is that Qian Duo? I saw him tinkering here in the shipbuilding area until midnight yesterday. Oh, you saw him working on the ship at midnight. You must have woken up quite early. No, I was afraid of sleeping late, so I stayed up all night. Most players here are just casual gamers. Recently, Qian Duo has also collected quite a number of shipbuilding materials from them, so they know him. As a result, even Lu Jiang was not immediately recognized by anyone. It wasn't until someone saw the ID Nu Jiang that they realized. The person next to Qian Duo has the ID Nu Jiang. It can't be a fake ID, right? Are you sure it's not Nu Gong or Nu Jiang? Fake ID. I heard Nu Jiang didn't choose a level pet yesterday, didn't choose a shop either, just selected a sail. So is Nu Jiang going to build a ship? No way, it should be Boss Qian who is building a ship. Oh boss, Qian has collected materials for quite some time just to build a ship. Don't tell me the sail in Nu Jiang's hands was bought by Boss Qian. These few people who were knocking on wood stopped and quietly turned to look over here, not usually paying attention to these matters. But when something lively happens nearby, they still have to take a peek. I'm going to continue crafting the ship. Qian Duo paid the NPC in charge here. The NPC opened a shipbuilding platform for him. Qian Duo took out the semi-finished product he completed yesterday from his backpack. He tinkered with it for about 20 minutes. Alright, just the sail left. Qian Duo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lu Jiang directly handed the sail to Qian Duo. The sail was large but not clumsy, instead it appeared exquisitely crafted with patterns on it that exuded a subtle power. Even the NPC responsible for shipbuilding looked on with a hint of envy in his eyes. Is this the sail from yesterday? It looks really impressive. This sail looks like something I can't afford. I estimate that even a priceless artifact in reality wouldn't match this. If I had this ship, I would become the king of the seas. You? A pirate would simply blow your ship to pieces. As they spoke, Qian Duo was already about to finish constructing. Clang. With Qian Duo's last strike, a small fast boat officially appeared on the shipbuilding platform. Rating in progress. This ship is rated as Blevel. The first Blevel ship will be announced to the world. Do you wish to hide your ID? Since they were in a team state, Lu Jiang provided materials, and thus he was also considered part of the shipbuilding. He received a system notification just like Qian Duo. This was also within Lu Jiang's expectations. The new foam sail appears to be just epic on the surface, but its ability to ignore wind direction makes its performance nearly godlike. Wind direction is a terrifying thing. The War Sea is often plagued by fierce storms, and many bosses can also create wind disturbances. Not only is there fear of strong headwinds, but also of strong tailwinds which could directly send you into vortex-like areas. Ignoring wind direction, even for just a few minutes, is incredibly precious. Moreover, this skill's cooldown isn't actually long. It's not difficult to bring out a few skills during the cooldown. The rating does not depend on the rarity of the item, but specifically evaluates the ship's direct performance. It's evident how terrifying it is to elevate a small shabby boat to Blevel. Do not hide. Lu Jiang naturally maintained his consistent style. Do not hide. Qian Duo also chose not to hide. As a businessman, he needed fame. A world announcement was simply free publicity. How could he hide his ID? World announcement. Congratulations to players Lu Jiang and Qian Duo for crafting a Blevel small ship. All players keep up the good work. World announcement. Congratulations to players Lu Jiang and Qian Duo for crafting a Blevel small ship. All players keep up the good work. World announcement. Congratulations to players Lu Jiang and Qian Duo for crafting a Blevel small ship. All players keep up the good work. Qian Duo was grinning from ear to ear. Although Lu Jiang, a frequent recipient of world announcements, felt nothing special about it. This was Qian Duo's first time appearing on a world announcement, and the feeling was simply exhilarating. World Channel. This Angry River boss is truly multi-talented, never taking a moment's rest. Previously, I thought the Angry River boss was impressive just for clearing a hell dungeon, but now he's even slaughtering players and monsters, completely annihilating them. Please, Angry River boss, spare us from your antics. By the way, is the shipbuilding related to that sale the Angry River deity exchanged for yesterday? What's the deal with that Qian Duo, who seems to have teamed up with the Angry River deity? Qian Duo seems to be a wealthy merchant, but I've heard he specializes in catering to high-end players. Well, anyone who can connect with the Angry River deity is definitely not in the same league as us. World announcements do occur occasionally, and people tend to discuss them when they see one. After all, with so many players, there will always be someone with a lucky encounter or an unbeatable expert. However, no one utilizes the world announcements quite like Angry River. Hence, the ID Angry River inherently comes with a level of popularity. On the forum, there's a post that just went live a few minutes ago and has already become a hot topic. The poster's ID is that of a well-known figure in the community who analyzed the Angry River's level pet yesterday. It seems that this prominent figure in the community has also tasted the benefits of riding the wave of Angry River's popularity, so as soon as the announcement dropped, they rushed to post an analysis. The post's views and likes can be converted into actual money, and no one would pass up an opportunity like that. Even though this well-known figure in the community isn't really in need of money. But the money earned from posting one thread could equal a month's income, so why not take advantage of it? Regarding Angry River's shipbuilding, my personal analysis of Angry River's plans leaving Giant Stone Village. The poster's analysis is quite straightforward. Angry River possesses an S-level pet and a summoning beast force. Giant Stone Village has actually limited Angry River's development from the start. Until now, quite a few resources have already been mined out of Giant Stone Village. Are all the players coming to Giant Stone Village really just here to ride on Angry River's fame? Or are they fans of Angry River? Yes, but compared to the nearly 10 million population of Giant Stone Village, most of them probably are not. Angry River probably cannot extract resources from Giant Stone Village anymore, which is why he gave up so much and chose the sale to pursue external development. Qian Duo is a well-known merchant with substantial capital, and with Angry River teaming up with Qian Duo, it naturally leads to a new business route. I boldly speculate that Angry River may possess a mysterious exploration skill, with the dungeon and the undead tower being the best proof. With the rational analysis from the previous post and the posters standing in the community, most people still believe it, although some remain skeptical. At that moment, someone suddenly released a video that quickly gained. Opening the video, Lu Jiang and Qian Duo are seen walking by a small creek. Although it's called a creek, it's relatively large. The measurement units in the game Myth differ significantly from reality. In the world of Myth, which is vast and boundless, the area of Giant Stone Village could compare to a small city in reality. Yet this creek isn't as wide as a river. Calling it a small river would be a bit of a stretch, but calling it a creek is reasonable. One can't just create names like Middle Creek or Big Creek. Large ships would struggle to navigate here. However, smaller boats would just fit in this creek. At the end of the video, Lu Jiang and Qian Duo are seen leaving on a boat until their figures disappear. Lu Jiang has left Giant Stone Village. This is incredibly significant news, immediately stirring up a storm online. What the hell, I just chose Giant Stone Village as my starting point. My mindset is shattered. I also came because of the Angry River deity. Wow. I traveled overnight through 5 villages to get here, and you're telling me the Angry River deity left Giant Stone Village. Those who were previously skeptical of that community figures analysis post were quickly proven wrong. I would like to call you the first strategist of our Angry River fan club. Others like Z, the community figure who posted, are just analyzing for fun. Can Jiang Xiaozi really give your master any praise? Does he even deserve it? Look at your attention, turns out you're just a little dog of Meteor. What's wrong? Didn't get enough attention last time. Hehe, you all are just this capable. Oh, Angry River might be fine in Giant Stone Village, but dare to come to White Moon Port, our star army will crush him. Haha, I'm just afraid you and your master will be too scared to leave the safe zone when the time comes. Oh, I forgot the Angry River deity slaughters in the safe zone as well. Jiang Xiaozi, you look really good when you're filial. Even if he had 10 times the courage, would he dare come to White Moon Port? Now any posts or topics related to Angry River are met with an onslaught from Meteor's fans. The reason is naturally that Meteor's plan to buy a trending search was ruined by Angry River. Meteor hasn't spoken out as he can't exactly say that his bot trending search was stolen, right? Mainly Meteor's fans were a bit upset and said a few things that day, resulting in Angry River's fans being predominantly straight men who admire powerful figures. Although Meteor's skills are top-notch, they aren't from the very top tier. His fanbase is largely due to his pretty boy. Can straight men tolerate a traffic star like Meteor? They didn't even bicker with Meteor's fans and directly took them along with Meteor's social media account. The feud even made it to the trending searches the next day. Thus, these two groups have established a rivalry. Underground Palace Dungeon. We finally cleared it. Thankfully, we accumulated quite a bit of merit yesterday, making leveling up equipment much faster. Xinghai sighed in relief, feeling a bit more relaxed, boss. Just as he was about to talk to Fan Xing, he noticed Fan Xing staring blankly at the clearance record. Xinghai looked over. It was Angry River's clearance time. It's the clearance time of a single person. The total clearance time of their entire guild was more than twice that of Angry River. Do you think Angry River is going to find our treasure map? Probably not. As long as he analyzed the location, he probably knows what it is. You make a good point. Even if he fails, there's no reason for him to come back and cause us trouble. After hearing this, Fan Xing nodded, but his tone carried some self-comforting elements. How about we talk about it now? Initially, both Xinghai and Fan Xing believed that Angry River wouldn't go, at least not for the time being. But who would have thought? Angry River refused all A-level pets and shops in Giant Stone Village and chose a sail instead. Then he immediately went to build a ship. Now they're just worried that Angry River might be a bit foolish, recklessly going off to seek treasure. A failure would definitely be a sure thing. If the losses end up being blamed on them, it wouldn't be good for their star guild. Splash. Water splashed against the hull of the boat. The morning sunlight shone on the surface of the water, reflecting the light in sparkling patterns. This water is just like the real world. It truly deserves the 100 realism rating. Qian Duo sat by the edge of the boat, letting out a sigh of amazement. Observing Qian Duo's expression of wonder, Lu Jiang shook his head. Perhaps this is a real world. Lu Jiang silently pondered this in his mind while steering the boat. Big brother, your boating skills are incredible. Not once did you bump or scrape along this small river. Qian Duo was utterly in awe of Lu Jiang's boating skills. When he first took the helm, he couldn't resist the urge to steer the boat himself. As a result, he kept crashing into the banks or hitting the submerged rocks, causing significant damage to the boat's health. After all, while this small creek could accommodate small boats, it demanded a high level of skill from the steerer. It wasn't until Lu Jiang couldn't bear to watch any longer that he took over. The smoothness of the ride was akin to racing through a narrow alley, and although the maneuvers were numerous on the boat, it felt completely stable, without a hint of seasickness. Even a cup of water would be hard-pressed to spill. It was as if Takumi Fujiwara had taken over. In reality, could anyone without years of experience as an old fisherman manage such maneuvers? Of course, Qian Duo did not consider Lu Jiang to be a mere fisherman. After all, a legendary figure like Lu Jiang could not be measured by common standards. Lu Jiang yawned. This was still under his average mental state. Ding. The points event for the Undead Tower has ended, and you are ranked first, earning the unique title. Congratulations, you have obtained the title Undead Tower Conqueror. Function-based titles, though not frequently utilized, significantly enhance damage against undead beings when one of the essential titles for the costume change build. Lu Jiang equipped the title directly. Although it belonged to the costume change category, he didn't have any other titles to switch to, so he simply equipped it as a better than nothing option. The speed of the boat was relatively fast. After all, it was equipped with the most cost-effective epic sail and a skill that provided double acceleration, which Lu Jiang activated as soon as he was ready. For Lu Jiang, the seasoned boatman, the narrow waterway did not hinder his speed. This pace was much faster than along some riverbanks. Players were still leveling up or completing quests. As Lu Jiang passed, especially while moving at double speed, the waves behind him soared over 3 meters high. Seeing the boat that sped like a speedboat, in reality, everyone was stunned. What is that? A jet ski? Are you an idiot? Do you think this is the real world? A jet ski? You guys don't know? Didn't you just see the world announcement? Oh right, the great god of the angry river, and that guy built a class boat. Now a boat that can go faster than a jet ski must be that class boat, right? Can you paddle your canoe and create 3-meter-high splashes? That's just too cool. I also want to build a good boat. Your wallet will tell you that you don't want to. The wild ride also left them somewhat fatigued, especially since Qian Duoduo's boating skills were so poor that he could only rely on Lu Jiang to steer. However, finally, as the waterway gradually widened, it transformed from a small creek into a large river, and then from a large river into an ocean. They finally reached their destination, the Crescent Bay. Wow, is this the sea? Qian Duoduo looked at the vast scene before him, utterly astonished. Although he had seen the ocean countless times, in reality such a sight in the game was truly breathtaking. Especially with the sea monsters and treasures hidden within this ocean, it cast a unique hue over the waters. I really want to seek the treasures of the sea. I am also a man who wants to become the pirate king. Qian Duoduo clenched his fists. However, as he steered the rudder, the boat's direction drifted further away from the center of the sea. Wake up! If your boat encounters a sea monster, it will be gone in one bite. Lu Jiang shot Qian Duoduo a glance. Their mission target was not in the center of the ocean. If it were in the heart of the ocean, Lu Jiang could only tell Qian Duoduo to go play there by himself. It was merely a piece of land. It truly wasn't worth Lu Jiang risking himself. To enter the center of the ocean, one would need an elite fleet. It was best not to even think about it. Their mission target was on an unnamed island not far from the coast. Hey big brother, don't pour cold water on me so quickly. Qian Duoduo's earlier exuberance was instantly extinguished. Stop talking nonsense, I'll report the coordinates clearly. Lu Jiang said blandly as he steered the boat. Although they shared the mission, the primary task authority remained with Qian Duoduo, who needed to be responsible for reporting the direction. In the NW direction, it seems we should be close. Qian Duoduo glanced at the mission prompt and said, although Lu Jiang had played for 3 years, the sea in the world of myth was too vast, and there were many unnamed islands. Some were larger than villages, while others were merely small mounds. Lu Jiang couldn't possibly remember every unnamed island. At most, he could recall those where enormous treasures had appeared. However, those islands with massive treasures also concealed great dangers, making them absolute no-go zones for players at the current stage. Boss, we have arrived. Gets that island ahead. Suddenly, Qian Duoduo exclaimed. Lu Jiang took a look. The island ahead had a clearly marked landing area, although very rudimentary it was there. In addition, he could see the presence of a small wooden hut. Boss, it seems there are NPCs living there. Our mission might, Qian Duoduo said with excitement. After all, a place where NPCs can survive means it wouldn't be an island overrun with monsters. I don't remember any islands with NPCs stationed near Crescent Bay. Usually islands with NPCs stationed are considered large islands. This island before us is hardly better than a small mound. Lu Jiang felt a slight doubt in his heart. However, he considered that he might have remembered incorrectly. After all, when he first came to Crescent Bay, it was no longer the initial stage of the game. Yet Lu Jiang remained slightly vigilant. As the boat approached a short distance from the island, Lu Jiang suddenly stopped the boat. Boss, why are we stopping? We're almost there. Qian Duoduo asked in confusion. Reel in the boat, we'll swim over. Lu Jiang stated directly without explaining anything to Qian Duoduo. Lu Jiang's tone was firm, unmistakable in its certainty. Qian Duoduo, seeing Lu Jiang's resolute expression, felt there must be some truth in his words, and thus followed his advice to lower the sail. Lu Jiang was quite adept at swimming, moving swiftly and gracefully through the water. As for Qian Duoduo, he could only manage a rudimentary dog paddle, clumsily trailing behind Lu Jiang. The two of them quietly approached the nameless island. The layout of the island was simple, featuring a small wooden house and 2 coconut trees behind it. There was also an exceptionally large stone. It seems there are no monsters here, yet the task prompt clearly indicated. Looking at the empty island, Qian Duoduo scratched his head. Lu Jiang squinted, seemingly recalling something. Since there are no monsters, let's explore for a bit. Lu Jiang nodded and summoned Shushu and Long Long. Shushu, discreetly control those 2 trees and keep them still for now. The primary purpose of summoning Shushu was to control the only 2 trees on the island. Shushu had reached level 10, and its skill to enslave tree spirits aside from the green tree spirit CC could now be increased by 2. Shushu obediently nodded. However, while checking Shushu's status, Lu Jiang discovered that Shushu had acquired an unlearned skill. Limited skill Dream Mirage. Limited skill Dream Mirage pulls the target into a phantom space for a trial, judging damage based on trial performance. The lowest score can instantly kill the target, usable once daily. There's such a skill. Even Lu Jiang was astonished. This was a standard SS-Grade ultimate skill, and Shushu at level 10 could comprehend it. However, Lu Jiang suddenly remembered that Shushu had consumed an evolution fruit, so it was actually already in its second form, the All-Spirit Tree King. It seemed quite normal for the All-Spirit Tree King to grant trial spaces to its kin. Name Seedling of the World All-Spirit Tree King SSS-Grade level 10 Life Limit 110 Energy Limit 200 Strength 91 Agility 10 Intelligence 188 Endurance 50 Movement Speed 70 Attack Speed 15 Skills Summon Tree Spirit Wisdom Fruit Tree King Enslavement Promotion Limited Skill Dream Mirage. Summon Tree Spirit can summon tree spirits to entangle or attack the target. Wisdom Fruit produces a fruit that slightly increases intelligence with a permanent duration. Tree King Enslavement grants intelligence to trees to serve the All-Spirit Tree King Limit 1 for every 5 levels. Promotion allows a temporarily effective tree spirit to undergo advancement. Only one tree spirit can be promoted at a time. Limited Skill Dream Mirage pulls the target into a phantom space for a trial judging damage based on trial performance. The lowest score can instantly kill the target usable once daily. Looking at the robust Shushu, Lu Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of security. With its damage diversion skill, Shushu was even more reliable than a puppet giant. Seeing Shushu learning skills, Long also nudged Lu Jiang's shoulder. Pets learn fixed inheritance skills every 10 levels. However, Lu Jiang was somewhat puzzled. Why couldn't pets learn inheritance skills on their own? They needed his consent. Could it be due to their profession? Pets are completely devoted to their masters, even needing consent to learn skills. Lu Jiang pondered and told Long, from now on, if you have skills, learn them on your own. Long excitedly nodded. Then it learned a new skill. Dragon's Might can only be activated during melee attacks, instantly dealing triple damage. It appeared that the profession was indeed the reason pets almost entirely obey their masters. Lu Jiang decided not to check Long's attribute panel for now, as a battle could erupt at any moment. Besides, there was nothing much to look at. Literally, Long's melee power had received a significant boost. However, Long's highest damage attack was Dragon Flame, and Dragon's Might could not enhance it. Where's that sea monster I was supposed to slay? Are we really going to have to make a fishing rod to reel it in? Qian Duo said somewhat dejectedly. The entire nameless island was quite small, taking only a few minutes to circle around. The only place we haven't checked is the small wooden house in the middle. Brother, shall we go take a look? Qian Duo turned to Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. The two walked up to the wooden house. The door was wide open, and the house appeared somewhat worn, but was quite clean. Ahem. At that moment, the wooden house emitted a sound of an old man coughing. Looking toward the sound, they saw an elderly man collapsed inside, unable to rise. Young man, could you help me up? The old man noticed the two and spoke to them. This should be a quest NPC. While seeing the old man's name was in yellow, Qian Duo realized that yellow names represented neutral NPCs, a system setting, and he had no doubts about it. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lu Jiang stopped Qian Duo. Huh. Qian Duo paused, looking at Lu Jiang, unsure why he had called him. Have you heard the story of the sea old man? Lu Jiang casually asked Qian Duo. I think I have heard of it. Qian Duo fell into recollection. It seems that in some myth there was a demon that often transformed into an old man sitting by the roadside asking for someone to carry him, and then a young man did. The more Qian Duo spoke, the more he felt something was off. Brother, are you saying he's like the sea old man? An elderly man who is unable to move, yet the room is exceptionally clean with not a trace of mosquitoes. Moreover, it's quite strange for an elderly man who can't move to exist on this deserted island. Lu Jiang smiled slightly, looking inside the house. He finally recalled that there was a type of sea monster that liked to inhabit other creatures, whether land or sea beings could not escape their clutches. Brother, what you said does seem quite reasonable. Qian Duo replied, his eyes widening as he realized he nearly fell for it. It wasn't that Qian Duo was foolish to become a major businessman. One couldn't be stupid. He just fell into a habitual way of thinking, assuming the system wouldn't deceive him. Indeed, yellow names were a sign of neutral NPCs. He didn't have Lu Jiang's experience to know that there was a type of parasitic monster. Qian Duo dared not enter, retreating to Lu Jiang's side. The old man in the story could control others, even though this was just a game. But who knows what would happen if one were to be controlled by this creature resembling the old man. If one were to remain under its control, unable to die or return to town, the losses would be significant. The old man said weakly, I have a shop in Baiwa Port. If you can take me back, I will give you the shop. Seeing that the two did not enter, he spoke in a very frail tone. If an ordinary player heard this, they would have already been tempted. Even knowing there might be a problem, they would consider taking the risk for such a high reward. At worst, they would just die once. Qian Duo was also tempted. He glanced at Lu Jiang. Finding Lu Jiang expressionless and still unresponsive, Qian Duo calmed down. Watching the two remain outside, the old man suddenly emitted an eerie laughter. Kik. The old man, who had been lying down, changed from a yellow name to a red name. Name: Parasitic Monster. Type: Crawling. Level 15. Health: 130000. Grade: Golden Boss. Skills: Devour Body, Control, Black Matter Explosion, Ferocious Charge, Puppet Explosion, Dark Lock, Unknown. Body: a new body. The old man's eyes glowed red. Instead of standing, he crawled on the ground. Retreat. Lu Jiang told Qian while he himself stepped back. The intelligence of the parasitic monster is not high, its disguise is merely instinct. The words it spoke before were based on fragments of the memories of those it had devoured. Qian had never encountered such a situation and quickly ran away. A level 15 golden boss. This was unexpected, the level was simply too high and its health was substantial. A golden boss is merely a hell-level boss in the ruins of the underground palace, yet this parasitic monster turned out to be a golden boss. Truly unexpected. He had only heard of this quest, and at that time a level 15 golden boss, or a silver level dark gold level, was not something he needed to pay attention to given his level. As a crawling type, the parasitic monster could only crawl even when inhabiting a human body. The old man on the ground, no, now it should be called the parasitic monster, suddenly crawled over and launched a vicious attack on Jiang. Bang! Jiang did not dodge. A coconut tree behind the parasitic monster suddenly charged at it. The massive body of the coconut tree directly knocked the parasitic monster away. At the same time, another coconut tree had transformed into a trent attacking the parasitic monster with coconuts. 81-77-68. The damage was rather unimpressive. After all, it was just a level 10 ordinary trent. To inflict a control effect on a level 15 golden boss was already quite good. And the one controlling all of this was the tree on Lu Jiang's shoulder. Can even trees be controlled? Is this really the inconspicuous grade pet mentioned on the forum? Qian recalled the analysis he saw on the forum. Lu Jiang's dragon was grade, but that tree seemed to be mostly a grade pet. A grade pets were considered well hidden. However, as the two coconut trees attacked again, the parasitic monster opened its wide mouth, launching a black substance toward one of the coconut trees. Boom. 3,800 in extremely high damage. If it weren't for the coconut tree's thick health and high defense, it would have been taken out in one hit. Just as the dragon was preparing to leap forward and test its strength against the parasitic monster, Lu Jiang grabbed its tail and said to the tree on his other shoulder, "Use it, tree." The tree nodded. Limited skill Dream Mirage. Suddenly a vortex of void sucked the parasitic monster inside. It was limited to once daily, not a total limit, and Lu Jiang thought to himself that as long as he did not provoke high-level monster areas, he would not need to use this skill. If he truly encountered such an existence, even a limited skill would not have much chance of turning the tide. On the nameless island, the fiercely battling scene from earlier suddenly became calm. Big brother, where did the monster go? Qian looked around warily and said, "Is it hiding, preparing to ambush us?" Lu Jiang shot a glance at Qian. "Tree, can I see the image of the Dream Mirage space?" Lu Jiang asked. The tree understood Lu Jiang's meaning, and a shimmering green light appeared on the branches. It gently waved, forming a water-patterned mirror with the image in the center being the parasitic monster. "This big brother, what is this?" Qian was astonished at a loss for words to describe it. He only understood that all of this was accomplished by that little sapling pet. Those foolish people on the forum say this is a grade pet. I think it's probably an S-grade pet. After witnessing the capabilities of the sapling pet, Qian completely shattered his previous assumptions. Lu Jiang did not tell him not to speak of this. However, Qian was someone who had seen big scenes. He knew this was likely Lu Jiang testing him. If he mentioned it, he would lose the chance to rely on this strong ally in the future. This also indirectly proved Lu Jiang's confidence, a kingly demeanor. It seemed like this was just a trivial tactic. With many trump cards, he was not afraid to show them. Lu Jiang appeared indifferent, simply focusing intently on the screen. At this moment, the parasitic monster was on a dilapidated platform, suspended in midair, constructed of stones and wood with flowing magma below. In front of the platform was a cage. At this moment, the cage was opened and a gigantic lizard was released, instantly engulfed in flames. Name: Flame Lizard. Type: Crawling. Level 15. Health: 130000. Grade: Golden Boss. Skills: Unknown. Its attributes were identical to those of the parasitic monster, even the type being the same crawling type. Interesting. Lu Jiang found himself intrigued. Qian was also captivated by the scene inside, focusing intently on it. The parasitic monster crawled on the ground, suddenly spotting this massive creature, and immediately became interested. Body: a powerful body. The instincts of the parasitic monster made it crave the body of the flame lizard immensely. The parasitic monster gazed at the flame lizard, salivating, yet it did not comprehend that this was merely a realm of illusion. The flame lizard did not indulge it, although it was a simulated being, its furious temperament was perfectly replicated. The World Tree, daring to call itself such, naturally possessed an inheritance filled with endless manifestations of worlds. Not only the flame lizard, but a multitude of trial monsters were inscribed within the dream space. The parasitic monster was matched against the flame lizard based on its own circumstances. However, despite sharing attributes, the trial taker held a certain disadvantage. The opponent's attributes would slightly counteract its own, while the terrain was also the opponent's home ground. In such a magma-laden scene, the flame lizard's combat power surged. A black substance was expelled from the mouth of the parasitic monster, causing 1,500 damage. Previously, it inflicted 3,800 damage on the Trent, but against the Flame Lizard it only dealt 1,500. After such an attack, the Flame Lizard was enraged. Scorching flames, 500 trillion, 500 billion, 500 million, 500,000, 500. The Flame Lizard opened its mouth and unleashed a continuous stream of intense fire towards the parasitic monster, inflicting multiple instances of damage. Faced with such an onslaught, the parasitic monster felt the pain and hastily scurried to the side to evade. Clearly, it recognized the prowess of its opponent. The platform was not entirely flat. There were uneven areas, and the parasitic monster hid in a small pit. Several puppets crawled out from the pit and advanced towards the Flame Lizard. The Flame Lizard sensed a hint of danger and used its fire breath to eliminate some threats. However, the puppets were swift and 2 of them managed to approach. Puppet Explosion 3,800, 3,900. Despite the Flame Lizard's high defense, significant damage, after all these were puppets it had treasured, losing one meant losing it forever. After being hit twice, the Flame Lizard felt the pain. Flame Roll. The Flame Lizard was engulfed in flames rolling across the platform, while the parasitic monster could only scuttle around. This Flame Lizard is too strong, it's overpowering the previous boss. Qian Duo could not help but exclaim. Such scenes of 2 bosses battling it out were rarely seen elsewhere. If this were recorded as a video and posted online, it would surely generate substantial revenue from views. However, without Lu Jiang's permission, he dared not record. Lu Jiang nodded, but he was not overly pleased. This limited technique could not simply result in an outright defeat, even if the target perished within the dream space. The final score would determine the outcome. After all, this skill calculated the final damage based on the score. The parasitic monster initially performed well, but as the battle progressed, its disadvantages became apparent. Attribute countering and the Flame Lizard's home advantage gradually pushed the parasitic monster into a corner, heading into the final clash. Both sides unleashed their ultimate moves. The parasitic monster ensnared the Flame Lizard with countless dark chains and commanded a swarm of puppets to self-detonate against it. The Flame Lizard was nearly defeated in an instant. Yet at the last moment it broke free from the dark chains. Enraged, the Flame Lizard unleashed its own ultimate move. The magma below the platform transformed into towering magma pillars. The Flame Lizard could manipulate these pillars to launch a barrage of attacks on the parasitic monster. The parasitic monster managed to evade some, but a majority of the magma pillars struck it down. Trial ended. Dream Space Master rating in progress. A line of text appeared on the screen. Dream Space Master. Could it be? Lu Jiang looked at Shu Shu, who was seriously preparing to rate the parasitic monster. Ultimately, Shu Shu rated the parasitic monster with AC. Shu Shu, can't you just give the lowest rating directly? Lu Jiang frowned and said, Sha Sha. Shu Shu shook her head, gesturing to Lu Jiang. Finally, Lu Jiang understood her meaning. Essentially, although Shu Shu was the master of the dream space, if she assigned ratings arbitrarily, it could lead to the collapse of the dream space, resulting in the permanent loss of this skill. Shu Shu had to assign a fair rating so that the dream space could calculate damage based on reasonable performance. So that's how it is. Lu Jiang smiled helplessly. Oh, indeed, such good fortune was unlikely. Meanwhile, he had already summoned his creatures, preparing to face the emerging parasitic monster. 20 electric birds, 5 puppet giants, and 5 flame warriors. The electric birds were the main source of output, being the only B level in Lu Jiang's army. The puppet giants served as Lu Jiang's primary meat shields, while compared to the blade shadow servants, the flame warriors still had the highest DPS damage per second among Lu Jiang's forces. At that moment, the parasitic monster emerged from the dream space. 98,000 upon emerging, the damage was immediately accounted for. This damage left Lu Jiang extremely satisfied. It seemed that avoiding all damage caused by the dream space was unlikely. Achieving an S rating would not suffice, at least an SS rating was required. As for what would happen if an SSS rating was achieved, Lu Jiang was still unaware. Could it possibly restore health? The parasitic monster was still caught in shock. Where did that flame lizard go? It seemed to have been slain by that flame lizard earlier. What was going on? It just hadn't reacted yet. Earthquake, a puppet giant smashed it upwards. Of course, due to the grade suppression of a golden BOSS, the control effect of the puppet giant was minimal, only achieving about 10 of the normal control duration. However, being knocked into the air had its advantages. The parasitic monster broke free from control while airborne. Despite using a speed boost to land, it was immediately struck again by another puppet giant. Electric Strike, Fire Pillar, Dragon Flame, a wave after wave of attacking firepower rained down upon the parasitic. After this barrage, even a 15-level golden boss's defenses were nearly reduced to a fraction of its health. The parasitic monster was finally about to unleash its might, demonstrating its boss authority. However, before it could make a move, Instant Grab Dragon's power ensnared it once more in midair. An SSS-class Emperor Dragon, although still in juvenile form, was only affected by a reduction effect from a 15-level control. Being trapped in midair, the parasitic monster was bombarded mercilessly, suffering over 10,000 damage. The parasitic monster was on the verge of tears. First, it was defeated by the flame lizard, and now it was inexplicably pummeled upon emerging. It couldn't even fight back. The health of the parasitic creature has dwindled to around 10,000. One more round of concentrated fire, and it will be finished. Finally, the parasitic creature has grown furious, unwilling to perish in such a humiliating manner. All the puppets were released, expanding and emitting a red light. The puppets consumed in the dream space do not count. Thus, the puppets released by the parasitic creature represent its entire fortune. Moreover, the parasitic creature itself begins to inflate, radiating a red glow. Self-destruction. This is the parasitic creature's ultimate move. Of course, this self-destruction only pertains to the parasitic body. It can escape directly amidst the explosion. By blowing up all its possessions, the parasitic creature is evidently risking everything. Big brother, run away. Qian Duo has witnessed the self-destruction damage of these puppets in the illusion. Even with the fire lizard's defense reducing damage significantly, they could still inflict over 3,000 damage, enough to eliminate them in an instant. This is also the power of a golden boss. A standard team of 100 would struggle to defeat a golden boss of the same level, let alone this one, which is at a higher level. Lu Jiang did not flee, not even moving. Seeing Lu Jiang stay put, Qian Duo felt that leaving like this seemed a bit ungrateful. Forget it, if I die, I die. Qian Duo also chose not to run, standing still with Lu Jiang. Dragon's stance. Suddenly a wave of pressure enveloped the area. The puppets had expanded to their limits, glowing red like hot irons. The parasitic creature itself had also reached its maximum size. Yet it did not explode. Dragon's stance prevents all delayed damage. Lu Jiang smiled slightly. This is indeed the greatest advantage of the dream space. Even if they cannot eliminate the target, they can at least understand its capabilities. Because those who are formidable will match with equally formidable opponents, this is the foundation of the World Tree. Unless the opponent is powerful enough to utterly dominate this world, they cannot complete high-scoring trials without revealing their true abilities. Therefore, upon learning that the parasitic creature's ultimate move is self-destruction damage, Lu Jiang had already devised a plan. The most significant characteristic of delayed damage is that it requires certain preconditions to inflict several times more damage than other skill types. There are many means to avoid this delay time. For example, the fire lizard's violent destruction. Of course, the most powerful is still the skill Dragon's stance. After all, it is one of the signature skills of the SS-level Emperor Dragon. End it. With Lu Jiang's command, another round of intense bombardment commenced. The parasitic creature fell in response. Perhaps it has now become the most frustrated golden boss, not even realizing who its true opponent was until the end. Oh, it's over just like that. Qian Duo had a marvelous expression. He had thought they were doomed. If it weren't for the prompt indicating the task was completed, he would have felt that the boss could not be so easily defeated. It's not over. Are you waiting for me to fight it? Lu Jiang shot a glance at Qian Duo. Qian Duo looked just like a confused baby who had come to the big city from the mountains. Big brother, I don't have that capability. The world announcement will proceed. Do you want to hide your ID? Just then the system prompt arrived. Do not hide. Lu Jiang replied as usual. However, he found it strange. Why was it a world announcement? It seemed that the first kill of the golden boss had already passed. Without a first kill, why the world announcement? Do not hide. Qian Duo habitually wanted to ride on the coattails of the hype. Not only did they complete the task, but they also seized the spotlight of the world announcement. Qian Duo wore a blissful expression. World announcement: the golden boss parasitic creature at Baiwei Port has been defeated by players Lu Jiang and Qian Duo. All tasks related to this boss have been removed. Players, please take note. World announcement: the golden boss parasitic creature at Baiwei Port has been defeated by players Lu Jiang and Qian Duo. All tasks related to this boss have been removed. Players, please take note. World announcement: the golden boss parasitic creature at Baiwei Port has been defeated by players Lu Jiang and Qian Duo. All tasks related to this boss have been removed. Players, please take note. After hearing the world announcement, Lu Jiang suddenly understood. It turned out to be the only boss for multiple tasks, which means that if there are any hidden tasks, they would be connected to this boss and would simply disappear. No wonder there was a world announcement. Besides that, only world bosses and those with uniqueness would warrant such announcement. Baiwei Port. In the regional chat screen. Did I see wrong? Lu Jiang has come to our Baiwei Port. I heard on the forum this morning that Lu Jiang left Giant Stone Village. My friends and I were betting on where he would go, and it turns out he came here. However, I think Lu Jiang might have chosen the wrong place by coming to Baiwei Port. Yeah, recently a not-so-friendly meteor has been around Baiwei Port with Lu Jiang. There are a bunch of NC fans of Meteor in Baiwei Port, and most of them are female. Which girl in today's society doesn't have a few dog lickers? I think Lu Jiang really hasn't chosen the right place. Hey, why are you all guessing randomly? Maybe he just came to Baiwei Port to fight a boss, and will leave afterwards. Fight a boss and leave. Then why did Lu Jiang choose that sail, ignoring the A-level pet and shop? Lu Jiang's arrival at Baiwei Port stirred up 1,000 waves. The entire Baiwei Port became lively. To be honest, I don't like Lu Jiang. The NC fans of Meteor are already annoying enough. Having a bunch of Lu Jiang's NC fans show up would make me sick. I hope he doesn't bring any trouble to Baiwei Port. Although Giant Stone Village benefited last time, it was actually a close win. It's fine that he came. Baiwei Port is basically divided among a few major groups now. Let Lu Jiang stir things up a bit. While you all worry about this, and that I'm only worried about whether Lu Jiang will go on a rampage against players again. Hey, why do we care so much? Let them fight amongst themselves. The attitudes of Bioweport's players towards Lu Jiang were quite varied. However, this incident left many players who came to Giant Stone Village for Lu Jiang feeling disappointed. Those who had originally chosen Giant Stone Village were fine. The memories Lu Jiang brought them were more torturous than delightful. Mainly some streamers who came to ride on Lu Jiang's hype were left dumbfounded. Just like the Assassin Road King Shuixiaodo, who had previously surged to the top tier of streamers, suddenly dropped to a third of his usual viewership. And it seems to be continuing to decline. In the live streaming room of Shui Xiaodao, he was conducting his daily broadcast. Next up is the tutorial for the third level of the Undead Tower. You need to pay attention to the timing of interrupting when fighting this boss. Exactly like this, we will be able to complete the kill of the third level boss. While explaining, Shui Xiaodao was also fighting monsters. Just from the number of comments in the bullet screen, one could see the current popularity of Shui Xiaodao's livestream. After defeating the third level BOSS, there were only a few scattered discussions in the comments. Big Brother upstairs, which streamers are powerful and Bioweport capable of attracting new Jiang. I don't know either. If I did, I would have already. Big Brother upstairs, which streamers are powerful and Bioweport capable of attracting new Jiang. I don't know either. If I did, I would have already gone to the live stream room of the Bioweport streamers. Alright, I'll just watch here for now. Big Brother, remember to inform me if you get any news. The bullet screen was usually filled with comments like 666, oh awesome, and impressive. Now there were two people chatting in the bullet screen. As for Shui Xiaodao's previous explanation, no one discussed it at all. Not that there was absolutely no one discussing it. Streamer, your technique just now was incorrect. It was too slow and didn't keep up with the damage output. So inexperienced. If the boss weren't so foolish, it would have been defeated long ago. A few nitpickers were criticizing Shui Xiaodao's gameplay. During live broadcast, the audience had a god's eye view. Even if the audience's skills were inferior to Shui Xiaodao's, they could still point out flaws from their god's eye view, even if they themselves couldn't accomplish anything if they were in the game. Usually such comments would be overwhelmed by a flood of 666. Nowadays, due to the low popularity, no one was filtering out such comments unless the moderators intervened. Word spread quickly, and the originally low-traffic live stream room became even less populated. The promotion arrangements that the live streaming platform had set up for him were cancelled, as the operations team saw that Shui Xiaodao was not performing well. This left Shui Xiaodao with much to ponder. Being a top streamer turned out to be just a fleeting dream. I can't continue like this. Shui Xiaodao made a decision in his heart and stopped running the Undead Tower. The event had long since passed. Now running the tower was akin to merely leveling up outside. After exiting the Undead Tower, Shui Xiaodao glanced at the bullet screen and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that those few nitpickers had started bickering amongst themselves. Without any hesitation, Shui Xiaodao closed the live stream. Meanwhile, it seemed that the audience had not noticed he had logged off. The nitpickers were still arguing animatedly. It was on the brink of escalating from nitpicking to a full-blown argument. Why did the streamer stop the broadcast? Finally, someone realized that Shui Xiaodao had logged off. So boring. As the streamer stopped streaming, a few individuals amidst their quarrel also found it uninteresting and decided to leave. The previously sparse audience in the live stream room scattered even further. New Jiang Bioweport. Shui Xiaodao looked at the map and confirmed the direction. Phew, it turns out I've been mistaken. Shui Xiaodao shook his head with a bitter smile. He had always thought that although he had initially gained his first fortune by riding on Lu Jiang's popularity, he later captivated the viewers with his personal charm. He had even considered whether he should wait to develop in other places in the future, shedding the label of riding on Lu Jiang's fame and becoming a true top-tier streamer. It turned out he was grossly mistaken. His popularity was entirely due to choosing the right angles during his streams. He called himself the king of casual players. Although it was self-proclaimed, he indeed had some exceptional skills. His stealth technique was particularly impressive. In the past, many had said that this casual player king was merely a fraud, excelling only in stealth while being utterly inept in actual combat. Now he had finally found the best application for his stealth technique, which was to sneakily stream Lu Jiang. A top-tier streamer who rides on trends is better than a small streamer who is nothing at all. After experiencing such ups and downs, Shui Xiaodao came to see the reality. The traffic from Lu Jiang alone was enough for him to be a top-tier streamer, but without Lu Jiang he was nothing. Shui Xiaodao's mindset underwent a subtle change. His aspiration transformed from being a top-tier big streamer to a gold medal live streamer of New Jiang. Having realized this, Shui Xiaodao's gaze became more resolute as he headed toward Bioweport. In the Divine Hidden Guild, a player said to Liuxing, "Brother Liuxing, the monsters in this area have been dealt with." Liuxing nodded slightly, and then like a dragonfly skimming the water darted through a large group of monsters. Each time he passed through, he would take away a batch of monsters. In less than a minute, Liuxing had already resolved over 100 monsters, significantly increasing his experience. The dagger spun a few times in Liuxing's hand before being stylishly sheathed at his waist. Meanwhile, an assistant-like person beside him had been recording the whole time. "Okay, Brother Liuxing." The assistant gave an okay sign. His task was to capture the cool moments of Liuxing and later edit them into stylish GIFs or short videos with matching upbeat music. These would be posted on social media accounts as the female fans particularly enjoyed this type of content. Why is the efficiency a bit slow? Liuxing glanced over to the other side. A few hundred-man teams were fiercely battling monsters. This was also part of the deal that Divine Hidden Guild had promised to attract Liuxing to junk ship. These 100-man teams were drawn from the sub-guilds of Divine Hidden, specifically tasked with weakening monsters for Liuxing to reap the experience. Of course, this meant that the experience gain was low with only about 30 available to them, while over 70 of the experience would go to the system. This led to a significant waste of resources akin to one person siphoning blood from hundreds. Brother Liuxing, please bear with us. Recently, the guild has been heavily burdened with siege tasks. The main team and the vice team along with the backup team couldn't spare anyone, so these are all from the sub-guilds. The efficiency is indeed a bit low. The leader responsible for these teams smiled apologetically at Liuxing. Liuxing frowned and did not engage much further with the leader. The task for the 5th ring is a level 15 golden boss. If I level up once more and bring a few elites from the Divine Hidden Guild, it should be stable. World announcement: the golden level BOSS, the dwelling monster at Baiwei Port, has been defeated by players Jiang and Qianduo. All quests related to this boss have disappeared. Please pay attention, players. The sudden world announcement left Liuxing momentarily stunned. Jiang, that ID sounds somewhat familiar. Liuxing said, puzzled. Liuxing, good, he's just a fan of Jiang attacking our social media accounts. Several of our accounts have been overwhelmed, and we had to disable the comments section. The assistant quickly chimed in. So it's him. I wonder what level that golden boss was. Probably around level 10. However, a level 10 golden boss requires a world announcement. I really can't tell if the system's world announcements are... Liuxing scoffed. There was no specific information about the boss in the announcement, only a name, leaving everyone in the dark about its level. Liuxing was assessing based on his own combat power. Currently, he could roughly defeat golden bosses around levels 11 to 12, and Jiang should be slightly weaker than him. But considering the massive traffic he generated, he probably wasn't too much weaker, so Liuxing estimated it was a level 10 golden boss. He's really daring to come to Baiwei Port. Liuxing let out a disdainful snort. Not to mention his own strength, which might be somewhat superior to Jiang's. Just the backing of the Qilin Guild is an enormous presence. The Sword Pavilion couldn't handle him, which was a sign of the Sword Pavilion's incompetence. With the Qilin Guild supporting me, we are nearly invincible here in Baiwei Port. Liuxing had heard about Jiang's affairs. He had been domineering in Jushi village, and he wouldn't be treated with any leniency in Baiwei Port. Although both the Sword Pavilion and Qilin were among the top 10 guilds, the Sword Pavilion's public strength was inferior to that of Qilin. Moreover, that was the situation before. Now that Qilin had him, the Sword Pavilion was no longer a concern. Once I finish this hidden quest, I'll go meet him. However, before Liuxing could finish his words, he froze on the spot. Liuxing, go, what's wrong? The assistant quickly approached, asking with concern. Where's my quest? It was just here. Liuxing's eyes widened. He had just been viewing his quests, but now they had vanished in an instant. Yes, vanished. There was not a trace left, the quest was gone. No way, Liuxing, go, please look for it carefully. Even the temporary head of the Qilin Guild's leveling team rushed over to inquire. Although he was in charge of these leveling teams, he still held some status within the Qilin Guild. He was aware of some matters. Liuxing's hidden quest was actually one of the conditions for switching jobs, and it had been transferred to him with the promise of assistance in completion. The reward for the hidden quest was tied to the inheritance of assassin skills. This was also a key reason why Liuxing was willing to switch jobs. The inheritance of assassin skills was too important to him. Damn, it's really gone. Liuxing, who usually maintained an idle image, suddenly swore. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, they weren't live streaming, otherwise if this scene was broadcasted, he would probably lose countless fans. Liuxing, good, could it be because of the earlier world announcement? The temporary head of Qilin suddenly spoke up. World announcement. Liuxing immediately opened the announcement panel and sifted through the world announcements. World announcement: the golden level BOSS, the dwelling monster at Baiwei Port, has been defeated by players Jiang and Qianduo. All quests related to this boss have disappeared. Please pay attention, players. Liuxing noticed the last part of the announcement. All quests related to the boss have disappeared. Suddenly, Liuxing remembered that he had still been checking his quests just before the world announcement. After the world announcement rang out, his quest had instantly vanished. This meant that the hidden quest related to the inheritance of assassin skills had disappeared because the boss related to the hidden quest was that dwelling monster. Jiang coming to Baiwei Port just to cause me trouble, fine. Liuxing closed the quest panel. His expression twisted with anger. The inheritance of assassin skills. Just like that, it was gone. What was the point of him coming to Qilin? These leveling teams and numerous benefits were already available to him without needing to switch jobs. He had burdened himself with so much to switch to Qilin only to find the inheritance of assassin skills gone. The switch had turned out to be for nothing. Qianduo took out his ship. He dismantled the epic sail. Big brother, are you really not returning to Jushi? Qianduo returned the sail to Jiang. Not necessarily. For now I need to stay at Baiweport for a while. Lu Jiang shook his head and replied. What will happen to your land in Jushir village? Qianduo packed his shabby sail onto his ship. You can help me manage it for now. Plant whatever you want. I don't have good seeds to plant at the moment. Lu Jiang put the epic sail back into his bag and then thought of something. If I get good seeds, I'll mail them to you, and you can help me plant them. Alright, I'll see what the market needs and share the profits with you. Qianduo chuckled, indicating that he wouldn't take advantage of Lu Jiang. If Qianduo wanted to share, Lu Jiang didn't refuse. After all, the name Qianduo itself suggested plenty of money. Alright, I'll head back now. Once I arrange things over there, I'll come to Baiweport to join you, big brother. Qianduo took out a return stone. His return point was still bound to Jushir village, so he wouldn't need to sail back again, and without Lu Jiang's sailing skills, he couldn't navigate that little broken river back. Lu Jiang nodded. Having Qianduo as a partner was quite convenient. The relationship between him and Qianduo was mutually beneficial. Anything he gave to Qianduo could be traded for what he wanted through Qianduo's channels, and at worst, he would still receive money above the market price. Lu Jiang casually checked the loot in his hands. Black matter gloves, golden type, gloves level requirement, 10 agility, 50, strength, 50, attached skill black matter. Black matter launch a mass of dark matter causing dark attribute explosion damage. Not bad, the first explosion indeed yields high rewards. It's another piece of Lord equipment. Lu Jiang discovered that first explosions easily dropped Lord weapons. After testing it out, the black matter attack was exactly the skill that the dwelling monster shot out, a standard high output skill. It's hard to say which is better between ordinary equipment and Lord equipment. But regardless, acquiring an attack skill from a boss is still quite cool. Star Moon Beach. The unnamed island is located not far from the shore. Therefore, Lu Jiang didn't bother to have Qianduo's boat take him. He rode a giant sea turtle and arrived in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Lu Jiang also organized his thoughts about Baiweport. Baiweport has the first underwater dungeon, and the rewards for the initial completion should be the most generous available at present. However, long-term underwater combat could be a bit troublesome. Lu Jiang fell into deep thought. Currently, there are two reliable methods for underwater infiltration. One is to use an underwater breathing device, but that equipment is quite bulky and would impose a significant burden during combat. The other method is to use an underwater breathing potion. Lu Jiang assessed where he could exert his strength in the Emperor Dragon's fire attacks are ineffective, and it doesn't like water. Although it can fight underwater, its combat power will be significantly reduced. The World Tree is still manageable, but its skills are greatly limited underwater. Aside from the limited skill Dream Illusion, the other abilities are not very effective. As for the Summoned Beast Army, the only usable one is the Giant Sea Turtle, with no other options available. The Giant Sea Turtle's combat power underwater is greater than on land, but it remains primarily a defensive type. It has some attack capabilities, but they are quite limited. As for Lu Jiang's own skills, the lightning-type magic is nearly useless underwater as it still operates as a melee attack. Striking an enemy might deal 1,000 damage, but he would also receive 1,000 damage. While others might injure an enemy by 1,000 while only hurting themselves by 800, he ends up hurting himself by the same amount. I need to figure out the formula for an underwater breathing potion. Lu Jiang sighed. Currently, there are no underwater breathing potions available in the market. He hasn't checked, but he knows they aren't sold. Because the location of that formula is quite a hassle. He must bring 10 pounds of black cuttlefish ink to find the alchemist Mog in order to accept a hidden quest. Then he must collect the feathers of the bald eagle from the Wasteland Summit to obtain the formula for the underwater breathing potion. Lu Jiang is truly annoyed by such collection quests, especially since one is underwater and the other is in the sky. Collecting is collecting. Anyway, I have many summoned beasts. Lu Jiang lay on the giant sea turtle feeling somewhat helpless. Then 29 giant sea turtles all rushed out. You all go find black cuttlefish and collect their ink after killing them. Without an underwater breathing potion or equipment, Lu Jiang could only issue orders to the giant sea turtles. After receiving the command, the 29 giant sea turtles all dove underwater. There are too few black cuttlefish. I don't know how long it will take to collect 10 pounds of ink. Lu Jiang thought he couldn't rely solely on himself, so he spent 1 gold coin to send out a regional announcement. Collecting black cuttlefish ink, 5,000 per pound starting from 10 grams. If you trust me, send it over directly, leave your ID, and I'll pay shortly. After editing this message, Lu Jiang felt it was fine and sent it out. 5,000 is neither too expensive nor too cheap, just right. It mainly considers the rarity of black cuttlefish, and the ink itself also has uses in refining other potions. 3,000 per pound in reality is definitely reasonable. Since Lu Jiang is in urgent need of collection, he naturally needs to offer a price higher than the market rate. As for money, he can easily toss some equipment to Qianduo. He has as much as he wants. Let's wait and take a break. Lu Jiang lay on the giant sea turtle, drifting on the ocean. He enjoyed the sea breeze and warm sunshine while awaiting the arrival of black cuttlefish ink. Baimunport Regional Channel. Lu Jiang's regional announcement had just spread. You've got to be kidding me, offering goods before payment. Is this the level of confidence scammers have these days? Hey, could you please check the ID carefully? If Angry River can scam you out of a few coins, you really amuse me. It seems that the big boss Angry River is indeed planning to settle in Baiwa Port. I have 100 grams of black cuttlefish ink. I've been leveling up and fighting monsters without selling it, and unexpectedly, I can sell it for 1,000. What the hell? How long will it take for Angry River to collect? I'm going fishing right now. Yesterday I sold 200 grams of black cuttlefish ink for 2,000 per pound. Seeing Angry River's ID, many who wanted to exchange for money began to sell. Although Angry River's reputation in Giant Stone Village is not very good, he is still a famous figure and not someone who would care about such trivial money. If he really got scammed by Angry River selling this news exclusively to some media, could also earn him some cash from the leads. After all, the name Angry River represents a trending level of traffic. At this moment, while having several hundred people serving him, Meteor also heard this regional announcement. What does he want black cuttlefish ink for? Meteor, the Angry River is quite impressive in Giant Stone Village. As he spoke, the assistant began to look for Angry River's dungeon, the Undead Tower. He also informed Meteor in detail about the treasure hunting at the Undead Tower. Meteor's mind began to whirl. He had a slight understanding of the secrets of this game, and he also knew that someone must have been privy to some information beforehand. Lu Jiang's experience was very much like those people. Could it be that black cuttlefish ink is of great use? At this moment, Meteor thought of a plan. Meteor, do you have any plans? The assistant quickly chimed in. Meteor smiled slightly. Not to mention whether there are any secrets involved. What exactly is the significant use of black cuttlefish ink? Just the other day, Angry River's fans charged at his social account, and he had just ruined his assassin inheritance skills, so he wanted to annoy Lu Jiang a little. If he collects, I will too. Meteor quickly edited a regional announcement and sent it out. Collecting black cuttlefish ink, 8,000 per pound, starting from 10 grams. If you trust me, send it over directly, leave your ID, and I'll pay shortly. He almost completely replicated Lu Jiang's words, just changing one part of the price. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that this was aimed at Angry River. What the hell? When did black cuttlefish ink become so valuable? 8,000. Damn. I just sold some to Angry River for 5,000. I can't withdraw it. I'm about to cry. What black cuttlefish ink is valuable? Look closely at the recipient's ID. Don't you understand what's going on? So it's Meteor. I knew that when Angry River came to Baiwa Port, there would definitely be a showdown with Meteor. I didn't expect this battle to come so soon. Let's not sell our black cuttlefish ink. Angry River will definitely compete, and we can just hold on to it and wait for them to drive up the price. Seeing Meteor's announcement to collect black cuttlefish ink, the players in Baiwa Port decided not to sell anymore, waiting for the prices to continue rising. The giant sea turtle carrying Lu Jiang swiftly paddled across the surface of the sea, following its companions. Lu Jiang leisurely lay on the turtle's back. Not bad, quite a few have come in just a short while. Lu Jiang looked at the mailbox, which was constantly receiving emails, feeling in good spirits. However, after a while, the speed of incoming emails began to slow, and eventually not a single email arrived. What's going on? Lu Jiang scratched his head in confusion. He did not open the regional chat as he was not in the mood. Although he had considered that black squid ink was not so plentiful, it was absurd that not a single email came in. Out of curiosity, Lu Jiang opened the regional chat panel. He scrolled to the top and skimmed through. So, upon seeing this ID, Lu Jiang immediately understood what was happening. He was aware that recently the fans of Meteor had been attacking him, but since Meteor hadn't intervened, Lu Jiang hadn't paid much attention. After all, fan groups often mixed in with anti-fans and troll fans who like to stir up trouble, so he had long grown accustomed to it. He did not plan to blame Meteor, as Meteor had never personally engaged in the fray. But now Meteor had entered the fray. So the previous actions were either fan behavior or intentionally guided by Meteor. This point was worth discussing. This is quite amusing, at least it's not so boring anymore. Lu Jiang's lips curled up slightly. In Giant Stone Village, he had hardly faced any challenges. Nightshade had directly shrunk away, and the Starry Guild had even sent an apology gift, which made Lu Jiang feel a bit bored. After thinking for a moment, he came up with a plan. He directly connected to Qian Duoduo's communicator. It rang a few times before being answered. Big brother, you're at White Moon Port, right? What suddenly made you think to contact me? There's a money-making opportunity. Are you coming or not? Lu Jiang said to Qian Duoduo. Hearing about making money, Qian Duoduo immediately became excited. Come on. Big brother, don't say, just making money. I'll come even if it's a losing deal. Qian Duoduo was an old business enthusiast, and he was thrilled at the mention of a deal. You go through all your channels to collect golden threadgrass. Gather as much as you can. Lu Jiang instructed Qian Duoduo directly. Golden threadgrass. That stuff is expensive and has no special use. I don't even know how the price holds up. Could it have some hidden function? Qian Duoduo was puzzled when he heard Lu Jiang mention the item. Golden threadgrass is a relatively rare herb with leaves that resemble gold and sharp tips, appearing crystal clear under the sunlight. It was like a golden diamond, in reality transparent and dazzling. Currently its price was extremely high, but its usefulness was uncertain. Many speculated it had great potential, and several merchants stockpiled it, preparing to profit substantially in the future. Just collect it. If it turns out to be a loss, I'll compensate you with a piece of golden equipment, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Lu Jiang said indifferently. He wanted Meteor to feel some pain. If he was going to strike, he would make it hurt. He did not have that much capital in reality right now, but last time Qian mentioned, he could double the price based on the rate at Brothers of Affection, proving that Qian had ample funds, so there was no need to worry. Currently, the only person he could trust with such substantial funds was Qian, so collaborating with him was he. No worries. I wouldn't dare to let you lose, big brother. I'll activate all my channels right away. How long will it take? Qian chuckled. The sooner the better. Lu Jiang simply stated before hanging up. However, with that one sentence from Lu Jiang, Qian felt reassured. Whether the golden equipment mattered less, the key was that Lu Jiang could say this, proving that Lu Jiang was not just talking, he was genuinely confident. He had already developed a habit of trusting Lu Jiang. When Lu Jiang was confident, he felt free to act. After hanging up with Lu Jiang, Qian directly logged off. Qian steeled his heart and returned to reality, making a call. Old Black Chen, it's me, he said without courtesy. Oh boss Qian, what made you think of me? A deep voice came from the person known as Old Black Chen. Cut the nonsense. Give me a price for the golden thread grass you've stockpiled in the Merchant Alliance. I'm taking it off your hands. Old Qian, do you know that golden thread grass is a valuable item? It will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Old Black Chen said, shaking his head. Stop with the excuses. 30 million, I'll take all of it. Qian said, knowing roughly the inventory of Old Black Chen's Merchant Alliance, quoting a price far above the market rate. As business rivals, basic information must be grasped unless it was absolute commercial secrecy. Even commercial secrets could sometimes be obtained through certain means. Boss Qian, this truly is something our Merchant Alliance has collected for a long time, and it is indeed part of our plans. Actually, at this point, Old Black Chen was somewhat wavering. The Merchant Alliance had too many items to prepare and required too much funding, causing some breaks in their cash flow. Although it seemed like a 10 billion capital alliance, they actually had only about 1 billion in liquid assets, and sometimes even less. The price of this batch of golden thread grass had stagnated, making it impossible to move. Although he was trying hard to mask the wavering tone in his words, Qian still noticed it. 50 million. Without small increments of 10 million or 2 million, Qian directly added 20 million. He was quite an experienced negotiator and had roughly gauged Old Black Chen's psychological price. Since he had guessed the other party's bottom line, adding in increments would be less effective than making a single substantial offer. Old Black Chen fell into silence, having lost the calm demeanor he usually displayed in negotiations. He suspected that Qian might have received some insider information, which was why he was hoarding golden thread grass. He was torn inside. I know your Merchant Alliance has been having cash flow issues lately, a flat price of 50 million, not a penny more. If you're not selling, I can go find Old Fei, or I believe he'd be interested in this price of 50 million. Qian saw the timing was right, and had his final conversation with Old Black Chen. Alright, I'll sell. Old Black Chen finally came to a decision. The appreciation of golden thread grass was too slow to the point of despair, and it had even been depreciating recently. Selling it for 50 million would indeed resolve the urgent cash flow crisis facing the company. By Uport Regional Channel. Soon a new message refreshed on the regional public screen. Haha, the big shot has started, it's begun. Rise in value. Fortunately, I knew about it in advance, and still have the items in hand. Today, I will not rest until I earn at least 20,000 coins. Earning 20,000? Are you crazy? It's just a broken material, and no one even knows its use. You can only get at most a couple of 100 grams. Do you really think it can rise to 80 or 90,000 per pound? Whether it rises or not is none of your business, you star coin. I am the star, you are just a star. What kind of star are you? Star, I am star, you are star. Nu Jiang and Liuxing had not even spoken directly, yet others on the public screen had already started arguing. In the divine hidden leveling area, brother Liuxing, Nu Jiang really followed. The assistant smiled at Liuxing while looking at the regional public screen. I knew he came here for a reason. Liuxing coldly smiled. Through his analysis, he felt that Lu Jiang was someone who knew the inside story or had some mysterious channels. Otherwise, why would Lu Jiang leave Giant Stone Village? Lu Jiang's status in Giant Stone Village was such that even Liuxing had to admit he had reached the level of the foremost person there. The major guilds in Giant Stone Village were either in a friendly state or were very cautious. Moreover, the resources from the continuously developed dungeon areas like the Undead Tower were significantly more advanced than other places. This proves that what Lu Jiang wanted could not be provided by Giant Stone Village. Just like the black ink squid monster, this was a creature permanently residing in Bayuport, and it was hard to find in other places. If you say you have no ulterior motives, you might not even believe it yourself. Liuxing felt as if he had seen through some. Unfortunately, you were too anxious exposing your intentions from the first step. The smile on Liuxing's face instantly vanished, turning cold. And also, you have offended me. Raise the price 15,000. Liuxing said to his assistant. Since it was confirmed that Lu Jiang desperately needed this item, he could not let Lu Jiang obtain it. You won't be able to obtain any resources, and you'll have to come begging me, sharing the intelligence you know with me. Liuxing was not purely acting out of spite. Having been in the circle for so many years, he had his own schemes. I hope that what you bring me won't disappoint me. Liuxing snorted from his nose. having lost the inherited assassin skills he needed to make up for it from other sources. Soon the regional shout appeared again. Collecting black ink squid ink 15,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Luxing's price increase once again threw the entire channel into chaos. However, before the crowd could discuss much, the regional shout appeared again. This time the ID of the shouter was Jiang. Collecting black ink squid ink 20,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Liuxing, collecting black ink squid ink 25,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Jiang, collecting black ink squid ink 30,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Liuxing, collecting black ink squid ink 35,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Jiang, collecting black ink squid ink 50,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Liuxing, collecting black ink squid ink 60,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. The continuous shout left everyone astonished. Isn't this too thrilling? Is this the war of the rich? Liuxing, the superstar player, is not lacking in money, but this Jiang, who only rose to fame after Myth, is surprisingly wealthy too. Sorry, I didn't know you all had so much money, boo-hoo. It's been a minute. Isn't 60,000 too much for Jiang not to follow? Really, just like that he got scared. While after all Liuxing is a superstar level of popularity, his financial power cannot be compared to Jiang, who just became famous halfway. Good job, Liuxing. Let others know that Bayuport is not a place where anyone can come and act arrogantly. Back, where's the star coin that I mentioned? I wouldn't earn 2,000 today. I am the star. You are just a big star. Your father is here. What kind of star are you talking about? I am star, you star, big star. Countless people were shocked by the bidding war between Jiang and Liuxing. Clearly intended to punish Jiang, and this public screen shouting battle was fully screenshot and live streamed to the forum. Jiang, collecting black ink squid ink 80,000 per pound starting from 10 grams trustworthy direct delivery, leave ID payment later. Also collecting gold thread grass 20,000 per piece, welcome a certain friend to continue the argument. Oh ha! Going head to head, good job Jiang. Hey, are you from Bayuport? Jiang is from Giant Stone Village, and you're cheering for him. My cheering has nothing. Exactly is the person above Luxing's dog. I think Jiang is doing great this time. By the way, what is gold? If you don't even know what gold thread grass is, lately trading in oil and gold isn't as valuable as trading in gold thread grass. It seems gold thread grass really has great uses. Even the great Jiang is collecting it. I have one, and although Jiang is offering double the price, it's really hard to find in the market, so I will keep it for myself. Jiang's words were almost pointing directly at someone. At this moment, Liuxing also saw this news. Brother Liuxing, are we still following? The assistant's expression was somewhat stiff. If this was made public, it would exceed 100,000. Yes, why not? Liuxing snorted coldly. He is trying to intimidate us so he can smoothly collect items in Bayuport. So are we following at 90,000? The assistant asked. Black ink squid ink at 100,000 and gold thread grass at 30,000. Liuxing said calmly. Are we also following for gold thread grass? The assistant was stunned. Just do as I say and transfer the funds. Liuxing coldly shot a glance at his assistant. The assistant shuddered and immediately went to follow Liuxing's instructions. In truth, Jinlu grass, like many others, had long been suspected by Liuxing to have significant uses. After all, its appearance was so impressive that no one would find it surprising if it were deemed an epic-level material. However, the method of utilizing Jinlu grass had yet to be developed. Now, with Jiang's emergence, it seemed to provide him with clarity. He absolutely couldn't allow Jiang to reap the benefits. Those benefits should be his alone. Moreover, Jiang had nearly mentioned him by name during his announcement. As a popular star, Liuxing's image was of utmost importance, and losing in such a competition would cause significant harm to his persona. Sometimes choosing the path of popularity came with many unavoidable pressures. He actually didn't want to respond to this matter, yet it was something he had to address. Just like his choice to target Jiang after selecting him. Was it his choice? It could be considered one. But did he have any other options? Regardless of the alternative he chose, it would cause a certain amount of damage to his popularity. He solely relied on his popularity for his livelihood. Once the assistant indicated that the funds were in place, Liuxing took immediate action. Liuxing, buying black squid ink 1 pound for 100,000 starting from 10 grams, send directly, if trustworthy, leave ID payment will be made shortly. Also buying Jinlu grass, 30,000 per piece. Aside from the differing numbers, everything followed Jiang's announcement style, which also served as a response to Jiang. It seems Liuxing has gotten a bit too excited. Not only is he buying black squid ink, but he's also going for Jinlu grass. If they raise the price of Jinlu grass, I might not be able to keep my ancestral Jinlu grass. Quick look. The forum has opened a betting discussion on who will win in this bidding battle. The topic suddenly gained traction on the forum. There are always big shots who can't sit still thinking of capitalizing on this heat to make a profit. The betting method was through forum coins. Although forum coins couldn't be exchanged for money officially, they still held value in the black market. After all, many operations in the forum required the support of forum coins, but they were difficult to obtain. Someone is provoking our brother Lu Xing, star fans rally up. Those with coins bet on brother Lu Xing. Disgusting, is this the culture of the idol industry? Bystanders couldn't hold back and casually placed a bet on the great Lu Jiang. Among bystanders, Lu Jiang had a slight edge. However, the combat power of bystanders was clearly inferior to that of Lu Xing's fans. The Lu Jiang fan group, though termed a fan group, was essentially just a gathering of admirers of Lu Jiang who spontaneously came together. They were quite proactive in stirring up trouble, but when it came to money they felt shy. Furthermore, bystanders supporting Lu Jiang were mostly doing so out of disdain for Lu Xing's female fans, casually betting a small amount of money. Even if they bet on Lu Jiang, they believed he would surely lose. Though reluctant to admit it, Lu Xing was indeed a megastar, and such individuals would never lack for money. Besides signing contracts with guilds, there were ample opportunities for profit through advertisements and commercial activities. How much money could Lu Jiang possibly have? Before myth, no one had ever heard of Lu Jiang. If he had the backing of the Sword Pavilion, that would be another story. The Sword Pavilion's invitation to Lu Jiang had been declined, which made the competition less engaging. Nevertheless, the battle continued. Lu Jiang buying black squid ink 1 pound for 110,000 starting from 10 grams, send directly, if trustworthy leave ID payment will be made shortly. Also buying Jinlu grass, 50,000 per piece. Lu Jiang buying black squid ink 1 pound for 200,000 starting from 10 grams, send directly, if trustworthy leave ID payment will be made shortly. Also buying Jinlu grass, 50,000 per piece. Lu Jiang buying black squid ink 1 pound for 200,000 starting from 10 grams, send directly, if trustworthy leave ID payment will be made shortly. Also buying Jinlu grass, 60,000 per piece. Lu Xing buying black squid ink 1 pound for 250,000 starting from 10 grams, send directly, if trustworthy leave ID payment will be made shortly. Also buying Jinlu grass, 80,000 per piece. As the bidding continued, the value of money seemed to diminish. However, Lu Jiang's price increases were modest while Lu Xing's escalated aggressively. After a while, Lu Jiang no longer buying black squid ink Jinlu grass for 100,000 per piece. The announcement caused an uproar. Lu Xing was even more excited. He's panicking, evidently Jinlu grass is of great importance. The high price he's willing to pay for it means he must have some activity that requires it. At that time, the price of Jinlu grass will skyrocket 10-fold or 100-fold. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. Lu Xing still buying black squid ink Jinlu grass for 150,000 per piece. On the other side, Lu Jiang remained silent. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes passed, without any response. Had Lu Jiang given up? Lu Jiang had been raising his prices only slightly, while Lu Xing had added 50,000 directly to Lu Jiang's last offer. Although many had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it in real time still left many astonished. Haha, trying to compete with me. Lu Xing felt an indescribable thrill as he noticed Lu Jiang's silence. Brother Lu Xing, someone is here to sell Jinlu grass. In business matters, Lu Xing naturally left the operations to his assistant while he made the decisions. Why can I go back on my word? Lu Xing said nonchalantly. The assistant nodded, proceeding with transaction after transaction, constantly transferring funds. During this time, Lu Xing browsed through the forum. Lu Xing's devastating defeat, Lu Jiang's first loss in his mythical career. Tell Lu Jiang who the true god is. The best in Giant Stone Village Bayou Port faces severe retribution. Seeing just the titles of these trending posts brought immense satisfaction to Lu Xing. There's a large quantity of Jinlu grass available. Does brother Lu Xing still want it? At this moment, the assistant beside him was sweating profusely. Yes, how could I not want it? I want it all. Lu Xing was engrossed in reading posts, feeling elated. His popularity among bystanders had always been low. People said he was merely a facade without real strength. This price war showcased his domineering side in front of bystanders, converting countless individuals into his fans. Brother Lu Xing, our funds are getting tight. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking quite anxious. Tight on funds. Lu Xing suddenly felt something was off. He had transferred a substantial amount of funds. How could it become tight so soon? Lu Xing closed his eyes, recalling some details from earlier. Hurry, stop the transactions. Lu Xing shouted loudly at his assistant. However, Lu Xing's words still came out a bit slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant trembled and transferred another sum of money. The assistant was sweating profusely, his hands already shaking. How much is left? Lu Xing's eyes widened as he looked at the assistant. That was the last sum of money. It has been transferred. The assistant's tone was weak, accompanied by a slight tremor. Upon hearing this, Liu Xing gasped. Meanwhile, the leader of the temporary leveling team from the Qilin Guild appeared to be in a meditative state, seemingly not paying attention. How much money did I transfer over just now? Liu Xing was desperately trying to control his emotions. 100 million. The assistant dared not continue. He saw that Liu Xing was already trembling with anger. The temporary leveling leader from the Qilin Guild had already turned a half-face, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Liu Xing angrily threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. He had sensed something was off earlier. When Lu Jiang collected the black cuttlefish ink, there were no issues at all. In fact, he had even proposed to collect golden thread grass without any problems initially. Golden thread grass had always had potential, so he didn't think too much about it when he collected it. However, now reflecting on it, black cuttlefish ink and golden thread grass were completely unrelated. If these were just suspicions, then the assistant's claim of having a large quantity of golden thread grass raised significant concerns. Golden thread grass was exceedingly rare, which was also why it maintained a high price. Originally rare golden thread grass was now as common as dogtail grass. The amount held by the scattered people, and specifically the amount held by the scattered people in Baiwa Port, made it impossible for there to be such a large quantity of golden thread grass. Clearly this was a liquidation by some force. He had just been immersed in the thrill of striking at Lu Jiang and hadn't realized it. People tend to lose their rationality when excited. These tactics weren't particularly sophisticated. They just happened to exploit his mindset at that moment. Nujing. Liuxing clenched his fists. All this money was his own. The Shining Guild would never take responsibility for his foolish actions. Although he was a popular star with plenty of money, maintaining that popularity involved paying for trending topics and promotional teams. Which of these didn't require money? 100 million in liquidity was already a significant portion. His net worth of several billion was largely reflected in his company's shares. To make up for this 100 million liquidity gap, he would have to sell some substantial shares. I can only hope that these golden thread grasses can truly appreciate to offset my losses. Liuxing could only hope for the golden thread grass now. He had initially had high hopes for this material, which is why he was easily manipulated into raising the price as a fool. The poster was a player from Baiwa Port who sent 2 golden thread grasses to Liuxing, but now it had been over half an hour. The poster was a player from Baiwa Port who sent 2 golden thread grasses to Liuxing, but now it had been over half an hour, and he still hadn't received his money. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's ID was Liuxing, a star-level figure in the Circle 1, might even think this was a post exposing a scammer. I haven't received a reply either. Is it just too many people, and my turn hasn't come yet? What the heck, I bought 5 golden thread grasses at a high price from a merchant thinking I would profit a few 100,000, but Liuxing directly canceled the transaction, and my loss is too great. What does this mean? Is Liuxing like this? Just like this. Just like this. Let's sell it to Nujing. At least we can sell it for 100,000 there. Trash Liuxing. If he couldn't handle it at that time, he shouldn't have collected it. Those players who hoped to make a profit lost too much money in this event. One by one, they directed their grievances at Liuxing. Just when they wanted to sell to Nujing, they were hoping to break even, and anything more would be great. Only collecting black cuttlefish ink 20,000 per pound starting from 10 grams. Reliable trust. Send it over directly. Leave an ID, and it will be credited shortly. Not collecting golden thread grass for now. Nujing's announcement in Baiwa Port was directly screenshot and posted on the forum. Damn, I bought golden thread grass at a high price. Is there no place to sell it now? Earlier it was over 200,000 for black cuttlefish ink. Now it's only 20,000. Damn, I still held on to black cuttlefish ink thinking I would sell when the price broke 50,000, but now you tell me it's only worth 20,000. What the heck is that Lee something star thing? Why hasn't it crawled out? Where's your few $1,000? You star thing. Liuxing is also a star thing. Nujing is also a star thing. All stars aren't human. He's broken. He's anxious. He's anxious. Nujing's sudden price drop made the players from Baiwa Port feel as if they had experienced a major roller coaster. Of course, they were also unwilling. They sought out Liuxing hoping he would collect from them. However, now that Liuxing had just been swindled once, he was already on high alert, and his assistant was already signing to pause all acquisition activities. Even if they wanted to collect now, they wouldn't have enough funds unless they managed to bring in another 100 million. In all of Baiwa Port, no one else could offer such a high price as Nujing for black cuttlefish ink. Indeed, this is the bubble economy. When one side's capital eliminates the other side's capital, the price collapses directly. 20,000 is already quite generous if one isn't thinking of getting rich quick. After all, Nujing initially only collected black cuttlefish ink at 5,000. There were still people willing to sell to him. Now at 20,000, it's no problem at all. Sitting atop a giant turtle drifting on the sea, Lu Jiang said, "Alright, although the collection was a bit slow, it should be enough now." After Lu Jiang collected a few scattered amounts plus what the giant turtle army gathered, it was about right. The collection took a bit longer, and usually the sellers only had dozens of grams. Those holding 200 or 300 grams, or even more, were still hoarding it, waiting for a chance to profit. However, Lu Jiang knew that the price of black cuttlefish ink wouldn't rise for a long time because it was merely a material to unlock a hidden quest, and not a material for crafting underwater breathing potions. Therefore, even if there were other methods like defeating monsters and having the rare luck to drop the underwater breathing potion recipe, the price of black cuttlefish ink wouldn't rise. After receiving enough black cuttlefish ink, Lu Jiang sent out a regional announcement. Once the announcement was made, those who held over 100 grams of black cuttlefish ink were left dumbfounded. What the hell is the boss of Jiang not buying anymore? No way, I still have 200 grams, please buy it for 20,000. Why are you all in such a hurry? Jiang is just testing us, trying to buy our black cuttlefish ink at a low price. Can't you see that? Exactly, let's hold on to it, don't sell for less than 50,000. Let's see who gets anxious first. Let's create a group and work together to inflate the price of black cuttlefish ink. Right, I suggest those with spare money start buying black cuttlefish ink for around 20 to 30,000 to drive the price up. You make a good point. Those who held black cuttlefish ink were initially panicked, but once someone suggested forming a group to speculate on the material, they finally calmed down. Buying black cuttlefish ink for 10,000 per pound. Come to stall number 77 to trade with me. One small merchant actually believed this. In the stall area, black cuttlefish ink was being bought. Boss, I want to sell 100 grams. Soon a masked man came to conduct business. The small merchant did not go back on his word and bought 100 grams of black cuttlefish ink. I forgot, I seem to have another 100 grams, please buy it too, boss. The masked man took out another 100 grams of black cuttlefish ink. The small merchant frowned, but still went ahead with the purchase. Just as the masked man was about to leave, he pulled out another 100 grams of black cuttlefish ink. You might as well bring out everything you have. I said I would buy it, and I will. The small merchant found it amusing and said directly. The man hesitated for a moment. I still have 300 grams on me. The masked man took out 300 grams. The small merchant bought that as well. Boss, I have another 500 grams in my warehouse. Wait for me, you'll be quick. After the masked man spoke, he turned to leave to fetch the goods. Wait a moment. The small merchant finally sensed. He carefully checked the ID of the person he had just transacted with. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the masked man tried to slip away, but was grabbed by the small merchant. He forcefully pulled off the masked man's mask. You little bastard, weren't you the one just now encouraging me to buy black cuttlefish ink on the public screen? The small merchant recognized the ID. It was indeed the person who had called everyone to speculate on black cuttlefish ink, yet had secretly come to sell. Let go, the guards are just over there. I'm not afraid of a fight with you. The masked man's scarf was pulled off, and he pointed at the small. Return my money, I no longer wish to buy. The small merchant was furious, realizing he had been duped. Haha, payment on delivery, there's no way to back out of this deal. Are you going to give it back or not? I won't give it back, why should I? Just because you have a big face, say. Screw you. The small merchant finally could not hold back, and started to fight with the man. The man was cunning, and did not fight back. Before long the guards caught the small merchant. Trying to fight with me. I need to quickly sell off the remaining black cuttlefish ink. I had gotten too greedy earlier. The masked man pulled his mask back up. However, after this incident, the price of black cuttlefish ink collapsed. Originally 5,000 for black cuttlefish ink was already considered high, but with demand disappearing it was now just worth 2,000 to 3,000. There were those who were waiting to get rich off black cuttlefish ink. They had held on when it was 200,000, and even when it reached 250,000. Now no one would take it even for a few thousand, and the feeling of loss made them decide to hold on to it. They fantasized about the day it would rise in value again. Of course, the aftermath of the black cuttlefish ink incident was not something Lu Jiang needed to concern himself with. At this moment, Lu Jiang had just closed the news with Qian Duo. Excluding Qian Duo's original capital, he purely made a profit of 50 million, sharing it 50-50 as before. Lu Jiang received 25 million, while Qian Duo also earned a pure profit of 25 million. Although this matter was led by Lu Jiang, the 25 million was also something Qian Duo deserved. Without Qian Duo, it would have been difficult to earn this 25 million. Firstly, he lacked the capital that Qian Duo had, and even if he had it, he wouldn't have had Qian Duo's channels. Having money would not guarantee the acquisition of such a large quantity of gold threadgrass. Furthermore, Qian Duo had found many people to sell gold threadgrass to Meteor in small batches. Otherwise, Meteor would have discovered it long ago. With over 20 million, Lu Jiang felt more confident. He could also learn from Qian Duo's approach for matters that could be solved with money, let money handle them. Just as Lu Jiang was checking his account balance, he suddenly received a psychic sensation. This was the most unique form of communication between a summoner and their summoned beast. Is someone attacking my giant turtle army? Lu Jiang had no idea who would be so bold. Moreover, he could already sense that several of his giant turtles had been defeated. Let's go take a look. Lu Jiang patted the giant turtle beneath him. He also released Long Long and Shu Shu. The opponent should not be simple. Giant turtles were of small boss strength. Even if the giant turtles were not gathered together, but were moving in small teams, they were not something ordinary marine creatures could contend with. On another part of the sea surface, dozens of small boats along with a medium-sized ship had surrounded several giants. To prevent the giant turtles from escaping, they had even speared them with harpoons. On the medium-sized ship, a pirate flag was raised. Shield Master, should we continue attacking? I don't know why they aren't dropping any equipment. A small pirate spoke to the commander on the medium-sized ship. Damn it, what are these turtles? Shield Master, also known as Ba Fong Shield, cursed under his breath. They were players who chose the pirate faction and could not enter any village or harbor. As soon as they landed, they would be wanted and captured by NPCs. Originally, they had only come to Crescent Bay to see if there were any single players to rob, yet they found none. Feeling bold as pirates, they spent their days either fishing or fishing. Finally, they found a few black cuttlefish. Hearing that black cuttlefish ink was currently valuable, they thought about simply defeating some monsters to sell for money. However, when they were about to strike, several giant turtles appeared and stole their monsters. Who could tolerate this? They immediately engaged in battle with the giant turtles and even had several boats smashed. However, these giant turtles were both stinky and tough and did not drop any equipment, nearly driving Bafang's shield to the brink of madness. The Eight Directions shield had never suffered such a loss, nor had they ever faced such humiliation in their pirate. Choosing the pirate faction entails significant sacrifices, as one can only originate from an island affiliated with pirates, and some pirates may occupy isolated islands to serve as their hideouts. Entering any land area outside of the islands will result in being wanted by NPCs, and if caught, players would face continuous imprisonment leading to near obsolescence of their accounts. However, pirates also possess their advantages. They are nearly invincible at sea, at least in the early stages. Currently, aside from a few high-level sea monsters, there are rarely any opponents for pirates on the ocean. Only top-tier guilds have the strength to challenge the pirates. Of course, this does not imply that pirates are exceptional. The Island of Pirates is home to many wanted NPCs, each highly skilled, allowing pirate players to easily learn advanced shipbuilding techniques and craft weaponry and equipment using materials obtained from sea monsters. In just a few days, they had already acquired a medium-sized ship complete with cannons. Even their smaller vessels were equipped with small cannons. How else could they hope to contend with the giant sea turtles? Naval battles are inherently such that a player's individual strength is greatly limited, relying more on the control and crafting of their ships. Quickly deal with those turtles, they are becoming a nuisance. The Eight Directions shield impatiently spoke to the pirates under his command. The destruction of a few ships was an acceptable loss, but the real issue was that they received no experience or equipment. This is utterly futile. Who can withstand such losses? Let those turtles go. Just then a voice came from afar. Jiang had spotted the pirate flag long before and recognized the current strength of the pirates. Hence it was no surprise that several giant sea turtles had been defeated by these fleets. He still chose to approach. Logically, losing a few turtles wouldn't matter, as they could be summoned again. However, summoners share a special bond with their summoned beasts. Normal combat losses would not affect much. Yet for a summoner to maliciously abandon their summoned beasts, treating them as insignificant, is a disgraceful act. Especially since he intended to comprehend the heart of a king in this life and ascend to greatness, he could not afford such a blemish on his record, as it would affect his mindset. The mindset is crucial, otherwise he wouldn't display his ID so openly each time without concealment. Who is this fool daring to meddle in the affairs of the shield master? The Eight Directions shield was already fuming. Looking towards the voice, he saw a person standing atop a giant sea turtle. Are those turtles yours? The Eight Directions shield was filled with animosity. He was already upset with these turtles. Now the creditor had arrived. Master Shield, that person seems to be Jiang. These should be his summoned beasts. A pirate with a telescope reported to the Eight Directions shield. Jiang. Although a pirate, the Eight Directions shield had indeed heard of this name. After all, he was a frequent topic on trending searches, and he wasn't someone who stayed offline. How fortuitous. I hear you are quite wealthy. Compensate me for these destroyed ships, and you may take your turtles and leave. The Eight Directions shield called out to Jiang. Ordinary players feared Jiang because of his record of common guilds also dared not provoke Jiang easily due to his exceptional combat prowess. Causing trouble for him would result in significant issues. But the Eight Directions shield was unafraid. What did pirates have to fear? At sea, that was their territory. Even guilds like the Sword Pavilion and the Divine Hidden had to consider the pirates' faces when they ventured out to sea. Compensation. Jiang glanced at the wrecked ships and said, "Yes, that seems fair. How much?" "Just throw in 80 to 100,000, and we'll call it even." The Eight Directions shield demanded exorbitantly. Fine, Jiang nodded. Huh. The Eight Directions shield was taken aback. Was Jiang really this easy to negotiate with? If you defeat me, I will compensate you. Jiang flashed a friendly smile. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? He wants us to defeat him. This guy is quite funny. Why not let him be a pirate? This giant sea monster is boring. Let him entertain us with jokes. At this stage, pirates were indeed invincible against players. No matter how large the guild, the answer remained the same: invincible. During this period, no one dared to venture into the New Moon Sea, serving as the best proof. Oh, then he'll consider this the start. Standing atop the giant sea turtle, Jiang waved his hand, summoning several electric birds. These were precisely the slots freed up by the defeated giant sea turtles. At the same time, Long followed closely behind the electric birds. "Take them down for me," the Eight Directions shield shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous cannon fire rang out. Whether it was the electric birds or Long, their agility was incredibly high. They were able to hit the target with the precision of cannons firing at mosquitoes. Dragon's Flame Long launched an attack directly at the mast. Bang. 5100. The ship also has health points. The wooden vessel was effectively countered by the fire attribute of Dragon's Flame, inflicting substantial damage. 150,150,150. Furthermore, Dragon's Flame carried a burning effect, igniting the ship. Put out the fire, quickly extinguish it. The Eight Directions shield bellowed furiously. A group of pirates immediately splashed water, beginning to douse the flames. Thunderstorm cloud. At that moment, several dark clouds appeared in the sky. Raindrops began to fall. Boss, it's raining, the fire is completely out. A pirate happily reported. Because they had just splashed water, and with the rain falling, nearly every pirate was soaked. Fools, quickly throw away those wet clothes. The 8 Directions shield was not oblivious. He noticed that there were no clouds elsewhere, only above their heads. He immediately understood that this was Lu Jiang's skill. Crack. Before the pirates could react, a bolt of lightning. The pirates, drenched, were instantly electrified, with each bolt of lightning dealing over 1,000 damage. 2 lightning strikes could instantly take down a pirate, leaving no time for recovery. Attack. What are you all staring blankly for? The 8 Directions shield commanded the pirates on the small ships. The pirates on the small ships immediately began their assault towards Lu Jiang. However, they did not realize that Lu Jiang had already summoned the remaining 10 or so giant sea turtles and gathered them together. As soon as they moved, they were ambushed by the giant sea turtles lurking underwater, flipping the small ships upside down. For those ships that did not overturn, they became a water cannon. Both crew and vessel were directly smashed overboard. Previously, they had defeated the giant sea turtles by relying on numbers and support from medium-sized ships. Now the medium-sized ships were preoccupied and the small ships had little advantage, revealing their disadvantages. As several small boats were capsized, the few giant sea turtles that had been restrained regained their freedom. The sea turtles, stirred by their ferocity, directly attacked the surrounding vessels. The pirates possessed innate swimming skills, but compared to the giant sea turtles, they were utterly outmatched in the ocean. The other pirates who had not fallen into the water picked up their harpoons, preparing to regain control over the giant sea turtles. One pirate, aiming carefully, suddenly felt a tug at his feet and was yanked into the sea. Subsequently, other pirates attempting to attack the giant sea turtles with harpoons were also pulled into the water by vines. Well done. Lu Jiang patted the head of Tree. Rustle, rustle. Tree shook its branches and leaves, appearing very happy. This made Lu Jiang sigh, though indeed SS-class creatures excelled in autonomous combat compared to ordinary summons. Lu Jiang only instructed Tree to assist in the battle, as he needed to primarily control the attack formations of the giant sea turtles and the electrocution bird. In his past life, he was a Nurking level fighter, but that was only in close combat magic. Although he learned quickly due to his experience, mastering control over summoned beasts was still a work in progress. While he was gradually able to control massive summoned beasts, he was not quite there yet. Allowing Tree to autonomously assist in battle, he did not expect Tree's performance to exceed expectations, accurately prioritizing attacks against those who posed a threat to the giant sea turtle army, all without Lu Jiang's commands. Another SS-class dragon, Lu Jiang had not issued many commands to it either. Just as the 8 Directions shield attempted to activate a mechanism in the middle of the ship. Instant space grab. The 8 Directions shield was instantly seized by the dragon and lifted into the air. Struggling wildly, the 8 Directions shield attempted to counterattack the dragon, but could barely move while being held. Lord Shield. Quick, go save Lord Shield. Damn it, Nu Jiang, let go of our Lord Shield. A group of pirates saw their leader being captured and immediately shouted loudly. Nu Jiang, if you're a real man, let me go. If you're brave, let's settle this on your own. The 8 Directions shield looked utterly comical, suspended in midair. Since you say so, I suppose I can let you down. Lu Jiang snapped his fingers as the height seemed sufficient. Dragon's Might. The dragon immediately released the 8 Directions shield while using Dragon's Might, causing 3 times the damage. 5,800 damage appeared above the 8 Directions shield's head. Although the 8 Directions shield was called Lord Shield, it did not have 5,800 health and was instantly defeated. What the hell? Lord Shield was taken out. What do we do now? How should I know? It's either fight or run. Run. What the hell? We're pirates. We can't fear a Nu Jiang. It's just a game. Right? If Lord Shield finds out we ran, he'd probably never want to show his face again. Seeing the 8 Directions shield defeated so quickly, everyone was astonished. Some even became flustered. Without a leader, although the pirates had not yet fled, they were already embroiled in chaos. In the melee with the giant sea turtles, supported by the electrocution bird from the skies, the defeat of the pirates was essentially a foregone conclusion. It was merely a matter of time. Crescent Moon Beach. This area backed by White Moon Harbor is flat and spacious enough, making it an important activity zone for players of White Moon Harbor. 10 minutes ago, 5 small boats set sail from Crescent Moon Beach. They had already departed. Captain, do you think the pirates will come today? A tall, skinny man with a slick-back hairstyle asked with some trepidation. The last time he went out to sea, not only were his fish stolen, but his boat was also destroyed. After moving bricks for a long time, gathering enough materials to repair his boat, he finally managed to fix it. Can you keep your mouth shut? Last time you kept saying pirates, and then they actually showed up. The captain was obviously very angry. Their team had more than 10 people, and everyone had a boat. Yet they were utterly defenseless against the pirates. The ones who still had boats were either those who immediately tucked their boats away when the pirates attacked others, or those who had repaired theirs and put them back into use. Exactly, Ayun, keep quiet, or he'll hit you. Ayun is such a jinx, and he drags us down with him. Ayun, you're so embarrassing, ooh, just leave the group. Others chimed in. Of course it was mostly in jest, but some genuinely disliked him. However, they couldn't just kick him out for that, so they could only join in on the laughter at Ayun. Ayun was very angry upon hearing this. He looked into the distance as if he saw a flicker of fire. It was not an easy feat to see flames rising on the ocean. Though I really don't want to speak up, there are indeed people ahead, and it looks like a fleet. Haha, we were just joking. Ayun took it seriously. Come on, you even huffed when we called you fat. Wait, something's not right. Everyone looked quickly. There is smoke ahead. Soon someone else noticed the situation in front. There really was a fleet ahead. Though the flag is somewhat tattered, any fleet in Crescent Moon Sea bearing that flag must belong to the Pirate Guild Irregular Sea Wind. I was wrong. Oh, I shouldn't have defended you just now. Brother Yin, please be quiet and don't say anything. Let's run while they have. Irregular Sea Wind has a notorious reputation here at Crescent Moon Beach and even White Moon Harbor. Naval battles do not depend on individual strength. The power of the ships is the most crucial factor. This is why even top guilds hesitate to launch outright attacks against pirates. More often it is through an unspoken agreement where neither side initiates an attack. Wait, it looks like the Irregular Sea Wind members are fighting someone. I see it too. Their medium-sized ship is about to be destroyed. What kind of super boss have they encountered? Despite fearing the pirates upon hearing there might be a BOSS, everyone thought perhaps they could benefit from it. Their small party was just a regular band of random players, but they had known each other for a long time, so they formed a However, when they bravely approached, they did not find any so-called boss. Instead, they only saw a man standing on a turtle facing the pirate group. The scene before them astonished everyone. The Irregular Sea Winds have been smoked out, but where is the super boss? Who is that man standing on the turtle? Is it a humanoid boss? Is this the super boss? He's blushing. What are you blushing for, a teapot? What a ridiculous humanoid boss. Can't you see the two giant characters? Rage River. Damn, I just heard that the Rage River deity came to Baiwa Port, and he really did. Looking at the ID above Rage River, everyone recognized it. At this moment the battle was reaching its climax. It was difficult to defeat the giant sea turtle, and each time they managed to take down a few, Lu Jiang would summon them back. There were trees surrounding Lu Jiang, and those who tried to attack him directly were pulled down by the vines before they could even. Lu Jiang did not intervene at all. He stood with his hands behind his back witnessing this war. If Lu Jiang's image before was that of a melee mage slaughtering foes like a war god, then now his demeanor resembled that of a commander orchestrating the battlefield. Some had quietly started recording, capturing everything to prepare for posting on the forum. After reviving on the island, the Bafang Shield reported this event to the higher-ups of the Irregular Sea Winds. The island where the Irregular Sea Winds were stationed was a considerable distance away, and even the nearest temporary base could not provide immediate reinforcements. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Irregular Sea Winds decided to order a full retreat. Whether it was leveling down or repairing ships, both were time-consuming matters. The spawning island of the pirates was not solely occupied by the Irregular Sea Winds. Many other guilds were present, often fighting each other over territory. The New Moon Beach at Baiwa Port had two other areas that belonged to the Irregular Sea Winds. Thus, the higher-ups decided to let the remaining members retreat to minimize losses. Upon receiving the retreat signal, the pirates felt relieved and began to flee. However, the giant sea turtle did not let them escape easily and continued to follow them, attacking. The pirates had no choice but to scatter and run. Even if the giant sea turtle chased after them, they would still manage to escape some. This scene left everyone stunned. They had only ever seen pirates chasing them, never had they witnessed pirates being Only other pirates or top guilds capable of competing at sea had the strength to oppose pirates. They had some understanding of Lu Jiang's profession. After all, he was a legendary figure who had made the summoner class a hot. They had also seen Lu Jiang's army of summoned beasts clash with thousands of players. They just hadn't expected that Lu Jiang could still unleash such a dominating battle at sea. A few electric birds in the sky emitted sparks, still brimming with residual power. Could it truly be that they devour both land and sea? After chasing off some pirates, Lu Jiang did not bother with the remaining scattered minions. Instead, he set his sights on the dozen or so onlookers. The giant sea turtle brought Lu Jiang closer to the group. Oh no, Rage River is coming our way. What do we do? I feel like he's going to silence us. Damn it, we came out and didn't get killed by pirates, but we're going to be silenced by Lu. Don't worry, brothers. I've started recording. When Lu Jiang kills you, make sure your expressions are exaggerated. The views will be high, and I'll share the forum coins with you all. You're really a genius. Who wants your forum coins? I just want to go home. He's really coming. Oh. The dozen or so people faced Lu Jiang, their eyes filled with fear. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. The pirates of the Irregular Sea Winds were all chased away, nearly wiped out. What could they use to fight? At that moment, the person who had been ridiculed earlier, Ayun, stepped forward. Rage River, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Ayun rushed forward excitedly, displaying a badge on his chest. The badge was shaped like a swirling cloud of fire with a large character for Rage in the center, and flipping it revealed another character for River. This left Lu Jiang speechless. He indeed knew a bit about his fan club. Originally, Lu Jiang wanted to give these onlookers a slight punishment. Yet upon seeing one of his fans among them, he felt embarrassed to punish them. Where do you want me to sign? Lu Jiang took the pen offered by Ayun and asked. On this, please. A Yun handed his badge to Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang simply signed his name on a Yun's badge. Is this even allowed? The others exchanged glances, seemingly surprised that Lu Jiang was so kind to his fans. After signing, Lu Jiang returned the badge to a Yun and was about to look at the others when someone exclaimed, "Rage River, I'm your fan too. Can you give me an autograph, please?" Rage River, I really admired how you soloed 7 or 8 bosses last time, it was so cool. After the last person spoke, not only did Lu Jiang look at him oddly, but even a Yun seemed unable to bear it. When did I solo 7 or 8 bosses? Lu Jiang was baffled, unsure when he had become so powerful, at least 1v7. What a fake fan. This admiration is a bit excessive. Lu Jiang remained patient and signed for the others as well except for that fake fan. Alright, it's no big deal, I'll be on my way now. After signing, Lu Jiang didn't waste any more time and intended to head directly to Baiwa port. At the same time, 2 other giant sea turtles approached with a pile of equipment in their mouths, swimming towards Lu Jiang. Clearly this was the loot dropped by the pirates earlier, becoming Lu Jiang's spoils of war. Is this what it means to be a big shot? I'm so envious. We're hiding in Baiwa port, afraid to go out to sea while he's capturing pirates and looting them. But it seems that the Rage River deity has bigger ambitions. He's likely to clash with the big shots of Baiwa port. That's their business, or what does it have to do with us? Instead of wasting time, let's see if we can catch some rare fish while the pirates are temporarily held back. I should make a fortune by posting the recording on the forum. Don't forget about the share we agreed on. I meant when you guys were slaughtered by Rage River, you didn't even get a feather of loot. At this moment, it hasn't been long since the incident involving the black ink squid. Originally, people were starting to feel a bit fatigued by the news about Lu Jiang. However, the entire video managed to reinvigorate people's spirits. Pirates now dominate the seas, and even the top guilds have yet to venture into the ocean. Deploying a naval fleet is incredibly costly even for the wealthy like Qin Duodua, who took considerable time and money to build a small vessel. Pirates come equipped with their own ships. They can choose to build or upgrade them, and the prices are significantly cheaper compared to land. It's not so much that it's cheap, but rather that deeper parts of the ocean are the hunting grounds for pirates. They acquire the necessary materials for shipbuilding at a much lighter cost, and seeking NPCs on the islands for ship construction is also much more affordable. Currently, aside from infighting among pirates, any pirate battle results in a crushing victory. The pirates have agreed on unspoken rules. No one is allowed to record videos to avoid revealing their spawn points and true power. Thus, no videos have been leaked. In the video, Lu Jiang single-handedly crushed one of the pirate squads from irregular sea winds. Those giant sea turtles were as ferocious as natural disasters. Inexperienced sailors on small boats were easily toppled by the giant turtles. The pirates, once they fell into the water, stood no chance against the giant turtles. Regrettably, the video began recording only from the tail end of the battle. How that medium-sized ship was overwhelmed is known only to those directly involved. Regardless, Lu Jiang proved that his prowess at sea remains at a dominative level. No wonder Lu Jiang decided to leave Giant Stone Village. It turns out he is so strong in naval combat. Previously in the price war with Lu Xing, it seemed Lu Xing had won, but I always felt Lu Xing actually lost. He did lose. I have a brother who is in a guild under Qilin and helped Lu Xing level up. Lu Xing lost over 100 million this time and was furious. Many people know this. No way is that for real. There's such inside information. It's true, I was in the leveling team at that time, but I can't disclose my ID. As the heat of this matter resurfaced, some began to leak information about Lu Xing. The rules of Qilin's guild are strict. They do not allow anyone to leak information or make such disclosures. However, those who participated in Lu Xing's leveling team that day were mostly from subordinate guilds, some of whom were bottom-tier members. Moreover, it was difficult for subordinate guilds to gather enough members, as most preferred not to level up themselves for Lu Xing's benefit, and even with incentives, few were willing to waste their precious time. Additionally, some of them were outsourced studio workers who had even less reason to maintain secrecy. After all, they were just there to help Lu Xing level up. It wasn't something that needed to be kept confidential. However, soon in the video, the pirates began to flee. The person recording the video also captured the team's conversations at that time. Viewers felt that the video was likely nearing its end, and this group was about to be annihilated by Lu Jiang. Then that Yin stepped up claiming to be a fan, and surprisingly, Lu Jiang actually gave an autograph. Hearing those words from the fake fan, everyone burst into laughter. Haha, this fake fan really made me laugh. Such flattery. Just so much flattery. I want to ask how to get that fire cloud badge. It looks so cool. I want one too. Quite well. I want to ask how to get that fire cloud badge. It looks so cool. I want one too. In the latter half of the video, it turned into a segment where Lu Jiang absorbed fans. As Lu Jiang entered White Moon Harbor, it was like a thunderclap disrupting the entire harbor. In a mine within White Moon Harbor, Qilin Guild. A deafening roar erupted as a burly man swung a large hammer, smashing a puppet mine owner to pieces. Freedom Island. This is a large island located in the stormy sea surrounded by countless smaller islands. As the name suggests, Freedom Island is a place without oversight where one can live freely. In this area, no matter who they are, imperial fugitives or those with dreadful crimes, they can live under. Of course, there are more pirates. This island has no rules and serves as the birthplace of pirate players, being the only stable harbor. In any land governed by NPCs, they bear the mark of sin, and whether killed or captured will be imprisoned. A land of disorder also represents a place where anything goes. On this island, conflicts between different pirate factions are the most normal occurrences. The NPCs of Freedom Island only recognize money and are indifferent to what happens. As one of the major factions on the island, the Irregular Sea Wind has seized a 3-story stone fortress as their main base. Such things can only happen on Freedom Island. Currently, the top guilds are still staying in hotels, at most renting out an entire hotel as a temporary base. To possess a base in a place ruled by NPCs is something that cannot be imagined at this stage. In the council hall, 8 Directions Shield knelt on the ground, trembling. Like many large guilds, Irregular Sea Wind is also signed in the real world, with 8 Directions Shield being a prominent figure within it. However, at this moment, facing the man seated on the throne in the council hall, he could only suppress the fear in his heart. The council hall was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. 8 Directions Shield was already sweating profusely, and with the silence from the King of Madness, no one dared to speak. Time passed second by second. The King of Madness rested his head on one hand, eyes closed, while the other hand rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair. It seemed he was waiting for something. Just then, someone beside the King of Madness spoke up. Boss, they went to the area we mentioned earlier, but found nothing, but should have all been taken by Jiang. The person beside the King of Madness reported the received information to him. Bang! The hand that was tapping the armrest suddenly clenched into a fist and slammed down. Seeing the King of Madness, enraged, the person stopped speaking and quietly retreated to the side. The King of Madness left his seat step by step, slowly walking towards 8 Directions Shield. I sent you to retrieve the blueprints. Oh, why didn't you return immediately after obtaining them? The King of Madness looked down at 8 Directions Shield with a cold gaze. Boss, I thought the brothers hadn't taken a job in a while, so I hoped to test my luck. As a result, I didn't manage to take a job and encountered a few black cuttlefish which I heard were quite valuable, so I killed them and returned. Who would have thought that a few sea turtles would come and steal our catch? The brothers couldn't hold back and went up to fight, which ultimately attracted Jiang. 8 Directions Shield said, trembling slightly. Do you understand how important that blueprint is, eh? The King of Madness took a deep breath and closed his eyes. 8 Directions Shield did not dare to speak. The current King of Madness was like the calm before a storm. However, the King of Madness still managed to suppress his rage. From today onwards, you will be transferred to logistics. The King of Madness looked at 8 Directions Shield with, thank you, boss, thank you, boss. 8 Directions Shield hurriedly expressed his thanks and retreated. All of you leave. The King of Madness dismissed everyone present. No one lingered, and everyone exited. The council hall was left with only the King of Madness. He dialed a contact's ID and waited. So have you retrieved the blueprint for the tsunami cannon? A figure in a black robe appeared on the virtual screen, making it impossible to see his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Qing, the blueprint should have been taken by Jiang. The King of Madness expressed his apologies, stating helplessly, Jiang is on land, there's nothing we can do. It's best if Mr. Qing could take a trip to Baiwa Harbor. What a waste. I'm starting to doubt whether collaborating with you is reliable. The black-robed figure referred to as Mr. Qing had a very unpleasant attitude. I'm sorry, the fault lies with us. If Mr. Qing doesn't wish to take action, we can lure Jiang out to sea and I'll retrieve it personally. The King of Madness seemed somewhat afraid of the black-robed figure, maintaining a humble attitude even after being scolded. I will notify you when the time comes. After finishing, the black-robed figure directly hung up the communication. Once the black-robed figure ended the call, the King of Madness expression changed. Just a traitor. Once I unify Freedom Island, let's see what you have to say then. The King of Madness clearly was not a broad-minded person. He had only forced himself to endure the insults earlier. After all, the black-robed figure played a significant role in his plans to retake Baiwa Harbor. Although pirates cannot defend land cities, they can still plunder them. Baiwa Harbor, being close to the sea, has always been his target. Jiang, you better pray for your fortune. The King of Madness couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Mr. Qing's abilities. If I were you, Jiang, I would return the blueprint right away. Baiwa Harbor. Jiang had already entered Baiwa Harbor and was currently counting the spoils. He hadn't taken a close look before. Now he needed to check the spoils. Usable equipment would be equipped, and unusable items would be exchanged for money. So poor, there are so many useless pieces of equipment. Just this inventory made Jiang feel a bit speechless. Pirates are only good at shipbuilding. Equipping themselves is not as convenient as building ships. Moreover, these pirates are not elites. In a place where resources are already scarce, it's even less likely they would have any good items. Just as Jiang was about to throw everything away as trash, he discovered a blueprint. Tsunami Cannon Design Epic, a blueprint that can design an epic tsunami cannon. Epic cannon blueprint. Jiang was astonished. How could there be a blueprint for an epic cannon? Although his sails are of epic quality, sails and cannons are entirely different concepts, not to mention his sails were obtained through a lot of achievements. Cannons are far more valuable than sails. Sails may only allow for swifter travel, but to truly defeat others, is escape still necessary? Yet this matter is unlikely to be simple. Epic cannon schematics have already surfaced at this stage, and Jiang shook his head. And given Free Island's current resources, such blueprints should be utterly beyond its reach. Regardless of any hidden circumstances, once the item had come into his possession, it was irrevocably his. And soon afterward, Jiang met the alchemist Mog. Blacking fish are exceedingly rare, yet you've gathered so many in such a short time. Clearly your passion for alchemy runs deep, said Mog, stroking his beard with evident satisfaction. Should you procure 1 gene of bald eagle feathers from the desolate peak, I shall impart to you the formula for my elixirs. Mog nodded, assigning Jiang his task. Hidden quest accepted. Mog's trial. In objective, gather 1 gene of bald eagle feathers from the desolate peak within 3 hours. Failure is automatic upon expiration. Accepted. And without hesitation, Jiang accepted the quest. With a strict time limit, he dispensed with further pleasantries and departed immediately for the desolate peak. Walking through White Moon Harbor, Jiang made no effort to conceal his identity, drawing attention naturally, yet no one dared entertain hostile intentions toward him now. The notion of ambushing Jiang to seize his gear was sheer fantasy, especially not with that tiny dragon coiled upon his shoulder, now widely confirmed as an rank companion. And that was before accounting for his summoned legion. Not even a single player stood a chance, nor could even the largest guilds confront him without assembling an elite raid team as though facing a world boss. Even if such a raid succeeded in defeating him, Jiang alone possessed the combat power of an entire party. Should he fall, his retaliatory strikes against rival guilds would be swift, devastating, and utterly unbearable for anyone on the receiving end. After purchasing basic supplies at a local shop, Jiang hurried out of White Moon Harbor. The hour was late, and time pressed heavily upon him. Under the cover of night, several shadowy figures trailed silently behind him. He sensed their presence almost with the heightened perception of a Nerkingtier cultivator. Even the most refined stealth techniques of thieves betrayed subtle anomalies. At present, no one, not a single soul, could truly track him unseen. I grant you 3 seconds to reveal yourselves, or face consequences. And Jiang spoke calmly. Silence enveloped the surroundings. In 3. And he counted softly, already summoning several electrobirds. Still no movement stirred in the darkness. None figure emerged from the shadows. In 1, and another followed. In attack. And Jiang directed his electrobirds to strike designated positions. In lightning strike and rank, B electrobirds already rivaled ordinary boss-tier entities in strength. In screams pierced the darkness. Several concealed thieves fell instantly obliterated before they could even react. A few points were added to Jiang's infamy score, but he paid them no mind. He remained far from the crimson threshold. Even were he to cross it, he possessed over a dozen proven methods to cleanse the stain with ease. Moreover, future visits to Free Island demanded a minimum infamy threshold. Only those bearing sufficient notoriety would be permitted entry. Much like pirates arrested upon entering lawful port cities, unqualified players attempting to set foot on Free Island would be instantly slain by its lawless NPC denizens. The 3 revealed thieves stood frozen, sweat glistening on their brows. Great Lord Jiang, we mean no harm. We're your devoted fans. Seizing inspiration, they hastily declared themselves fans, knowing his reputation for kindness toward genuine admirers. One even produced a fan badge, holding it aloft for Jiang's inspection. Whether you're true fans or imposters, you know best. And besides, Jiang replied with a cold, incisive smile, his gaze sharpening like drawn steel. I do not recognize obsessive stalkers, the so-called private fans, as fans at all. Private fans referred precisely to those who obsessively followed, spied upon, or secretly photographed their idols. Under Jiang's piercing stare, the trio dared not even draw breath. Gather the drop gear and hand it over, then leave. And do so before I reconsider, Jiang said, coolly glancing at the scattered loot from the fallen thieves. At his words, the 3 scrambled frantically to collect the spoils, then fled in abject haste. You haven't even touched my cake yet, and already you're in such a rush. And Jiang's icy smile lingered. Only the most reckless solo players, or true private fans, would dare trail him now. That left only the top-tier guilds of White Moon Harbor. Though too timid for open confrontation, they still indulged in underhanded tactics, small, subtle, but unmistakable. Once certain no further pursuit followed, Jiang resumed his ascent. Toward the desolate mountain, a towering peak, he scaled hand over hand along thick, winding vines. His mastery rendered the climb effortless. Soon he reached the desolate peak, its summit broad and flat, dotted with circling bald eagles. Bald eagles soared exclusively in the skies. None would descend to engage humans on solid ground. For ordinary players, completing this task within 3 hours would be nearly impossible. For Jiang, however, it posed no challenge. 30 electrobirds surged into formation, though bald eagles were level 12 elite monsters. Electrobirds, each possessing boss-tier strength at level 10, struck with overwhelming coordination. One by one, eagles plummeted from the sky, yet regrettably. Their feathers scorched black by lightning proved unusable. Bald eagles bore scant plumage to begin with, and relying solely on Lu Jiang's own efforts would have been painfully slow. Lu Jiang remained unruffled, treating the endeavor as both leveling practice and skill acquisition. In Shattering Wind Orb, a single target spell inflicting magical damage and delivering forceful knockback. The knockback effect proved serviceable, yet he dismissed the Inferno Sea skill outright. Even a mage's early-game signature technique held little value for him, merely ornamental. After roughly an hour of combat, and building upon substantial prior experience, he leveled up to level 11. Two passive companions siphoned experience, significantly increasing the required thresholds. Fortunately, the quest neared completion. Lu Jiang reviewed his character panel. Player new Jiang class summoning sovereign level 11 in HP, 1898 in MP, 1365 in strength, 67 in intelligence, 152 in stamina, 51 in spirit, 116 in physical attack, 63 in magic attack, 172 in physical defense, 161 in magic defense, 118 in basic skills, magic bolt, electric net, lightning shield, thunderlight, art, shattering wind, orb, inherited skills, divine summoning, basic summoning. Passive skills, innate, sovereignty, balanced, damage distribution. After completing the task, Lu Jiang did not linger for too long. He crushed the return stone and returned to Baiwei Port. He had already set the new return point at Baiwei Port when he arrived. Although there was a time limit and half the time remained, Lu Jiang still chose to complete the task as soon as possible. "Young man, I didn't expect you to actually do it," Mog exclaimed in surprise. "This is the reward you deserve." With a wave of his hand, Mog conjured a scroll that appeared in Lu Jiang's hand. Scroll of Underwater Breathing Potion creation. After using it, one can create the Underwater Breathing Potion. Lu Jiang used it directly. "Ding, congratulations. You have learned to create the Underwater Breathing Potion. The underwater dungeon can be opened now." Lu Jiang smiled slightly. However, the night was too dark, making it difficult to tackle the underwater dungeon with many variables likely to arise. It would be better to wait until tomorrow during the day. Lu Jiang decided to log off and get some rest, and before logging off he called Qian Duo. "Bro, I watched that video from before. It was amazing how you wiped out the pirate crew." Before Lu Jiang could respond, he heard Qian Duo's continuous chatter. "Alright, enough flattery. Write down what I tell you to remember. Puffer fish spines, shell powder, seaweed, black oil, stabilizing agent." Lu Jiang listed the materials needed for the underwater breathing potion to Qian Duo. "Alright, I've noted it down." "Huh, what do I need to remember these for?" Qian Duo asked, looking confused. "Help me acquire them. Try to gather as much as you can. It would be best if you could get 10 pounds of each." Lu Jiang stated his needs. 10 pounds. "Bro, the black oil is hard to collect. It's sold by the gram." Qian Duo replied, somewhat help. "Did I not say to try your best? Just do what you can. Once you collect them, ship them directly to me. I'm logging off." Lu Jiang told Qian Duo, "Just write down how much it costs, and he'll send you the money." "Hey, for this little stuff, do we really need to talk about money? Speaking of which, that 2 million is all thanks to you, so don't worry about this small stuff." Qian Duo chuckled. He hoped to ride on Lu Jiang's coattails. Besides, except for the black oil, the others were all cheap items that wouldn't cost. "Do whatever you want. I'm logging off first." Lu Jiang certainly understood Qian Duo's intentions. However, as long as it was mutually beneficial, he didn't mind. Having him collect alone would be a waste of time. Who knows, he might run into that contrarian Lu Xing again, who might come to argue with him. "I'm tired." Lu Jiang decided to rest. Returning to reality, the night had gradually deepened. He shook his head, bringing his consciousness back to a real state. Although the Supreme Game Pod had nutrients that kept him from feeling hungry for a day in the game, Lu Jiang still desired some good food over the tasteless nutrients. He cautiously opened the door to his room and found the living room lights on. Lu Jiang glanced at the clock in the living room. 2351. Lu Shuixin was still watching TV on the sofa. "Sister, you're not asleep yet?" Lu Jiang asked in confusion. His sister usually had a very regular sleep schedule and would generally be asleep by around 10 p.m. "I've been waiting for you." Lu Shuixin, holding the remote, shot Lu Jiang a glance. "Hey, what are you waiting for?" Lu Jiang smiled and picked up a cup of water. "Mom called," Lu Shuixin remarked casually. Puff. Lu Jiang almost spat out the water. If his sister was waiting for him, it must be something important. Could it be that my parents found out about me selling the house and playing games? Lu Jiang asked with some anxiety. Even though he now had over 20 million in his account, explaining where it came from would be difficult. After all, the older generation had traditional views, and making money from gaming would be seen as unproductive. That's not the case. Lu Shuixin continued to watch TV, saying casually, "Mom's friend introduced you to a date, and you're supposed to go meet her tomorrow." Cough, cough. Lu Jiang coughed awkwardly. "Well, I don't really have time for a date. I've already handled it for you," Lu Shuixin said nonchalantly while watching TV. My sister knows me well." Lu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He truly didn't have time for dating and had always been averse to it, having gone on many blind dates in his past life. It wasn't that the women were bad, just that both parties felt like products being selected. That feeling made him very uncomfortable. Moreover, he was now treading carefully as the future was full of uncertainties. Women would only slow down his speed in drawing his sword. No, it was his summoning speed. Sister, I'm going to rest now. Lu Jiang smiled, lightly taking a piece of bread from the fridge to eat in his room. He'll find a chance to buy back the house I sold before to avoid raising suspicion. Lu Jiang thought to himself. If the other party refused to sell, he would just offer double or triple the price. Lost in thought, Lu Jiang completely overlooked the content on the TV screen. He usually didn't watch much TV and his sister was a drama enthusiast, so he was even less interested in those shows. He hadn't paid attention to them since he came out. What he didn't know was that the content being aired on the TV was about the game Mythology. The screen showed the scene of Lu Jiang battling pirates like a war god. The next day, Lu Jiang woke up early. His sister had already gone to work, leaving breakfast on the table. Although there was nutrient liquid as a supplement, Lu Jiang still preferred the breakfast his sister made. After eating a hearty breakfast, Lu Jiang logged into the game. As soon as he entered, he noticed unread emails in his inbox. These were for the materials he had discussed with Qilin Duo yesterday. Puffer fish spines 6 pounds, shell powder 5 pounds, seaweed 11 pounds, black oil 326 grams, stabilizing agent 3 pounds. Seeing the email from Qilin Duo, Lu Jiang sighed. It seems black oil is indeed quite scarce now. Lu Jiang shook his head. From Qilin Duo's precise gram counts, it was clear he didn't misspeak. In the early morning at White Moon Harbor, one can see a scene of bustling activity. Crescent Beach is a popular area for leveling up. Many players are also sailing their small boats to fish in areas not too far from the guards. Although it's difficult to catch rare fish in these areas, the safety is a significant advantage. Pirates do not dare to venture here to rob. Lu Jiang had early on spent money to rent an alchemy room, and he also bought a basic alchemy manual. It didn't cost much, just a common item. The black oil is still too little. I only managed to produce 13 bottles, but it's enough. Lu Jiang sighed. If he were an experienced alchemist, these materials would easily yield 20 to 30 bottles. In his past life, he was merely an amateur alchemist. Every profession has its specialized skills, and even a near-king would not be proficient in everything. I still need to build a ship, but it's a headache. Lu Jiang rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit troubled. Originally, he had no plans to build a ship, but after obtaining the design for the epic tsunami cannon, coupled with his own epic sail. Previously, having only a sail did not significantly enhance combat power, but with a cannon the benefits would be substantial. He spent a little money to learn shipbuilding skills. However, Lu Jiang did not gather materials to build a ship. It was too exhausting. He searched around the shipbuilding area. The shipbuilding technology at White Moon Harbor is much more advanced, and the shipbuilding skills provided by NPCs are also significantly superior to those at Giant Stone Village. Materials are easier to collect as well. After all, although White Moon Harbor has pirates, there are always those willing to take risks. Moreover, fishing boats can be quite profitable. Fishing increases experience, and though it's slower than leveling up by defeating monsters, the money earned is substantial. Some rare fish species can even be worth as much as silver or gold-grade equipment. Although pirates can fish freely all day, they lack the means to convert their catches into currency, unlike the NPCs at White Moon Harbor. The NPCs on Freedom Island only offer very low exchange rates. Oh, there are actually people building fishing boats over there. Lu Jiang noticed a few individuals collaborating on shipbuilding not far away. Fishing boats exist between small and medium-sized vessels. If a fishing boat does not encounter pirates, its daily earnings can be significantly higher than defeating monsters. The key is that if they catch a special species, it could lead to immense wealth, and they could exchange it for equipment, resources, or strategic resources. In coastal areas, large guilds generally maintain fishing boats. Although large guilds currently have difficulty dealing with pirates, they can deploy many scouts to gather intelligence, and if they cannot win, they can always flee in advance. They cannot just give up all the resources of the sea because of pirates. Interesting. Lu Jiang walked directly over. Before he got close, a player immediately blocked his path. This is the shipbuilding area of the United Chamber of Commerce. Don't come here to stir trouble, kid. A young man with a blade of grass in his mouth stretched out his hand to block Lu Jiang. Oh, the United Chamber of Commerce, huh? Lu Jiang smiled slightly, softly murmuring to himself. Hey, are you looking for trouble? The young man with the grass in his mouth was about to say something when suddenly another person approached from behind. Boss, this kid. The youth with grass was about to complain, but was pushed aside. Oh, Lord Lu Jiang, what brings you here? The person in charge of the shipbuilding area of the United Chamber of Commerce hurriedly. The youth with the grass finally noticed the ID above the newcomer, which read Lu Jiang. He was immediately frightened into silence. Although Lu Jiang came from Giant Stone Village, he had watched the video of the battle against irregular sea wind. Even their United Chamber of Commerce would only scout in advance and flee when facing the irregular sea wind pirates. The United Chamber of Commerce is just one of the merchant guilds in White Moon Harbor. They couldn't even handle the irregular sea wind, let alone Lu Jiang. If he were to take notice of them, they might even get kicked out of the guild. I'm quite interested in the ships you build. Lu Jiang smiled slightly. He wasn't here to cause trouble. The person in charge of the shipbuilding area of the United Chamber of Commerce was also a bit confused, not knowing what Lu Jiang intended, so he could only respond to Lu Jiang's words. After all, for a Chamber of Commerce, maintaining good relations is always the priority. Having received permission, Lu Jiang was not polite and began to browse casually. However, he was surprised to find that this guild, although it seemed to lack fame, produced excellent ships. The power system of this fishing boat is even of golden grade. Of course, the components of the ship are not as valuable. A golden grade power system is considered valuable among components, but compared to golden equipment, it is still inferior, only slightly better than silver equipment. If it were some inconsequential components, even a golden grade would be less valuable than silver equipment. The main components of ships can be forged by shipwrights. NPC shipwrights have components available for exchange, and players can also change classes to become shipwrights, which lowers the requirements compared to forging equipment. After looking around, Lu Jiang roughly assessed the strength of this guild. I'd like to discuss something, may I ask? Lu Jiang looked at the person in charge of the United Chamber of Commerce's shipbuilding. My name is Aran. Aran said to Lu Jiang, unsure of what Lu Jiang wanted to discuss. I would like to buy a small boat from you with a silver-grade power system. Lu Jiang smiled at Aran. Sorry, Lord Lu Jiang, we sell everything, but we are not selling ships right now. Aran shook his head. Currently, a small boat with a silver-grade power system is an extremely important means for scouting pirates. As for money, right now a ship is akin to a laying hen. Selling it is like killing the hen to get the eggs. Lu Jiang didn't say much and took out a glove. Storm gloves, silver type, gloves level requirement, 5 agility 30, a strength 30 attached skill, wind walk, a brief acceleration that greatly enhances agility. With the black material gloves, these storm gloves were of little use. After all, gloves come in pairs, and he didn't have an extra pair. Although they are only level 5 gloves, the attached acceleration is still a very good attribute capable of fetching a decent price or exchanging for other items. Aran felt somewhat tempted, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Sorry, Lord Lu Jiang, our chamber really doesn't sell ships. Oh, is that so? Lu Jiang pondered as he took out a vial of underwater breathing potion from his backpack. He showed it to Aran for a moment before putting it back. Aran's sharp eyes caught everything, and he had already checked the name when it was taken out. Underwater breathing potion. Although Aran did not know the exact effects of this item, he could roughly tell its purpose just by the name. The sea is currently an undeveloped treasure, and gold mining at sea is merely scratching the surface. The truly valuable treasures still lie beneath the waves waiting for exploration. Forget it, since you refuse to sell the ship, I won't push it lest I be accused of strong-arming you. Lu Jiang shook his head and put the underwater breathing potion back into his backpack. He also prepared to retrieve the gale gloves to store in his bag. After saying this, he turned to leave. Oh wait. Master, don't be hasty, I will ask the big boss right away, Aran said anxiously. The value of a vial of underwater breathing potion is not very high. But it is a signal. Lu Jiang being able to take such an item out for trade likely means he has resources in this area. If he could connect the trading company with this resource, his future would be boundless. Forget it, you don't need to force it, I'll ask other trading companies. Lu Jiang pretended to be considerate of Aran as if he genuinely cared for him. There's no pressure, no pressure. When he talks to the boss later, he will try to persuade the boss to upgrade the ship's detector to silver grade. Aran became anxious. If Lu Jiang left, he would simply lose an opportunity for advancement. If Lu Jiang went to other trading companies, he would collaborate on the underwater breathing potion channel. Lu Jiang is a hot public figure. If news got out that he was driven away from the joint trading company, he would likely be expelled after today. Moreover, if the trading company learned of his actions, no trading company would want him. Oh, it seems I've troubled you. Lu Jiang smiled slightly. Not at all, it's what I should do. Aran shook his head vigorously. Aran immediately discussed with the trading company boss. Upon hearing about the underwater breathing potion, the boss recalled the impact of the name Nu Jiang. He quickly agreed to Aran's proposal. Here you go, Master Nu Jiang, please check it out. The delivery came swiftly, and Aran released the ship. It had a silver-grade power device, a silver-grade detector, and all other configurations were bronze-grade. It can be said to be a well-equipped small ship. Alright. Lu Jiang handed the silver gale gloves and underwater breathing potion to Aran. He also took out his own new wind-long sail from the backpack. He had just learned shipbuilding and could now modify it himself. This I'll return to you. Since they had already given an extra silver detector, Lu Jiang returned the unused bronze sail. The epic sail emitted a faint orange glow, its exquisite patterns containing power. Is this the epic sail? I've heard that Master Nu Jiang refused an A-grade pet egg and shop, choosing the epic sail instead. If only my future ship could have this sail, I wouldn't be afraid of pirates anymore. They wouldn't be able to catch me. Are you foolish? By the time we have such a sail, the pirates would have upgraded too. At this stage, who can get an epic sail like Master Nu Jiang? Thinking about it, for Master Nu Jiang to refuse the A-grade pet egg and shop, it's not completely without value. With my love for ships, perhaps I would also abandon the pet egg and shop for an epic sail. Master Nu Jiang must also be a ship lover. Many shipbuilding players around recognized Master Nu Jiang. At the same time, the transaction between Nu Jiang and the joint trading company caught people's attention. However, A ran quickly had people keep this matter confidential as the wandering players did not learn about it immediately. He also silently thought to himself that such transactions should be conducted in a secluded corner. Sure, no problem. After Lu Jiang installed the epic long sail, he stored it away. Master Nu Jiang, can we add each other as friends? Aran leaned in to say. The silver detector was also given to create a good impression of Lu Jiang, which was reluctantly offered. Otherwise, the bronze-configured ship with a silver power device was already nearly an equivalent exchange. Sure, Lu Jiang nodded. After all, he currently had no one in Baiwa port, and although the joint trading company was not a top-tier company, it was precisely this kind of second-tier company he needed to cooperate with. Top-tier trading companies would likely be full of thoughts about stealing his formula. After all, for profit, they believed they had the strength for it. In reality, it was just that Lu Jiang was too lazy to deal with trouble. Cooperating with a second-tier trading company was simpler. Second-tier companies, after all, are self-aware. After adding each other as friends, Lu Jiang went to the NPC shop, bought a polished conch suitable for playing melodies, and then left Baiwa port. Setting off from the port of Baiwa with the addition of the new wind long sail and the silver power device, Lu Jiang's speed was quite fast. Even if someone spotted Lu Jiang and wanted to follow and see, their shabby little boats could not compare to Lu Jiang's well-equipped small ship. The silver power device is something very few wandering players can possess. Even if they could obtain a silver power device, the speed of the epic sail would be beyond their reach. Master Nu Jiang is really diligent. I just heard that he was buying a ship, and now he is already out at sea. Could it be that he went out to hunt pirates? If Master Nu Jiang can really wipe out the pirates near New Moon Beach, I would want to join his fan club. We can't catch up to Master Nu Jiang, so let's just fish along the route he took. You really are a fishing genius, haha. Haha, it sounds like Master Nu Jiang is our scout leading the way. Oh, I'm feeling quite inflated. A group of fishermen formed along the route Lu Jiang had taken. It can be seen that the players in Baiwa port really love fishing. Almost every person's fishing level is quite high. If it weren't for the pirates outside, they could catch higher-level fish and improve their proficiency faster. Baiwa port is indeed a place favored by both combat and casual players. In the New Moon Sea, wherever Lu Jiang passed, waves soared several meters high. This ship was considerably faster than Qian. Even without the blueprints for the epic tsunami cannon, Lu Jiang planned to cobble together a makeshift vessel as the destination was still quite far away. The speed of riding a giant sea turtle could not compare to this at all. Finally arrived, Lu Jiang sighed in relief, gazing at an island with towering peaks ahead. It seemed he had not misremembered the direction, otherwise it would be quite a joke if he couldn't find it. The ocean was dotted with numerous islands, many of which were utterly useless. Pirates were not explorers, they had no leisure to explore each isolated island. In myth, the ocean's expanse was even greater than in reality, making it the most vast and mysterious battlefield. This island was known as Temple Island due to the dilapidated temple atop its peak. Lu Jiang began to slow the ship's speed, circling the island before finding the worn-out dock. Clearly there had been signs of habitation here. It was not a completely deserted island. He docked and disembarked. As Lu Jiang stepped onto the land, the island was lush with greenery, dense grass, and many green trees. There was only one path leading up the peak. This was also why Lu Jiang sought the dock, because this path started. It spiraled like a coiling dragon all the way up to the summit. Running up all the way would be exhausting. Tree enslave this big tree. Lu Jiang released Tree and long speaking to Tree. It nodded, and suddenly the large tree before Lu Jiang came to life. The tree extended its branches, and Lu Jiang sat atop it, being lifted to the tree's head. Although he could summon wolves or bears, the tree's strides were substantial, not much slower than the others. The key was that such a long uphill path would be incredibly draining for both wolves and bears to carry a rider. In contrast, while the tree might lack the explosive power of the former two, its endurance was its strong suit. Moreover, being atop the tree offered a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery, which was quite a delightful experience. With the tree as his mount, Lu Jiang and his group gradually reached the summit. The higher they climbed, the more various stone pillars began to appear along the path. At the summit stood a dilapidated temple. Thank you for your hard work. The tree gently set Lu Jiang down and patted its trunk. Tree, let it return. Tree nodded and issued the command to return. Lu Jiang entered the temple. It was an expanse of emptiness, not even a statue in sight. If Lu Jiang didn't know better, who would dare to claim this was a temple? Guided by his memory, Lu Jiang approached a dilapidated stone platform within the temple. The platform was riddled with cracks and overgrown with moss. He reached under the platform and explored, finally finding it. It was a book, The Redeemer. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane grew progressively louder. Has a new Redeemer. An elderly man in white leaning on a cane approached step by step. Do you wish to become the Redeemer? Before Lu Jiang could respond, the old man's eyes gleamed as he looked at him. Task available: purify the sunken city. Lu Jiang's eyes brightened. This task was crucial for unlocking. Completing this task for the first time would yield additional rewards, and he must accept the task to be the first to unlock. Yes, I am willing to purify evil. Courage filled Lu Jiang's face. Take this book, move forward, and jump down from the high platform to reach that area. After the old man finished speaking, his figure became blurry and then vanished before Lu Jiang. If not for the task, he would even doubt that the old man had ever appeared. The high platform had a door. Though it was called a door, it was merely a frame with no obstacles to pass through. Lu Jiang did not rush in, but instead cautiously took a step back. As Lu Jiang retreated, a black mist emerged from the door, forming a pitch-black figure. Name Shadow Guardian. Race Puppet. Level 18. Health 200000. Rank Golden Boss. Skill unknown. Long Long. Lu Jiang issued a command to Long Long. Void Grass Dragon's power. Long Long immediately caught the Shadow Guardian and threw it to another part of the peak. However, the Shadow Guardian struggled free midair and landed. Explosive Wind Ball. Lu Jiang quickly followed up. The Explosive Wind Ball had a knockback effect, and Lu Jiang used melee skills to amplify the knockback several times. The Shadow Guardian was directly knocked down, falling from the other side of the peak. 200,000 health. Just looking at it makes me not want to fight. Even Lu Jiang felt it was annoying to look at. The level 15 dwelling monster had 130 health as a golden BOSS, while this level 18 had 200. It was absurd. Its defense was also incredibly high. The strength of the Shadow Guardian clearly exceeded that of an 18-level golden BOSS, but such strength came at a cost. The Shadow Guardian had long been thoroughly studied, its control resistance was quite weak, and in his past life, they simply threw it to the other side to deal with it. This peak was not wide anyway, there was no need to actually fight this boss. However, after a while the Shadow Guardian would still seek him out, but as long as he waited for it to enter the dungeon, it would lose its target and return to its original position. Let the big guilds deal with it in a bit, they love fighting bosses the most. Lu Jiang chuckled and chose to. At this point, Lu Jiang drank a bottle of underwater breathing potion for himself, then gave one to Long Long and Tree respectively. He then asked Long Long to take him down slowly. Though he could jump directly, that would be too thrilling, or it would be foolish not to use the comfortable method. With the underwater breathing potion, he could breathe normally after entering the water. He was already quite skilled at swimming, and with the underwater breathing potion, there was no burden at all. Soon Lu Jiang arrived at the location. The site of an underwater city appeared before Lu Jiang. Directly ahead was a massive palace. Just as Lu Jiang continued forward, an invisible wall blocked his path. Seeing this situation, Lu Jiang knew this was the barrier set by the sunken city. He took out the Redeemer. Like a key, the transparent wall transformed into ripples. The ripples in front of him slowly dissipated, forming a hole. At this moment, a dark figure swam over from the Dark Guardian's swimming speed was astonishingly fast. Despite falling from the other mountain peak, it quickly traced the aura of the intruder, Lu Jiang. Although Lu Jiang's swimming speed was among the best among players, he was still significantly slower compared to the Dark Guardian. However, the entrance of the barrier had already widened enough for him to enter. Lu Jiang immediately dove into the opening, quickly stowing away the book The Redeemer. The barrier promptly closed, returning to its original state. Bang! Like a dark bomb, the Dark Guardian crashed violently against the transparent barrier. The barrier remained unyielding, leaving the Dark Guardian utterly helpless. Seemingly aware that it could no longer capture the human before it, the Dark Guardian gave up and swam away toward another location. It was heading back to the Guardian Gate. Lu Jiang smiled slightly. This was the advantage of being the first to arrive. Without the Redeemer, he would have to find other ways to enter the barrier. The simplest method would be to kill the Dark Guardian and obtain a passage certificate from its body. Other methods would come later, as they were currently beyond the capabilities of the players. Upon entering the barrier, a prompt appeared. Please select difficulty Normal Warrior King Hell. Without any hesitation, he expertly selected the Hell difficulty. He aimed for the first completion reward, of course, wanting to maximize the challenge. Immediately afterward, Lu Jiang was teleported to the entrance of an underwater palace. Sunken City held difficulty. As Lu Jiang swam, he observed his surroundings. He had underwater breathing potions, so there was no need to rush. Fish swam around him. This sunken city was a clan city that worshipped a god. Thus many buildings around were akin to palaces and temples. Moreover, over time other structures had gradually disappeared. Only these massive buildings still stood tall. Lu Jiang decided to proceed directly toward the grand entrance of the temple. To prevent any sudden attacks from marine creatures, he summoned a giant sea turtle. Currently, the only available option was the giant sea turtle. Name Giant Sea Turtle. B rank, quantity 33, level 11, health limit 70, 100 energy limit 150, strength 131, agility 60, intelligence 111, stamina 200, movement speed 70, attack speed 80, skills fortification, water cannon, water wall, high pressure water pump. Fortification increases defense for a duration, stacking up to 3 layers. Water cannon fires a water projectile causing substantial damage. Water wall forms a wall of water that can block some ranged damage and reduce projectile speed. High-pressure water pump launches a high-intensity water attack with penetrating power. Recently, the giant sea turtle also gained a new skill, adding variety to its attack methods. Just as he approached the entrance of the temple, a system prompt sounded. You have opened a new instance. A world announcement will follow. Do you wish to hide your ID? Do not hide. Lu Jiang was used to it and had no qualms. At the same time, the world announcement rang out. New Moon Sea Temple Island coordinates E242, S1852, 15 sunken underwater city. The instance has been opened by player New Jiang. Adventurers please take note. New Moon Sea Temple Island coordinates E242, S1852, 15 sunken underwater city. The instance has been opened by player New Jiang. Adventurers please take note. New Moon Sea Temple Island coordinates E242, S1852, 15 sunken underwater city. The instance has been opened by player New Jiang. Adventurers please take note. White Moon Harbor. Area chat channel. New Jiang forever a god awesome. I've been waiting for this instance for so long. I didn't expect the first instance to be discovered not by the local guild from White Moon Harbor, but by New Jiang from Giant Stone Village. Now I finally understand why our White Moon Harbor hasn't made significant progress. Oh, our professional players are simply too weak. It's understandable to praise New Jiang, but why step on our local players making it seem like you're not from White Moon Harbor? Haha, you guys hype up Lu Xing so much apart from leeching off a few hundred people to level up, what else can they do? Alright, it's not easy to open an instance, so why argue? I'm going to tackle the instance now. Who wants to team up for the underwater instance? Wait, what classes should we have for an underwater instance? Oh, with what you've said, how can we fight underwater? Damn, it's not easy to open an instance, and now I find out it's an underwater. The players from White Moon Harbor were initially excited. After the excitement, they quickly realized something was off. They had no means of underwater combat. Usually they only dove into shallow waters to catch fish. Underwater combat. Who can fight underwater at this stage? Qilin Guild. Feng Xianju looked at the world announcement expressionless, simply watching the world announcement. Haha, we finally have a chance to shine. Those intelligence agencies are useless. This first instance was discovered by New Jiang. But for us it doesn't matter who discovered it. When will you be more composed? Stop interrupting the president's thoughts. Tai Lon hoisted a heavy hammer on his shoulder, looking eager to go. Hey, the president still wants me to lead the instance exploration. The priestess Yunhua rolled her eyes at Tai Lon. President, what do you think? Yunhua found it hard to communicate with Tai Lon. He was just a big brute, and discussing things with him was pointless. For an underwater instance, if we explore now, the losses are likely to outweigh the gains. Feng Xianju shook his head, feeling pessimistic about the situation. Hey, President, I know it's an underwater instance. Can't everyone in our guild just equip diving gear? Tai Lon said nonchalantly. Among the ship's components there were diving gear types. As a top guild in White Moon Harbor, the Qilin Guild naturally had reserves in this area. Do you think everyone is as strong as you, resembling a bear? Other guild members would lose a significant portion of their combat power just by equipping diving gear. Yunhua explained to Tai Lon with some exasperation. Tai Lon scratched his head, realizing that there was indeed some truth to what was said. So what should we do, President? Tai Lon looked at Feng Xianju with confusion. It's not the right time to explore underwater dungeons. Feng Xianju crossed his arms, seemingly lost in thought. Are we just going to watch other guilds clear the dungeons? Tai Lon was taken aback. He didn't expect the president to truly give up. Yes, it seems we appear to be the top guild at Baiweport, but in reality the FA God Guild and the Celebrity Guild have been covertly colluding with each other. They've always wanted to pull our guild down. If we don't explore the underwater dungeons, we might end up being criticized. Even Yunhua shared the same opinion at this moment. Not suitable doesn't mean we shouldn't go. Feng Xianju glanced at Yunhua, revealing a mysterious smile. Yunhua was somewhat speechless, as Feng Xianju always spoke in riddles. Tai Lon had gotten used to this. Whenever the president spoke, it felt like a riddle. Not long after Feng Xianju finished speaking, someone suddenly arrived. The newcomer was Liu Xing. Feng Xianju's smile widened. Yunhua looked as if he understood something, quietly observing while giving Tai Lon a knowing glance, indicating for Tai Lon to refrain from speaking out of turn. Brother Liu is here. Feng Xianju looked at Liu Xing, a warm smile appearing on his face. Although Liu Xing was someone he had spent a lot of money to recruit, Liu Xing as a star with a built-in fanbase and considerable strength didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Divine Hidden Guild. However, Feng Xianju's status and strength were on a higher tier compared to Liu Xing, yet he still treated him with respect. This made Liu Xing feel quite comfortable and was an important factor in his willingness to join the Divine Hidden Guild. President, you don't need to be so polite. Since I've joined Divine Hidden, I am one of you. Liu Xing was no stranger to social etiquette. Brother Liu, did you come here for the underwater dungeon? Feng Xianju did not respond to Liu Xing's words, but posed a question instead. Yes, President, this is my first battle in Divine Hidden, and I want to volunteer for it. Liu Xing spoke directly, ignoring the gazes of the other two. Tai Lan's eyes widened, about to speak. Yunhua shot a fierce glare at Tai Lan, making him hold back his words. Liu Xing's statement was essentially a bid for command. As a newcomer, Liu Xing was directly trying to seize power, something that Tai Lan and Yunhua as veterans were clearly more qualified to do. Brother Liu, this mission is very difficult. Feng Xianju sighed and shook his head slightly. Currently the main team is under a lot of pressure, and we might not be able to fully explore the underwater dungeon. President, you don't need to worry. Just give me a second team, and I know some friends who are willing to help me explore together. Moreover, I also have a few people under me who can serve as support. Liu Xing seemed even happier immediately. In that case, Brother Liu, thank you for your efforts. Feng Xianju smiled slightly, effectively agreeing to Liu Xing's request. Then he'll hurry and get things moving. Upon hearing Feng Xianju's agreement, Luxing's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to leave. After Liuxing left, Feng Xianju looked at Yinhua with a faint smile. So he's really going? I see now, President, you anticipated Luxing's actions. Letting him step forward publicly is a good strategy. Even if the second team fails in the assault, the losses are acceptable. Yinhua finally understood the meaning behind Feng Xianju's earlier words. Moreover, with Luxing's top-tier connections, his friends are all super experts. By leveraging Luxing's psychology, he could get a group of super experts to help Divine Hidden for free. Additionally, Luxing's former subordinates would also serve as free support. The second team going out would actually play a role in supervising and documenting the dungeon. After all, even if Liuxing were to discover something, it would ultimately fall into his hands, but it would have to pass through the guild. What was truly important to the guild could also be traded back from Liuxing through other means. As for whether Liuxing would proactively exert himself, it could be analyzed slightly based on Luxing's character. Having suffered a major loss under Jiang before this incident would definitely remain etched in his mind. The president has been thinking this far ahead. Yinhua couldn't help but sigh. By the way, the joint trade with the Merchant Guild involves the underwater breathing potion. Feng Xianju mentioned casually. Although the Merchant Guild tried to cover this up, afterward the traces left behind were still too many. Underwater breathing potion. So this underwater dungeon has actually been part of Jiang's plan all along. Yinhua exclaimed in shock, realizing why Feng Xianju hadn't planned to go all out for this underwater dungeon. He was also astonished by Jiang's arrangements, having set up from Giant Stone Village all the way to Baiwa Port. The level of this person's threat could rival Feng Xianju. The underwater breathing potion was the only way to barely maintain combat effectiveness underwater. Submersibles were too cumbersome, severely affecting the players. Even purchasing lightweight submersibles for a short time would be worlds apart from such potions. Let's wait and see. If he makes it through, we might be able to trade for the underwater breathing potion from him. If he doesn't make it, we would be paying sky-high prices, and with his setup, he wouldn't take action either. Feng Xianju thought of Jiang and found him quite interesting. The president is truly a master strategist. I finally understand now. Yinhua observed Feng Xianju's expression and could tell that he was serious. What kind of terrifying presence could make Feng Xianju serious? Do you understand now? Yinhua, what do you understand? Yinhua, why aren't you speaking? President, what are you two talking about? While Yinhua was conversing with Feng Xianju, Tai Lan was completely in the dark. Both were masters of riddles, taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't decipher them. It was too much. However, all he understood was the name Jiang. It was all because of Jiang that he couldn't comprehend anything. He would definitely have to confront him next time. Tai Lan secretly made a vow. At Baiwa Port, the harbor was bustling with small boats and a few medium-sized vessels, all gathered together. Liuxing stood on the deck methodically giving commands. As a top guild, Divine Hidden had a solid foundation, and even though they didn't plan to develop much at sea, they could still muster such resources. With Divine Hidden as my backing, Jiang, let's see what you've got starting from this dungeon. Liuxing thought coldly. 33 giant sea turtles surrounded Jiang, swimming towards the temple. As the World Tree Shu obviously could not swim and could only cling to Jiang. However, Shu and Long had both consumed underwater breathing potions, so there was no need to worry. Long was happily swimming in the water. Although currently classified with fire attributes as an emperor dragon, he actually had no fixed attribute. However, Long's skills had not fully manifested, yet making him appear somewhat like a fire dragon. It would be much steadier to strike tomorrow, but time is too precious right now, Jiang thought. Tomorrow he could summon a new SS level pet, and if it had a water attribute, it would make things much easier. Even if it wasn't a water attribute, it would still be of great assistance. Before long, Jiang and the summoning army had entered the temple. Suddenly, movement appeared ahead. 3 fish-like monsters emerged. Name: Fallen Merman. Race: Merman. Level 13. Health: 1985. Rank: Elite Monster. Skills: Unknown. In Hell-level dungeons, there are no normal monsters. The weakest here are all elite. Jiang signaled the giant turtles to wait in place, while he quietly approached with Long and Shu. Mermen were particularly troublesome. If they discovered there were too many enemies to handle, they would immediately blow a special whistle summoning nearby mermen. Jiang planned to confront them alone. Of course, in the water it was impossible to sneak up on them since swimming would create. The mermen quickly noticed Jiang. God! 3 fallen mermen wielding tridents shouted angrily. But upon seeing only Jiang, they chose not to call for help. The power sense from Jiang wasn't particularly strong. After all, he was only level 11 in strength. The merman could throw tridents with a special technique that maintained speed even underwater. It could even create special friction with the water, increasing the speed of the trident. Jiang's agility was greatly limited underwater. Fortunately, the attack was still within his dodging range. Sky-rending instant grab and dragon strength, 38-51. The merman attacked by Long was instantly defeated. This once again demonstrated Long's exceptional DPS capabilities, inflicting over 3,000 damage on a merman with less than 2,000 health. Jiang also quickly swam forward in the water. Magic Bolt, and divide into two, 21-35. It had been a while since Jiang used Magic Bolt, but even using the melee burst technique of divide into two didn't achieve as much damage as Long Long. However, defeating a merman was still sufficient. Electric magic couldn't be used in the water or it would harm allies. The remaining merman attempted to sound the alarm, but Shu Shu had already used vines to entangle it, rendering it immobile. Lu Jiang and Long Long worked together to defeat the merman. The experience from hell-level monsters was still substantial, but there were also many participants sharing the experience. Lu Jiang looked at the wave of experience coming in, and his experience bar was down to 1/3. Moreover, tomorrow the experience-sharing army would gain another member. Thinking of this, Lu Jiang was unsure whether to be happy or sad. Forget it, let's deal with tomorrow's matters then. Lu Jiang shook his head. Along the way, he gradually eliminated the fish monsters using this method. After spending some time, Lu Jiang finally found the first door of the temple. However, before entering the main hall, he recalled all his summoned beasts, leaving only Long Long and Shu Shu. He swam inside, surrounded by a faint blue glow. The blue light emanated from a translucent stone, and the surrounding braziers were placed with such blue stones. At that moment, a ball of blue flame suddenly ignited in front of the door. To defy the will of the gods, you shall be punished. A knight in armor appeared at the entrance. Name: Fallen Follower Warrior. Type: Demon. Level 15. Health 120,000. Rank: Golden Boss. Skills unknown. In fact, Fallen Warriors are not particularly powerful boss. Their skills do not have any especially strong moves that require space. The only troublesome part is that Fallen Warriors are not affected by the water, meaning they can walk just as they would on land. Aside from that, they are quite ordinary. Of course, this is from Lu Jiang's perspective. For other players, they might struggle even on land, let alone in the water. Unauthorized entry escape is impossible. The Fallen Warrior spoke in a mechanical voice. Suddenly, the gate behind Lu Jiang closed, blocking his retreat. This left Lu Jiang with no way to escape. In response, Lu Jiang said nothing and silently summoned 33 giant turtles. Meanwhile, Long Long eagerly eyed the Fallen Warrior boss. Take your time with it, Lu Jiang said, leading Shu Shu to walk aside, ignoring the battle. He treated it as practice for their automatic attack capabilities. Compared to fighting the BOSS, Lu Jiang planned to search every corner of the temple. He had heard that this dungeon would hide some good items in secret corners. Once found, those items would permanently disappear from the dungeon. However, he didn't pay much attention to such news since the items had already been taken previously. Lu Jiang kept Shu Shu close as she couldn't swim, so she could only follow him. In contrast, Long Long was about to engage the boss. Indeed, the child who cries gets candy. While Lu Jiang searched for items, the Fallen Warrior began to doubt its life choices. Clang! The one-handed sword struck at a giant turtle, but the attacked turtle immediately withdrew its head, causing the sword to strike its shell instead. It was both smelly and hard. There were 33 such smelly and hard giant turtles. The Fallen Warrior was going crazy, but didn't want to fight these turtles anymore, and wanted to escape. However, the gate had just been closed by it moments ago. Once the gate is closed, it will not open until one side is eliminated. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. The Fallen Warrior, as a BOSS, was being chased and bitten by a group of turtles. Behind it was a dragon, occasionally ambushing it. On one side, the Fallen Warrior and the Turtle Legion were joyfully playing. On the other side, Lu Jiang was searching. The temple was filled with many translucent stones glowing with blue light covering the ground. Lu Jiang casually pulled out one of the two wands from behind him. Clang! He gripped the wand with both hands and forcefully struck down at the rubble. After a vigorous minute of chiseling, the blue glowing stone was broken open, revealing bare rock. I miscalculated. I forgot to bring a pickaxe. Lu Jiang shook his head helplessly. Using the wand as a digging tool was indeed not a wise choice. He had been so busy lately that some small details were inevitably forgotten. He turned his head to take a look. The Fallen Warrior was being chased by the Turtle Legion, while Long Long pointed out the battlefield like a general high and mighty. Of course, the Fallen Warrior was a level 15 golden boss, not so easily dealt with. In just this minute, even though the giant turtles were known for their defense, they had already lost 5 or 6. Lu Jiang summoned more to fill the gaps, bringing the total back to 33 giant turtles. Looks like they are having a great time. Lu Jiang watched the Fallen Warrior and his summoned army playfully frolicking, revealing a fatherly smile. He then continued using the wand as a digging tool, moving to another spot to keep digging. Temple Island. Over time, Temple Island had gathered a large number of players. However, compared to the last time Lu Jiang opened a dungeon in Giant Stone Village, almost none of the players this time were solo players. The underwater dungeon required diving gear. Diving gear is categorized into rough diving gear, ordinary diving gear, and lightweight diving gear. Rough diving gear is not too difficult for ordinary players to acquire, but it is as cumbersome as a large iron block, only suitable for regular underwater inspections or boat repairs. Ordinary diving gear is also quite heavy, merely sufficient for regular underwater fishing. It is the lightweight diving gear that can barely allow for underwater combat, though even that significantly impacts combat effectiveness. However, only large guilds can afford to stockpile such lightweight diving gear. Currently, even ordinary diving gear in White Moon Harbor is being sold at several times its usual price. Lightweight diving gear has even been inflated to nearly 10 times its original price. Solo players are temporarily unable to join. We've arrived, this is the spot. Meteor looked at the island before him filled with determination. However, the Qilin fleet was not the first to reach Temple. Just as they set foot on Temple Island, there were already two groups present. Oh, Qilin sent Brother Meteor this time. Haha, we probably won't get a share. A man wearing a wizard's hat spoke with a slightly mocking smile. Haha, Brother Meteor, I would like to ask you how to have so many female fans. I want to learn from you. Another bald man grinned at Meteor. A hint of coldness flashed in Meteor's eyes. He recognized both men. The one with the wizard's hat was Sangung Shui, the president of the Mage God Guild. The other bald man was Tianya from the Celebrity Guild. Currently both were close to the top-tier guilds, having allied to counteract Qilin in White Moon Harbor. Now, as a prominent figure signed at a high price by the Qilin Guild, he naturally became the target of both guilds. Oh, asking me for advice. Meteor threw out a virtual flag looking at Tianya, the bald president of the Celebrity Guild. This virtual flag was a battle flag indicating that both sides could engage in free combat. As a prominent figure of Qilin, Meteor couldn't back down. His bold reaction caught both men off guard. Tianya's expression darkened as he was about to step forward when Sangung Shui stopped him with a glance. Haha, Brother Meteor, your temper is still so fiery. However, if you continue to dawdle here, the angry river will soon pass, and you will be mocked. Sangung Shui wore a playful expression but secretly mocked Meteor, using the angry river to ridicule him. Meteor's expression darkened just as he was about to speak. Suddenly another fleet arrived from outside. The flag on the ship was a skull. Irregular Sea Wind, are they here? Qilin was one faction, Mage God and Celebrity were united as another, and now a third pirate force had arrived. Shortly after the people of Qilin was one faction, Mage God and Celebrity were united as another, and now a third pirate force had arrived. Shortly after the people of Irregular Sea Wind landed on the island. Both Meteor and Sangung Shui along with Tianya eyed the group of pirates warily. Heck, quite a grand entrance, but we currently have no intention of going to war with you big guilds. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Tsang Ing, the vice president of Irregular Sea Wind. The leader Tsang Ing casually addressed the three guilds. You pirates claim not to go to war because you can't compete with us on the island, right? Tianya said disdainfully. That's right, I indeed cannot compete with your three guilds in land combat. Tsang Ing seemed to have anticipated this response and gestured with his hand. Suddenly, boom, bang, bang. Several medium-sized ships opened fire simultaneously, bombarding an unoccupied area of the island. But we won't go in, your three guilds can't ascend the mountain. Tsang Ing said this expressionlessly and calmly. Is this a threat to us? Even Meteor felt a bit No. Tsang Ing quickly shook his head saying, I'm just stating a fact. His tone was as if to say, I'm not targeting you, I'm just saying everyone here is trash. And they had no way to refute it. The pirate fleet was indeed strong, and they found it easier to develop focusing solely on this aspect. The expressions of the three guilds were not pleasant. Everyone, I mean no offense, we haven't launched any large-scale battles against your three guilds until now. Tsang Ing also gave the three guilds some face. Alright, we are all here for the underwater dungeon, let's agree not to attack each other. Sangung Shui spoke up, indicating agreement. Meteor and Tianya nodded as well, as they were all there for the underwater dungeon and saw no need for additional conflict. Oh, and one more thing, if the angry river emerges from the dungeon, none of you can attack him. Tsang Ing suddenly added. What do you mean? Are you going to protect him? Gung Shui asked in confusion. No, he has offended the unregulated sea wind, and we must settle the score with him. Tsang Ing said lightly. Lu Xing wanted to say something, but as the words reached his lips, he remembered something and swallowed them back. I have no objection, and I assume Brother Lu Xing feels the same. Gung Shui was indifferent to this request. He had no grievances with Nu Jiang. In fact, the conflict between Nu Jiang and Lu Xing was something he found quite enjoyable. Tsang Ing looked at Lu Xing, who nodded in agreement, indicating no dissent. Good, since that's the case, let's head up the mountain. Tsang Ing addressed the other guilds. The three major guilds were already eager to ascend. Little Shield, are you really sure the blueprint is with Nu Jiang? Tsang Ing squinted his eyes, looking at the 8 directions shield behind him. The 8 directions shield had already been demoted to logistics, but was suddenly called to participate in a dungeon. The 8 directions shield was a relatively excellent tank in the unregulated sea wind, so this time, he was given a chance to redeem himself. I'm sure Tsang Lao. We searched everywhere, and it must have been picked up by Nu Jiang. The 8 directions shield nodded eagerly. If you perform well this time, I will speak on your behalf when I return, Tsang Ing said lightly. Thank you, Tsang Lao. Thank you, Tsang Lao. Upon hearing this, the 8 directions shield was overwhelmed with gratitude. Tsang Ing sneered inwardly. The 8 directions shield still had some capability, which could be used to win people's hearts. In the future, if he betrays the unregulated sea wind, he will still have someone to use. The reason he forbade others from touching Nu Jiang was not just about revenge or face. He felt no sense of belonging to the unregulated sea wind. He simply didn't want the blueprint on Nu Jiang to be exposed by others. At that time, I just need to say that Nu Jiang didn't drop that blueprint, and it will belong to me. Tsang Ing smiled at this thought, having already calculated his own plans. Ding. Huh. What is that? The fire stick suddenly halted, as if it had struck something. Lu Jiang reached out to examine it. It was a stone tablet. Ancient shield mastery. After learning you can wield the ancient shield. What use is this? Lu Jiang was at a loss. He knew what ancient shield mastery was. Acquiring this skill didn't mean you could wield a shield. Literally, it meant being able to wield an ancient shield. It must be an ancient shield. And while he was indeed a melee mage, now there was no need for a shield. Originally, he wasn't very fast. With a shield, he might not even be able to outrun anyone. Learning successful ancient shield mastery, although it was quite useless, Lu Jiang still learned it. Such dungeon stone tablets could only be learned immediately in the dungeon. Taking them out would render them useless. Moreover, this kind of thing is considered a special passive, not counting against the skill limit, so why not learn it? Besides this stone tablet, Lu Jiang also collected some glowing blue stones. Although they couldn't be taken out, they would be useful later. Have you finished? Lu Jiang put away the fire stick, which was just a fire stick. He hadn't properly used a staff to cast spells. He looked at the fallen warrior. At this point, the fallen warrior finally fell under the siege of the turtle army. Lu Jiang's experience increased significantly. At the same time, an item dropped. Fallen one-handed sword, gold type, weapon level requirement 15, strength 100. When attacking, there is a 2 chance to trigger a lifesteal effect. When blocking, there is a 2 chance to trigger a stun attack. Attached skill Half Moon Harvest. Half Moon Harvest. Unleash a wave of sword energy. Monsters with health below 30 will be instantly killed. Only normal monsters and monsters with health below 10 will be instantly killed. Only elite monsters. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Lu Jiang looked at this weapon speechless. Well, actually, this weapon is quite good. Moreover, it was only due to the high drop rate of the first hell level that such a high gear equipment was dropped. It could sell for a decent amount, but compared to money, Lu Jiang hoped to improve his own strength more. With 3 parts disdain, 3 parts grievance, and 3 parts helplessness, Lu Jiang picked up this weapon. If others saw this, especially those who used one-handed swords, they would probably be furious enough to want to beat Lu Jiang. Though they probably couldn't beat him. Boom. The entire temple hall began to tremble. Lu Jiang knew it was going to collapse, so he immediately opened the large door behind the boss. The door slowly opened. Lu Jiang quickly swam over, replenishing the lost giant turtles back to 33. He hadn't been inside long when the first hall collapsed. There was no way back. In front of him was a dark and narrow passage. Lu Jiang took out the glowing blue stones he had just collected, wrapped them in a translucent cloth, and tied them to his staff. This transformed it into a lantern shape, providing good lighting whether held in hand or strapped to the back. After completing one, Lu Jiang made another one and fixed it to his back with a crisscross of cloth. This way, Lu Jiang had 2 long glowing orbs on his head, giving the appearance of twin tails when viewed from the front. He also knew the uses of those blue stones. For players who hadn't fought before, it was already too late to go back for stones. The hall had been buried. You couldn't use fire or similar means for lighting underwater. In the pitch-black environment still underwater, even Lu Jiang wasn't overly confident. After swimming for a while, a faint light appeared in the distance. It was far away, but at least he could see the light. However, at this moment, the surrounding statues that had been standing still Name statue Merman race, statue level 15, health 30, 100 rank, elite monster skills, unknown. Not just the front statues, the ones behind also began to move. Lu Jiang knew this would happen, however, it wasn't much of a problem for him. The giant turtles directly split into 2 waves. It wasn't an even distribution. The last 10 primarily defended, while the other 23 focused on attacking the front. Lu Jiang planned to charge straight through. These statues were endless. Once defeated, they would respawn immediately. If he stayed here fighting the statues, the excessive respawning would cause the passage to collapse. The giant turtle continuously cast a solidification buff, achieving a remarkably high level of defense. Converge your attacks at a single point. Lu Jiang instructed the giant turtles to form a conical formation. All attacks were directed towards a single point. The 2 merman statues blocking the way would soon be eliminated. Long swam at the forefront, utilizing the power of the dragon race to instantly take down a statue. Meanwhile, Shu was able to bind the merman statue that was attempting to come to support. Fortunately, the merman statues were quite clumsy and could not immediately surround Lu Jiang's summoned army. The charge was unstoppable, and Lu Jiang himself was too lazy to swim, choosing instead to ride on a giant turtle. The overall speed of the charge was akin to that of a sharp arrow. Although the giant turtle's speed on land was exceedingly slow, almost indistinguishable from that of a clumsy iron golem. Yet in the water its speed rivaled that of some medium-sized fish. The light was drawing ever closer. Lu Jiang, riding on the giant turtle, could already see the light ahead. Before him was a wooden prison door, and the light was emanating from a spacious room behind it. Though it was referred to as a room, it was not much smaller than the previous hall. The prison door was locked. They needed to locate the guarding statue among the previous merman statues to obtain the key. Earlier, Lu Jiang had charged forward without searching for that guarding statue. If they were to slowly deal with it, it would take a long time since this instance was defined as a medium-level dungeon. Moreover, being underwater, Lu Jiang did not want to take his time battling. He took out the book titled The Redeemer. This was the welfare discovered for the first time. The initial discovery of the underground palace offered little benefit, especially in terms of progressing through the dungeon. This underwater dungeon was different. Using the Redeemer to unlock the dungeon provided significant convenience. After all, obtaining the Redeemer meant shouldering the mission of purification. The mission bearer would certainly lower the difficulty. The prison door swung open. Lu Jiang quickly led the giant turtles inside and promptly closed the door behind them. The pursuing enemies, upon seeing Lu Jiang enter the prison door, turned around and returned to their original positions as statues. At that moment, Lu Jiang also discovered the scene of the large room within the prison. The light source came from projections of planets circling above the room. Looking at the celestial bodies swirling overhead felt as if he were in a real universe. Even though it was not Lu Jiang's first visit, he was still struck with awe each time he saw it. The high civilization beings that intruded into this world in ancient times were revered as deities. Oh, I truly wonder what that era was like. Every time he thought of this, Lu Jiang felt a deep longing. For others, this might just be a game, but for him, these were events that could have truly happened. The collision of technology and magic. Although remnants of technology still linger in this world, magic yet Lu Jiang knew that there must be more advanced and complete technological civilizations in the external universe. The high civilization beings that intruded in ancient times were likely alone. Beneath the imagery of the planets, there was a gigantic merman creature resembling a frog adorned with luminescent points resembling deep-sea fish. Beside the giant merman was a circle. At regular intervals within the circle stood humanoid figures made of name clone puppet. Type clone. Level 13. Health 10000. Rank bronze boss. Skills unknown. Each clone here is a bronze level boss. In terms of panel attributes, they were slightly superior to the giant turtle, of course, that was in unknown combat. There were only a little over 10 clones. The key factor remained the enormous fishman monster in the center. Name clone experiment fishman. Race clone. Level 15. Health 13000. Rank gold boss. Skills position swap clone summoning ignore current electric attack liquid form invincible spin water vortex communal healing unknown. Seeing the skills of the giant fishman, Lu Jiang had a rough idea of what each skill entailed. This fishman was also a peer. It could continuously summon clones, but the limit was only a little over 10, while he had 33. Additionally, the position swap allowed it to instantly exchange positions with its clones, so he had to be cautious of the clones' locations. The giant fishman might charge in at any moment. Moreover, the electric attack allowed it to ignore currents, which was quite sneaky. There was also an invincible spinning skill. Thus, it was clear that even among gold-level BOSSES, there were disparities in strength. That fallen fighter was nothing more than a fake gold boss. However, Lu Jiang had his own strategy for dealing with this boss. Temple Island. Divine Veil Mage Celebrity Irregular Sea Winds. Teams from several major guilds gathered at the mountain peak, where they were currently engaged in a debate about who would enter. Of course, it was mainly a dispute between Meteor Sangung Shui and Tianya, as none wanted to fall behind in this matter. Stop arguing. If you can't reach a conclusion, we will go in first. Song Ying furrowed his brows, interrupting the debate among several people, and pointed towards the sea, where several warships of irregular sea winds were present. Though their firepower did not cover the mountaintop, they could bombard other guild fleets. The sea was inherently their domain, and Meteor and the others found this outcome acceptable. However, just as Song Ying intended to lead his team, inside a dark mist appeared, revealing a shadowy figure. Name Jet Black Guardian. Race Puppet. Level 18. Health 20000. Rank Gold Boss. Skills unknown. 200,000 health. Are you kidding me? 18 levels. How high must its defense be? That's not right. An 18-level gold boss shouldn't have such high health. Before even entering the dungeon, we're already facing this boss. How did Nu Jiang get in? This kind of guardian surely cannot respawn infinitely. Did Nu Jiang enter without confronting this guardian? Before the leaders of the three major guilds could speak, the crowd below began murmuring. Whatever Song Ying president, I fully support you going in first. Tianya scratched his bald head, chuckled, and then took a few steps back with his team. Not only did the people at the edge retreat a few steps, but others followed suit as well. Step back, since everyone wants to watch from the sidelines, we shall leave too. Song Ying naturally would not give the other guilds a chance to take advantage. If everyone kept watching like this, it was likely that no one would be able to step into the instance dungeon today. Wait, I propose we join forces to defeat this boss first. What does everyone think? Sangung Shui seemed to have anticipated the outcome of dragging things out, and spoke to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a brief silence. Roar. Until the Dark Guardian let out a furious roar, it was truly captivating. It made it clear that it was not to be trifled with. I have no objections. Liuxing sighed. For now, this was the only way forward. Soon after, the leaders of the other guilds also agreed, one after another. The crowd then formed a temporary team to confront the Guardian boss. Liuxing did not expect that one group was a rival guild while the other was a band of pirates. Surprisingly, they could cooperate before entering the instance. An 18-level golden BOSS, the Dark Guardian, whose health far exceeded that of a normal 18-level golden BOSS, finally began to unleash its power. A ball of darkness was thrown into the various teams, and it immediately exploded. In an instant, dozens of people were taken out. However, the damage numbers from the joint assault of the major guilds were not very impressive. It seems that merely the Guardian is enough to hold us back for a while. Liuxing shook his head. He felt a sense of defeat. While Jiang could find ways to avoid this Guardian, he had no such methods. A tug-of-war battle ensued between the major guilds and the Dark Guardian. Inside the sunken city instance, the giant turtles and the army of clones had been fighting for a long time. Replenish. Jiang replenished his lost giant turtles. Replenish. The giant merman also replenished his lost clones. A proper boss battle had turned into a war of attrition. The tactics of the giant merman boss were too despicable. It was essential to attack the summoner in a fight against summoners, which Jiang certainly knew. Knowing is one thing, but executing it is another. The boss could swap positions at will with those clones. Then there was the ability to liquefy, which made Dragon's physical attacks completely immune. Magic still worked, but Dragon's fire-based magic was utterly ineffective underwater. Jiang, who leaned towards lightning magic, faced issues regarding friendly damage from his lightning spells. Moreover, the boss possessed an electrical immunity skill. Getting too close meant the boss would activate electrical immunity and use electric attacks. Underwater, Jiang's methods appeared slightly inadequate. Forget it, I have no desire to continue wasting time with you. Jiang shook his head and ceased pursuing the giant merman boss. A flag was pulled out by Jiang. Glory Battle Flag can grow quality, none type, special item level requirement 0, all attributes 10 skill Chaos Zone. Chaos Zone creates a small chaos zone where everyone within it will attack themselves. The range can expand as the flag grows. This flag, of course, was the Glory Battle Flag. Since the refining of the Glory Battle Flag was temporarily in a saturated absorption phase, Jiang hadn't used it much. In the current situation, it was the perfect time to use the Glory Battle Flag. Chaos Zone. Jiang waved the flag, enveloping the area around the boss. Compared to the previous Chaos Zone, the power of the Chaos Zone after the flag's refinement had become even more terrifying. Those clones who originally lacked intelligence instantly fell into a frenzied state. The giant merman boss was not spared from the flag's influence. It recklessly attacked the surrounding clones. The reason this boss was so troublesome was that this group of clones was too annoying. They could never be wiped out cleanly. The boss's skills seemed to be integrated with those clones. It was nearly impossible to defeat. Even united, the clones still could not overcome the merman boss. Jiang called back his giant turtles. Even if they entered that chaos zone, they would attack indiscriminately. After all, this Glory Battle Flag was essentially the nemesis equipment for summoning lords. Patiently waiting for the giant merman boss to eliminate its minions, Jiang then revoked the Chaos Zone. The merman boss eliminated a bunch of clones and itself lost a significant amount of health. At this moment, Jiang sent the giant turtles to attack, but not all of them. He sent Dragon along with a few giant turtles. With Dragon's formidable threat, the merman boss summoned many of its minions again. Alright, Dragon, return. Seeing the merman boss summon its minions, Jiang called back Dragon. Chaos Zone. Jiang activated the Chaos Zone again, letting the merman boss fight against its own minions. Jiang waited for the merman boss to finish off the clones. Once the clones were defeated, Jiang would immediately revoke the Chaos Zone, forcing the boss to summon its little minions. If the merman boss did not use its summoning skill, it would not differ much from the first fallen warrior. After a few roar, the boss let out its final cry before collapsing to the ground. Clone Fish Scale Armor Gold Type Top Level Requirement, None. Underwater Movement, Speed 100, Underwater Breathing Limit 100, When Underwater Defense 100. When underwater, gain Water Flow Pressure Resistance. Attached skill Underwater Shuttle. Underwater Shuttle, usable only in water, can suddenly unleash extreme power, tripling underwater speed instantly. Jiang saw this piece of equipment, flipped through it again, and confirmed there were no other pieces. Fish Scale Top. It's a pity there's no Fish Scale Bottom. I remember there should be a hidden skill when combined. Jiang still had a memory of this equipment. Underwater equipment is actually quite rare. The reason it stuck in Jiang's mind is that when he chooses underwater equipment in the future, this piece will still be a relatively suitable choice. Jiang directly put on the fish scale top, although the appearance looked slightly comical. Boom. The surroundings continued to tremble. It's time to leave. This temple is about to collapse. Jiang exited through the open door, leading the army of summoned beasts. With the fish scale armor, Jiang's speed greatly increased, allowing him to glide without being hindered by the sea turtles as he swam out of the temple. The temple behind him had completely collapsed. Before him lay the ruins of an underwater city, filled with numerous dilapidated structures. Those guilds eager to explore must feel their scalps tingling at the sight before them. Jiang said, a slight smile appearing on his face. Not all buildings here are empty. Of venturing inside could easily lead to being trapped, which would be a significant weight. This concern was one Jiang did not need to experience. Let's go directly to confront the final boss. He had no intention of exploring the underwater city and swam towards his final destination from memory. Deep within the underwater city, there was a sealed entrance covered in steel bars. Break for me. Lu Jiang unleashed a powerful strike, creating an entryway. These structures, due to the passage of time, were not as indestructible as they seemed. The hole created was not large, but it was sufficient for him. Dismissing the summons, he and Long Long along with Shu Shu entered without calling out the sea turtles for the time being to facilitate their movements. Swimming through the entrance, there were no forks in the path. It led straight to the innermost part. Gradually, the full appearance of the building began to reveal itself. This was an underwater prison holding some ancient creatures. The low growls of monsters echoed from both sides. Lu Jiang ignored the sounds and walked directly towards the innermost area. Finally, he arrived. The surroundings illuminated, and Lu Jiang took down the glowing pouch tied to his staff as light was no longer needed. At the end stood the largest prison door. From afar, he spotted the silhouette of a figure in black. The figure had its back turned to Lu Jiang, holding a sword in one hand, appearing particularly mysterious under the light. Suddenly, the figure in black seemed to sense Lu Jiang's presence. The figure turned halfway, revealing a gaunt. Then the black-clad swordsman vanished. Creak. The prison door slowly opened. Although it was a prison door, what lay beyond was not a cell, but a narrow corridor. The corridor was illuminated by platforms similar to the previous bluestone torches, but here the stones were orange, resembling the color of flames. Lu Jiang quickened his pace as he swam through this corridor. At the end, through the final door, he found a brilliantly lit hall surrounded by glowing orange stones. Upon entering the hall, Lu Jiang removed his fish-scale armor and donned his old equipment, as there was no water in the hall. It had been cut off in the corridor. In the center of the hall stood a large platform with a miniature statue ahead. Behind the statue was a water prison, clearly showcasing a huge deep-sea fish that had been captured. The black-clad swordsman was now kneeling halfway on the platform in front of the statue. The imprisoned deep-sea fish seemed to sense Lu Jiang's arrival, letting out low moans, as if beseeching something. At that moment, the black-clad swordsman slowly rose, drawing his sword from behind and turning around. Name: Wugong, race Star Clan, level 16, health 250000, grade Dark Gold, boss skills Sword, Chi block, Rapid Recovery, Fury, Explosion block, Berserk, Weakness, Perception, Body Dominance, Flash of the Blade, Thunder Sword style, Stillness, in motion, Unknown. Quite strong indeed, Lu Jiang assessed. With his current strength, defeating this Dark Gold boss would be somewhat difficult. Among the skills of Unknown Exploration, Lu Jiang knew that both were powerful moves. One was Stillness in motion, capable of delivering a guaranteed hit that must attack a weakness, deal critical damage, and inflict fatal harm. The other was to draw upon the statue's power, significantly enhancing attributes and gaining new skills. Just like the previous Fallen Warrior Giant Merman, there were distinctions among the gold bosses. In fact, there were also rankings among Dark Gold BOSSES, and the swordsman named Wugong was among the top 10. If it weren't for Shu Shu's skill, I might have chosen to summon a new SS level pet tomorrow to fight this one. Lu Jiang thought to himself, feeling awestruck by the strength of this boss. At this stage, regardless of which guild approached, encountering this boss would lead to a total wipeout. This boss was not meant to be fought at the current level. If it weren't for the water being cut off here in the final hall, even if Lu Jiang had a new SS level pet tomorrow, he would still need to think twice before coming here. But for now, Shu Shu used the limited skill. Lu Jiang instructed Shu Shu, perched on his shoulder. Limited skill, Dream Mirage. Suddenly, he was drawn into a mysterious space by a powerful force. When Wugong once again gained clarity of the scene before him, he found himself in a purple enclosed space. Surrounding the platform were purple solutions. Without needing to try, one could tell the terrifying power contained within. The platform on which Wugong stood was not stable, either, surrounded by traps. May the gods shatter this illusion. Wugong closed his eyes, attempting to break the illusion. Kikek. Kikek. A gigantic figure descended from above, wielding a massive sword adorned with fiery patterns. Wugong kept his eyes shut, firmly believing this was merely an illusion, and as long as he remained unaffected, he would naturally escape. Submit to the might of my Dark King. The towering sword wielder revealed a proud laugh. Outside, Lu Jiang curiously checked the information. Name: Dark Knight, race Shadow Clan, level 16, health 280000, grade Dark Gold, boss skills Unknown. Odd. Lu Jiang was taken aback to see that the Dark Knight's health was actually 30,000 higher than Wugong's. In reality, this wasn't a good thing. At the Dark Gold level, more health often meant being slower. Conversely, those with less health were usually more cunning and difficult to deal with. I hope this Dark Knight proves to be a strong ally. Lu Jiang could only silently cheer for the Dark Knight from outside. The Dark Knight glared at the diminutive swordsman before him, furious at the audacity to ignore him. He leaped into the air, bringing his sword down. With his eyes closed, Wugong sensed an immense threat. His sixth sense warned him that this was no illusion, but real danger. With no time to evade, Wugong activated his skill to block. Even so, he still sustained some damage. How is this possible? Wugong was both shocked and enraged. He had been waiting at the seabed for the statue for countless ages. How could he be forcefully pulled to this place? Impressive strength. If you submit to me, the Dark King, I shall spare your life, the Dark Knight declared. What is the Dark Lord? Wugong scoffed, sword in hand. Before the god of the Star Clan you are but a remnant. To slander the Dark King is punishable by death. The expression beneath the Dark Knight's armor twisted in fury. To slander the god of the Star Clan is also punishable by death. Wugong no longer cared whether this was an illusion. Anyone who dared to slander the god of the Star Clan was intolerable. Oh. Lu Jiang watched from outside for a long time, noting that the two had only exchanged blows once. They hadn't even properly begun fighting yet had already engaged in a verbal battle. Wasn't it said that swordsmen are solitary and aloof? Why were they so chatty? At this moment the two sword wielders in the illusion had officially begun their clash. The Dark Knight prepared to leap up and strike down once more. But Wugong lightly waved his sword. The sword energy like a net sealed off the path of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight dared not strike Wugong with his sword anymore. He could only sever the sword energy before him. Enraged Wugong unleashed a surge of furious sword intent charging at the Dark Knight. In a battle of skilled combatants, mindless jumping around comes at a cost. The airborne Dark Knight had just dealt with the sword energy and was completely unable to respond or evade. However, just as the Dark Knight landed, Wugong attacked. The Dark Knight received immediate damage as he had not yet steadied himself. In one encounter, over 20,000 health points were lost. So what if you have high health? It can be easily reduced in an instant. Lu Jiang, watching from outside, shook his head repeatedly. He glanced at Tree. This is not impressive. What happened to the complete inheritance of the World Tree? Before Lu Jiang could complain further, the Dark Knight struck him. More than 10 flames surged like a tempest toward Wugong. Wugong had just attacked and was unable to evade due to the large area of effect. He could only choose to block. 5 instances of damage dealt a total of 15,000 health points. Also, he's a dark swordsman. Lu Jiang wasn't unfamiliar with all types of monsters, but he still had his blind spots. After all, the world of myth is vast. Moreover, Tree is the World Tree, which besides being in the myth world also conceals many worlds. Each leaf represents a world, and it's not just a name. At this moment Wugong realized that although the opponent appeared large and wielded a massive sword, he was actually a magical swordsman. Wugong intended to directly engage the Dark Knight in close combat. Just then the traps on the ground began to take effect. Flames erupted from the ground. This is the advantage of fighting on home turf. The Dark Knight can employ means beyond his own abilities to prevent others from closing in. The Dark Knight waved his hand again, and several fire tornadoes appeared beside Wugong. Wugong chose to heal first, knowing that the opponent's skills wouldn't last indefinitely. The Dark Knight leaped again, aiming his attack at Wugong, who was surrounded by flames. This guy. Lu Jiang, seeing the Dark Knight leap once more, couldn't help but cover his face, understanding Wugong's skills. Wugong stood still, waiting for the Dark Knight's arrival. Clang! The Dark Knight struck Wugong, but it was the sound of impact with the ground. It was merely an afterimage. With both rage and weakness perception activated, Wugong attacked the Dark Knight. This guy's combat IQ is a bit lacking. Lu Jiang shook his head helplessly. He couldn't understand why a magical swordsman would leap into someone's face. This is just too weak. Oh, I really want to take over myself. Lu Jiang sighed. Tree tilted its head as if pondering something. At this moment a line of subtitles appeared on the screen of the illusion. The master of the illusion questions whether the monster's combat IQ is too low and if manual control can be used instead. Huh, you have that kind of authority. Lu Jiang looked at Tree with disbelief. Tree nodded earnestly, appearing somewhat adorable. Ding, detection complete. Dark Knight's combat IQ is too low and may be replaced by manual control. Would you like to proceed with the replacement? Tree, help me choose to let me fight. Lu Jiang rubbed his hands together, eager to try controlling a monster. Before long, Lu Jiang was also sucked into the illusion, experiencing it from the perspective of the Dark Knight. In reality, Lu Jiang was in an invincible state and could remain aware of the real situation, switching out at any time. The Dark Knight was originally a simulation in the trial space, with even his IQ and personality simulated, but only his combat awareness was replaced with Lu Jiang's control. Lu Jiang weighed the massive sword in his hands and glanced at his skills. Rage, Flame, Storm, Fire, Tornado, Leap, Strike, Stab, Firewall, Summon, Fire, Spirit, Trap, Control, Invulnerability, Flame, Sweep, Detonate, Lava, Control, Fire, Space. With so many great skills, why was he always fixated on that pathetic Leap Strike? I am impressed. Lu Jiang was truly amazed. This was a standard dark swordsman competing in close combat with someone like Wugong. No wonder even the system of the illusion deemed his combat IQ too low. Upon taking control of the Dark Knight's body, Lu Jiang immediately created distance from Wugong. Wugong, however, was unwilling to back away from the Dark Knight and quickly pursued. The trap control had just been used by the Dark Knight. Lu Jiang quickly erected a firewall to block Wugong's path. He needed to create distance first. Wugong hesitated for a moment, but did not forcefully approach. Perhaps he thought that the big fool in front of him would jump over soon, so he simply refrained from losing health to follow. He actually didn't come over, hee. Lu Jiang chuckled to himself, thinking he was still that silly giant from before. Flame Sweep. Lu Jiang unleashed a wave of fire. This move resembled his own Flame Warrior's sweeping attack, but it was a larger version. Block. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. With multi-hit damage, it was almost a full-screen skill forcing Wu Gong to choose to block. Summon Fire Spirit Lu Jiang did not stop his assault and directly pressed the advantage by summoning Fire Spirits. As an experienced summoner, he was quite adept at it. Several Fire Spirit creatures floated above the purple liquid. The Fire Spirits all attacked from a distance. To Lu Jiang's delight, there was more than one type of Fire Spirit, including those capable of firing energy balls that weakened defenses. Wu Gong could only block waiting for Lu Jiang's jump slash. It would be foolish for Lu Jiang to continue jumping with so many skills. Why would he? The King of Darkness might as well be renamed the King of Turtles since he just hides in the dark and dares not show his face. Wu Gong devised a plan, lacking a taunt skill he resorted to verbal mockery. Lu Jiang looked at Wu Gong as if he were an idiot, realizing that Wu Gong truly considered the Dark Knight a fool. The god of the Star Clan might as well be called the god of trash talk since he just hides while talking big. Lu Jiang rolled his eyes at Wu Gong. However, this remark of Lu Jiang's effectively served as a genuine taunt. Daring to slander the god of the Star Clan, I represent the god of the Star Clan and shall obliterate you. Wu Gong's eyes turned red as he charged at Lu Jiang. Isn't this your own strategy? Lu Jiang suddenly fell silent. Wu Gong, having fallen for his own trick, activated his berserker body to engage Lu Jiang in a fiery battle. Flame Space Lu Jiang wasted no time and unleashed his ultimate move. The entire area transformed into a high-temperature zone with flames bursting forth intermittently. Once Wu Gong stepped into this area, he entered a state of slow health loss. Rage Lightning Sword-style Wu Gong aimed to deal a swift blow to Lu Jiang and end the fight. Impenetrable Lu Jiang also activated a defensive state, significantly increasing his defense. Wu Gong charged, enforcing a close-range confrontation with Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang was unafraid, planting his great sword into the ground. He was not adept at using swords. Compared to heavy swords, he was more proficient in unarmed combat. After all, the Dark Knight, as a mage swordsman, was also considered a half-mage. Whoosh! The sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed in Lu Jiang's ears. Remaining calm under pressure, Lu Jiang evaded Wu Gong's strike with his agility. Detonate! A concentrated fireball appeared in his hand. He delivered the fireball in close combat, crashing it into Wu Gong. 51,000. The close-range magic dealt extremely high damage, erupting above Wu Gong's head. Wu Gong probably never expected to suffer such high damage. Divine Power Wu Gong also unleashed his ultimate move. Suddenly, a pale yellow phantom appeared behind him. The phantom was several times larger than Wu Gong's own figure, resembling a colossal shadow. Divine Power Dread Lu Jiang was immobilized, unable to evade or maneuver. Divine Power Mighty Sword. Subsequently, an immense force manifested on Wu Gong's sword. Fortunately, Lu Jiang had some understanding of breaking free from control. Although immobilized, he used a special technique to reduce the duration of his immobilization. Lu Jiang forcibly shifted half a position. 38,000. Even so, he still lost over 30,000 health. Had all hits landed, it would have caused severe damage. Immediately after, Wu Gong fell into a closed state, evidently preparing his ultimate move. All damage would be reduced by 80. Damn, I remember, that move has a 30 critical hit chance. I must break this state. Lu Jiang recalled this, realizing that Wu Gong was determined to go all out. He opened his skill panel. There was no choice, he was unfamiliar with it. Raging Flame, Storm Flame, Whirlwind Jump, Stab Fire, Wall Summon, Fire Spirit Trap, Control Impenetrable Flame, Sweep, Detonate Magma, Control Flame Space. It seems there aren't any particularly good skills. He had no choice but to use this skill. At that moment, the purple liquid began to churn violently, surging. In truth, the speed of these purple magma was not slow, and it was relatively easy to dodge. However, Wu Gong was in the midst of preparing his ultimate move. 30,000. 30,000. 30,000. 30,000. 30,000. 30,000. With multiple high damage hits, it surged above Wu Gong's head. The damage from this special magma was too high. Despite being immune to 80 of the damage, it still reached a damage value of 30,000. This move was merely to restrict movement. After all, who would stand still to charge an ultimate move? Wu Gong couldn't withstand it, and was instantly defeated without the chance to interrupt his ultimate move. The trial concluded and the Dream Space Master was rating. Lu Jiang also exited. Hearing the notification sound, he looked at Shu Shu. Ultimately, Wu Gong received a rating of F. The Wu Gong who emerged simply collapsed on the ground. A glance revealed his health was already depleted. Was he instantly killed? Lu Jiang looked at the fallen Wu Gong in disbelief. Shu Shu, does an F rating mean instant death? Lu Jiang turned to Shu Shu. Sha. Shu Shu pointed at the screen of the dream space. Lu Jiang followed Shu Shu's direction and looked over. The screen of the dream space displayed an explanatory text. F rating, there is a certain probability of directly killing the target. So that's how it is, and F rating isn't even the lowest rating. Lu Jiang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. However, he was still curious about the scoring system. From the previous battle, Lu Jiang, with his king-level perspective, felt that although Wu Gong was not particularly impressive, he should not have received an F rating. The previous parasitic monster performed worse than Wu Gong, but received a C rating. That parasitic monster also lost to the trial target, but did not earn an F rating. Lu Jiang summarized the situation. It seemed that the significant health disparity between Wu Gong and the Dark Knight was the issue. After all, the previous parasitic monster had nearly turned the tables on the Flame Lizard. Moreover, Wu Gong's final standing energy accumulation maneuver was too detrimental to the score. It was almost like he was just taking hits without retaliating. If he had unleashed his ultimate move at the end, he might have salvaged the score. As it turned out, the ultimate move was never unleashed, and the score plummeted to freezing point. Furthermore, Wu Gong was accumulating energy while battling the Dark Knight, but his health was continuously deteriorating. The Dark Knight's health would be calculated uniformly after Wu Gong completed his energy accumulation. However, this maneuver was not recognized by the Illusion Dream space. Therefore, Shu Shu's F rating was in line with the evaluation standards of the Illusion Dream space. Ultimately, Shu Shu was on her own side. Although Shu Shu couldn't maliciously lower the score, she also couldn't actively give him a high score. As a result, Wu Gong lost any emotional or understanding points he could have gained subjectively. At that moment, a prompt sound arrived. Ding, congratulations on completing the Hell difficulty dungeon of the Sunken City. The world announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your ID? Hearing the prompt, Lu Jiang smiled slightly. Not hiding. He was already quite familiar with this process. World announcement, congratulations to player Nu Jiang for completing the Sunken City Hell for the first time. World announcement, congratulations to player Nu Jiang for completing the Sunken City Hell for the first time. World announcement, congratulations to player Nu Jiang for completing the Sunken City Hell for the first time. Temple Island. Several major factions were engaged in a fierce battle against the pitch-black Guardian boss. Isn't this too hard to fight? Done, there are skills that increase defense, and about to break through the defense. Getting a bit tired thinking that we still have to explore the underwater dungeon later. Oh my god. Let's hold on. We've already whittled down more than half of its health. We can't just give up. Brothers, let's keep going. No matter which guild we're from, our common enemy right now is just this boss. The pitch-black Guardian was exceptionally difficult to defeat. So much so that several major factions gradually lowered their guard. It truly felt pointless to engage in infighting at this moment. The boss was too powerful, and it was a particularly stubborn and foul creature. The leaders of several major guilds also gradually reached a decision to cooperate and not to fight amongst themselves. However, it wasn't entirely negative. At least it reduced the hostility among the crowd. Just then, the world announcement. World announcement, congratulations to player Nu Jiang for completing the Sunken City Hell for the first time. Huh, am I seeing this wrong? Nu Jiang has already completed the Hell dungeon. We haven't even cleared the first dungeon here, and Nu Jiang has already cleared it. It's absurd that we still don't know how to deal with this boss in front of us. Not only were the guild members shocked and stunned, but even the leaders of several major guilds wore expressions of disbelief. So much so that the team cooperation which had originally gained an advantage began to fall apart. A moment of distraction led to the boss wiping out a portion of their team. Moreover, it seemed that Nu Jiang had done something in the dungeon that made the pitch-black boss begin to rage. However, he couldn't enter the dungeon and could only vent his anger on the people before him. Suddenly, his combat power surged, unleashing all potential. Inside the dungeon. Let's go, you must remember it was I who set you free. Lu Jiang rotated the statue with it. The enormous deep-sea fish that had been imprisoned was released. Gained ocean prestige, 10,000. This giant deep-sea fish had a unique identity. Simply releasing it would yield 1,000 prestige. At the same time, Lu Jiang also looked at his own rewards. Water Avoidance Pearl, no grade quality, none type, special item level requirement 0 water attribute, 20 skill Water Avoidance Area. Water Avoidance Area creates a small area that avoids water. All water within that area will automatically avoid. This special item left Lu Jiang reasonably satisfied. However, this Water Avoidance Pearl was not of the highest quality. The highest quality Water Avoidance Pearls could avoid water at any time and cover a large area. This Water Avoidance Pearl was just a low-quality one, and the avoidance method was an active skill with both duration and area being quite average. But it's still better than nothing. Lu Jiang continued to look at the next piece of equipment. Wu Gong's Sword, Dark Gold type, weapon level requirement 15, strength 150. When attacking, there is a 2 chance of a guaranteed critical hit on a weak point. When blocking, there is a 2 chance of a guaranteed critical hit. Attached skill, Stillness to Motion, Quick Draw Flash, Weak Point Perception. Stillness to Motion can deliver a guaranteed hit that targets weak points, ensuring a critical hit and maximum damage. Quick Draw Flash, perform a rapid draw, unleashing a sword energy attack that locks onto the target. Weak Point Perception, status skill that significantly increases the ability to perceive weak points. After reviewing the equipment, Lu Jiang was stunned. Wow. Together with the previously dropped golden one-handed sword, he really wanted to swap the 2 staves on his back for 2 swords. He thought about mastering sword skills and becoming a dual-wielding fighter. But just a thought, non-warrior classes couldn't learn sword mastery. He could only sell these swords. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the first dark gold equipment. An announcement will follow to ask if you want to hide your ID. The system's prompt sounded. Not hiding. Hiding would be pointless. It was just the right opportunity to spread the news and serve as free advertisement. He didn't use swords anyway, and could only see if he could trade this dark gold sword for something he needed. Sigh such a plain and unremarkable reward. Lu Jiang shook his head and said with some resignation. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nu Jiang for obtaining the first dark gold weapon Wu Gong's sword dark gold from the Sunken City Hell level. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nu Jiang for obtaining the first dark gold weapon Wu Gong's sword dark gold from the Sunken City Hell level. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nu Jiang for obtaining the first dark gold weapon Wu Gong's sword dark gold from the Sunken City Hell level. At the same time, the news of Lu Jiang obtaining the dark gold weapon was also announced. On Temple Island. At the moment Jiang released the deep-sea giant fish, the Dark Guardian fell into a furious state. At this time, several major guilds were besieging the Dark Guardian. Due to the Dark Guardian's rage, several members of the major guilds were taken down. Once the arrow is loose, there is no turning back. Since they decided to engage this BOSS, they must defeat it completely. Damn it, Nu Jiang has actually passed through. Meteor was still stuck on this news, unable to digest it. At this moment, Meteor had an opportunity to severely injure the Dark Guardian. However, due to Meteor's distraction, he failed to seize this opportunity. Meteor, are you intentionally slacking off? San Gung Shui noticed Meteor's actions and said with a displeased expression. Having fought to this point, if they do not use the equipment dropped by the Dark Guardian to compensate for their losses, the major guilds would suffer greatly. However, San Gung Shui recognized that the people Meteor brought were merely from the second team, so he wondered if Meteor was deliberately slacking to undermine them. Humph. Meteor's arrogant character made him disdain to explain. Besides, the matter was indeed his mistake. San Gung Shui wanted to say something more, but a shout came from Tianya beside them. This boss is trying to escape. Tianya keenly detected it. At this moment, the Dark Guardian looked toward it was observing the direction in which the deep-sea giant fish was leaving. Suddenly it leaped and turned into a cloud of black mist, disappearing. Be careful of the boss's sneak attack. Song Ying shouted a warning. However, after a while the Dark Guardian still did not appear. Alright, it has already escaped. Tianya pointed into the distance where a ripple appeared on the sea. It was the Dark Guardian seemingly chasing something. Damn, are we just going to take this loss? Song Ying said angrily. The other three major guilds were fine. They were capital-rich and had abundant land resources. But for the pirates, aside from ships as their maritime combat resources, other resources were severely lacking. Pirates sustain themselves through combat. If battle cannot compensate for losses, then they truly suffer. Although Song Ying had already decided to be a rebel, such a loss would still be hard to explain back home. Then you can let your fleet chase it. San Gung Shui said disdainfully. He looked down on these pirate forces. Just as Song Ying was about to argue further, a world announcement sounded. World announcement. Congratulations to player Nu Jiang for completing the Hell-level Sunken City and obtaining the first dark gold weapon, the Witch's Sword Dark Gold. A world announcement silenced them. Hearing about the dark gold item, especially a dark gold sword, even these giants were, according to our previous agreement, Nu Jiang is ours. We have not settled accounts with him yet. Song Ying lightly coughed at this moment. Old fox. They all cursed inwardly. However, aside from Meteor, San Gung Shui and Tianya didn't mind much. Given the scale of their guild, going against Nu Jiang was quite unwise. Although the enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, it is best not to make an enemy of the enemy's enemy. Lu Jiang and Shun Yin were at odds, and their opponent was also Shun Yin. However, even if Meteor wanted to challenge Nu Jiang at this moment, Lu Jiang, who could solo the Hell Dungeon, could not take action. If he wanted to take action, Feng Xianzhu would definitely not allow it. There were trusted aides of Feng Xianzhu in the second team, and he believed that as soon as he made a decision, Feng Xianzhu would know, and the control of the entire second team would change hands immediately. The pirate forces were fearless. They were originally engaged in robbery, and their home was on Freedom Island, a place where normal players could not reach. They did not need to worry about Lu Jiang's retaliation like other major guilds. Besides, they had been wiped out by Nu Jiang before, and according to pirate rules that had to be avenged. Since there are no objections, let's settle it this way. We will wait for Lu Jiang here. You all are free to leave. Song Ying smiled slightly, quite proud of his ability to keep the three major guilds in check. What do the three major guilds matter? They still have to obediently listen to his commands. As for Nu Jiang, he had not taken him seriously at all. Not to mention offending Nu Jiang could not retaliate against them. Even if there was truly a need for revenge, so what? Song Ying had already decided to be a rebel. Revenge against unpredictable sea winds had nothing to do with him, Song Ying. In the forum, when Lu Jiang first cleared the Hell Dungeon, it had already caused a series of sensations. Now hearing about the first dark weapon being produced. Moreover, on the world announcement, clicking on the text of the Witch's Sword Dark Gold would also reveal its specific act. I'm a swordsman, and this sword is outrageous. Not to mention other skills, just the skill of weakness detection can instantly elevate a novice to a master. The PK Divine Sword is unquestionable, guaranteed critical hits, guaranteed weaknesses, guaranteed critical attacks, and even normal attacks can carry these effects. What PK Divine Sword? It's also amazing for grinding. I'm willing to offer 1 million to acquire this Divine Sword. 1 million. I think you are insulting the Divine Sword. Even tens of millions. Nu Jiang might not sell it. This level of weapon is not something that can be measured by money. I think so too. Lu Jiang's lackey Duo is a super merchant. Lu Jiang's previous acquisitions of materials were not from someone who lacked money. I'm a fan of Jiang. Can this sword be drawn in a lottery? The old white upstairs is peeking. The entire internet was buzzing about this first dark gold weapon. Within the dungeon, Lu Jiang had not left yet. After killing the BOSS, he had just leveled up. Lu Jiang looked at his attribute panel. Player Jiang class, Summoner Lord level 12, HP 2031, MP 1506, Strength 70, 7 Intelligence, 171 Stamina, 63 Spirit, 128 Physical Attack, 60, 7 Magical Attack, 191 Physical Defense, 181 Magical Defense, 137 Common Skills, Magic Missile, Electric Net, Lightning Shield, Thunderlight Technique, Exploding Wind Ball, Inherited. Skills, Divine Summoning, Common Summoning. Passive skills, Natural Lord, Average Damage. At the same time, his summoned beasts had also increased to 36. Leveling up is really difficult. Lu Jiang sighed. He had been leveling up by defeating monsters facing both elites and bosses. Tomorrow he would have an additional pet, and the leveling speed would further slow down. It is indeed a blessed trouble. Just as Lu Jiang was lamenting, suddenly his communicator rang. He had set it so that only friends could call him. In his friends list, there was only Duo. What do you want? Lu Jiang asked directly after answering. They were already quite familiar, so he skipped the I have a friend in the Celebrity Guild. I contacted him and told him to inform me of any news regarding you. Duo first explained the situation. So, Lu Jiang felt a bit helpless as Duo waited for him to respond before continuing. Several major guilds and pirates have already arrived at the Temple Island, and the unregulated sea winds are said to be looking for you lying in ambush outside. Duo shared all the information he knew with Lu Jiang. Unregulated sea winds. Besides them, is anyone else involved? Are those guilds participating? Lu Jiang was quite curious. It had been a long time since anyone dared to provoke him. It is said that those guilds are not participating, they are waiting for someone to respawn and run dungeons. The unregulated sea winds have brought many ships and cannons, and the major guilds and pirates are at a disadvantage in a fight. The unregulated sea winds want to take you down alone. Duo said worriedly, should I hire a fleet to assist you? Huh, do you have that much money? You're going to hire a fleet. Lu Jiang said helplessly, this is just enough for me to warm up. I won't say more to you. Lu Jiang suddenly remembered something interesting. He picked up the water-repelling pearl in his hand, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Shui Zidao's live stream Shui Shoutao spent a large sum of money he earned from live streaming to acquire a relatively fast ship heading towards the Temple Island. Brothers, don't rush me. He'll try to catch up with the great master Jiang in the dungeon. Shui Shoutao said helplessly, looking at the barrage of comments. However, amidst his helplessness, there was a hint of happiness. Watching his popularity soar back to the peak of over 10 million, he was once again approaching the ranks of top streamers. It was simply because he had made the right decision, abandoning everything to follow Lu Jiang's footsteps when he titled his stream, Heading to Temple Island, striving to see the true face of Jiang. His popularity instantly surged from several 100,000 to millions. The world is truly marvelous. When he seriously focused on technical teaching, his popularity was pitifully below 10,000, but as soon as he included Jiang in the title, his popularity instantly received a boost. It's all about making money, it's business, not shameful. Shui Shoutao couldn't help but comfort himself with this thought. The voyage at sea was still relatively dull. At first he could still marvel at the sea, saying things like, the ocean, and so on. But after a long voyage he felt like, it's all water. Shui Shoutao yawned, and began to lose focus. Streamer, look ahead. So many ships. Crap, streamer, don't fall asleep. The people with the pirates are pirates. I'm from Bayue Port. That flag belongs to unregulated sea winds, and the other ships seem to be from other major guilds. Streamer, wake up. Streamer, wake up. Shui Shoutao was startled by the explosive barrage and quickly stopped the ship. What is happening? Shui Shoutao also wore a confused expression. Ahem, brothers, allow me to sneak up and take a look. Shui Shoutao quietly pulled the ship back. Fortunately, Shui Shoutao usually swam, so he wasn't a landlubber. Moreover, as an assassin, his physical attributes were much stronger than in reality, making swimming quite easy. Stealth, after all, being a pirate, Shui Shoutao felt it was better to be cautious. He was getting closer. The unregulated sea winds had not noticed him, as he would constantly observe for potential ambushes. They were pirates after all, used to being bold at sea. At most, someone would be stationed in the crow's nest scanning the distance for any ship fleets. To pose a threat to them, or be a worthy target for them to engage, one would at least need a ship. Catching someone swimming, the streamer is too sneaky, this wave of attention is deserved. Haha, the streamer is bold and meticulous in stealth, being this close without being discovered is impressive. But this is about as close as I can get. Any closer, and he'll be found out. Damn, I can't see the great master Jiang anymore. I want to check other streams to see if there are any glimpses of him. No need to bother with the stream above. I've already searched for streamers with Jiang in the title. This streamer is the first to reach Temple Island. The others haven't even set sail yet. A bunch of amateurs. This streamer's stealth skills are professional level. No other streamer can get this close without. Shui Shoutao finally noticed that someone appreciated his skills. However, the praise was for his spying abilities, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. What he took the most pride in was his ability to match professional players in stealth, but his combat skills were lacking compared to professionals. Just as Shui Xiaodao was hesitating whether to move in a bit further. Not far away, a group of large sea turtles suddenly appeared underwater. One of the sea turtles had a person standing on top. Shui Xiaodao's eyes lit up. He had done enough homework, and one of Lu Jiang's summoned beasts was a sea turtle. Making a name for himself at Baiwa Port and causing trouble for unregulated sea winds was also thanks to the sea turtle. The unregulated sea winds had also discovered Lu Jiang. Quickly, the fleet of unregulated sea winds moved to surround the area where Lu Jiang appeared. At this moment, no one noticed Shui Xiaodao, who was secretly swimming toward the encirclement. Lu Jiang emerged from the water. Indeed, Qian Duoduo's information was not wrong. Lu Jiang smiled slightly, standing on the back of the sea turtle without moving. You finally came out, Lu Jiang. Song Ying, standing on the main ship, looked down at Lu Jiang. Oh, hello there. Lu Jiang revealed a harmless smile, his eyes slightly narrowed. Humph. Song Ying coldly snorted and said straightforwardly, stop pretending, hand over the item, and our grievances will be settled right here. Item? What item? Lu Jiang feigned innocence, looking as if he understood nothing. Still pretending. Fine, does that mean there's nothing to— Song Ying coldly glanced at Lu Jiang. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He certainly knew that Lu Jiang was pretending. What that item was, at least for now, couldn't be disclosed. While they're confronting Heat, how thrilling. This setup must be the main force of the pirates, right? The boss of Nu Jiang is directly clashing with the pirate main force. This is too fierce. I'm a player from Baiwa Port. The boss of Nu Jiang is indeed fierce, but after all, this is the main force of a regular sea wind. I feel like Nu Jiang is going to suffer a huge loss this time. Let's put a star coin on it. The boss of Nu Jiang is invincible. Brothers, let's pin Nu Jiang is invincible on the public screen. Nu Jiang is invincible. Nu Jiang is invincible. Nu Jiang is invincible. I can't handle this. There are too many fans of Nu Jiang in this live stream. I'm out of here. Shui Xiaodao was secretly watching everything from the side, live streaming all of it. He also saw the verbal battle happening in the chat. His moderators were all his people, and unless he gave the command, they wouldn't easily ban anyone. He knew very well that he was relying on Nu Jiang for traffic. A large portion of this popularity came from Nu Jiang's fans. If Nu Jiang's fans were cursing, especially those questioning Nu Jiang, he wouldn't dare to ban them. If this rhythm continued, his live stream would soon be dead. Moreover, he planned to rely on Lu Jiang for profit. If Lu Jiang's reputation fell, his traffic would plummet as well. If necessary, he even planned to help the fans of Nu Jiang ban people. Alright. Qin chuckled. Instead of getting angry, he had anticipated that Nu Jiang wouldn't back down. After all, an epic cannon had overwhelming combat power at sea at this stage. Then I'll personally set it off. Qin waved his hand, and the fleet immediately surrounded Nu Jiang. Fire! With a command from Qin, all the cannons bombarded the area where Nu Jiang was located. Boom! The shells splashed up a large amount of water, obscuring the situation inside. Wow, such power. It really is the main force of the pirates. Where's Nu Jiang? Why can't we see him? Did he get taken out in an instant? Alright, Nu Jiang's fans, it's perfectly normal for Nu Jiang not to be a god and to get taken out. Stop blindly hyping him up. Shut up. If you're so capable, why don't you step up yourself? Haters only know how to talk big. Send me your coordinates and let me see your strength. At this moment, the water splashes gradually began to dissipate. Nothing was visible. It was eerily calm. Something's not right. Qin frowned slightly. Even if Nu Jiang had been taken out, there should at least be some debris floating. The debris would briefly float on the water's surface. However, with nothing in sight, Qin felt that something was amiss. Just as he was puzzled and about to send 2 pirates down to investigate the situation. The ship is sinking. What are you doing, you foolish captain? It's not me. I can't control the ship anymore. Suddenly a scream erupted from behind. Qin quickly turned around and saw a ship suddenly sinking. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the seawater beneath that ship had suddenly parted. Is it Nu Jiang? With such a strange scene unfolding, Qin could only attribute this phenomenon to human interference. Get closer! Qin shouted loudly. The helmsman of the main ship quickly followed Qin's orders and steered the ship over. However, as they got closer, they dared not approach any further. Because a sinking ship would create a massive suction force, getting too close would also get them pulled in. After the ship sank, the sea surface returned to calm, with only faint ripples indicating that something had just occurred. Everyone abandon ship and swim up. Qin quickly commanded. After a while, the sea remained calm, and Qin couldn't help but ask in the team channel, where is everyone? Why hasn't anyone surfaced? Boss, we were attacked by a bunch of turtles and can't swim up. The following response darkened Qin's face. He naturally knew those turtles were Lu Jiang's, but he didn't expect Lu Jiang to really have such means. He must have some special underwater breathing method to navigate through the underwater dungeon. Qin felt a headache coming on. The situation was not as simple as he had imagined. But this was just the beginning. We were also attacked, and the ship has sunk. What should we do? This is hopeless. It feels as if the water has been drained away entirely. Then another ship was sucked into the sea. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Jiang was not satisfied with this pace, and was simultaneously taking down a second ship. Water avoidance, Pearl. Lu Jiang used this special item to directly expel the water beneath the ship. Without the tension of water, the ship naturally couldn't float up. Once pulled into the sea, it was the domain of the giant turtles. Lu Jiang himself also used an underwater breathing potion. Those players couldn't escape the giant turtles' attacks in a short time and didn't bring diving equipment, leaving them utterly defenseless. It's a pity there's a cooldown time, otherwise I would sink them all at once to avoid any trouble. Lu Jiang sighed, slightly dissatisfied with the cooldown time of the water avoidance pearl. However, it was not the highest quality water avoidance pearl, so it couldn't provide uninterrupted water avoidance functionality. The two ships that sank into the sea not only had all their crew taken out by the giant turtles, but also couldn't float due to flooding. Lu Jiang ordered the giant turtles to destroy those ships, sinking them to the bottom. In the live stream, my goodness, is this something a person can pull off? The pirate group didn't even manage to touch New Jiang and lost 3 ships instantly. The boss of New Jiang can directly sink ships. This is simply beyond reason in terms of combat level. Sea surface warfare, underwater combat. Haha, they are pirates. You think you can just act like a scuba diver here? What happened to the haters just now? Why aren't they speaking? Dare they speak? The haters' faces must be swollen from the beating. Hurry up and show us your skills. It's frustrating to watch. The battle continued. Lu Jiang's skills improved, and he sank 2 more ships of the irregular sea wind. Even when Jiang chose to let the crew jump into the sea beneath the sinking ship, they couldn't escape being dragged down by those turtles. Everyone prepared diving equipment and fight underwater. Jiang had no other choice. As a respectable pirate, having to fight underwater meant giving up the greatest advantage of pirate ship warfare. But what other options did they have? Ships were being sunk one by one, and Lu Jiang's methods were incredibly difficult to counter, almost draining the water away. Without water, he couldn't think of any method to prevent the ships from sinking. In the distance, the 3 major guilds were still waiting for their members to resurrect and come over. Irregular sea wind is gone. San Gingxue shook her head, feeling somewhat relieved. She felt fortunate that they had never considered opposing Lu Jiang from the very beginning. The reason pirates are strong is because of their ships. Going down to wrestle with Lu Jiang's pet army, especially against the turtle army, what chance do they have? Is this his strength? Meteor clenched his fists. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his heart, but as he contemplated the possible combat scenarios, he found himself hesitant to rebut. It seems they are not much better than this group of pirates. He only has a special method underwater. On land, he should still be able to put up a fight. Meteor shook his head, comforting himself internally. Before he could awaken from his own fantasy, he heard a faint voice. It's over. San Gingxue shook her head. The irregular sea wind was completely annihilated. Lu Jiang had already appeared on the surface of the sea, while not a single person from the irregular sea wind surfaced. A few giant sea turtles were carrying a pile of equipment. Clearly, this was the spoils of war. 666. A complete victory. Lu Jiang is impressive. What pirates? They're so weak. It's not that the pirates are too weak, it's that Lu Jiang is too strong. Lu Jiang's naval combat ability is truly unmatched, turning directly into underwater warfare. The live stream was already filled with cheers. At this moment, Lu Jiang collected the spoils and directly returned to the city. The scene reverted to calm once more. The popularity has increased by several million. Shuai Xiaodao couldn't help but think if it weren't for his choice to follow Lu Jiang's path back then, he would probably still be stuck teaching or farming monsters with only a few thousand or 10,000 in popularity, living off the guaranteed salary from the live streaming platform. Right, the streaming software has a video playback feature. I need to quickly edit the video and post it on various platforms to draw traffic to my stream. Brothers, I'm going to edit the video from just now and post it on various video sites. I'm ending the stream for now. For those who want to see my frontline coverage of the god of Lu Jiang, remember to follow my stream. After saying this, Shuai Xiaodao ended the stream. He hurriedly edited the video while the iron was hot, as if someone else in the crowd had also recorded it. If he posted it first, he wouldn't have this opportunity. Forum. Soon Shuai Xiaodao's video was uploaded. Video: irregular sea wind provokes trouble. Lu Jiang's fury annihilates the pirate crew. This video quickly surged to the hottest post. Irregular sea wind seems to be quite a large pirate crew. Look at those big guilds on the shore, they don't dare to move, yet Lu Jiang single-handedly wiped them out. Lu Jiang's strength is too mysterious. Just when you think he's going to lose, he always brings surprises. Isn't it just about wanting to grab the dark gold equipment from the first clear of the Hell Dungeon? But in the end they failed, and were instead annihilated. When that dark gold equipment was announced in the world, many probably had ulterior motives, but the irregular sea wind incident serves as a warning from Lu Jiang. I wonder who would still dare to snatch it. The seawater can be drained. This naval battle is practically invincible. The one upstairs, it's not drained, it just pushed the water aside. It must be some special item. Regardless, being the first to clear the Hell underwater dungeon and single-handedly destroying the pirate crew, Lu Jiang is truly a god. Besides stirring heated discussions on the forum, it also sparked significant discussions elsewhere. After all, Shuai Xiaodao's video was shared everywhere. A portion of people also acknowledged Shuai Xiaodao's skill. Shui Xiaodao added a faint watermark to the video, making it easy for those who wanted to watch his stream to find him. He was the second winner aside from Lu Jiang. Baiwa Port. I was too hasty, too focused on showing off, and forgot to complete the quest on Temple Island. Returning to Baiwa Port, Lu Jiang helplessly covered his face and laughed. However, Lu Jiang did not choose to go to Temple Island immediately. Coincidentally, his next target would also pass by Temple Island, so it wouldn't disrupt his plans. Yet the next target was quite challenging, so he decided to wait until tomorrow when he had a new SS level pet. It was getting late today, so he casually farmed some monsters and moved on. The next day, after a day of waiting, Lu Jiang logged into the game early in the morning. He found a secluded spot. This broken sword is just annoying to look at. He casually took out the witch's offering sword that had dropped yesterday. The attributes were so impressive that he couldn't use it, which made him quite irritated. Let me see what SS level pet will come out. Lu Jiang tidied his mood and disdainfully stuck the witch's offering sword into the ground. At the same time, he was very much looking forward to what kind of pet would emerge. Divine Summon. This time, unlike the usual summoning, a pure white and flawless door appeared. In midair, a chilling aura emanated as a pure white Qilin slowly stepped forward. Is this the divine beast, Ice Qilin? Lu Jiang's eyes lit up upon seeing this pet. However, something unusual happened behind the door. The Ice Qilin had only stepped out with one foot when it was abruptly pulled back by something. Lu Jiang was somewhat puzzled. What was happening? Before he could react, a round black and white creature appeared behind the Ice Qilin and yanked it back. The Ice Qilin let out an angered cry as it was pushed back into the door by the round creature. Meanwhile, the summoning gate closed, and what emerged was that round creature. The round creature rolled over to Lu Jiang's feet and looked at the witch's offering sword. It reached out with its little paws and picked it up. Crunch. With one bite, a small notch was taken out of the witch's offering sword. Damn. Lu Jiang quickly snatched the witch's offering sword back and took a look. Witch's offering sword, dark gold status, damage type, weapon level requirement 15, strength 130. When attacking, there is a 2 chance for a guaranteed critical hit on weak points. When blocking, there is a 2 chance for a guaranteed critical hit. Attached skill, stillness to motion, quick draw, / damaged weak point detection. Stillness to motion can deliver a guaranteed hit that targets weak points, guaranteed critical damage, and guaranteed critical effects. Quick draw / damage performs a rapid draw, delivering a sword energy attack to the target. Weak point detection status skill that significantly increases weak point detection ability. What the hell? Lu Jiang was quite furious. Having been bitten by this round creature, his strength decreased by 20 points. This was tolerable. The key issue was that the skills had been damaged. Quick draw / was originally intended for targeted sword energy attacks, but now it was merely a sword energy attack. At this moment, the round creature hugged Lu Jiang's thigh, looking at the sword in his hand with a greedy expression. What is this thing? Lu Jiang raised the sword high, refusing to let this creature bite it. However, this little creature crawled from Lu Jiang's feet up his body. If I don't give it to you, you still want to snatch it. Lu Jiang, in order to free his hand, directly threw the Wu Gong sword to the ground. The round little creature was about to leave Lu Jiang's body, crawling towards the sword. At that moment, it was picked up from behind by Lu Jiang. Its 4 little paws waved helplessly in the air, still trying hard to crawl towards the sword. Holding the little creature in his hands, Lu Jiang finally got a clear look at it. This is a panda. Lu Jiang was somewhat stunned. This little creature was clearly a panda. Noticing that Lu Jiang was looking at it, the panda with its signature black eye circles turned its round eyes towards Lu Jiang, tilting its head. It pointed at the sword with its chubby little paw, attempting to communicate with Lu Jiang. What the heck, aren't pandas supposed to eat bamboo? What's with eating my sword? Lu Jiang looked at this little fellow, utterly speechless. He took the opportunity to check its attributes. Name: Ancient Iron-Eating Beast, SSS-Grade, level 12, health limit 100, energy limit 180, strength 191, agility 30, intelligence 30, endurance 100, movement speed 130, attack speed 90, special talent devour, skills none. Devour. The ancient iron-eating beast can eat any metal with its strong jaws, and the skill needs to rely on devouring metal to be acquired. The rarer the metal, the higher the chance of comprehension. Huh, that's it. Lu Jiang was the first to see an SSS level pet born without any skills. Even in his past life, that Luo Qiu had never had such a panda pet. This is so pathetic, it doesn't have any skills at all. Lu Jiang looked at the little creature in his hands, feeling somewhat speechless. However, its initial strength attributes were indeed quite high, stronger than that of the Emperor Dragon. The little creature was still trying hard to break free from Lu Jiang's control, very eager for that sword. Eat, 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 all you know is eat. Do you want to make me go broke? Lu Jiang held the little panda in one hand, while picking up the Wu Gong sword with the other. Looking at the bite mark on the sword, Lu Jiang felt like crying without tears. This was the first dark gold weapon in the whole server. Just selling it would not be a problem for tens of millions. Not to mention trading it, the resources obtained could keep him from worrying about resources for a long time. Originally, it was a divine beast, the Ice Qilin, that appeared, but instead it was pulled back by this little creature. It was hard to accept that a divine beast was replaced by a skillless glutton. Ujiite. The little creature looked up at its master, seemingly not expecting to be fed, its dark eyes shimmering with tears. Lu Jiang also noticed the change in his hands, and the little creature suddenly stopped struggling. Holding the little creature up with one hand, he saw that it seemed to be crying. Alright, I'll give you something to eat. Lu Jiang's heart softened. He couldn't bear to see such a little creature pouting and sniffling. Moreover, the Wugong sword was already damaged, and its value had significantly dropped. I'll call you. Never mind, I'll just call you Tuanzi Little Dumpling. Originally, Lu Jiang wanted to call it Xiong Xiong Little Bear, but after all, it was a national treasure, and calling it that felt too casual. The trees and dragons on his shoulders looked at Lu Jiang with puzzled eyes. Why does this new partner's name seem different from theirs? Then Lu Jiang placed Tuanzi and the Wugong sword on the ground. Tuanzi's eyes were still wet with tears, but it eagerly gnawed on the Wugong sword. 2000301 big bite. 600000. Tuanzi chewed on the sword with tears. Just like eating bamboo, it munched away at it until it was almost done. Lu Jiang watched beside him, covering his mouth. Each bite Tuanzi took cost hundreds of thousands in losses. Seeing Lu Jiang's expression, Tuanzi seemed to wipe away its tears with its paw and handed the half-eaten Wugong sword to Lu Jiang, implying that Lu Jiang should take a bite too. Go ahead, eat, I can't afford it. Lu Jiang waved his hand, saying it. Seeing that Lu Jiang really didn't want to eat, Tuanzi sat back down and continued to gnaw. In the giant stone village, in the private room of the tavern, Boss Qin, just a small token of appreciation. The Sword King took out a bracelet and pushed it across the table. This isn't it too good? Qian Duo pushed the bracelet back, looking somewhat embarrassed. The Sword King was not the first to approach him like this. Since Lu Jiang revealed the dark gold weapon and its attributes were exposed in a world announcement, people had been flocking to find Qian Duo. Now everyone knew that only Qian Duo could contact Lu Jiang, and no one else could reach him at all. Qian Duo even suspected that Lu Jiang was deliberately showcasing their relationship. This way, Qian Duo had become Lu Jiang's free agent. However, he would not cut off his friendship with Lu Jiang. There was a cost to hitching a ride, and Qian Duo was quite enjoying it. Otherwise, how could the president of the top guild of the Sword Pavilion be so polite with him and even take out something to get? Sword Pavilion Master, there's no need for these things. I'll do my best to help whenever there's something. Qian Duo did not accept the bracelet, smiling bitterly. Alright, Boss Qian, then he'll get straight to the point. I'm very interested in that sword from New Jiang. This is my bargaining chip. Take a look. The Sword King snapped. Beside him, number 10 placed item after item on the table. Each item made Qian Duo's eyes light up. 2 perfect level golden staves, a set of golden mage equipment, 2 rare skill books, a rare blessing stone, and a high-level life skill book. These items couldn't just be obtained with money in reality. Game currency was still quite scarce, and using game currency to acquire these could tighten the funds for some second and third-rate equipment. Such bargaining chips were indeed full of sincerity. The dark gold sword was of no use to New Jiang, so there seemed to be no reason to refuse these items. The things available for exchange wouldn't be much more generous than this. The Sword Pavilion Master is really putting in the effort, Qian Duo said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Rest assured, I will convey it truthfully. Qian Duo nodded and put the items away. Shall I take it to New Jiang? Of course. The Sword King smiled slightly, completely unconcerned that Qian Duo would run off with the items. No one dared to take anything from the Black Sword Pavilion. You should accept this, it is a personal gift from me to you. The Sword King presented a bracelet to Qian Duo. Qian Duo was slightly shaken, but the bracelet was already in his hand. Boss Qian, I want to ask, how are our chip? The Sword King smiled slightly and looked at Qian Duo. This isn't a matter of principle, is it? As the Sword Pavilion Master, you should be the most stable. After a moment of thought, Qian Duo replied. That's good then, Boss Qian, I'll take my leave. The Sword King laughed heartily, glancing at the 10th person, who immediately got up to open the door. As soon as the Sword King left, Qian Duo happily dialed Lu Jiang's communicator. Watching the little creature finish the last bite, even the sword hilt was eaten. Lu Jiang, satisfied, rubbed his little belly. He sighed. At that moment, the communicator rang, and Lu Jiang frowned upon seeing Qian Duo's name. What's up? Lu Jiang was a bit unhappy after having just lost a dark gold item. Big brother, didn't you explode a dark gold item? Yes, what's wrong? Mentioning the dark gold item made Lu Jiang even more irritated. His tone slightly impatient. Many people have offered bids for your dark gold item, big brother. I thought since you don't need it yourself, I'd compile their offers. Someone offered 50 million, others offered half a building. Besides the actual game bids, there are a lot more. Among them, the Sword Pavilion's offer is the most generous. I have sent you the images. There are 2 suitable golden staffs, and I think the skill books are quite suitable for you as well. While Qian Duo was introducing, Lu Jiang suddenly interrupted him with a single sentence. That sword, it was eaten. Lu Jiang took a deep breath and said slowly, the sword. Eaten. Qian Duo was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. That dark gold weapon. Yes. Lu Jiang felt troubled just thinking about it, and directly hung up the communicator. After hanging up, Qian Duo stood there in shock. The dark gold sword was eaten. Is it really gone? Or did Lu Jiang not want to trade and wish to give the sword to someone else? But he needed to find a reason to refuse others. He certainly couldn't just say that the sword was eaten right. Lu Jiang looked at the little creature before him, feeling a bit helpless. Initially he thought that if it was eaten then so be it. But then Qian Duo called babbling about what this sword could be exchanged for. This was messing with people's minds. Tuanzi, come here, and let me see if you've changed at all, Lu Jiang said to Tuanzi. Tuanzi had already finished eating and lazily crawled over. Lu Jiang picked Tuanzi up and began checking its attributes. Name: Ancient Iron Eater, SSS-Grade, level 12, health limit 10300, energy limit 180, strength 196, agility 30, intelligence 30, endurance 100, movement speed 130, attack speed 90, special talent devour, skills none, passive advanced perception. Devour: the Ancient Iron Eater can consume any metal, and the skill must be acquired by devouring metal. The rarer the metal, the higher the chance of comprehension. Advanced perception, able to sense danger keenly and detect invisibility. There really is a change. Lu Jiang glanced at Tuanzi's panel. An additional passive skill, advanced perception, seemed to be a skill Tuanzi comprehended from eating the witch's sword. Additionally, its strength appeared to have increased by 5 points. Other attributes seemed unchanged. I think I still have a golden sword. Lu Jiang took out another piece of equipment from his backpack. Fallen one-handed sword, golden type, weapon level requirement 15, strength 100. When attacking there is a 2 chance to recover health through lifesteal. When blocking there is a 2 chance to perform a stun attack. Attached skill: Half Moon Reap. Half Moon Reap unleashes a sword energy that instantly kills monsters with health below 30 only for normal monsters, and those below 10 will be instantly killed only for elite monsters. Upon seeing the new weapon, Tuanzi began to stir again like a dog that can never be satisfied. Forget it, since the dark gold was eaten, one golden sword can be eaten too. Lu Jiang directly handed the sword to Tuanzi. Tuanzi immediately grabbed it like a treasure and started munching on it. Although it wasn't the first time watching Tuanzi gnaw on weapons, for some reason, it still felt a bit painful. After Tuanzi finished eating, Lu Jiang checked Tuanzi's attributes again. Name: Ancient Iron Eater, SSS-Grade, level 12, health limit 10300, energy limit 180, strength 199, agility 30, intelligence 30, endurance 100, movement speed 130, attack speed 90, special talent devour, skills none, passive advanced perception, advanced combo. Devour: the Ancient Iron Eater can consume any metal, and the skill must be acquired by devouring metal. The rarer the metal, the higher the chance of comprehension. Advanced perception, able to sense danger keenly and detect invisibility. Advanced combo: when attacking there is a chance for 2 attacks. While this pet is a passive monster, it doesn't have a single active skill. Lu Jiang stared at Tuanzi's attributes in astonishment. Gnawing on metal only slightly increases Tuanzi's strength and provides passive skills. I've fed you 2 weapons, can't you produce any active skills? Lu Jiang was quite speechless. After all, it was an SS-grade pet. This creature relied solely on basic attacks for fights. It didn't live up to the reputation of an SS-grade pet at all. Last time we wiped out the pirates, it seems there was some equipment, although the quality is not very high. Lu Jiang gradually became a bit excited after all the pet had already eaten so much. He couldn't be bothered to process these useless equipment. Lu Jiang immediately pulled out a large pile of gear. Here, eat up all for you. He laid the equipment out in front and placed the pet on the ground. The pet didn't rush to eat, but circled around the equipment. It only picked a few pieces of silver-grade gear to consume. As for the other bronze gear, the pet looked down upon them and didn't even glance again. Damn, you're picky, only eating silver-grade and above. Lu Jiang's mindset began to crumble as it looked down on even the bronze grade. Moreover, even among the silver grade, it didn't eat just any silver grade, it only chose the metallic silver grade items. There were a few silver grade leather and cloth armors that the pet didn't even look at. You really are a metal eater. Lu Jiang sighed, then squatted down to check the pet's attributes. Name: Ancient Metal Eater, SSS-Grade, level 12, max health 10300, max Chi 180, strength 201, agility 30, intelligence 30, endurance 100, movement speed 130, attack speed 90, special talent devour, skills none, passive advanced perception, advanced combo. Devour: the Ancient Metal Eater can consume any metal, and the skill relies on devouring metals to acquire it. The rarer the metal, the higher the comprehension chance. Advanced perception, able to sense danger keenly and detect invisibility. Advanced combo: there is a chance to execute 2 attacks when attacking. Equipment that is too low level can't even lead to skill comprehension, it only adds a little strength. Seeing the pitiful increase in strength, Lu Jiang speculated that consuming a large amount of gear would reduce the attribute increase. In this case, the possibility of relying on a large amount of equipment to boost the pet's strength in a short time was lost. Alright, let's go. We still have a quest to turn in. Lu Jiang called out to the pet, temporarily accepting it as his companion. At least it had the potential for growth, but he needed resources to cultivate it. However, the arrival of the pet brought up another problem. Lu Jiang's shoulders were occupied by Shu Shu and Long Long, leaving no space for the pet. But the pet didn't seem to care about the shoulder space. It climbed onto Lu Jiang's back. Like hugging a tree, it clung steadily to Lu Jiang's back. From a distance, it looked like he was carrying a panda backpack. I look like an elementary school student. Lu Jiang glanced at his own image, imagining how he appeared in the eyes of passers-by. Shu Shu and Long Long looked like toys obediently perched on his shoulders combined with the panda backpack. It was quite an amusing sight. At this moment, Xian Duoduo's email also arrived. These were materials for crafting underwater breathing potions, and today there were more materials. He casually found an alchemy room, and after refining these materials, he produced another batch of underwater breathing potions. Just as Lu Jiang was about to head to the port and prepare to set sail, two people approached him. Upon seeing the two, Lu Jiang coldly asked, "What brings you here?" He didn't hide his ID and was not surprised that at first some dared to cause trouble for him, but now who would dare to provoke Lu Jiang? Since they had the courage to approach him, they naturally had some backing. "Great Lu Jiang, don't misunderstand. Let me introduce myself. My name is San Gung Shui, the president of the Mage God Guild." San Gung Shui wore a humble smile, giving off an elegant and amiable aura. "Get to the point quickly." Lu Jiang showed no expression upon hearing this, merely replying blandly. However, knowing the other party wasn't here to cause trouble, he relaxed his combat readiness. "I have been resisting Shun Yin. Oh, that meteor is the pillar of Shun Yin." However, before San Gung Shui could finish, Lu Jiang interrupted directly. "Speak quickly, I'm not interested in this." Lu Jiang said somewhat impatiently. "Alright, I just wanted to cooperate. Underwater combat tools without burden would be great, and a strategy would be even better. Feel free to mention your compensation. If one day you and Shun Yin find yourselves in an unavoidable battle, our mage god will definitely be the first to stand up for you." San Gung Shui wore a sincere expression. Originally, Lu Jiang had no interest in such matters. However, glancing back at the pet resting behind him, he remembered its appetite. "I can provide underwater breathing potions and notes on the boss's behavior. The golden equipment you obtained during this period will be split 50-50 with me." Lu Jiang proposed the cooperation plan. He had heard a little about the Mage God Guild, the largest guild in Baiwa Port with Shinin, but he didn't know why this guild always gave him an uncomfortable feeling. It wasn't just because of Meteor. In his past life, the Shinin Guild had always been peculiar, and many strange things seemed to have their shadow. But on the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary top 10 guild. Even later, when Lu Jiang was a Kwasiking, he still couldn't clearly discern what kind of guild Shinin truly was. A very strange guild. "If there are indeed enough underwater breathing potions and strategies, I will accept this proposal." After pondering for a moment, San Gung Shui gritted his teeth and agreed. "This is today's batch of underwater breathing potions, enough for the elite. Choose the key people wisely. I will write the strategy for you while sailing out to sea." Lu Jiang said blandly, "By the way, I will also provide you with a batch of materials for underwater breathing potions. Purchase them quietly without being detected." "Alright." San Gung Shui nodded, then cautiously asked Lu Jiang, "Do you want to send someone to supervise this?" "Just a few pieces of golden equipment, there's no need." Lu Jiang casually replied, glancing at San Gung Shui. "How much you report is up to your own decision." After saying this, Lu Jiang turned and left. Once Lu Jiang was gone, one of San Gung Shui's companions couldn't help but say, "President, since he isn't sending anyone to supervise, can we?" "Do you really think he's a fool? He has clearly figured out the drop rate of the dungeon. He can estimate it without San Gung Shui shook his head, his expression serious. "This is a test he's putting us through." God Island. Compared to yesterday, God Island is bustling with activity today. Players continuously arrive on small boats at this place. There are solo players as well as those who have formed teams at the port, all traveling together by boat. The small boats are quite spacious, able to accommodate more than 10 people. However, with more players on board, the boat's speed decreases. Of course, many are still forming teams on the island. Bring your own ordinary diving gear. It's best if your profession is a water-based mage. Is there a big tank in the team? We just need one more person to set off. Selling small diving gear, don't ask about the price. If you can't afford it, don't come asking. Reporters, don't come asking either. All archers climb. Which wise archer just pretended to be a rogue to join the team? We need a rogue for speed. We have a big tank, we need a few strong damage dealers. Don't join if you don't have bronze weapons. The elite team is full and ready to set off. The island is lively and has already been occupied by players. Guild teams are naturally adjusting their strategies, while solo players can only form their own teams. "Hey, is that mage joining the team? As long as they're not a fire mage, we just need one more. I'll take you along." Suddenly someone called out to Lu Jiang. In the bustling crowd, no one would pay constant attention to IDs. No need. Lu Jiang found it somewhat amusing, chuckling softly as he continued on. TCH, acting all high and mighty. A mage being able to find a team in an underwater dungeon is already impressive enough. The solo team leader scoffed as he watched Lu Jiang's departing figure. "Is the team leader not setting off yet?" Someone approached to ask. "We're short on people. I thought that mage's gear looked decent, but he didn't appreciate it and rejected our elite team offer." The team leader curled his lip in disdain, pointing at Lu Jiang's figure. "Hey, that staff on his back he's carrying too, doesn't that design look a bit like?" That player looked at Lu Jiang's ID, his eyes widening. "Whoa, that seems to be the great Lu Jiang." Where is the great Lu Jiang? I'm a fan of his." Upon hearing this, the team leader immediately became excited and started looking around. "Team leader, you might be a fake fan. The person you just tried to recruit is the great Lu Jiang." The player was instantly speechless. I didn't notice earlier. I thought he looked somewhat familiar. The team leader suddenly realized and looked back. But Lu Jiang had already disappeared into the crowd. At the mountain's peak, the temple. Climbing is really exhausting. Lu Jiang took a short rest. Last time he rode a train up, but now with so many people on God Island, Lu Jiang simply walked up. There were few. Lu Jiang reached a corner and took out the Redeemer. An old man dressed in white appeared slowly, just like that day. You didn't disappoint me after all. Upon seeing Lu Jiang, the old man in white said with satisfaction. Task completed. Purify the sunken city. The Redeemer in Lu Jiang's hand turned into dust, and he gained some experience while the old man in white took out a fragment of a stone tablet. Fragment of the sea-suppressing stone tablet. Fragment of the sea-suppressing stone tablet. One of the fragments formed after the sea-suppressing stone tablet shattered. Lu Jiang smiled slightly. The reason he had to complete the dungeon first was to obtain this item. After finishing the reward distribution, the old man in white disappeared again. This process took less than a minute. Only a few scattered players witnessed this scene. Originally wanting to approach and investigate, upon seeing Lu Jiang's ID, they dared not advance. Lu Jiang took a glance back and turned to leave. Once Lu Jiang had walked far, several players exchanged glances. That was the great Lu Jiang, wasn't it? So let's not get involved in the business of the big shots. Oh, let's focus on our own tasks. Exactly, this is the wilderness. If a big shot finds something displeasing, they could take you out without you even knowing why. Wilderness. It's as if you wouldn't dare to slay someone in Lu Jiang City. Cough, let's pretend nothing happened just now. Suddenly, a dilapidated large ship appeared ahead. At this stage, it's quite unlikely to possess such a large ship. Lu Jiang had a rough idea of what this ship might be. Name: Phantom Ship. Level: Health, Grade, Skills. Everything is unknown except for the grade. Lu Jiang knew that the Phantom Ship's lowest possible grade is Epic. As for level and health, it doesn't matter. If you can't hit it, that's all there is to it. The unknown sea area is incredibly dangerous, filled with various sea monsters, player pirates, NPC pirates, and so on. The sea surface also harbors dangerous entities such as the Phantom Ship. The reason it's called the unknown sea area is not that Lu Jiang hasn't been there, but because human exploration hasn't reached that level yet. Thus, this sea area remains nameless. There are many such unknown sea areas. At this moment, it seems the Phantom Ship has also noticed Lu Jiang's small boat. Flee. Without any extra thoughts, he directly fled. Regional wind direction control, ignore headwind. However, the Phantom Ship directly used a skill. This area was instantly turned into headwind, while the Phantom Ship granted itself a property to ignore headwind. It was as if it were the apex predator of the ocean, possessing not only the strength to crush prey, but also the ability to keep it in place. Furious wind acceleration. Furious wind acceleration ignores wind direction interference. Speed increases by 200, lasting for 3 minutes. There's also the Furious Wind Sail skill, which has the property of ignoring wind direction. Otherwise, he would have become the prey of the Phantom Ship. His current strength would be futile against the Phantom Ship. This is also why the Furious Wind Sail, despite being a basic epic sail, and actually ranking lower among epic sails, is even more useful than some slightly inferior mythic sails because of its wind direction ignoring property. High-tier monsters could summon the winds and rains. It's simply basic operation. If affected by wind direction, one would be particularly passive. Ignoring wind direction also grants a double speed boost. Even facing Lu Jiang's escape, the epic quality Phantom Ship had no means to stop him. However, it took quite some time to finally shake off the Phantom Ship. Reaching that place is truly difficult. Lu Jiang sighed, noticing that as he ventured deeper into the sea area, high-tier monsters began to appear more frequently. A few hours later, in an unknown sea area, being able to glimpse the distant islands means we have arrived here. After several hours of tumultuous travel, we avoided a few ghost ships and several high-level sea monsters along the way. Lu Jiang glanced around and decided to directly store the ship. He gave Shu Shu Long Long and Tuan Zi each a water-breathing potion. Dive. The sea is very deep. Lu Jiang summoned a giant sea turtle. The monsters in this unknown sea area are generally not ones that Lu Jiang can handle. The only difference between summoning one giant sea turtle and summoning a group of them is the increased likelihood of being discovered. Summoning one giant sea turtle is mainly for the convenience of diving. Lu Jiang held onto the giant sea turtle and rapidly descended. As the depth increased, the pressure of the surrounding water gradually intensified. If it weren't for the water-breathing potion, he would already be unable to hold on. The surrounding light began to fade. However, Lu Jiang made no attempt to illuminate his surroundings. Once lit, he would become prey for many high-level monsters. The deep sea remained relatively calm, for once a battle broke out, the outcome would be decided in an instant. Lu Jiang remained cautious. As he got closer to his destination, the surrounding monsters began to dwindle. A beam of light shone brightly in the deep sea. That's it. Upon seeing the light, Lu Jiang immediately directed the giant sea turtle to swim toward it. However, sensing the immense pressure ahead, the giant sea turtle hesitated. Yet it had to obey its master's orders, causing it to tremble with conflict. I almost forgot you can go back now. Lu Jiang remembered that the huge creature ahead would instinctively intimidate a lower-tier creature like the giant sea turtle. The giant sea turtle breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated into the summoning space. Trembling, it glanced at Shu Shu and Long Long on Lu Jiang's shoulders, who appeared to be in high spirits. Meanwhile, Tuanzi, acting as a backpack, had fallen asleep in Lu Jiang's arms. It's either eating or sleeping. You really are a panda, Lu Jiang thought, feeling somewhat speechless at the sight of the gluttonous Tuanzi. However, this also proved the terrifying nature of being SS class. The light in the deep sea provoked all the monsters, yet the light ahead made many sea monsters flee far away. Long Long and Shu Shu were unaffected, and Tuanzi had even fallen asleep, indicating that at least in terms of bloodline, they were not inferior to that massive creature. Lu Jiang swam towards the source of the light. There were no sea monsters along the way. It was eerily quiet. Finally, he arrived. Before him lay a gigantic creature resembling a whale, but many times larger. It lay quietly, adorned with tentacles. Name: Guardian of the Sea. Abbas. Status: Asleep. Level: Health. Tier. Skills: This creature is the guardian of this unknown sea area. Even in its slumber, it instilled fear. The visual shock was utterly overwhelming. One sneeze could spell disaster. Yet Lu Jiang knew that Abbas was not merely a guardian of the sea, but a keeper of a treasure. A bass body curled into a circle with a glowing platform in the center. The light emanated from this platform. Few relax a bit. Even someone like Lu Jiang, who had seen grand spectacles, needed a deep breath to adjust his mindset. Cough, cough. Lu Jiang had forgotten that this was not the surface. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. The water-breathing potion did not mean he could breathe freely. Stay calm, I'm not here to take that treasure. Lu Jiang sighed. Of course he wanted that treasure, but it was beyond his current capabilities to obtain it. Of course it wasn't that he couldn't obtain it. He could, but he wouldn't be able to keep it. The guardian of the sea, Abbas, had left a soul imprint on the treasure, and once it was taken, Abbas would always know where you are. The relentless pursuit would only cease once the treasure was returned. In his past life, some believed that a bass pursuit was inconsequential since it was only in the sea. At worst, they thought they could simply avoid the sea until they were strong enough to confront Abbas. Until someone actually acquired the treasure and teleported to a distant city. Then people were astonished to discover that Abbas could fly. No matter where one was, it would pursue you endlessly. Of course, some tried to use NPCs to fend off Abbas. But NPCs are not fools. Low-level NPCs could not hold it back, while high-level NPCs would engage in dialogue with Abbas. Moreover, many powerful NPCs knew the legends of Abbas. Abbas is an ancient being who has guarded that treasure for countless years. NPCs would not only refuse to help, but would actively assist Abbas in locating the adventurer and subsequently blacklist them. Lu Jiang currently lacked the abilities to evade a bass tracking and had no means to confront it. At this stage, attempting to claim the treasure would only result in being hunted down by Abbas. Lu Jiang cautiously approached the glowing platform. Abbas was not easily awakened. Its slumber spanned only when someone disturbed the treasure would Abbas awaken. Upon nearing the platform, a light barrier blocked his path. Lu Jiang did not rush. He took out the item he had received as a reward earlier. Fragment of the sea-suppressing tablet. The power of the sea-suppressing tablet is self-evident. It can quell the raging forces of the ocean. Even a fragment bears unimaginable might. The power of the sea-suppressing tablet can easily break most oceanic seals. While the fragment does not possess immense energy, creating an opening for Lu Jiang to enter is not a difficult task. Long Long, hold on tight while I fly. At the moment the light barrier was breached, Lu Jiang said to Long Long. Inside the light barrier there was no water. The barrier was elevated above the ground, and a direct fall might not result in death. However, the vibrations caused might disturb the treasure, potentially waking Abbas. Dragon Clan power. Long Long clearly exerted all its strength, its small claws gripping Lu Jiang tightly. Gently lowering Lu Jiang, he rolled to reduce the impact upon landing to avoid making noise. In the center of the platform, there lay a glass-like crown, crystal clear. The supreme divine crown. Although Lu Jiang dared not covet such an item, it did not hinder his appreciation of it. However, after gazing at it for a while, Lu Jiang sighed. An artifact of such caliber was beyond his reach at the current stage. Forget it, I should just go get what I need. Lu Jiang then went to select the items he needed. Surrounding the supreme divine crown there were indeed other treasures, but Lu Jiang did not even glance at them. These items were too close to the artifact. Any slight disturbance could awaken Abbas. Only one could be taken from. Moreover, if there was no significant assurance of slipping away under a bass nose, it was best to choose items from the periphery. Soon Lu Jiang found an item he liked. Flying Dragon Wing, Epic Type, Glider Level Requirement 0, all attributes, 3 Flight Speed, Very Fast, Gliding Ability, Fast Spin Ability, Normal Starting Speed, Fast Skill, Double Speed, Dodge, Dragon Breath, Attack, Double Speed, Achieve, a brief double acceleration. Dodge, perform a dodge from an attack. Dragon Breath attack requires charging, collect dragon flames for storage, and launch a Dragon Breath attack based on the quality of the dragon flames. This was the treasure Lu Jiang had locked onto from the very beginning. The Dragon Breath attack seemed formidable, but for an ordinary person it held little value, hence the glider's rating was merely epic. This was because he needed to store dragon flames, which required either venturing to slay dragons or having a dragon pet. Dragon pets were the most challenging items to obtain in the game as dragons were incredibly powerful and fiercely protective. At most one might manage to acquire a pseudo-dragon of a grade, yet even that was one of the hardest things to obtain among a grade pets. Spending a significant amount only to cultivate a pseudo-dragon that lacked dragon flames would turn the dragon breath attack into a joke. Even if one were to obtain a pseudo-dragon that could indeed unleash dragon flames, the quality of those flames still mattered. If the stored dragon flames were of low quality, the resulting dragon breath would not be particularly powerful. However, Jiang had no such concerns. Long Long was an imperial dragon possessing the highest quality of dragon flames, making the enhancement from the dragon breath attack utterly formidable. Thinking of this, Jiang couldn't help but pat the dragon on his shoulder. Yet upon patting, he only hit empty air. Long Long. Where did Long Long go? Jiang looked to his shoulder, but Long Long was nowhere to be found. Shu Shu, did you see where Long Long went? Sha Sha. Shu Shu pointed to the other side. At that moment, Long Long was drooling over a golden fruit. Don't touch that. Jiang had no time to grab the flying dragon wing and hurried to stop Long Long. Fortunately, Long Long did not rashly reach for it, or perhaps Jiang managed to intervene just in time. How could you run off like that? Jiang caught Long Long midair with both hands, adopting a scolding tone. Long Long hung its tail low, looking quite dejected. Its eyes still fixated on that golden fruit, unable to stop drooling. Jiang brought Long Long back and headed towards the flying dragon wing once more. Still, Shu Shu and Tuanzi are good. Jiang patted Shu Shu's head and intended to turn back and pat Tuanzi's head as well. Suddenly, Jiang realized something. He had been so engrossed in the flying dragon wing that being in a treasure trove had inevitably distracted him. As a super expert, he surprisingly failed to react. His back felt oddly empty. Tuanzi. The thought of Tuanzi's terrifying abilities filled Jiang with sudden dread. However, before Jiang could turn around, a crisp sound echoed from behind. Please don't let it be a treasure. Jiang slowly turned his head, hoping that Tuanzi had not consumed anything near the artifact. When he finally turned his head, he stood frozen for a second. Tuanzi really had not eaten anything near the artifact. At that moment, Tuanzi was gnawing on the glass-like supreme divine crown with gusto. While it hadn't eaten anything nearby, it had directly consumed the artifact itself. Choo-choo. Jiang was at a loss for words. He cast a glance at Abbas. Abbas' eyes were slightly opening. After sleeping for over 1,000 years, he needed a bit of time to prepare each time he awoke. At this moment, Jiang didn't care about that anymore. He dashed over, intending to yank the artifact from Tuanzi's mouth. He hoped there might still be some way to salvage the situation, at least wishing that Abbas wouldn't hold a grudge against him for too long. It seemed Tuanzi had seen through Jiang's intentions. It stuffed the entire artifact into its mouth, casually chewed a few times, and swallowed it whole. Spit it out. Jiang held Tuanzi, urging it to regurgitate. Uji. Tuanzi stuck out its tongue, indicating it had swallowed it completely and couldn't spit it out. Seeing this scene, all hope of salvage was lost. Forget it. Jiang hastily embraced Tuanzi and crushed the return stone. At this moment, Abbas' eyes opened a bit more. He gazed longingly at the flying dragon wing, and Jiang sighed, realizing he could no longer retrieve it. Moreover, Jiang did not feel inclined to retrieve the flying dragon wing at this point. What would be the use? Could he fly faster than Abbas? The return progress showed 30 of 50, 70, 90, 95, 98. At this moment, Abbas' eyes were in a half-open state. Jiang felt extremely tense. Despite Abbas' lack of movement, if he merely sneezed, Jiang would be finished. 99. Abbas' pupils shifted, noticing Jiang. 100. Baiwa port. Phew, finally back. Jiang took a deep breath. He was still very tense. Ujit. Tuanzi raised its paws high, looking very pleased. Uji, you silly Uji. Seeing Tuanzi so shamelessly happy, Jiang felt a surge of anger. Wow, what a pet. It looks so adorable. Is it a panda? This is the first time I've seen such a cute panda in the game. Two young ladies beside Jiang could not resist cooing over Tuanzi's cuteness. Adorable, my foot. Hearing others praise Tuanzi, Jiang's anger flared. Jiang spat out angrily, leaving with Tuanzi in one hand. That person was so rude. How could they be so rough with such a cute little cat? What a typical macho man, yet somehow he looks a bit familiar. Jiang's figure gradually disappeared from the sight of the two female players. At the same time, a sudden world announcement echoed. World announcement: the Sea Guardian Abbas treasured artifact has been destroyed by Jiang. A boss filled with fury is approaching Baiwa port. Players in Baiwa port are advised to seek refuge. This time, if destruction occurs, all players will not be punished. World announcement: the Sea Guardian Abbas treasured artifact has been destroyed by Jiang. A boss filled with fury is approaching Baiwa port. Players in Baiwa port are advised to seek refuge. This time, if destruction occurs, all players will not be punished. World announcement: the Sea Guardian Abbas treasured artifact has been destroyed by Jiang. A boss filled with fury is approaching Baiwa port. Players in Baiwa port are advised to seek refuge. This time, if destruction occurs, all players will not be punished. Jiang heard the announcement and was not surprised. It was within his expectations. What surprised him was that unlike the previous punishment experienced by all players in Giant Stone Village this time, there would be no punishment. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Sea Guardian Abbas faced no resistance from anyone in Bayou Port, unlike the previous assault on Giant Stone Village, where they still had the capability to resist. It is quite normal for the system to cancel penalties for battles with no chance of victory. I just wonder what's different this time compared to the past. Lu Jiang glanced at Tuanzi. After all, Tuanzi had completely destroyed the divine artifact. Unlike the previous thieves, Abbas' main goal was to retrieve the artifact. This time Abbas' arrival was purely for venting his anger. However, it was heartening that Tuanzi was currently digesting the artifact, and Lu Jiang could sense the aura of the artifact gradually dissipating. If it can be fully digested, Abbas' soul imprint should also be erased, Lu Jiang pondered. As long as they could withstand Abbas' retaliation for this brief moment, and once Abbas' soul imprint was eliminated, he would no longer be able to pursue them. This could barely be considered good news. He attempted to log off. In a special state, you cannot log off. If you choose to force log off, your character will remain in the game. Do you wish to force log off? As expected, there's no way to log off. Lu Jiang shook his head, but he wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this. Meanwhile, Bayou Port was bustling with activity. Haha, the great Nu Jiang has finally started making moves. I can't wait. Many players from Giant Stone Village gained a lot of achievements last time, and I was envious. By the way, don't you all regard Abbas as a threat at all? Those players from Giant Stone Village who were as worried as you last time ended up enjoying their rewards later on. Exactly, the great Nu Jiang wouldn't dare to do this without a solid plan. We just need to follow along and reap the benefits. Previously, some said that Nu Jiang's arrival at Bayou Port wasn't a good thing. I suspect this statement is from a few major guilds who fear Lu Jiang will take their interests. Whenever I hear this, it makes me laugh. Temple Island is now filled with those guild members truly playing both sides. Compared to the last time in Giant Stone Village, the attitude of the players in Bayou Port was completely different. Some players in Bayou Port who originally intended to take a break upon hearing of this good news couldn't wait to log in one after another. Very few were afraid. Everyone seemed a bit eager. However, just a few minutes after discussing this topic, another regional announcement appeared. Regional announcement: the Bayou Port City Lord's office has issued a notice effective immediately. The player Nu Jiang is wanted. Killing Nu Jiang will grant you 500 merit points. Driving Nu Jiang out of Bayou Port will grant 100 merit points. Capturing Nu Jiang alive will grant 200 merit points. Regional announcement: the Bayou Port City Lord's office has issued a notice effective immediately. The player Nu Jiang is wanted. Killing Nu Jiang will grant you 500 merit points. Driving Nu Jiang out of Bayou Port will grant 100 merit points. Capturing Nu Jiang alive will grant 200 merit points. Regional announcement: the Bayou Port City Lord's office has issued a notice effective immediately. The player Nu Jiang is wanted. Killing Nu Jiang will grant you 500 merit points. Driving Nu Jiang out of Bayou Port will grant 100 merit points. Capturing Nu Jiang alive will grant 200 merit points. Bayou Port is a port city. Compared to Giant Stone Village, Bayou Port, though smaller, is indeed a city. Clearly, the city lord of Bayou Port knew Abbas' background and chose to issue a bounty on the troublemaking adventurer. They aimed to drive Nu Jiang out of Bayou Port before Abbas could destroy the city or directly capture him to present to Abbas for judgment. What? Isn't Nu Jiang supposed to help us defend Bayou Port? Why has the NPC city lord put out a bounty on him? This is a bit difficult to handle. What should we do now? How about we form a team to catch Nu Jiang? If we can catch him, that's 200 merit points each of us, could earn quite a bit. Catch Nu Jiang. After this incident, will being targeted by Nu Jiang lead to good outcomes? No, why do you have the illusion that we can just team up and defeat Nu Jiang? I think we could give it a try. Concealing our IDs, how would Nu Jiang know who we are? The announcement from the city lord's office caused some confusion among the players. Clearly Lu Jiang had been on their side before, but now it seemed not to be the case. Since the city lord's office has offered a hefty bounty on Lu Jiang, it definitely wouldn't be like the previous defense of Giant Stone Village where NPCs assisted Lu Jiang. Without NPC assistance, things would be precarious for Lu Jiang. However, at that moment, a forum post quickly gained unbeaten Lu Jiang. Should Bayou Port players trust Nu Jiang or the NPCs? This post analyzed the current situation facing Bayou Port. It had already outlined an analysis of Lu Jiang's current strength. Lu Jiang's power was evident to all. He had obliterated pirate groups twice during this period and single-handedly completed the underwater dungeon at hell level. He could even destroy a treasure guarded by others right under their noses. You did not misread. Nu Jiang destroyed, not stole. This sufficiently illustrates how arrogant Nu Jiang felt at that time. I predict that Nu Jiang's strength has risen several tiers compared to last time. The player who posted ultimately concluded that they should trust Lu Jiang. After all, Lu Jiang had never lost since Temple Island. It has been a little while since the two announcements were made. Mage Association. The strategy and underwater breathing potion provided by Nu Jiang are quite impressive. First it's Nu Jiang's turn, and then it's our Mage Association. San Gung Shui just exited the dungeon, a smile on her face. Just moments ago, they had successfully passed the adventure level. Next up is the king level then hell level, it's just a matter of time. President, we obtained a piece of golden equipment along with several silver ones. Should we distribute them now, or put them in the guild warehouse for later distribution? At this moment, a subordinate stepped forward to speak to Sangung Shui. Directly give the golden equipment to Nu Jiang. Nu Jiang didn't ask for the silver ones, only the gold. So let's store the silver in the guild warehouse. Sangung Shui replied calmly. President Nu Jiang hasn't sent anyone to monitor us. The subordinate who had previously accompanied Sangung Shui to speak with Nu Jiang whispered, why don't we? Do you think you are very clever? Or do you think Nu Jiang is a fool? Sangung Shui coldly looked at this subordinate. Do you really think Nu Jiang can't calculate, or that he has no other means? President, I was wrong. The subordinate quickly admitted his mistake, trembling. You've been with me for a few years, or I hope you can sometimes think a bit further. Sangung Shui said lightly. Yes. The subordinate hurriedly responded. At this moment, Sangung Shui chose to let the team rest for a while. It was at this moment that Sangung Shui also noticed the world announcement. Just now, while focusing on the dungeon, Sangung Shui had instructed everyone to mute the external announcements, including herself. I can't believe such a thing happened in Baiwa Port. Sangung Shui fell into deep thought. However, before she could ponder further, the communicator suddenly rang, startling her. There was no other reason, only because the caller was Nu Jiang. During their last collaboration discussion, they exchanged contact information and added each other as friends, thinking they would rarely contact Nu Jiang. But unexpectedly, she found herself in contact with Nu Jiang again so quickly, and it was Nu Jiang who initiated the call. As for what Nu Jiang wanted, naturally, it was closely related to the two announcements at hand. It's me, Sangung Shui. Sangung Shui answered calmly. In just a few sentences, the communicator was hung up. Let's go back to Baiwa Port. After hanging up the communicator, Sangung Shui quickly made a decision. President, are we helping Nu Jiang by returning? The previously cautious subordinate asked. This might be an opportunity for our mage association, although it is filled with... Sangung Shui appeared calm, but her voice trembled slightly. Nu Jiang must be in serious trouble now. She was not familiar with Nu Jiang and had no obligation to help him. But Sangung Shui knew that adding flowers to a brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. This might be the only chance to connect with Nu Jiang, much like that Xian duo. Despite the announcement indicating that whatever the guardian of the sea was, it seemed significant, as anything associated with the word God was not simple. Just like dragon pets, no matter if they were pseudo-dragons or real dragons, anything associated with dragons was certainly not simple. Sangung Shui decided to take the risk, ordering all members of the Mage Association to abandon the dungeon and return to the city directly. Baiwa Port. God hidden in a private chamber. In the tea room, only two people were drinking together. The tea in this game is not inferior to the taste in reality, it's truly amazing. Feng Xianju looked at the side with a smile. On the other side sat a person wearing a green mask, only the upper half of the mask covered, leaving the mouth uncovered. The person in the green mask simply sipped tea, remaining silent. Mr. Qing, this mask is indeed extraordinary. I used a high-level detection technique before entering the room, but it was all question marks. Feng Xianju lightly smiled, acknowledging his previous actions. Drinking tea silently is a form of Zen meditation without words. Mr. Qing squinted his eyes slightly and said calmly, I was indeed impolite. Feng Xianju nodded with a smile and ceased further conversation. A gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, and the private chamber fell silent. Knock knock. A light knock on the door sounded. Come in. Feng Xianju set down his teacup and spoke. Yunhua entered from outside the door, knowing that Yunhua wouldn't disturb unless it was important. President. Yunhua glanced at Feng Xianju and then cautiously nodded to the mysterious masked man. Mr. Qing. Speak. There is nothing, Mr. Qing cannot hear. Feng Xianju waved his hand generously. Just now, Sangung Shui from Mage Association returned with all members. The intelligence personnel said that Mage Association originally had no intention of returning, but Sangung Shui changed her mind after a call. Yunhua spoke softly, as if afraid to break the ambience of the private chamber. Alright, I understand. Feng Xianju nodded and gave Yunhua a glance. You may leave. Yunhua quietly retreated. Sizzle. Mr. Qing gently set down the teacup. Mr. Qing, what is your opinion? Feng Xianju looked at Mr. Qing curiously, asking. Nu Jiang is quite peculiar. Mr. Qing did not open his eyes, speaking lightly. In what way is he peculiar? Feng Xianju chuckled lightly as he picked up the teapot to pour tea for Mr. Qing. His expression was somewhat playful, very curious about how Nu Jiang was viewed in the mysterious eyes of Mr. Qing. However, Mr. Qing did not respond, but moved to the side of the go board. Feng Xianju followed Mr. Qing, walking over slowly. Before them was a go board. Mr. Qing held a black stone, swiftly placing it on the board. 8 star points were each marked with a black stone. For the 9th stone, Mr. Qing held a white stone but hesitated to place it. Mr. Qing, why not place the stone? Feng Xianju squinted his eyes, slightly pondering. Where do you think it should be placed? Mr. Qing pinched the white stone between his fingers and presented it to Feng Xianju. Feng Xianju took the white stone but also found it difficult to place. The 8 star points are all under control, yet the Tianyuan position remains indeterminate. Feng Xianju sighed, suddenly realizing Mr. Qing's meaning. Are you implying that Nu Jiang is this ninth stone? Mr. Qing nodded silently. So he is not on our side. Feng Xianju murmured to himself, looking at the central Tian Yuan position on the board. I hope Nu Jiang's role is not that position. Baiwe Harbor. Lu Jiang stood in an open expanse, not empty due to absence of people, but because the crowd kept a wide, wary distance. Some watched with curiosity, others with idle amusement. Yet most were drawn by the bounty. Still no one dared approach Lu Jiang. This was unlike previous hunts. Slaying Lu Jiang now carried full penalties, loss of experience and gear. No one wished to be cannon fodder paving another's path to glory. Lu Jiang had summoned only 3 companions, Shu Shu Long Long, and Tuanzi. Yet even this modest force held the crowd at bay. Make way. A group pushed through the onlookers toward Lu Jiang. It's the Law God Guild. They're moving first against... Excellent. Finally a major guild has stepped forward. Time for us independents to strike amid the chaos. Brothers, let the Law God advance first. We'll be the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind. I'd nearly given up hope on claiming this merit, but fortune favors the bold. I assumed Divine Veil would move first against Lu Jiang. Never imagined Law God would act so swiftly and silently. Who strikes matters little, so long as we profit. Truth be told, Lu Jiang isn't even from Baiwe Harbor. Taking him down carries no moral burden. The strongest in Jusher village has strutted through our harbor far too long. It's time he paid the price. Those who'd long resented Lu Jiang's conduct, too timid to speak before, now mocked him without restraint. Lu Jiang had fans, yes, but scattered across Mythos' vast realms. In Baiwe Harbor, however, Lu Xing's followers vastly outnumbered his own, and most had now joined the mob hunting him. Still more were mere opportunists lured solely by the merit reward, enough to exchange for top-tier gear or rare companions. Leading the Law God contingent was Sangung Shui, who now strode unflinchingly toward Lu Jiang. Sangung Shui herself has taken the field. This guild means business. 20,000 merit points constitute a strategic resource of immense value. No guild could remain indifferent. Sangung Shui is a peerless master. With Lu Jiang yet to summon his companions, she may subdue him in a single thunderous stroke. Sangung Shui reached Lu Jiang's side in moments. My apologies, I arrived later than intended, she said, her voice laced with quiet sincerity. What in the world is happening? Don't ask me. I'm utterly baffled. Lu Jiang smiled faintly. He'd remained here precisely to await the Law God Guild. No matter. There are simply too many eyes upon us, Lu Jiang replied, glancing calmly around. Leave it to me, Sangung Shui nodded, and immediately stepped forward to clear his path. Under the Law God Guild's escort, Lu Jiang walked unimpeded through the crowd. Those unwilling to face Law Gods wanted status. Think twice before following. Sangung Shui declared her authority unmistakable. Her words silenced pursuit. Lu Jiang's might alone was legendary, but with Law God now allied to him, independent players had lost all chance of contention. Only Divine Veil retained any plausible ambition to challenge Lu Jiang. Yet famous name and Law God had long moved as one. Even Divine Veil hesitated to act rashly. They reached a secluded spot. No one had followed. Thank you, Lu Jiang said plainly. He knew better than to mistake loyalty for altruism. No one risked so much without expectation of return. That Sangung Shui had chosen to trust him. Even wager her reputation, had already earned his reluctant respect. Let's dispense with formalities, Lu Jiang said. Sangung Shui nodded in silent agreement. He knew well Lu Jiang hadn't summoned her for pleasantries. I'll depart Baiwe Harbor shortly. You must deploy your naval forces to cover my escape. And this? Lu Jiang reached behind him and lifted Tuanzi into view. Wu Ji. Tuanzi squirmed, clearly displeased. Ignoring Tuanzi's protests, Lu Jiang placed him gently into Sangung Shui's hands. While I'm gone, keep him safe, and conceal his presence completely. Lu Jiang gave a single solemn nod. That's all. I'll do my utmost, Sangung Shui replied, then asked quietly, is there any chance against the Sea Guardian deity? Even counting Baiwe Harbor's NPC forces? None. Lu Jiang shook his head. Seeing even Lu Jiang dismiss all hope, Sangung Shui felt the weight settle deeper. The cost of aiding him would exceed even her gravest fears. Indeed, supporting Lu Jiang meant the Law God Guild would suffer losses that might cripple its strength. Afterward, I'll reveal a hidden leveling sanctuary. Your members may recover lost levels. We'll continue collaborating on new dungeons, maintaining our prior revenue-sharing terms. Moreover, the Sea Guardian deity guards a vast trove. You may accompany me to chart its location, but only one person, your most trusted confidant, may record it. Whether you claim the treasure depends entirely on your skill. Lu Jiang never expected free service, nor would any guild render it. The toll on Law God would be severe, perhaps even existential. As for the Sea Guardian deity's domain, the divine artifact was already lost. Lu Jiang had visited once before. A boss had seen his face, memorized his aura, his very essence. To enter again would be to trigger a boss's preset wards, detection inevitable. Besides, Lu Jiang had catalogued countless similar locations. Revealing this one posed no real risk.
Law God was no fool and would guard the secret fiercely. Agreed. I'll see it done even if it strips my guild bare. San Gung Shui had staked everything. Wu Ji. Tuanzi writhed uncomfortably in San Gung Shui's arms, straining to return to Lu Jiang. Be still. No mischief, Lu Jiang murmured, gently stroking Tuanzi's head. Though resentment lingered, the past was past. The priority now was resolution. After all, Tuanzi was still his companion. Wu Ji. Tuanzi tilted his head, uncertain yet obedient, and settled quietly in San Gung Shui's grasp. Team 1 and Team 3 gather at the port immediately and provide full cover for New Jiang. Team 2 will stay at Baiwa Port. All members go all out. If anyone tries to block us, take action directly. The rest will remain in the city and cooperate with Team 2's actions. San Gung Shui held a dumpling in her arms while issuing orders within the guild. Under San Jingsu's command, the God of Law Guild began to operate like a war machine. Their extraordinary execution capability showed that the God of Law Guild had the resources to contend with top guilds like Divine Shadow. Where are we headed next? San Gung Shui gestured for Lu Jiang to lead the way. Let's go to the port together. Lu Jiang nodded and took the lead. The group hurried towards the port. News of the commotion spread quickly. How are things with the Divine Shadow members? While walking, San Gung Shui, feeling uneasy, asked one of her subordinates. The Divine Shadows Team 2, led by Meteor, is still at the Temple Island, while Team 1 hasn't made any movements. The subordinate immediately reported the latest intel to San Gung Shui. Before long, San Gung Shui's communicator also rang. It's Tianya, the president of the famous guild. San Gung Shui did not connect immediately, but turned to Lu Jiang first. No problem. Lu Jiang waved his hand as he continued on his way. San Gung Shui then answered Tianya's call. Old 3, are you crazy? Right now, New Jiang is the target of everyone's wrath. Those scattered players will unleash their anger, and you won't be able to handle it. Tianya felt that San Gung Shui had completely lost her mind upon learning this. I am very clear-headed. San Gung Shui replied calmly. Not to mention those scattered players' Divine Shadow is lurking in the shadows and can cause your guild to fall into an irretrievable situation at any time. Tianya spoke to San Gung Shui word by word, barely containing his anger. San Gung Shui was his ally, and her premature declaration of war had put him in a passive position. I've already made my decision. You need not interfere. I will bear the consequences myself. San Jingsu's voice was soft, but her tone was resolute. Forget it. I will do my best to keep an eye on Meteor's Divine Shadow Team 2. That's the most I can do. Tianya sighed. It wasn't that he was unwilling to advance and retreat with the God of Law Guild. The main issue was that this time the God of Law Guild was encroaching on everyone's interests. Their alliance against Divine Shadow was merely a formality, and with a large number of players involved, the situation remained hostile. Now declaring war against Divine Shadow was a guaranteed defeat. The God of Law Guild would suffer tremendous losses while at least he could preserve his own strength. Thanks. San Gung Shui smiled faintly and hung up the call. Tianya's willingness to go this far was all. In fact, even he wasn't so confident about betting on New Jiang. Was it really the right choice? He himself had no answers, nor did he have the authority to persuade others to join him. Shaolin, come here. After hanging up, San Gung Shui called over one of her trusted aides. Shaolin immediately came over. Brother New Jiang, let Shaolin board your ship soon. He's responsible for recording the coordinates. San Gung Shui pointed at Shaolin and said to Lu Jiang. All right, you'll follow me in a bit. Lu Jiang glanced at the young man named Shaolin and nodded. Soon the group arrived at the port. They found a relatively secluded area with few people, and the members of the God of Law Guild cleared the area here. This area was clean, with only Lu Jiang, San Gung Shui, and Shaolin remaining. For the time being, no other players dared to intrude, but the God of Law Guild couldn't block off too much space. The port here was uneven, with many standing on elevated ground or towers to observe. While it was called watching, it was actually about finding opportunities. Whether for New Jiang's merits or for some way to deal without a boss, or even to take a boss down. Even with the assistance of the God of Law Guild, it would certainly be a Pyrrhic victory. Without the protection of NPCs, everyone had an opportunity at that moment. By now the port had gathered many ships, most of which belonged to Team 1 of the God of Law Guild. New Jiang had also released his ship in advance. Shaolin, right? New Jiang glanced at Shaolin. Yes. Shaolin nodded nervously. Can you sail? New Jiang asked. Shaolin is the main helmsman of Team 1. San Gung Shui answered this question for Shaolin. Could you get on the ship first and listen to my instructions in a bit? Lu Jiang nodded. Shaolin quickly boarded New Jiang's ship to get accustomed to the feel of the ship, making simple adjustments. Lu Jiang observed this scene and felt that Shaolin was quite professional. Suddenly, a low hum came from the distance. The sound resembled that of a whale carrying an endless sorrow. It was a very peculiar sound that was hard to describe. It's coming. Lu Jiang squinted his eyes. A massive figure appeared on the horizon, resembling the shrunken colossal beast from old games, shaped like a whale. Everyone finally saw the true form of the Sea Guardian, a boss. Isn't it too big? My God, how could this possibly be defeated? I thought the previous Guardian was just some ordinary boss similar to the Skeletal King from Stone Village. I think 100 Skeletal Kings can't compete with this creature. How did New Jiang manage to provoke such a giant's wrath? Could it be that he destroyed some mythic treasure?
looking at the gradually approaching Sea Guardian on the horizon. Even San Gingxue, who had already made up her mind, felt a bit unsettled. This kind of disparity was like the gap between heaven and earth, an unbridgeable existence. The dumpling, realizing it had caused trouble, hugged its head in silence. Perhaps thinking that if it couldn't see the opponent, then the opponent couldn't see it. Lu Jiang lifted Shu Shu off his President San Gingxue, please help me keep an eye on Shu Shu for a moment. Remember not to let it be with the dumpling, you just let your members take care of it. Lu Jiang said to San Gingxue. Okay. San Gingxue came back to her senses and numbly agreed to Lu Jiang's request. Shu Shu, get ready. Lu Jiang stroked Shu Shu's head. Sha. Shu Shu nodded seriously. At that very moment, a boss in the sky seemed to sense something and halted his advance near the harbor. A mournful wail rose from a boss as if stirred by the lingering aura of a divine artifact. Its low-frequency resonance surpassed normal human tolerance. Each person felt the profound sorrow welling from a boss's heart. Then a cascade of damage numbers, 100, floated above every head. Danger. This sound inflicts damage. Cover your ears immediately. No use. We're still losing health even with ears covered. Is there a priest? Please heal us. Payment guaranteed. Damn it. The red potions can't keep up. We're doomed. This is overwhelming. There's no way to fight back. All nearby players continued bleeding steadily under that haunting cry. Priests, full alert. Prioritize healing output. Use top-tier elixirs immediately. San Gingxue issued the command without hesitation and tossed several high-grade healing vials to Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang shook his head. He had anticipated this. Shu Shu summoned Shishi. He turned to Shu Shu and spoke calmly. Shishi, the verdant tree spirit, appeared instantly. Verdant breeze, a wide-area healing ability capable of sustaining an entire raid group. Second squad priests, reinforce first and third squads immediately. Seeing the situation stabilize, San Gingxue swiftly adjusted tactics. At this point, solo players were too overwhelmed to warrant attention. Members of Fa Shin's land-based raid converged into Shishi's healing radius. With Shishi's arrival, the critical health deficits eased significantly. Brother Nu Jiang, this is the Sea Guardian. No, it isn't attacking at all. It's merely uttering two cries. San Gingxue seized the lull to ask Lu Jiang, only to receive this quiet reply. Lu Jiang offered a wry, helpless smile. He had never intended to provoke a boss at this stage. Resisting mere vocal resonance was already exhausting. Actual combat would be unthinkable. San Gingxue's mouth parted slightly, speechless, his awe too vast for words. In stark contrast to Fa Shin's disciplined composure, solo players suffered terribly. A boss's lament endured for 2 full minutes. Then the damage numbers began dwindling, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, growing fainter with each passing second. Can't hold on. The health potions are still on cooldown. This priest only heals himself. How selfish. Aren't we all in the same raid? What am I supposed to heal you with? My mana is nearly depleted. I'll lose massive experience if I die. I'm done. I can't believe Nu Jiang remains unscathed while dragging us all down. Seriously, earlier we should have just charged in and taken Nu Jiang out on sight. The damage wasn't decreasing. It was simply because fewer players remained at the harbor. Most could no longer endure the cry. When the 2-minute lament finally ceased, only Fa Shin's single raid remained at the harbor, and even they had lost nearly 20% of their health. And that was with Shishi's aid. As for the solo players, their ranks had been all but annihilated. The few survivors were elite solo teams or small to mid-sized guilds, well-equipped with competent priests. Yet Fa Shin's priests bore far heavier burdens, tending to dozens simultaneously. Elite team's priests needed only sustain a handful of allies. Truly, those who endured were no ordinary players. A boss stirred anew, not in grief now, but in seething fury. None could withstand a boss's full-strength strike. The NPC garrison stationed at the harbor had long since received orders to withdraw. They would have served no purpose standing firm. What do we do now? San Gingxue watched the colossal figure draw near, preparing to strike, his mind utterly blank, paralyzed by indecision. A boss's overwhelming power had stripped him of agency, not from any flaw in ability, but because even the strongest mortals feel crushing futility before such absolute supremacy. Nearer, closer still, Lu Jiang remained motionless. San Gingxue and Fa Shin's entire raid burned with anxious dread. Would they fall here today, without even striking a blow? Range achieved, Shu Shu. In that instant, Lu Jiang swept Shu Shu into his arms. Limit break, illusory dream. A mystic, irresistible force surged forth, seeking to draw the Sea Guardian, a boss, into its vortex. Yet unlike past seamless extractions, this time met fierce resistance. A boss violently struggled against the spatial rift. At first he neither entered nor broke free, trapped in agonized suspension before the dream's shimmering thread. What is that? It's actually holding its ground against that leviathan. Look below. The skill's origin is clearly Lu Jiang. No way. Surely no one can truly defeat that colossal whale. Whether he can or not, won't the outcome speak for itself? Quiet, watch above. The climax is imminent. Madeira boss's struggles began to falter. His immense form slowly dissolved into the radiant vortex. 10, 30, 50, 70, 95. Though he strained once more at 99, his resistance crumbled swiftly, then vanished entirely into the light. 100. A boss vanished completely. Silence descended upon the harbor. Did he just defeat that? What was that technique? It felt like pure reverie. Only Lu Jiang moved. That was his doing. He bested a boss of that caliber. Surely it dropped legendary gear. Where is it? Look, Lu Jiang's fleeing. He must have looted it and bolted. After him. What are we waiting for? Those still standing were either exceptional soloists or tightly knit minor guilds. The moment the boss vanished into the illusory dream, Lu Jiang didn't linger, not even to witness the aftermath. He fled immediately and entrusted Shu Shu to Sangung Shui. Let them chase without blocking, just protect my two pets. After Lu Jiang said this to Sangung Shui, he directly left with Long Long. Shaolin, start the boat. Before Lu Jiang could run over, he shouted at Shaolin. Although Lu Jiang had not yet arrived, his commanding tone was filled with authority, and Shaolin could only comply. The boat had a certain acceleration phase. Facing the boat that was still in the acceleration phase, Lu Jiang leaped directly and landed precisely on the boat. You drive first and you join the team. I'll mark the points for you. Lu Jiang formed a team with Shaolin while simultaneously looking back. Lu Sun once said that human greed is boundless. Even knowing that Lu Jiang and the Law God Association together were an extremely powerful presence, many still succumbed to their desires, and boats were already coming from all directions. For such a powerful monster to explode, it must be at least at the mythic level, right? To be bolder, could it possibly be an artifact? With an artifact, what would it matter if they offended the Law God Association or Lu Jiang? Chop forward. Watching the incoming boats, Lu Jiang had long anticipated such a scene. 36 giant sea turtles appeared in the sea in an instant. Attack in teams. Lu Jiang commanded the giant sea turtles, which immediately divided into teams and swam out. The reason for not allowing free attacks was that there were still Law God Association boats intercepting those vessels. Although the angry wind long sail was fast at the start, there was no wind at the port, making it impossible to move far initially. These boats were typically equipped with harpoon guns, and once caught they would waste a lot of time. The dream space would not confine a boss for too long. For a being of Abbas level, if the opponent simulated by the dream space could not reach the level of instantly defeating a boss. Even with only 10 health remaining, a boss was not something he could defeat alone. Because without breaking through defenses, 10 health and 1 health were not significantly different. He had no leisure to waste time among this rabble. This was also why he was willing to pay a price to cooperate with the Law God Association. Simply having the giant sea turtles was not enough to completely block the numerous players. On the shore, Sangung Shui could have intercepted some players on land. But recalling Lu Jiang's words, he was instructed not to bother with these players. Go cover the retreat. Sangung Shui held on to Tuanzi while handing Shu Shu to another subordinate. The reason for keeping Shu Shu was that the dream space could not be too far from Shu Shu, or else it would become damaged. Keeping Tuanzi was to buy time from a boss. If Tuanzi did not stay with Lu Jiang, he would be unable to do any. Taking advantage of some city defenses and magic circles in Baiwe Port, they could still barely withstand a boss. Baiwe Port only had a bounty on Lu Jiang with no bounty on Lu Jiang's pets, nor on the Law God Association cooperating with him. Sangung Shui only needed to find a way to hide within Baiwe Port's defensive area. When a boss arrived, Baiwe Port's NPCs would naturally participate in the defense. At this moment, the Law God Association's fleet had also engaged in a melee with bystanders. A few boats that managed to break through were immediately besieged by the giant sea turtles. Lu Jiang's small boat also sailed out of the port. I got this. Seeing that no one was chasing after them for the time being, Lu Jiang regained control of the helm. Shaolin quickly stepped aside. Angry wind acceleration ignores wind direction interference, increasing speed by 200 for 3 minutes. Once out of the port, Lu Jiang's boat sped away like a jet ski, leaving Shaolin dumbfounded. Lu Jiang left Baiwe Port. Not long after, a boss re-emerged. A massive shadow once again appeared over Baiwe Port. Isn't that the big monster from before? I thought it had been instantly defeated by Angry Jiang, but now it's back. No wonder Angry Jiang ran away. It turns out it was only temporarily sealed, and Angry Jiang escaped. Wasn't it Angry Jiang who destroyed its treasure? Why isn't it chasing Angry Jiang, but instead hovering here? Why is it dark? While that monster is about to attack. A laser beam thicker than a cement pipe poured down from the sky. It was as if it were painting. A boss treated the laser beam as a paintbrush and Baiwe Port as a canvas, carelessly drawing on it. However, each laser took away thousands of players. Damn, this boss has gone crazy. It's not our fault. Angry Jiang has already run away, and it's here losing its mind. I give up. Can't we log off? They say that in a special state, characters remain in the game while being forced to log off. A boss was madly unleashing his fury. The protective artifact was destroyed. Just moments ago, he had been locked in a small dark room, facing an elusive opponent. After finally appearing, he found that the person had already escaped, and he couldn't sense their location temporarily. All he knew was that in this city he had to destroy wildly. It seems just as Brother Angry Jiang said, "Ooh, I wonder if this hiding spot is safe."
Sangung Shui holding Tuanzi glanced back at the Lord's mansion. Wuji. Tuanzi looked at Sangung Shui with a puzzled expression. Please stop calling. Sangung Shui hurriedly urged Tuanzi to be quiet. Several hours had already passed. Finally arrived. Do I wonder how things are at Baiwa port? Lu Jiang looked at the sea before him and stopped the boat. This is the spot. You make sure to mark it well as I won't bring you here a second time. Lu Jiang directly stowed the boat and said to Shaolin. Yeah, I pretty much remember now. Shaolin nodded. Lu Jiang no longer paid attention to Shaolin and consumed a bottle of underwater breathing potion. Diving. Sea Guard stone tablet fragment entered the familiar light shield. Lu Jiang picked up the glider he had. Dragon Wing, Epic Type, Glider Level Requirement 0, all attributes, 3 flight speed, very fast, gliding ability, fast turning ability, average initial speed, fast skill, double speed dodge, dragon breath attack, double speed, perform a brief double acceleration. Dodge, perform a dodge from an attack. Dragon breath attack requires charging, collect dragon flames for storage, and based on the quality of the dragon flames, unleash a dragon breath attack. The reason for choosing this glider instead of those treasures close to divine artifacts is that those treasures are also tainted with their own aura. Unless they are fed to the dumpling again, that aura cannot be eliminated and the pursuit will continue. But Lu Jiang must be insane to specifically give it to the dumpling. Abbas would never expect that I would come to steal from him. Lu Jiang paused for a moment preparing to take the glider. This action must be quick. Just like players can return to the city, Abbas has actually bound this place and can teleport back in a short time. Otherwise, Abbas would not dare to leave here. In addition to divine artifacts, there are dozens of mythic treasures. If he couldn't return quickly, they would all be stolen. Lu Jiang knew all this, so he could only take one item, and he chose the glider. At the moment Lu Jiang picked it up, light patterns began to ripple nearby. No need to guess, it was Abbas preparing to return. Hehe, you returned to the city, and I returned to the city as well. Lu Jiang took out the return stone. The time for teleportation is not much different from that of the return stone. As soon as Lu Jiang picked it up, he quickly crushed the return stone almost synchronously. Waves rippled in the deep. At this moment Abbas returned. As a bass figure appeared, Lu Jiang also vanished within the light shield. A reversal of fate. White Moon Harbor. The NPC Lord looked at the empty sky and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago Abbas had almost destroyed the defense system of White Moon Harbor. But for some reason Abbas seemed to have been triggered by something and immediately halted the attack. He summoned a vortex of ripples and then dove into it. He vanished completely. Phew, that was close. Sangung Shui held the dumpling and hid behind the Lord's mansion, breathing a sigh of relief. If the defenses of the Lord's mansion had been breached, he would have been doomed. A bass frenzied attack on the Lord's mansion must have sensed the dumpling behind it. If the defenses were breached, he would— Wuji. The dumpling nudged Sangung Shui, its dark eyes looking at him, as if asking when its master would return. Sure, wait a moment, and I will take you to see your master. Although Abbas had retreated, Sangung Shui still cautiously urged the dumpling to be quiet. Just as Sangung Shui finished speaking, the communicator rang, and the ID displayed was Nujiang. Brother Nujiang, how is the situation now? Sangung Shui first inquired about the current situation. Although Abbas had retreated, Sangung Shui felt it was still not stable enough. After all, at the port, Lu Jiang had made Abbas disappear for a while, but not long after he returned. There should be no issues for now. You bring the dumpling out of the city to find me, and I will send you the coordinates shortly. Having just returned to the city, Lu Jiang had no intention of lingering and planned to head out immediately. Now was the time when the city's defenses were lax, with all soldiers gathered at the Lord's mansion, and the soldiers remaining for defense would not be very vigilant. He needed to exit the city before the defenses were reinforced. Lu Jiang quickly made his way out, and news of his return spread rapidly among the players. Just as he was about to leave the city, a figure in white blocked Lu Jiang's path, accompanied by a burly man wielding a large hammer and a woman with a classical aura. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Nujiang. The man in white looked at Lu Jiang with a faint smile. That is Feng Xianju, the president of the Divine Hidden Guild. I didn't expect Feng Xianju to take action personally. It seems that the Divine Hidden Guild has been waiting for this moment, but how did he know that Lu Jiang was coming back? But why didn't Feng Xianju send anyone? The members of Divine Hidden are all being watched by God of Law, and any slightest movement will surely be reported to Nujiang. It will be difficult to ambush Nujiang next time. Although Nujiang is a skilled rogue, Feng Xianju has always been a renowned expert in the circle, so it's hard to say. Also, the other two beside him, Tai Lan and Yunhua, are similarly only slightly inferior to Feng Xianju. Nujiang won't have it easy today. Nujiang stared at the three in front of him. He had some impression of Feng Xianju, even if the other two were unknown to him. In his past life, Feng Xianju was also a Nurking level expert, maintaining his rank even after the Great Reshuffle. Are you sure you want to block my way? Lu Jiang's gaze turned cold. Although he and Feng Xianju were both Nurkings in their past lives, they had basically no connection. Feng Xianju was always very mysterious, as if hiding some secret. After the collapse of the 10 major guilds, Feng Xianju remained unscathed, shrouded in mystery. Even later, due to the lack of interaction, Lu Jiang did not know what secrets Feng Xianju truly possessed. No, I am not blocking your way. Feng Xianju shook his head, folding his fan. It is you, Brother Nujiang, who is blocked. I see. After hearing the second half of Feng Xianju's words, Lu Jiang seemed to understand something and took a... He bore no grudge against Feng Xianju, only a difference in stance. After that incident erupted, differing positions left no room for reconciliation. What are you all talking about? Tai Lan's head was spinning. Why was everyone speaking in riddles, and he couldn't understand a word? Tai Lan swung his large hammer. Regardless of whether he understood or not, he knew one thing: smashing Nu Jiang would suffice. Blade Shadow Servant, Electric Shock, Bird Puppet Giant, 6 Puppet Giants, 15 Blade Shadow Servants, and 15 Electric Shock Birds. Nu Jiang began distributing the summoned beasts. Tai Lan, be careful. Feng Xianju frowned and warned. Earthquake Tremor. Tai Lan rushed forward first, and the Puppet Giant immediately used a control skill. However, Tai Lan did not mind and directly used his hammer to perform a jumping action. The surrounding players were more or less affected, but Tai Lan felt little impact. Fiery Strike. Tai Lan swung his large hammer, which ignited in flames. Earth Wall. Then another Puppet Giant quickly assisted in creating a defensive earthen wall. The earthen wall was shattered by that one strike. Not bad. Tai Lan was also surprised, although he did not show it. The Brute Force Hammer Warrior did not concern Lu Jiang at all. 6 Puppet Giants were more than enough to handle him. Lu Jiang turned his gaze, wanting to see what expression Feng Xianju had. To his surprise, Feng Xianju was looking at him with a beaming smile. Are you putting on an act? Lu Jiang let out a cold smile in his heart. Fine, let's see how you handle this. At that moment, the Blade Shadow Servants had already stealthily approached. From Lu Jiang's perspective, he could see the phantom of his summoned beast sneaking up. 2 Blade Shadow Servants were already behind Feng Xianju, yet Feng Xianju still wore a smile, showing no sign of movement. Swish! With 2 sharp sounds of air breaking, the blades in the hands of the Blade Shadow Servants swiftly pierced through Feng Xianju's body. It's a decoy. Lu Jiang was not surprised at all. In the next moment, Feng Xianju fell to the ground. What happened? Feng Huichang was taken out just like that. No way has Nu Jiang really grown this strong already. I think it's not impossible. However, in the next second, Feng Xianju's figure appeared 10 meters away. Brother Nu Jiang, these toys of yours are quite impressive. Feng Xianju still had a smile on his face. However, he also noticed Lu Jiang's expression, as if what had just happened was merely a trivial matter. It seems you do have some strength. Feng Xianju smiled slightly, then narrowed his eyes. But it's still not enough. After saying that, Feng Xianju threw 2 circular rings binding the 2 Blade Shadow Servants so they could not struggle free. As expected, Feng Xianju excels in control-type magic. The reason he was not familiar with Feng Xianju was precisely because Feng Xianju's combat style countered him perfectly. Control-type mages have an advantage over melee mages in combat. Melee fighters, to some extent, still have some means to counter, especially if they have high health and defense, they can hold their ground. But melee mages unfortunately lack charge skills, making it even harder for them to fight against control-type mages. Even the Blade Shadow Servants were quite irritated by his control-type skills. However, teleportation. Lu Jiang teleported towards Feng Xianju. Feng Xianju also had a displacement skill and teleported backward. Teleportation, but Lu Jiang's charged cloak activated again, resulting in another continuous blink. 2 blinks. Feng Xianju was somewhat surprised, as double blinks were still quite rare. Vine Growth. Feng Xianju used a wood-type magic to entangle Lu Jiang. Unfortunately, the trees were not nearby, otherwise using wood-type magic would be delivering it right to him. Long Long was also mixed in with the team of electric shock birds, ready to receive orders to attack at any moment. He needed to break free from the vines as quickly as possible. Magic Missile split in 2. Feng Xianju smiled faintly, slightly sidestepping to evade the attack. However, melee magic is not like ranged magic. Once evaded, it can still be held in hand for continuous attacks. At that moment, Yinhua also came to support. However, he was quickly entangled by 5 Blade Shadow Servants. Tai Lan and Yunhua each sent 5 Blade Shadow Servants to deal with him, while the other electric shock birds and Blade Shadow Servants charged at Feng Xianju like madmen. Feng Xianju had no choice but to keep retreating, using his control skills to buy time. No, if I drag this out any longer, the NPC will arrive. Nu Jiang knows that Feng Xianju is deliberately avoiding a fight with him. After all, he is still a mage, not a true assassin, even though he has a teleportation skill to initiate. But if he charged in, the opponent would pull away again, leaving him with no means to continue. Lu Jiang's expression became serious. Every move was filled with spatial laws. Simple structure of the domain. Feng Xianju's expression finally changed. Stop, I'm done playing, you can leave now. Just as Lu Jiang was about to attack, Feng Xianju said loudly. However, Lu Jiang did not stop his attack at all. I already let you go, seriously. Feng Xianju closed his eyes and used the same spatial laws. Since the structures constructed by both parties were the same, they both became ineffective. Feng Xianju successfully evaded this attack. Has Feng Xianju comprehended the domain so early? Was he not a Quasiking in his past life? How could he possibly achieve the level of Quasiking now? Lu Jiang was also somewhat astonished. Feng Xianju's methods were not particularly sophisticated, he could easily break them. But the fact that Feng Xianju had already reached that level was rather intriguing. Who exactly is Feng Xianju? Feng Xianju greeted Yunhua and Tai Lan. Then the 3 of them directly retreated. Lu Jiang glanced back, The NPC should be arriving soon, so there was no need to chase after Feng Xianju. Using the same domain would render the domain ineffective. The domain is a necessary realm for Quasi-Kings. Of course, it is not limited to Quasi-Kings. Some geniuses can comprehend the domain before becoming Quasi-Kings. Having a domain and not having a domain actually represents a crushing difference in levels. Within a domain, one can freely fill spatial limitations. Just like earlier, Jiang used a simple little domain to temporarily seal off the space around Feng Xianju, leaving him nowhere to hide. But for someone else who also has a domain, they can dismantle the spatial limitations you impose at will. Effects will cancel each other out at the same level. In simple terms, a domain transforms a certain spatial range into one's own territory, allowing you to do as you please within your domain. When everyone has a domain, the domain becomes useless. It seems there are many secrets I still do not know. Jiang, suddenly he felt that he was still not strong enough. If there were 10 or more masters like Feng Xianju, he would probably be unable to cope. However, his fighting spirit was ignited. Even so, what of it? A strong opponent makes victory all the more interesting. Jiang smiled to himself and hurriedly left the city. The three who had already left Feng Xianju. President, why didn't you let me continue fighting? I could have dealt with those giant skeletons to help you. Qilin said somewhat gloomily. He was a battle fanatic and encountering an evenly matched opponent excited him greatly. Moreover, he had not yet crushed Jiang and had not fought to his heart's content. President, I also feel we might have a chance. Even Yunhua in his heart had doubts. As long as we hold on a bit longer, when the NPC arrives, Jiang won't be able to escape, no matter how strong he is. His strength exceeded my expectations. Feng Xianju shook his head. He originally thought that his domain could easily overpower Jiang. He had not even considered Jiang as a serious opponent. His research on him was done before Jiang arrived at Baiwa Port. Yunhua and Qilin were puzzled, but seeing the president like this, they did not dare to ask further. Unknown sea area. A boss was angrily traveling through the sky, wanting to return to the previous location. However, he stopped halfway, because he could not sense the soul imprint, let alone the divine artifact. A boss felt a sense of despair. Without the presence of the imprint, he could not find his target. The divine artifact had been destroyed, and now he could not even seek revenge for it. A boss let out a mournful cry, filling the entire sea with his voice. As a boss cried out, he turned back along the same path. World announcement: the Sea Guardian Abbas has given up on avenging Angry River. Abbas has returned to his original position. Players at Baiwa Port can continue to play normally. Those who suffered losses have been informed in advance, and no compensation will be provided. World announcement: the Sea Guardian Abbas has given up on avenging Angry River. Abbas has returned to his original position. Players at Baiwa Port can continue to play normally. Those who suffered losses have been informed in advance, and no compensation will be provided. World announcement: the Sea Guardian Abbas has given up on avenging Angry River. Abbas has returned to his original position. Players at Baiwa Port can continue to play normally. Those who suffered losses have been informed in advance, and no compensation will be provided. What the hell? What did Angry River do? The treasure has been destroyed, and it's just let go. That Sea Guardian is too powerful. Although I wasn't there, just watching the video was terrifying. How could such a boss have been provoked by Angry River in advance? I still don't understand it. Damn, I thought I could gain something. I almost lost 2 levels of experience this time. Baiwa Port has now become as dangerous as Giant Stone Village. I advise newcomers not to come. I suddenly feel sorry for Meteor having provoked such a big demon as Angry River. The world announcement left many people stunned. After all, they were still fantasizing about some benefits, only to end up with complete losses and no gains. Outside the city at the prearranged location with Jiang. It's so good to see you come out. I was just about to bring people in. Sang Shui was holding a dumpling with Shu Shu, standing on her shoulder, looking at Jiang. Thank you for your hard work, Sang President. Jiang looked at the dumpling in Sang Shui's arms. The dumpling was rubbing its little belly, looking quite content. It seems the divine artifact has already been digested by the dumpling, and that imprint has been lost, otherwise a boss would not have given up so easily. Jiang took the dumpling from Sang Shui's arms. He was now very curious about the dumpling's attributes. Name: Ancient Iron-Eating Beast, SSS-Grade, Level 12, Health Limit 10300, Chi Limit 180, Strength 238, Agility 30, Intelligence 30, Stamina 100, Movement Speed 130, Attack Speed 90, Special Talent Devour, Skill none, Passive Advanced Perception, Advanced Combo Dark, Attribute Thunder, Attribute Fire, Attribute Wind, Attribute Water, Attribute Light, Attribute Attack Theft. Devour: the ancient iron-eating beast can eat any metal with its powerful jaws. The skill requires devouring metal to obtain, with the probability of comprehension increasing with rarity. Advanced Perception can sensitively detect danger and dispel invisibility. Advanced Combo: when attacking there is a chance to strike twice. Dark attribute attacks carry shadow damage with a debuff effect. Thunder attribute attacks carry lightning damage with a paralysis effect. Fire attribute attacks carry fire damage with a burning effect. Wind attribute attacks carry hurricane damage, increasing the user's speed. Water attribute attacks carry water damage, increasing the user's defense. Light attribute attacks carry light damage, providing healing to the user. Attack theft. Each attack steals 3 of the opponent's attack power for 1 hour with effects stacking up to a maximum of 10 times. This. Seeing the dumpling's attribute panel, Lu Jiang was momentarily speechless. Dark, thunder, fire, wind, water, light. These 6 elemental passives left him somewhat dizzy. Moreover, the passive of attack theft left Lu Jiang dumbfounded. With a single slap, the dumpling unleashed a large array of attribute effects along with attack theft. Even the previously seemingly useless passive that had a chance to trigger combo attacks Lu Jiang once thought of as a super trash skill. Now Lu Jiang felt that this passive was incredibly powerful. Triggering a combo once adds another stack of... The dumpling happily stretched out its claws wanting to touch Lu Jiang, but Lu Jiang instinctively pulled the dumpling a bit farther away from himself. This was an instinctive action given the array of elemental attacks and additional effects, even the potential for combo. Lu Jiang feared that a single touch from the dumpling could be fatal. What's wrong? Brother, Angry River. Sang Shui, seeing Lu Jiang frozen in place, couldn't help but ask. It's nothing at all. Lu Jiang certainly wouldn't casually show the dumpling's attributes to anyone. Even though Sang Shui had held the dumpling, others could not view his pet's attributes without his consent. That's good to hear. Sang Shui nodded. He wasn't curious about anything, he just thought that if Lu Jiang's pet had any issues it was him who held it earlier, and he would feel responsible. President Sangjing, how were your losses this time? Lu Jiang recalled their earlier agreement, and couldn't help but ask Sang Shui. Sang Shui smiled helplessly. The first and third teams were okay, most of the members only died once. Although some equipment was lost, it was within an acceptable range. The second team was with me on the shore. Later some other guilds interfered, and scattered players disrupted the rhythm. Many people in the second team lost a level, and some even lost 2 levels along with some equipment. At this point Sang Shui paused. Some things didn't need to be said too explicitly, saying too much could be bothersome. Lu Jiang was a smart person and would understand. I understand. Prepare your guild members and gather supplies. We're setting sail shortly. Lu Jiang nodded. He had previously promised to guide Sang Shui's team to an exceptional location for leveling up. I recommend bringing only your elite members. The training site is rather limited. Lu Jiang addressed Sang Shui. What supplies should we prepare? Sang Shui asked, puzzled. Underwater breathing potions. Lu Jiang replied calmly. That's difficult. Materials are scarce right now. What about the dungeon we'd agreed upon? Sang Shui hesitated before speaking. We'll set that aside for now. Gaining experience takes priority. Lu Jiang's words carried unspoken weight. Sang Shui was exceptionally perceptive and quickly grasped his implication. Brother Nu Jiang, if gaining experience is suddenly so vital, does something extraordinary lie ahead? Sang Shui left the question hanging, eyes fixed on Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang did not reply immediately. He first ensured no one was eavesdropping. Seeing Lu Jiang scanning their surroundings, Sang Shui furrowed his brow. Could this truly be something momentous? In 1 month. Will you possess the courage to confront Shun In Heiden? Once satisfied no one was listening, Lu Jiang spoke with solemn gravity. Confront Shun In openly. Sang Shui stared at him in disbelief. Though his guild Fa Shun had long allied with the Ming Rin Guild precisely to counter Shun Yin's dominance over Baiwei Harbor, and though he'd contemplated such a clash someday, a full-scale war within a week felt shockingly abrupt and dangerously reckless. A conflict with Shun In would reverberate across the entire realm, drawing in countless other factions. Moreover, though Sang Shui bore no illusions about his own guild's strength, the gap between Fa Shun and Shun In remained starkly evident. You know our standing against Shun In, brother Nu Jiang. Sang Shui shook his head. The proposition struck him as utterly absurd. I'm fully aware of your strength, which is precisely why I ask only whether you possess the courage to fight Shun In, not whether victory is assured. Lu Jiang emphasized his point. Sang Shui froze, caught between 2 irreconcilable paths. If I told you your elite team could reach level 50 within a month, and that most of their gear would be upgraded to golden tier, would that courage return? Lu Jiang dropped a seismic revelation. Sang Shui was undeniably tempted, but not blinded by ambition. What cause compels us to war? Might you share even the faintest hint? Just a sliver will suffice. Sang Shui drew a slow, steadying breath, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Indeed, even if war loomed, they deserved at least one just cause. Sacred artifact. With those 2 words, Lu Jiang fell silent, leaving Sang Shui to absorb their sacred artifacts represented the apex of power in this world. Even the divine artifacts guarded by a boss fell short of true sacred artifacts in transcendence. Sacred artifact. Sang Shui stood motionless, stunned into silence. As Lu Jiang anticipated, it would take time for the truth to settle. Lu Jiang granted him that time. Truth be told, he'd never intended to seek an alliance. Alone, he already possessed overwhelming confidence. Yet Feng Xianju's sudden appearance had unsettled him. This man had already mastered domain affinity at such an early stage, a phenomenon profoundly unnatural. The Sacred Mountain's descent 1 month hence remained shrouded in mystery from his past life. Only its arrival at Baiwei Harbor was certain. Though legends claimed a sacred artifact emerged atop the mountain, its nature remained unknown, vanished without trace after being claimed by an enigmatic figure. Lu Jiang had originally believed his current strength and mastery of domain affinity from his previous life rendered him peerless at this stage. Feng Xianju's emergence shattered that certainty. His opponent was not merely powerful, but meticulously prepared, acting with deliberate intent. This entire affair likely unfolded according to the adversary's design, compelling Lu Jiang to prepare in kind. Shan Guild thus became his most viable alliance. He must maximize his strength before the sacred mountain descends. Can we truly defeat Qilin? Uncertainty flickered in San Gungshue's eyes. If you trust me. Lu Jiang sidestepped the question, offering one in return. Pleasure doing business. San Gungshue extended his hand, smiling. I trust you. Lu Jiang returned the gesture with a quiet smile. Then I'll begin preparations immediately. San Gungshue nodded. They agreed upon a rendezvous point. Perhaps in 1 month the unsolved mysteries of my past life will finally surface. Lu Jiang gazed skyward, thoughtful. Wuji. At that very moment the small creature nestled in his arms collapsed limply. Lu Jiang reacted instantly, catching the creature deftly. Tuanzi. What's wrong? He asked, cradling it. Wuji. Tuanzi rubbed its eyes, drowsy beyond ordinary fatigue, then slipped into. Lu Jiang called out repeatedly, yet Tuanzi remained unresponsive. Could this be? A startling realization dawned. An epiphany. Beyond SS rank existed the transcendent Saint Beast tier, a threshold only true Saint Beasts could breach. Epiphanies were rare hidden abilities unique to them, often triggered by profound experiences. Post-epiphany, each Saint Beast assimilated insight differently, some through consumption, others through combat, and still others through prolonged slumber. Only the latter explanation aligned with Tuanzi's state, especially since it had just consumed a divine artifact whose embedded essence could easily catalyze such an awakening. Could Tuanzi be a latent Saint Beast? Lu Jiang struggled to believe it, yet the logic held. Saint Beast offspring lacking age or maturity could not yet inherit their sacred domain. The visible power gap between SS rank and Saint Beast lay solely in that one domain, but the chasm it represented was absolute. How long will Tuanzi sleep? Lu Jiang chose not to disturb it, instead placing it safely within his spatial realm to rest undisturbed. He'd once considered Tuanzi the least useful companion, yet this revelation reshaped everything. Its significance was immeasurable. Then Lu Jiang prepared the tools needed for this trip. After confirming that he hadn't forgotten anything, he went to the port to set sail with the others. This time they were secretly setting sail, so they chose the most secluded port. After sailing for a while, Lu Jiang noticed a few tailing followers behind him. Tracking someone on the vast ocean is quite difficult as it is open and unobstructed. One only needs to climb the mast to observe whether there are any followers. He dealt with the tailing followers and set sail again. In the Crescent Moon Sea, after several long journeys, the members of the Mage Association and Lu Jiang arrived at a group of islands. The Crescent Moon Sea is particularly vast, and even Lu Jiang took some time to locate it. Of course, the speed of the Mage Association's ship was much slower than his, so Lu Jiang could not travel at full speed. Here we are, this is the place. Lu Jiang smiled as he looked at the surroundings. This group of islands had not been discovered yet, considering that the game had just launched and the Crescent Moon Sea was so large. Isn't this place a bit small, brother New? Due to their cooperative agreement, San Gungshue and Lu Jiang's relationship had grown closer. You'll see soon enough. Lu Jiang laughed heartily, looking at San Gungshue. He understood what San Gungshue meant, since this group of islands was long, but the leveling areas were limited. However, Lu Jiang knew that there were only a few places where experience could be gained. The efficiency of other areas was not much better than on land, and bringing people here would just waste time. Lu Jiang walked ahead, and San Gungshue immediately followed. Everyone keep up, San Gungshue said to the dozens of people behind. Since Lu Jiang had limited the number of people, these dozens were the top experts from the guild. They could be said to be the elite of the elite. Everyone here was quite nervous. Lu Jiang's reputation had reached its peak this time, and he bore a few more characteristics of a legendary figure. Thinking about possibly battling alongside this legendary figure made everyone excited, even as they were tense. However, the anticipated fierce beasts did not appear. On the island they landed on, there was also a large inner lake. Each of them received an iron pickaxe and a backpack. San Gung give them underwater breathing potions, Lu Jiang said to San Gungshue, and then told them, "You will all follow me to mine." The words that followed from Lu Jiang felt like a bucket of cold water poured over them. Each of them was a top expert in the guild, and they looked at the iron pickaxe under their feet, wondering why they were being asked to mine. However, the Mage Association was a large guild where orders were strictly followed, so they all looked at San Gungshue. "What are you looking at me for?" During this time, what Lu Jiang says is what I say. San Gungshue shouted loudly, somewhat displeased with the crowd's reaction. "Brother New, I'm sorry, my subordinates are clueless." After shouting, Lu Jiang smiled apologetically at Lu Jiang. "It's fine, just follow me closely now." After drinking the underwater breathing potion, Lu Jiang jumped directly into the lake.
Sangung Shui mimicked Lu Jiang's actions, picked up a pickaxe from the ground, and jumped in. Seeing both Nu Jiang and the guild leader jump in, the others had no choice but to follow. Who would dare stay on the shore? Each person drank the underwater breathing potion, then picked up a pickaxe and carried a backpack. The group looked at each other, finding the scene amusing. They wanted to laugh, but could only chuckle quietly, afraid to laugh out loud. However, Lu Jiang did not pay them any mind. He had instructed them, and those who didn't want to participate could let Sangung Shui find replacements. This is the Chaos Star ore. Arriving at the bottom of the water, Lu Jiang saw the ground covered in Chaos Star ore, and he immediately took out his pickaxe and began mining in a random spot. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the iron pickaxe striking the ore spread through the water. Everyone start mining. Sangung Shui urged as he saw many of his subordinates not moving. Clang, 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 clang. Finally, the group reluctantly began to mine. While my experience has increased a bit, when one person successfully mined, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this for real, eh?" Someone was very puzzled. More and more people were successfully mining. Wow, I have also gained a bit. I heard that mining these life skills also yield experience, but normal mining doesn't give much experience. So what kind of, or is this? Damn, this entire lake is filled with this kind of, or it's all just experience waiting to be gained. Woohoo, this is way more enjoyable than grinding monsters for levels. Sorry, Brother Nu, we misunderstood you. As more people tasted the sweetness, they expressed their astonishment. Brother Nu, this is amazing. Sangung Shui also completed a mining session, and he was quite surprised to see that the experience gained was equivalent to defeating several monsters. To be honest, previously he had always let the people in the guild listen to Lu Jiang's words just to avoid any misunderstandings or gaps between Lu Jiang and himself. As for truly believing Lu Jiang's words, Sangung Shui still held a somewhat conservative attitude. After all, this island looked a bit desolate, and gaining experience through mining seemed a bit absurd. Only after he truly experienced it did he dispel his doubts. Now he was filled with surprise. At the same time, Lu Jiang's profound understanding of this game became evident. This meant that Lu Jiang was certainly someone who understood the secrets, but it also made him wary of Qilin. Therefore, it suggested that Feng Xianju was not as simple as it appeared. Previously, he had foolishly thought that uniting with famous guilds might help him counter Qilin. Now, he realized he had overestimated himself. Isn't it amazing? This is just the beginning. Lu Jiang smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. This group of islands would later be discovered and hailed as the Experience Islands. Lu Jiang had also come to this group of islands to level up, but there were too many people at that time. Just like this lake filled with Chaos Star ore. Although these ores respawn and the area is vast, countless people mining in this lake meant that each person could mine less. Conflicts often arose due to overcrowding while mining, and if one got into a fight and died, they would lose experience. This was also why Lu Jiang only brought the most elite individuals who signed a confidentiality agreement. The more people there were, the less resources each person could access. With dozens of people, they could perfectly utilize the resources available here. Just as Lu Jiang was about to use a special method to extensively excavate experience, he sensed a disturbance in the pet space. Is Tuanzi awake? Lu Jiang's eyes lit up, wondering how Tuanzi was doing. However, he was unsure if Tuanzi would drown since he hadn't taken any breathing potions before entering the water. You all continue digging, I'll go up for a moment, Lu Jiang said to Sangung Shui. Alright, you handle your business first, Sangung Shui replied. Lu Jiang nodded, and then swam up. Upon reaching the shore, he let Tuanzi out. As soon as Tuanzi came out, he energetically approached Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang picked Tuanzi up and patted it. Then he checked Tuanzi's current attributes. Name: Ancient Iron-Eating Beast, Quasi-Holy Beast, level 12, max health 1180, max Chi 300, strength 258, agility 50, intelligence 50, endurance 130, movement speed 150, attack speed 105, special talents: Devour, divinity skills, none, passives: high perception, advanced combo, dark, attribute lightning, attribute fire, attribute wind, attribute water, attribute light, attribute attack, theft. Devour. The ancient iron-eating beast can consume any metal with its strong jaws. This skill relies on devouring metals to gain abilities with rarer metals, yielding higher comprehension chances. Divinity can manipulate space and alter spatial properties. High perception can sensitively detect danger and dispel invisibility. Advanced combo. There is a chance of executing 2 attacks when attacking. Dark attribute attacks carry shadow damage accompanied by debuff effects. Lightning attribute attacks carry lightning damage with a chance to paralyze. Fire attribute attacks carry fire damage, inflicting a burning effect. Wind attribute attacks carry hurricane damage, increasing the user's speed. Water attribute attacks carry water damage, enhancing the user's defense. Light attribute attacks carry light damage, providing healing to the user. Attack, theft. Each attack steals 3 of the opponent's attack power, lasting for 1 hour with a maximum of 10 stat. Divinity. Lu Jiang gazed at the newly added skill in Tuanzi's special talents, unable to believe it. Perhaps anyone else would not understand what divinity meant, only relying on the explanation provided by the system. In truth, that was merely a superficial explanation. Divinity is a form of domain.
if Lu Jiang and Tuanzi were to fight without summoning beasts or using his ultimate means. Lu Jiang would have virtually no chance of winning. This is because divinity surpasses domain. Tuanzi could easily crush Lu Jiang's domain. It is a level above the Quasi-King, a divinity that can only be comprehended by kings. However, divinity is not a divine domain, it is merely a conceptual framework of a divine domain, so even comprehending the divine domain does not allow one to advance from king level to divine level. Tuanzi's SSS rating also became a quasi-holy beast due to its divinity. Wuji. At this moment, Tuanzi placed its hand on Lu Jiang's chest. Lu Jiang felt a strange power. It seemed that at this moment Lu Jiang and Tuanzi's minds were in sync. Originally Tuanzi was his pet, and it was normal for them to share thoughts, but Lu Jiang couldn't quite describe the sensation. It felt like a higher level of fusion beyond mere mental connection. Lu Jiang closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be in a lush green bamboo forest. A refreshing breeze blew through tousling Lu Jiang's hair. A glowing bamboo stalk descended from the sky, slowly approaching Lu Jiang. What is this? Lu Jiang looked at the bamboo stalk, reaching out his hand to catch it. But as the bamboo reached Lu Jiang's hand, it transformed into specks of starlight. The starlight entered from Lu Jiang's chest. The long-sealed Quasi-King realm began to stir. A marvelous feeling enveloped Lu Jiang. The heart of a king, Lu Jiang said in disbelief. The kingly posture he had maintained for so long, as well as the years of accumulated Quasi-King experience, coalesced with the assistance of these starlights. Half an hour later. Break for me. Lu Jiang's gaze became resolute, and the illusion before him vanished. He was back by the lake. However, Lu Jiang's entire demeanor had changed drastically. So this is what it feels like to be a king, and it's an upgrade from the heart of a king. Lu Jiang squeezed his body, still feeling it was quite extraordinary. Wuji. Tuanzi happily leaped onto Tuanzi, you helped me advance to king level. Lu Jiang was aware that he was still not enough to break through to king level. However, Tuanzi merely shared its comprehension of divinity with him, using its inheritance power combined with Lu Jiang's years of Quasi-King accumulation, as well as his insights into the posture of a king during this time. Though it was achieved with some external assistance, it still naturally led to the attainment of king level. Moreover, since Tuanzi was his pet, and part of his own power, it couldn't be considered external help. Splash. At this moment, a figure emerged from the lake. It was Sang Shui. Brother New, I thought you ran into trouble since you haven't come down for so long. Sang Shui sighed in relief. It's good to see you are fine. Lu Jiang remained silent, simply smiling lightly. Brother New, how come I feel like you're a bit different, but I can't quite put my finger on it? Sang Shui said with some confusion. No need to overthink it, let's continue leveling up, Lu Jiang replied with a faint smile. He then summoned 36 sea turtles, instructing each to hold a large iron pick in their mouths. The sea turtles' mouths were hard and powerful, making it easy for them to wield the iron picks. Long Long, Tuanzi, and Shushu also picked up iron picks to mine. Though Lu Jiang needed experience, he also had plenty of helpers. Just waiting for the descent of the holy mountain now. With a king's mentality, Lu Jiang felt fearless. The resource-rich leveling island made the mining experience low. With high levels, he could explore new leveling methods on other islands. Moreover, the first drop rates were very high, and everyone had found some good equipment. Time passed in this manner of leveling. A month later, the glow of leveling enveloped Lu Jiang. Finally reached level 50. Lu Jiang dealt a finishing blow, and a large sea monster collapsed in response. You all clean up the battlefield. He casually said to the elite group of the Magic God Guild. It's time to head back, the holy mountain is about to descend today. Lu Jiang gazed towards the direction of Baiyue port, murmuring to himself. Lu Jiang casually opened his panel. Player New Jiang. Profession Summoner Lord. Level 50. HP 15,581. MP 10,650. Strength 181. Intelligence 2,658. Stamina 100. Spirit 1,035. Physical attack 198. Magical attack 2,281. Physical defense 2,780. Magical defense 2056. Basic skills 2 many omitted. Inherited skills Divine Summoning, Ordinary Summoning, Damage Mark, All Buff, All Purification, Weakness Mark. Passive skills Born Leader, Damage, Averaging, Solidification. Divine Summoning, perform a summoning that will definitely summon an SS level creature, which will level up alongside the summoner, in pet form, cooldown 72 hours. Ordinary Summoning, perform a summoning of ordinary creatures that will not become pets, but will level up as the summoner's level increases, cooldown 5 minutes, limit summoners level 3. Damage Mark, toss a mark that increases the damage of all summoned pets. All buff, all summoned pets will be affected by the strengthening buff, increasing all attributes. All purification can remove abnormal statuses from summoned pets. Weakness Mark, toss a mark that weakens the target's defense and action speed. Born Leader, passive summoned creatures automatically have 100 favorability and will not drop items. Damage averaging passive, when the summoner is attacked, damage is distributed among all summoned pets. Solidification passive, when there are summoned pets around the summoner, both the pets and the summoner increase their defense. Upon reaching level 50, several new professional skills were added.
During this time, he had already collected his core skills and coincidentally obtained the triple hold skill. He touched his back where 2 epic staffs and 1 dark gold staff were inserted. Staff of Winter Dark Gold. Type weapon. Level requirement none. Intelligence 500. When attacking, each hit will inflict a freezing and slowing effect. When attacking, there is a 10 chance to summon an Ice Giant's Phantom for a punch. Attached skills Blizzard Deep Freeze, Ice Claw, Ice Shield. Blizzard summons a blizzard that covers a large area. Enemies within the environment will receive freezing damage and slowed speed. Deep Freeze inflicts additional freezing damage on enemies already affected by freezing damage. Ice Claw uses claws formed from condensed ice to inflict multiple hits on enemies. Ice Shield forms a protective shield of ice that can absorb damage. Night Melody Epic. Type weapon. Level requirement none. Intelligence 600. When attacking, has a chance to apply a negative buff. When standing still, can enter a state of invisibility. Attached skills Night Notes, Instant Teleportation Night, Entangled Dark Mist. Night Notes unleashes a wonderful melody that ensnares the target, generating illusionary attacks. Instant Teleportation performs a medium to long-distance instantaneous teleportation. Night Entangle produces shadow tentacles to control the target. Dark Mist releases a large amount of black mist that can confuse the opponent's vision. Once a weapon reaches epic grade, there are generally no level restrictions. Unless it is a special weapon, there may be strength, intelligence, or spirit requirements. The other Dark Gold Staff is just for Jiang to fill the numbers, so it doesn't matter. In addition, there are 5 SS level pets. The reason for 5 instead of 10 is that having too many pets greatly affects leveling. The 5 are SSS level Ice Crystal Qilin, SSS level Melody Angel, SSS level Furious Flame Phoenix, SSS level Fire I Divine Monkey, SSS level Thunderbird King. They are named Chi-Chi, Enin, Fengfeng, Yuan Yuan, Pumpa. Along with the previously named Long Long and Shushu, there are now 7 SS level pets, all at level 50. Wuji. The dumpling ran over excitedly. Just now the dumpling had snatched 2 pieces of golden gear from the battlefield personnel of the Mage God Guild. The dumpling hugged its leg, wanting to climb up. Jiang picked up the dumpling directly. To be honest, Jiang didn't even want to look at the dumpling's panel. Now the dumpling's strength had already surpassed 5,000. Moreover, due to long-term consumption of golden gear, the dumpling now has a plethora of passives, and its information bar was almost full. One punch sends out a dazzling array of elemental attacks and spatial laws capable of distorting the space around the boss. Although the dumpling still lacks active skills. However, the dumpling possesses divinity and can teleport freely within a certain range. Moreover, if the opponent lacks divinity, even in a domain, they cannot evade the dumpling's attacks. Even if Jiang were to fight the dumpling now, he wouldn't have much confidence no matter what means he used. But why would I want to fight my own pet? That's ridiculous. Jiang hugged the dumpling and laughed cheerfully. Wuji. The dumpling tilted its head, confused about why its master was suddenly laughing. At this moment, Sange Shui walked over. New brother, are we going back today? Sange Shui could not hide her excitement. Having stayed on this island for nearly a month, the entire elite team had made tremendous progress. Initially, Jiang said in a month your elite team will reach level 50 and most of the equipment will be upgraded to golden grade. But now it seems to be far beyond that. Now he was almost level 60 and the entire elite team was above level 50 with none below level 50. As for the claim of mostly golden grade equipment, it wasn't just mostly, all of it was at least golden grade. He and a few top players were already sporting half dark gold equipment. As for Jiang himself, he had 2 epic pieces and the rest were all at least dark gold grade. Sange Shui looked at the dumpling with a gaze full of envy. Because any dark gold equipment that Jiang didn't use would be fed to the dumpling, while all golden equipment was monopolized by the dumpling. Silver equipment, which the dumpling initially consumed, was now completely disregarded. What was even more infuriating was that the dumpling, a little panda, enjoyed so many resources and even came to the Mage God elite team to snatch equipment. Sange Shui could not afford to offend this little fellow. It is time to return. And Jiang gazed into the distance, speaking softly. In hearing his words, the elite squad of the Divine Law Guild erupted in cheers. Wonderful. I was on the verge of self-isolation in this godforsaken place. And granted, leveling up is swift here and gear drops plentifully, but it's utterly tedious. Haha. With our current strength, the title of White Moon Harbor's top guild should rightfully be ceded to us. And brother Jiang is absolutely magnificent. I love you. Get lost. You're a man, don't make brother Jiang uncomfortable. Let someone like me, a soft-spoken girl, take the lead instead. Oh please, soft-spoken. You a fierce warrior. How utterly nauseating. They had remained on the island for a full month, and truly felt on the verge of turning simple-minded. Ensign Gung Shui made no attempt to restrain them. White Moon Harbor. And the sky hung heavy and overcast that day. Looks like a torrential downpour is imminent, remarked a player piloting a fishing vessel, glancing warily at the clouds. Fishing in-game mirrored reality. Closely, heavy rain would damage vessels, incurring costly repairs, and worse players risked losing hard-earned experience points and precious equipment upon death. For ordinary players, such losses were substantial.
Not a single drop has fallen in over 10 days. This storm has been brewing for ages. Old Yin better stay ashore today. Another fishing boat approached, and its captain hailed the first player, evidently an acquaintance. Hey, why not pack up and hunt some monsters together? We could form a party. Old Yin turned to the other player and replied, sure. Truth be told, even fishing has grown monotonous after all these days. The other chuckled warmly. Old Yin stepped onto the deck scanning for a suitable mooring spot, then suddenly turned back, eyes widening as he beheld a colossal mountain descending from the heavens. A mountain? A mountain's falling. Old Yin pointed shakily into the sky, tongue-tied with disbelief. In what mountain? Old Yin, have you fished yourself into idiocy? Mountains don't fall from the sky. The other mocked him, until Old Yin shouted again, voice raw with urgency, no, I swear, it is falling. Look for yourself. Hesitantly the skeptic emerged from the cabin onto the deck. Holy hell, it is real. As the shadow loomed ever larger, his knees trembled. Other players across the harbor witnessed the same terrifying spectacle. Some vessels had barely cleared the harbor, and now drifted directly beneath the descending peak. What the hell? Can mountains really fall from the sky? Damn it, full speed ahead. One strike would shatter this hull instantly, and what is that thing? Dozens captured the event from multiple angles and uploaded it to the forums. White Moon Harbor had barely caught its breath for a month. Now chaos erupts anew. Last time that so-called guardian nearly razed the entire harbor. Now another crisis descends without warning. Could it be new Jiang? He hasn't surfaced publicly in nearly a month. Right. I heard he set sail a month ago and obliterated everyone tailing him, reportedly alongside the Divine Law Guild. New Jiang certainly knows how to stir things up. I'd hoped a month's absence might bring him some calm. New Jiang's avatar had faded almost entirely from public consciousness. In an age of information overload, 1 month's silence was enough for even legends to vanish from collective memory. Something's off. Why no world announcement? This scale dwarfs a boss's incident. Is there something hidden here? A few noticed the anomaly. The absence of a global bulletin was deeply unusual. Yet such voices were scarce, swiftly drowned beneath the tide of trivial online noise. Most craved spectacle, not truth. Or worse. They simply followed the crowd, latching onto New Jiang as the presumed culprit. After all, the king's return made for irresistible drama. When the village's alpha hound barks, every dog joins in, yet none know why it barked. Boom. The sacred mountain descended. It unleashed a titanic wave, and the entire harbor trembled under its force. A distant fleet. Lu Jiang stood at the prow, flanked by Sangung Shui with over 100 Divine Law Guild vessels arrayed behind them. Dozens of rigorously trained elite members occupied vessels surrounding Lu Jiang, their designated vanguard for the coming assault. From Lu Jiang's palm emerged several puppet birds. Go. He released them, and they soared toward the sacred mountain. Lu Jiang currently commanded 33 distinct summon types with a maximum capacity of 150 creatures. These birds were among them. Name puppet reconnaissance bird, rank A in quantity, 6 in level, 50 in max, HP 950 in max, Chi 300 in strength, 188 in agility, 581 in intelligence, 1081 in endurance, 280 in movement speed, 700 in attack speed, 200 in skills. Scouting, advanced scouting, shared vision, supreme evasion, camouflage, advanced camouflage, hyper radar, ward placement, recall beacon. This was Lu Jiang's primary reconnaissance unit. Though rated only A, that assessment stemmed solely from its lack of offensive capability. Its stats were formidable, but every skill revolved around speed and perception, not combat. And precisely that was what Lu Jiang required. Only by knowing both oneself and the enemy can one seize every advantage. Regarding the sacred mountain, Lu Jiang possessed only fragmented rumors. Its true nature remained veiled even to him. The absence of a world announcement confirmed the gravity and strangeness of the event. No very major occurrence he'd witnessed before had triggered such a bulletin. Yet this, vastly more momentous, remained eerily silent. It has truly arrived. Sangung Shui stared awestruck at the immense silhouette of the sacred mountain on the horizon. And though Lu Jiang had forewarned him, and though he'd come to believe those words, he now grasped the chasm between prophecy and reality. The Divine Law Guild's elite squad shared his shock, yet their awe quickly ignited into exhilarating fervor. Their confidence surged to unprecedented heights. In the hearts of those dozens, Lu Jiang had eclipsed even Sangung Shui as the undisputed leader, now a legendary figure guiding them into legend itself. At the foot of the sacred mountain, many people have gathered. However, the free players are almost unable to approach. The fleets formed by several major guilds have directly intercepted numerous free players. Lu Jiang had already learned about the situation here through his puppet scout bird. So the reason why there are few rumors about the sacred mountain is because of this. Lu Jiang smiled, faintly realizing that the other party indeed had a plan in mind. However, he still couldn't understand why there was no news regarding the sacred artifacts. Even now, he still didn't know what the sacred artifact was. He had just sent the scout bird to the mountaintop. But the mountaintop was shrouded in clouds and mist, completely obstructing the scout bird's line of sight.
He wanted the scout bird to fly a little closer, but discovered that there were obstacles preventing entry. He could only give up. The fleet of the Law God Guild had just approached when they were intercepted. The ones intercepting them were the Shadowy Alliance and several major guilds. Are you looking to start a war now? Sangung Shui said coldly from the bow of the ship. President Sangung Shui, please wait a moment. A person resembling a captain spoke to Sangung Shui and then opened the communication device. After a short while, President Sangung Shui, please proceed. The intercepting fleet opened a gap, allowing the Law God Guild to enter. The fleet headed towards the Sacred Mountain. In this past month, Feng Xianju has somehow subdued a few other guilds. Even the famous guild that fought alongside me against the Shadowy Alliance has now turned against us. Feng Xianju probably knows that I am with you, so he didn't approach our Law God Guild for alliance discussions. Sangung Shui recounted the situation in by U-port from the past month to Lu Jiang. No worries, they are just a wrap. Lu Jiang smiled lightly and glanced at Sangung Shui. Doesn't he worry about the opinions of others while uniting several major guilds to seal the sea? Even if the free players have opinions, they can't unite. As for powerful guilds like ours, Feng Xianju naturally wouldn't dare to intercept us, otherwise the major guilds would band together, and Feng Xianju wouldn't be able to stop them. According to the intelligence department, some forces from outside by U-port seem to have also sent people over. Sangung Shui shook his head with a bitter smile. If you hadn't told me about the Sacred Mountain, I wouldn't have sent someone to specifically gather this intelligence. You did well, Sangung. Lu Jiang patted Sangung Shui on the shoulder, smiling. Though this intelligence isn't critical, it is still useful. This is also the benefit of cooperating with major guilds. He didn't have the energy to investigate these trivial matters alone. At this moment, the fleet arrived at the Sacred Mountain. All elite members of the Law God Guild disembarked while other personnel waited on the ship. The Sacred Mountain cannot be approached simply by having more people. Currently, only the shallow area of the Sacred Mountain is open, and there is a light curtain in front temporarily blocking progress. Brother Lu Jiang, it's good to see you again. As soon as Lu Jiang landed, he encountered an old acquaintance, the Sword King. Following the Sword King was the number 10. Hello, what a coincidence. Lu Jiang smiled slightly casually, observing the group with the Sword King. There were fewer than 20 people with the Sword King, and the faces of the others were cold. Upon closer observation, it could be seen that the Sword King actually held a position lower in status among this group. As the president of one of the world's top 10 guilds, the Sword King could only rank in the middle to lower tier in this gathering. Lu Jiang had already figured out the identities of this group. They were from the Tang family, a hidden martial arts family. The Sword King was merely a disciple of the Tang family in the mundane world. Lu Jiang came to learn about these hidden families later on. At first, skills in real life like swimming would also translate well into the game. Those hidden martial arts families could also bring their real-life abilities into the game. The most obvious example is some top experts from these ancient martial arts families could perceive the existence of the domain as soon as they entered the game. They would start at a Quasiking level, and some even more astonishing ultimers. The Tang family was among the first to learn about this news among these hidden martial arts families. Tang Jian, what are you chatting? Why aren't you getting back in formation? Tang Jian, the Sword King's real name, was chided by an elder from the Tang family who disapproved of the Sword King, chatting with Lu Jiang. These long-hidden people have a tough and unpleasant demeanor, looking down on the younger generation unless they are their own direct descendants. Yes, elder. The Sword King quickly responded, then smiled apologetically at Lu Jiang. Sorry, I have to go. The Sword King returned with number 10. As they left, number 10 glanced back at Lu Jiang once more. After the Sword King returned, the elder from the Tang family looked down his nose at Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang's expression was cold. It was said that the Sword King had been abandoned by his family in his past life due to an incident and was targeted by former enemies, failing to even achieve Quasiking status. Originally, Lu Jiang didn't want to interfere in other people's affairs. However, seeing the elder from the Tang family acting like this made him feel a bit displeased. Sangung, let's go check out the other side. Lu Jiang said to Sangung Shui, wanting to avoid the Tang family. Sangung Shui nodded, not knowing Lu Jiang's relationship with this group, but he didn't want to inquire further. Some things are better left unknown. Not long after, they encountered another group of familiar faces. Brother Lu Jiang, it has been over a month since we last met, Feng Xianju said with a smile, while holding a folding fan. Besides Feng Xianju and two of his subordinates he had seen last time, Liuxing and Tianya from the famous guild were also present. Yes, President Feng, you seem quite impressive this past month. Lu Jiang replied coldly, taking a few steps forward. Seeing Lu Jiang approaching, Feng Xianju came over as well. The two of them had distanced themselves from their teams and met in the middle. You really came. Feng Xian just smile faded, his expression turning serious and his voice lowered and hoarse. Did I not tell you a month ago? Lu Jiang looked at Feng Xian, his gaze firm, and also lowered his voice. Do you insist on this? Is there no room for negotiation? Feng Xian frowned at Lu Jiang. If you insist, there is nothing to discuss. Lu Jiang's gaze was unwavering. Suddenly Feng Xian smiled. Then he turned to leave. I hope Brother Lu Jiang can achieve what he wishes. Feng Xian waved his folding fan. Lu Jiang had nothing more to say to Feng Xian as they would soon be rivals, and he left with his group.
Watching Lu Jiang's departing figure, Feng Xianju narrowed his eyes, staring at Lu Jiang's back. Where exactly will the ninth piece fall? The luminous barrier of the holy mountain gradually dissipated. Numerous forces gathered at the entrance. What Lu Jiang did not expect was to see many familiar faces from his past life. Is that Zhang Feng? Lu Jiang's eyes widened. He had anticipated seeing familiar faces, but he did not expect that this guy would also be here. Zhang Feng, the strongest among the younger generation of the hidden Zhang family, was also the heir of the Zhang clan. In his previous life, it was this Zhang Feng who led the charge to seize his king's certificate. Zhang Feng was a king. He sought the king's certificate because he had a younger brother who needed it to ascend to kingship. However, he still could not comprehend why Zhang Feng knew about that event when he had executed it almost flawlessly. Young Master Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here too. At that moment, a young woman greeted Zhang Feng. This young woman made Lu Jiang's eyes widen. Li Ro, it's you, so it was you. Lu Jiang muttered the name in a daze. Suddenly, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. He finally understood why the matter regarding the king's certificate had been exposed. In their first encounter in his past life, Li Ro resembled an unpolished jade, appearing pure and flawless. Silly and sweet was the first impression Li Ro left on Lu Jiang. The only person who knew about that incident was Li Ro, as Lu Jiang had asked her for help regarding the king's certificate. At that time, he had no intention of telling Li Ro. He planned to inform her after he ascended to kingship. After his rebirth, he had never doubted Li Ro, as he had not disclosed this matter to anyone, including her. It seemed that Li Ro had inferred his news about the king's certificate from the favor he had asked of her, compared to the pure and unblemished Li Ro of his past life. At this moment, Li Ro displayed her charms in front of Zhang Feng. Yet as the heir of the Zhang family, Zhang Feng appeared to have no interest in Li Ro, merely greeting her casually. Looking back, there were indeed some strange aspects about Li Ro. I can only blame my previous loneliness and inexperience for mistaking a passerby for an angel. Lu Jiang chuckled self-deprecatingly, lamenting Li Ro's acting skills. Li Rao's strength was indeed weak, and she held little status within the Hidden Li family. Had it not been for his help in his past life, Li Ro would not even have been able to advance to a Quasi-King. What are you looking at? Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed that Lu Jiang was staring at him and scolded him. A lowly commoner dares to look directly at young Master Zhang. Li Ro chimed in beside him. Humph. Zhang Feng's reprimand did not bother him much. The way Li Ro presented herself in his eyes was extremely ugly. Lu Jiang turned his head away, no longer looking, but his gaze gradually turned cold. Can't you speak properly? San Gung Shui shouted at Zhang Feng and his companions. A bunch of ignorant peasants. Zhang Feng laughed when he heard San Gung Shui daring to retort. In his eyes, besides the hidden families, these so-called guild game players were mere jokes. In the realm beneath, all are but ants. Remember our purpose, and this time the hidden families have made an agreement not to reveal extraordinary abilities in front of ordinary people. Young master, do not cause unnecessary trouble. An elder beside Zhang Feng spoke to him. I know what I am doing. After hearing this, Zhang Feng calmed down and held back. Haha, scared? Did you see that, brothers? The barking dog does not bite, the dog that bites does not bark. San Gung Shui laughed loudly. Exactly, he was shouting just now, but when it looked like they were going to make a move, he turned into a coward. If you're such a coward, just live with your tail between your legs. You're mistaken. Now with your tail between your legs, you should act like a dog. The members of the God of Law Guild began to jeer under San Gung Shui's rhythm. Zhang Feng's face darkened. After all, he was the heir of the hidden Zhang family, and being mocked by a bunch of players was intolerable. But what could he do? Could he violate the rules and defeat them using extraordinary power? He could not use extraordinary abilities, relying solely on game attributes. His group had only a little over 10 people. How could they fight against dozens of elite players? Moreover, there were other hidden families around. If a fight broke out, they might be taken advantage of by rival families. After all, it was the Zhang family that had used extraordinary powers first. In the end, the Zhang family would take the blame. Originally, Lu Jiang had wanted to respond, but after hearing San Gung Shui's rhythm, he couldn't help but smile. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted, I hope you can remain so cheerful once you go inside. Zhang Feng glared at Lu Jiang's group, marking them in his memory. Lu Jiang did not care whether Zhang Feng held a grudge against him. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The fact that he did not eliminate them here was already quite merciful. He even let them in to see the scenery inside. If thinking about it, he really was a good person. As the holy mountain opened, others also began to enter one after another. Besides the Zhang family, he also noticed that the Hidden Gu family was among them. Guyu from the Hidden Gu family was one of those who had schemed against him in his previous life, but compared to Zhang Feng, the heir of the Zhang family, Guyu was merely the third son of the Hidden Gu family. In terms of status, he could only be seen as a lackey running errands for Zhang Feng. However, Lu Jiang had no intention of letting this guy off. Zhang Feng should not have reached the king level yet. That elder also hasn't reached the king level. Lu Jiang concluded based on his own king level perspective. It seemed that at this stage those hidden families were just beginning to enter the game. Even if they had king level abilities in reality, they were still in the adaptation phase in the game and had not advanced to kingship. Achieving kingship was not an easy task. In his past life, there were many Quasi-Kings, but there were not many kings. Each king was an extremely precious combat force for any faction. Let's ascend the mountain. Lu Jiang led the members of the God of Law Guild toward the entrance. As soon as they entered, they experienced an excruciating cold. The first level, the Snow Realm. According to the rumors from his past life, the Holy Mountain consisted of 6 levels, but only the first and second levels had some information available. What lay beyond remained unknown. Perhaps from the 3rd level onward, only those from the hidden families would qualify to ascend. Lu Jiang shook his head. The information about the Holy Mountain was too scarce, and the assistance from experience was extremely limited for him. The wind and snow are fierce, and visibility around has become blurred. In such circumstances, we can no longer advance. What should we do? Taking 1 step forward only to be blown back. 3. How can we ascend the mountain? Don't tell me there are monsters as well. How can we fight in such an environment? This place is terrifying. Even though I am level 50, I cannot move in these conditions. Everyone paused at the foot of the mountain. The slope ahead is not steep and is quite wide. However, the area ahead is not just a vast expanse of snow, but also buffeted by a raging blizzard. Brother knew we cannot move forward. What should we do? San Gungshui looked ahead, feeling a tinge of worry. Lu Jiang chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on the hidden families. None of those hidden families made a move. It seemed everyone was waiting. The wind and snow are getting stronger. Lu Jiang extended his hand to feel the storm and murmured to himself. Finally, someone thought of a solution. That is to climb. The blizzard is fierce, but it does not cause damage. Brothers, let's all climb. After all, with such heavy snow, no one can see each other's faces. There's no choice. The greater the test, the greater the reward. Let's take the plunge. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's others who should feel awkward. All members of our guild, let's climb the mountain together. We will climb as well, we cannot fall behind. Everyone started to climb towards the snowy mountain. After all, compared to losing face, the rewards are tangible. Moreover, as the wind and snow intensified, it was difficult to see not only others' faces, but even a few meters around them. Ever since Lu Jiang ascended to king, such blizzards no longer affected him in the slightest. Lu Jiang curiously looked at those hidden families. Each of them was proud and arrogant, and none chose such a human. He then glanced at Feng Xianju. The members of the Qilin Guild were also quietly waiting, not rashly advancing. Feng Xianju seemed to sense Lu Jiang's gaze and turned to him with a smile. Boss, why are you smiling at me? Qilin scratched his bald head. Due to limited visibility, he couldn't see Lu Jiang's position at all. Coincidentally, his position aligned with Lu Jiang's direction, and Qilin thought Feng Xianju was smiling at him. Feng Xianju merely smiled without any intention of explaining. This left Qilin baffled. On the side of the hidden families, someone finally made a move. Young master, ordinary people's vision can no longer see this area. The old man spoke to Zhan Feng. Elder Rong, please take action. Zhan Feng addressed the elder. The elder, known as Rong Lao, nodded and stepped to the forefront of the group. Without using skills, he simply extended his hand forward. Field spatial rules changed the space around Elder Rong underwent a transformation. As the blizzard entered Elder Rong's domain, the wind dissipated and the snow turned into transparent mist. This was a change in the rules within the space through the domain. Elder Rong's space transformed into a windless area where the snow existed as transparent mist. However, this was only the space around Elder Rong within a limited range. This exemplifies the limitations of aquaseeking. As for Lu Jiang merely pointed lightly, and the blizzard still existed. However, the snowflakes near Lu Jiang transformed into illusions. It appeared unchanged, yet it was the greatest transformation. This is divinity. It can directly expel any object from this space. This is also the reason why domains are ineffective against divinity. Manipulating space. You have been directly expelled from this space. You are a being that does not exist in space, so how can you talk about manipulating it? This is not even a true god. A god says, let there be light, and there is light. The other hidden families also employed similar methods. With the blizzard as cover, ordinary people cannot detect their abnormalities. Moreover, even if they did, it wouldn't matter. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is just a game. It has already been revealed that items like water-repelling beads exist, so a snow-repelling bead wouldn't be surprising. However, Lu Jiang did not wish to waste divine power in such a place. He had a better method. After checking the number of members in the Mage Guild, he summoned an equal number of snow monsters. Name Snow Monster A. Quantity 68, level 50, health limit 13500, chi limit 500, strength 670, agility 235, intelligence 590, endurance 500, movement speed 300, attack speed 200. Most skills are ice-type attacks like snowball throws and ice spikes. Everyone mount up. Lu Jiang instructed the members of the Mage Guild. The snow monsters were large, covered in thick fur, and felt no cold in such blizzard weather. In contrast, the players appeared relatively small. Each one sat atop a snow monster resembling snowman knights. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo, the snow monsters emitted strange sounds and moved quickly through the storm. The Celebrity Guild crawled on the ground. They had allied with the Shun-In Guild, and Feng Xianju used a similar method to advance with the elite group of Shun-In, just like those hidden families. However, Feng Xianju did not bring along those who allied with his guild, he merely utilized them. Tianya and the guild members crawled on the ground. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind, prompting him to turn and take a look.
Visibility was poor, and it took a while to clearly see the figures behind. As they drew closer, it became evident that it was a pack of large snow monsters. Where did these snow monsters come from? Tianya felt immense anger. It was already humiliating enough to crawl on the ground, and now a horde of snow monsters was charging towards them. The snow monsters trampled over the players crawling on the ground, many of whom were instantly eliminated. This is too much. Watching as members of the guild were continuously taken down, Tian, you could only rage in impotence. However, what further enraged Tianya was yet to come. The snow monsters that had initially rushed forward came to a halt before them. One snow monster picked up a large handful of snow from the ground and shaped it into a snowball the size of a ping-pong ball. It hurled the snowball directly at a member of the Tianya guild. As it was thrown with the wind of the blizzard, the snowball's speed reached its limit. Bang! A member of the Tianya guild was instantly taken out. Lu Jiang was not incapable of controlling his summoned beast. He was not acting unintentionally, he was doing it deliberately. He had some prior knowledge of this guild, which was allied with the Law God Guild to oppose the Divine Hidden. But they suddenly betrayed and joined the Divine Hidden, launching an attack on the Law God. Enemies are enemies. Lu Jiang did not care. But he despised traitors. Perhaps influenced by Li Ro, he now loathed betrayal intensely. As one snow monster threw a snowball, more and more snow monsters began to shape their own snowballs. Those creatures are not just passing by, they are attacking us. Quick, fight back, let's take these monsters' heat in. Why do these monsters seem like they aren't wild? It looks like players. I recognize the people on top. They are from the Law God Guild. Damn it, they are deceiving us. Those trash from the Law God, why didn't they fight us when we were with the Divine Hidden? Hurry and call the Divine Hidden Guild, we've been deceived by the Law God. The members of the Tianya Guild finally realized something was off and recognized the Law God members. However, they could barely stand, having no capital to fight against the snow monsters. Brother knew it's really not necessary. Sangung Shui watched the scene with deep emotion. To be honest, when he learned about Tianya's betrayal of the alliance, Sangung Shui also wanted to confront Tianya. But the situation was stronger than the individual. Tianya was backed by the Divine Hidden, and the Law God had lost the chance to contend with Tianya. Sangung Shui mistakenly believed that Lu Jiang was avenging him, and he was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. A man does not easily shed tears, but when sorrow strikes, he feels it deeply. Their relationship had initially been one of mere cooperation, but after a month on the island with the stakes so high over the treasure, Lu Jiang still took the time to help him settle scores, leaving Sangung Shui at a loss for words. He was also a person of integrity, otherwise he would have surrendered and sought refuge with the Divine Hidden long ago, finding himself surrounded by enemies, except for Lu Jiang. It's nothing. Lu Jiang was no fool. He quickly realized that Sangung Shui had However, Lu Jiang had no intention of clearing up this misunderstanding. It was foolish to explain when he could easily win hearts. Boss, there's been no response from the Divine Hidden. Tianya listened to his subordinate internally cursing Feng Xianju 10 times over. Damn it, Feng Xianju, he doesn't care about us at all. Old Shui, stop hitting, it's me, it's Tianya. Tianya quickly stood up and shouted loudly against the wind. Damn it, I'm hitting you, you dog, Tianya. Sangung Shui's blood was also up. Regardless of the outcome, he decided to fight first and talk later. Old Shui, you've misunderstood. I was pretending to surrender to the Divine Hidden, but our alliance has never changed. We are still allied, and I will turn against them and deceive the Divine Hidden. Tianya spoke sweetly, spinning his web of deceit. Law God Guild, follow my command, assist the snow monsters in attacking the Tianya Guild. Sangung Shui thought Tianya was just spouting nonsense. Once a traitor, he could never be trusted again. Thus, he no longer wasted words with Tianya and directly ordered an attack on Tianya. Counterattack. Tianya realized he could no longer deceive anyone and roared in anger. The Law God Guild attacked with the wind at their backs, riding on the snow monsters without having to worry about maintaining balance. In contrast, the Tianya Guild was fighting against the wind, and while magic was manageable, the archers' attacks were practically useless. Especially with some delay-based throws, before they could be thrown, they were blown back by the storm, causing friendly fire. With the high ground occupied by the Law God Guild and assistance from the snow monsters, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. How can this be? In the end, only Tianya remained. He could not comprehend how the Law God Guild, which was supposed to be on par with him, could be this strong. So strong that he had no power to resist. From the moment you chose to ally with the Divine Hidden and became a traitor, you should have anticipated this. Nu Jiang rode over on a snow monster, looking down at Tianya. Is it you? Is it you who made the Law God Guild become like this? Tianya looked at Lu Jiang in disbelief, unable to believe that all these changes were brought by Lu Jiang. If he had always stood with the Law God, perhaps Lu Jiang would have taken him along too. It's pointless to get entangled in these questions, Lu Jiang said softly. A magic projectile, the most basic magic projectile, rested in Lu Jiang's hand. It was hurled directly at Tianya. Tianya tried to dodge, but found himself unable to move, as if bound by something. Yet there was nothing around him but white snow. Tianya was considered a master, yet he could not even evade a magic projectile. This was divinity. The Tianya Guild was annihilated. Continue on, we just dealt with some trash on the way. Lu Jiang smiled, and Sangung Shui nodded. In this team, Lu Jiang
seemed to have taken on the role of the leader. The Law Gods group had delayed their departure due to dealing with the Tianya Guild. However, the snow monsters were too fast. In no time, they had surpassed them to take the lead. In the distance, the divine... This is quite interesting. It seems you've grown a bit stronger again. Feng Xianju watched the scene from afar, witnessing Tianya being wiped out to the last man. Leader, if we ignore the distress signal from the Tianya Guild, won't it dishearten other allied guilds? Yunhua asked with some concern. What if it disheartens them? Feng Xianju revealed a nonchalant smile. Hearing Feng Xianju's words, he felt a strangeness in front of him, as if he were no longer the Feng Xianju he once knew. I understand. Yunhua nodded, masking his earlier emotions. Feng Xianju observed Yunhua's expression and smirked playfully, but he was utterly unconcerned. You have indeed grown a bit stronger, perhaps even stronger than I. But you may not realize that your true opponent is not. Lu Jiang did not linger, directly commanding the team to charge ahead, leaving the main force far behind. This scene was observed by many hidden families. Isn't that the kid from earlier? The elder leading the Tang family clearly had a good memory and still remembered Lu. Yes, elder. I reported the embryonic form of his domain when I first met him. The Sword King quickly reported, stating what he knew. Did I ask you to speak? Before the Sword King could finish his words, the elder of the Tang family interrupted him with an impatient frown. I apologize, elder. The Sword King quickly apologized. Humph, just a bastard child of the family head who knows if he is truly a member of the Tang family, speaking out of turn. You, Number 10, could no longer hold back and wanted to stand up to speak. Number 10, come back. The Sword King stopped Number 10's actions. Number 10, frustrated, stamped his foot and returned helplessly. It was my rudeness, my fault. The Sword King apologized once more. Enough. The elder of the Tang family waved his hand impatiently, muttering under his breath, a bastard child is still a bastard child, knows nothing of etiquette. It was unclear whether the elder of the Tang family was intentional or indifferent, but his words were clearly heard by the Sword King, tightening his fists even more. A greenhorn child from a newly formed domain, relying on some fortuitous events and borrowed power from monsters, what can he achieve? The elder of the Tang family snorted coldly, maintaining his pace. The Sword King wanted to say that Lu Jiang had already formed a complete domain based on his previous encounter with Feng Xianju. But Number 10 tugged at the Sword King's sleeve, shaking his head. The Sword King hesitated and did not report. The ancestral teachings of the Tang family emphasized that everyone should consider the family. However, the previous remark had hurt the Sword King's feelings. He devoted himself to the Tang family, but what about the Tang family? Did they ever treat him as one of their own from the beginning to the end? Hidden families. I thought he would be eliminated without me needing to intervene, but it seems he's quite resilient. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Jiang's back, knowing that this was the Lu Jiang who had dared to offend him earlier. He did not like Li Ro, knowing that she liked him. Perhaps it could be said that with her calculating nature, she only liked his Li Ro was quite pretty, and even if he didn't like her, he regarded her as his toy. That guy dared to covet his toy, which, young master, the visibility is concealed. Should I take action now to deal with him? Elder Rong inquired of Zhang Feng. No hurry, let's see how capable that guy is. Let him charge ahead as a guinea pig. Zhang Feng revealed a playful smile. Let's hurry along, just follow behind him. Yes. Elder Rong nodded, increasing his pace slightly. Lu Jiang and his group continued to lead the way. After about an hour, the blizzard gradually lessened. However, they had moved too fast, leaving the others far behind. To reach the next level, we should find the key to ascend the mountain. As for how to find this key, Lu Jiang was not very. It was also because there were some wandering players and loose-lipped guild players on the Holy Mountain who had lucked into the second layer. Thus, some information about the first two layers had leaked. Although he did not know specifically how to find the key, by piecing together fragmented information, it seemed necessary to find the guardian beast of the first layer's snowy realm. From the different information provided by everyone, there should be more than one guardian beast. Defeating any of the guardian beasts would grant access to the key. For now, this is all we can analyze. Let's search for it first. Lu Jiang wasn't particularly confident that this was correct, but he could only decide this for now. Let's disperse and search carefully. At this moment, the advantage of having many people became apparent. The snow monsters were not very intelligent in such a vast snowy realm who would fly around aimlessly. Generally, guardian beasts of snowy realms would find a place to sleep. This would require the player's exploration ability. Mainly search for those sleeping bosses. If there's anything unusual, feel free to test it out. If we can report any points successfully, even if we die, I'll give personal rewards back home. Additionally, during this time, the snow monsters will obey each of your commands. Lu Jiang instructed the snow monsters to temporarily follow the orders of the people present. Apart from the rewards from Brother New, the guild will also provide rewards, so everyone need not fear. You must have the courage to test it out. Just reporting any points will suffice. San Gung Shui also added a comment from the side. He was a professional at managing his subordinates. A group of Snow Knight Nunu then split up to search. Can't deny it really is easier to get things done with more people. Brother New guild leader, I found the boss. It's currently sleeping. Someone immediately spoke in the team channel. Moreover, they also sent back a message panel with the details. Name: Rock Spine race. Level. Health. Rank. Skills. A monster with no information other than a name.
However, from the returned image, it resembled an oversized mammoth with a sturdy muscular body wrapped in a brown exterior. Just by its imposing manner, it was a big boss level. What made Lu Jiang feel that this boss was easier to deal with was that it was currently in a sleeping state, allowing for the most powerful first wave of attack to be arranged. Moreover, it was also convenient to gather and rush over. When Lu Jiang truly approached, he realized the discrepancy between the image and the reality was vast. The rock spine was enormous, and the angle from which the photo was taken was likely flawed, perhaps out of fear. Although the rock spine was in slumber, the photo was taken from a great distance. The true rock spine resembled a small mountain, and even when viewed from below, it inspired a sense of dread. Brother Nu, shall we perhaps change our target? San Gung Shui said, her legs trembling. It wasn't just a matter of bravery. This instinctive visual impact evoked a sense of fear. The others won't be any easier than this one. Lu Jiang shook his head, gazing at the rock spine. All right, then let's organize our formation. San Gung Shui understood Lu Jiang had made up his mind, and could only assist him as best as she could. Her self-awareness about entering the sacred mountain was now quite clear. The famous guild that stood alongside him was easily destroyed by Lu Jiang, and now the situation looked tumultuous. If separated from Lu Jiang, reaching this place in such an environment would be a question mark, let alone fighting a boss or claiming treasures. She had positioned herself clearly. Her role was to assist Lu Jiang. Brother Nu, you take the lead in giving the initial commands. San Gung Shui wasn't sure when Lu Jiang would start, so she handed over command to him. Sure, but when the fight starts and things get hectic, your people will still be under your command. Lu Jiang nodded. San Gung Shui was delighted, not expecting to have room to contribute effectively, becoming a deputy commander. After spending so much time with Lu Jiang, San Gung Shui greatly admired his style of rewarding merit. If she could play even a small role in this battle, then even if Lu Jiang feasted, she would have soup to drink. In such a high-level battle, even the Sword King of the top 10 guilds had become someone else's subordinate. The amount of soup to be gained was something she couldn't even begin to imagine. Lu Jiang first summoned several of his beloved pets. The Quasahali beast Tuanzi, SS level Shushu World Spirit Tree King Long Long Emperor Dragon Chi Chi Ice Crystal Qilin Enin Melody Angel Feng Feng Wrath Phoenix Yuan Yuan Fire I Divine Ape Pung Pung Thunderbird King. Additionally, there were 68 snow monsters, meaning there were still 82 slots left for summoning other monsters. Name Ice Giant, a level 50 health cap, 25500 energy cap, 500 strength, 380 agility, 189 intelligence, 305 stamina, 800 movement speed, 100 attack speed, 80. Name Giant Lizard Pseudo Dragon, a level 50 health cap, 15500 energy cap, 300 strength, 730 agility, 361 intelligence, 710 stamina, 280 movement speed, 500 attack speed, 300. Name Harpy, a level 50 health cap, 10890 energy cap, 300 strength, 267 agility, 560 intelligence, 900 stamina, 300 movement speed, 500 attack speed, 300. This was a reasonable combination created by Lu Jiang. Currently, there are still several types of A-level creatures. The reason for not summoning these A-level creatures earlier was because they were unnecessary. Previously, it was either reconnaissance or traveling in snowy weather. One couldn't expect to ride an ice giant for travel. The ice giant's skills followed the classic tank characteristics, such as the initial stone golem and later the large sea turtle and puppet giant. With thick health and high defense along with some defensive shields or wall skills combined with control skills particularly, there was a group freeze skill that Lu Jiang found quite appealing. However, while the ice giant was useful, its damage output was too low. Summoning about 10 was sufficient. The other two were major damage dealers, with the giant lizard pseudo-dragon being one of the frequently mentioned pseudo-dragons. It was quite agile and dealt both physical and magical damage, embodying a third warrior, a third mage, and as for the harpy, it was purely a magical damage dealer. All skills were high damage magical skills. While its damage output was exceptionally high, it was also quite agile due to its ability to fly. Both the harpy and the giant lizard pseudo-dragon had charge attacks. Lu Jiang instructed his side's harpy and giant lizard pseudo-dragon to start charging their attacks. Those with charge attacks can begin to charge up now. Seeing that his side's preparations were nearly complete, Lu Jiang addressed the Mage God Guild team. The reason the guild was called Mage God was not without reason. Not only was San Gung Shui a mage, but the Mage God Guild was also predominantly made up of excellent mages. This is precisely why Lu Jiang sought cooperation with the Mage God Guild. He only needed pure damage-dealing tools, the rest would be handled by summoned beasts and pets. With their snow monsters as mounts, they transformed from stationary artillery into mobile artillery. Attack! Lu Jiang saw that his summoned beasts and the Mage God's team had charged up, and he immediately issued the command. Suddenly the sky lit up as if fireworks were being displayed. The blizzard turned splendid under the colorful spells. Tuanzi scampered over, delivering a punch to the massive body of the rock spine. With a single punch from Tuanzi, the multicolored passive effect even rivaled the impact of a large group of mages' attacks. Roar! The rock spine let out an angry roar. The pain on its back jolted it awake from its slumber. Its massive body swiftly turned around, eager to see who had the audacity to launch a sneak attack. Ujiite. Tuanzi was startled by the enormous body of the rock spine and struck it again. It seemed to have activated a passive ability with a chance to trigger called Absolute Knockdown. Boom. The rock ridge, which had intended to counterattack, fell heavily to the ground. Despite its massive body, its eyes were surprisingly small. At this moment, a great confusion flickered in the little eyes of the rock ridge. What on earth just knocked itself down? The rock ridge, weighing too much, struggled to get back up again. The first time it got up was from a deep slumber. While it had chosen a comfortable position to sleep in, being knocked down was quite... Just as it was about to rise again, a gigantic vine extended from the tree. This was a new inherited skill that Tree had gained after leveling up. It wrapped around the thigh of the rock ridge and pulled with great force. The rock ridge, already unstable on its feet, was suddenly yanked by an immense power. Boom. It fell down once more. In the small eyes of the rock ridge, confusion intertwined with immeasurable rage. It hadn't even clearly seen its opponent before being beaten up. Who can withstand this? Just as the rock ridge prepared to stand again and clearly see who dared to ambush, as it was about to rise, it suddenly felt its body lighten. This time it finally saw who was messing with it. It was a little dragon clutching its body and flying into the air. This was not the inherited power obtained by the little dragon later, but the original Dragon Clan power that had undergone evolution. Transformed into the inherited power of the Dragon Clan, it could now unleash the true strength of a dragon. Even though the little dragon's body was still small, the power it wielded was that of a true adult emperor dragon. No matter how heavy the rock ridge was, it could not resist the power of an adult emperor dragon. After flying into the air, the little dragon decided not to toy with it any longer and directly threw the rock ridge down. Bang! The immense sound was like an explosion. The entire body of the rock ridge sank into the snow, splashing snow several meters high, resembling a curtain of snow. Taking advantage of the rock ridge being deeply trapped in the snow pit, the members of the Mage God and the summoned beasts unleashed another round of attacks. Roar! A long howl that shook the snowy realms signified that the rock ridge was truly enraged. Unfortunately, skills similar to those of Tree and the little dragon were in cooldown. Other SS-level pets attacked as well, but none achieved the extraordinary effect of the little dragon and Tree. Among the remaining SS-level pets were Chi Ice Crystal, Qilin, Een Melody, Angel Feng Inferno Phoenix, Yuan Fire-Eyed Divine Ape, and Pung Thunder King Pung. None of them had such skills. I don't know why, but I feel that Tree and the little dragon are much stronger than the other SS-level pets. This thought had always lingered in Lu Jiang's mind. Initially, he thought it was merely about appearances that their combat effectiveness would be similar. However, reality proved that their combat effectiveness differed vastly compared to their stats. The dragon's stance-exclusive skill, Dream of Illusions. Such a dominative skill was absent in the other SS. At first, Lu Jiang thought it was a coincidence with Chi, as the Ice Crystal Qilin's good skills hadn't yet emerged. However, as Een Feng Yuan, and others gradually appeared, although their skills were decent, none possessed such dominative abilities. This was no coincidence. In fact, the names of the Emperor Dragon Ice, Crystal Qilin, and Inferno Phoenix revealed a clear gap. The Emperor Dragon is the king of dragons. Any fire dragon, ice dragon, or black dragon must bow before it. The Ice Crystal Qilin and Ice Dragon are of similar rank, while the Inferno Phoenix and Fire Dragon are of comparable levels. To be on par with the Emperor Dragon, it should be the Holy Qilin. The World Tree goes without saying. Each branch and leaf represents a world. Originally, Lu Jiang thought that SS levels should be roughly equivalent. After all, in his past life, he had little interaction with SS-level beings, as they were too rare with scarce videos or images. But now with these SS-level beings as a comparison, it was evident that both the World Tree and the Emperor Dragon were not on the same level as ordinary SS levels. They were likely of Holy Beast caliber. It was reasonable to think about it. Initially, even the dumpling was just an SS level, right? Now both the Emperor Dragon and the World Tree, like the dumpling, were lacking something to awaken. The dumpling's awakening method was the simplest: just eat, and it was done. As for the awakening methods of the World Tree and Emperor Dragon, Lu Jiang truly couldn't fathom. There had been no records of such things before. That Luo Qiu in the end didn't have a single holy beast, only SS levels. The power of a holy beast can easily crush a monarch. If he truly cultivated a holy beast, Luo Qiu wouldn't have ended up as merely a regional lord later on. If even he couldn't achieve that, it must be quite difficult. Lu Jiang shook his head. Luo Qiu couldn't possibly not summon any yet awakened divine beasts, and he should have realized the possibility of cultivating a holy beast. In his memory, Luo Qiu seemed to have little interest in the struggle for dominance later on, always searching for some materials. Every time he conquered a city, he would rummage through his inventory, then continue attacking the next city. Forget it, such matters depend on fate, Lu Jiang said as he looked at the rock ridge being swarmed joining the battle. Let's deal with this guy first. Not far away. Hidden family Gu. Second elder, it seems there's a fight ahead. Gu, you sense the sounds of battle up ahead. I see it. The old man squinted slightly. They were not intentionally following anyone, they just wanted to avoid other hidden families. They deliberately took a more obscure route. I didn't expect that taking a small road would lead to good things. Guyu revealed a happy smile.
Guyu was quite enthusiastic about plundering others. The blood volume of the rock ridge is quite thick, but it's essentially just a thicker blood bag. In the sky there are dragons, Qilin's phoenixes, and a group of harpies unleashing their full power. On the ground, ice giants are taking damage at the front, while giant lizards pose as dragons, pulling and restraining. The Snowman Knights Nunu from the Mage Association are moving artillery in the back, unleashing a barrage at the rock ridge. The rock ridge is a defensive-type BOSS lacking any particularly effective skills to break the stalemate. It can only charge heat-in against the line of ice giants. However, the speed at which the rock ridge charges at the ice giants is no match for the speed of the summoning by Lu Jiang. Just as it seems ready to breach the defense line, Lu Jiang always manages to close the gap. This is intentional on Lu Jiang's part. It gives the rock ridge a glimmer of hope to break through, yet it always falls just short. This way the rock ridge will obediently continue to attack the most fortified area. The Green Tree Spirits have now learned more healing skills, and Lu Jiang has advised the Green Tree Spirit CC to ease up on the healing so as not to give the rock ridge a sense of despair. Brother knew your formation is too powerful, Sangung Shui remarked, looking at the rock ridge that was about to burst. The rock ridge in front of him had lost much of its resistance. Sure, someone is coming. Lu Jiang easily sensed a group approaching, the sounds getting closer. Huh. Someone. Sangung Shui turned to look. He only saw a flurry of snowflakes covering the area, although the blizzard was a bit less intense higher up. But the visibility was only from a few meters to about 10 or 20 meters. However, since Lu Jiang said it, don't make a sound, wait for them to come closer. Lu Jiang smiled lightly. He sensed the power of the domain. Compared to the domain, it is utterly defenseless before divine essence, and Lu Jiang could easily perceive their presence. Needless to say, it must be people from the hidden families. Of course, only those from hidden families or those skilled enough to possess a domain could reach such a place at this time. But which hidden family are they from? Sangung Shui continued to fight monsters, pretending nothing was happening. A group of people finally arrived in the distance. The hidden family of the Jiang family. What a massive creature! Perhaps it is the key to ascending the second heavy mountain, a disciple of the Jiang family exclaimed. Don't act rashly, let's see if they are from another hidden family. Although this is a trial, it is significant. The family head specifically instructed not to engage with others from hidden families unless absolutely necessary. The second elder stroked his beard, addressing the young disciples. Second elder, I would like to test the waters. If they are from a hidden family, we will let it go, but if not. I see. Guyu, with a mischievous smile, asked the second elder for permission. Very well, the second elder nodded. Naturally, he understood the implications behind Guyu's words. For him, it was just that outside of the hidden families, eliminating them was no issue. Before long, Guyu walked over alone. So it's him. Lu Jiang, who had been observing, recognized the identity of the newcomer. He had not forgotten Guyu. Among the people he despised the most, the first was Li Ro, and the second was Zhan Feng. Guyu had always been Zhan Feng's lackey, and he could not forget the moment he was schemed against and defeated. Zhan Feng, and Guyu looked down at him from a high vantage point. If he did not take revenge on Guyu, his kingly heart might very well fall. I am Guyu from the Gu family, may I ask who you are? Guyu intended to first gauge the strength of the opposing party before deciding whether to rob them. But even before Guyu finished speaking, Dragon's flame erupted. The dragon spat a mouthful of dragon phlegm directly at Guyu. Guyu merely wanted to greet them, never expecting the other party to attack directly, and he was caught off guard. In his panic, he didn't even use his domain. Fortunately, his muscles reacted well, and he instinctively dodged. He avoided half the attack, but his eyebrows were singed black. Damn. Guyu was about to retaliate. I apologize, brother Gu, my pet is unruly. At this moment, Lu Jiang arrived, gracefully exuding charm. Seeing Lu Jiang's demeanor, which seemed far superior in realm to his own, Guyu wondered if he was a prominent figure from a hidden family. So even though half of his eyebrow had been burned off, he endured it. No, I don't know which family's young master you are. In Guyu's view, only a young master-level youth could possess such strength. Me. Lu Jiang approached with a beaming smile, and Guyu was caught off guard. He thought the noise of many people made it necessary for the other party to lower their voice, so he approached to speak quietly. Lu Jiang came right in front of Guyu, leaning close to his ear, and whispered, I am Zhan Feng, the young master of the Jiang family. Lu Jiang spoke softly, but with a hint of coldness. So it's young master Zhan. Wait, young master Zhan. Guyu suddenly realized something was off. He knew Zhan Feng. However, at that moment, a chilling ice spear shot towards. Bang! Guyu was blasted to the ground. Despicable, you actually ambushed me. Guyu shouted as he crawled back a few steps, yelling towards the distance, second elder. His voice was loud, yet the second elder not far away didn't even move. Clap, clap, clap. Despicable. So you know the word despicable? That's quite something. Lu Jiang laughed as he clapped, walking towards Guyu. The surrounding space had been severed by his divine essence, and Guyu's voice could not escape. Guyu's demeanor had once been just like this. A domain, huh? I have one too. Although Guyu's domain had not yet fully developed, he still possessed one. However, he tried to activate it once, twice, and thrice. His domain simply did not manifest. Where has my domain gone? Guyu looked at his hands in disbelief. Or are you looking for your domain? Lu Jiang smiled mischievously and waved his hand lightly. At that moment, the power returned to Guyu. Instead of attacking, he chose to flee first. However, just as he was about to use his domain to escape, Lu Jiang snapped his fingers, and the domain vanished. Then Lu Jiang snapped his fingers several more times, causing the power of the domain to flicker in and out. After more than 10 snaps, Guyu finally realized that this man could easily control his domain. Who exactly? Guyu looked at Lu Jiang with a look of terror. I am the third young master of the Gu family. If you let me go now, I guarantee the Gu family will remain unaware of what happened. He forced himself to calm down, and suddenly remembered that this was just a game. Oh, you seem to be quite unafraid now. Lu Jiang looked at Guyu with a smile. Come on, it's just a game. What else can you do? Guyu thought of this and felt indifferent. Alright, then I'll let you go. Lu Jiang's smile suddenly vanished. But first I need to collect some interest. It was utterly baffling. Guyu thought that this person was a fool. At this point he just wanted to escape. Afterwards he would investigate this person's identity and seek revenge slowly. At that moment Lu Jiang reached into the air as if grasping something. Then he exerted force. There was no sound, but Guyu felt that something had been crushed. Alright, you can leave now, Lu Jiang said blandly. If I doubt you dare to do anything. Guyu scoffed coldly in his heart as he returned to the Gu family's camp. Why are you so slow? What happened on the other side? The second elder frowned when he saw Guyu return after such a long time. It's nothing. The opponent does have some strength, which prevented me from using my domain directly. But when I mentioned the Gu family's name, the opponent was frightened and let me go. Guyu smiled. To prevent you from using your domain directly. The second elder looked at Guyu with some curiosity. Second elder, what's wrong? Guyu asked, quickly noticing the strange expression on the second elder's face. Extend your hand, the second elder said after glancing at Guyu. Guyu stretched out his hand, and the second elder felt Guyu's pulse. Strange, I can't feel your domain anymore. Perhaps he used some strange means earlier. He was also able to seal my domain before. Oh, I remember now. At last he made a strange gesture as if. It was a gesture of crushing something, but he was just pinching air. Guyu recalled slowly. You should go back to reality and see if you can still use your power. The second elder suddenly said with some urgency. Guyu, seeing the serious expression on the second elder's face, seemed to realize something and hurriedly logged. You all wait for me, I'll go take a look. After Guyu logged out, the second elder greeted them and went alone. Although Guyu was from the third young master's faction, he was the one leading the team this time. In the third young master's faction, Guyu was considered one of the top talents. If his guesses were correct, the third young master would not let him off easily. Soon the second elder arrived at the monster hunting area. At that moment a rock formation had just collapsed, revealing a pass. Is this the pass to the second layer? Lu Jiang's eyes lit up, or it seemed that this wasn't too troublesome. My lord, would you be able to return Guyu's power? Guyu is young and ignorant, oh please forgive him. I, an old man, will offer a generous gift in thanks. The second elder went straight to Lu Jiang as soon as he arrived. How can I return what has been crushed? Lu Jiang's expression was cold. I understand. Hearing Guyu's words, the second elder frowned slightly and replied indifferently. Guyu hurriedly ran over. However, he had lost his abilities and was no different from an ordinary player with visibility reduced to just a few meters in the heavy snowfall. We've reached the next level of the mountain. The second elder replied calmly. Second elder, you have to help me. Guyu rushed to the second elder's side, almost clinging to his leg. The second elder had nothing to say. Guyu then continued to make a fuss. Shut up. You need to understand that we are currently undertaking a trial mission. As a disciple of the Gu family, the training of the Gu family must prioritize the family's interests. The second elder reprimanded coldly. Listening to the second elder's words, Guyu felt that the elder standing before him was extremely unfamiliar. He was no longer the second elder he used to know. The surrounding Gu family disciples kept a safe distance from Guyu after hearing that he had completely lost his powers. Their gazes towards Guyu were cold, disdainful, and contemptuous. Even if Guyu's grandfather was the third elder, what difference did it make? Guyu had become useless. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Guyu looked around and shook his head. All of this was caused by that man. He couldn't understand what he had done to offend. In the ice palace. So this is the place of the portal. Lu Jiang looked around. A palace built entirely of pure ice appeared grand and magnificent. On the throne there was a scepter made of extreme cold ice, standing in the center. It was clearly a treasure. Lu Jiang approached, first attempting to grab it, but he couldn't reach it at all. Seeing Lu Jiang fail, San Gungshui also went to try but couldn't lift it either. This is really strange. I just used all my strength and it still won't budge. San Gungshui scratched his head, puzzled. Some artifacts can only be lifted by those they are suited for. Lu Jiang suddenly recalled this rumor. Artifact. Come everyone, give it a try, there's a reward for pulling it out. San Gungshui's eyes lit up as he spoke to the members of the Mage Guild. One by one the group tried, but none succeeded. Just as the Mage Guild members were about to finish, someone who was pulling suddenly got shoved aside. It turned out to be Tuanzi. These members of the Mage Guild had leveled up together on the island and recognized Tuanzi. They knew Tuanzi was about to eat again. Tuanzi, wait. Seeing Tuanzi was about to take a bite, Lu Jiang hurriedly picked Tuanzi up from behind. Uji. Tuanzi struggled in the air, unhappy. Chichi, go see if you can lift it.
After Tuanzi went over, Lu Jiang suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Since the pet Tuanzi could go to eat, could it mean that other pets also had the qualification to lift it? Chi-Chi the ice crystal Qilin perfectly matched this ice attribute treasure. Chi-Chi went over and gently picked it up with its mouth. It was able to lift it. Then Chi-Chi obediently came over, bringing the scepter made of extreme cold ice to Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang scratched his head. Kiki's performance was far superior to that of a certain glutton. If that glutton had gone over earlier, the scepter would probably only be half left by now. Then Lu Jiang checked the attributes. Frozen Divine Right Artifact Type, Weapon Level Requirement, None Intelligence 5000, can designate any target to become an ice sculpture usable only once in a short time. Attached skills: Frozen Miles, Ice Convergence, Limited Skill Empress. Will Frozen Miles envelopes the entire area in an ice-sealed state. If the target is on the ground, the target will also be affected by the ice sealing effect. Ice Convergence charges and gathers all ice elements to release a condensed attack. Limited Skill Empress. Will the Phantom of the Ice Empress descends, possessing a portion of her power and skills. It really is an artifact. Lu Jiang directly equipped the scepter. 5000 intelligence was absurd, as he previously only had over 2000. He also took a look at his attribute panel. Player Nu Jiang class, Summoner, Lord, level 50, HP 15581, MP 10650, Strength 181, Intelligence 7058, Stamina 100, Spirit 1035, Physical Attack 198, Magical Attack 2281, Physical Defense 2780, Magical Defense 2056. Common skills, too many to list. Inherited skills: Divine Summon, Ordinary Summon, Damage Mark, All Enhancement, All Purification, Weakness Mark. Passive skills: Natural Lord, Damage Distribution, Solidification. Divine Summon conducts a summon guaranteed to summon an SS-Grade creature, which will level up with the summoner, in pet form, cooldown 72 hours. Ordinary Summon conducts a summon of ordinary creatures. They will not become pets, but will level up with the summoner, cooldown 5 minutes, limit summoner level 3. Damage Mark throws out a mark increasing damage for all summoned pets. All Enhancement: all summoned pets will be affected by enhancement buffs, increasing all attributes. All Purification can remove abnormal states from summoned pets. Weakness Mark throws out a mark that weakens the target's defense and action speed. Natural Lord passive: summoned creatures automatically have 100 favorability and will not drop. Damage Distribution passive: when the summoner is attacked, damage is distributed among all summoned pets. Solidification passive: when there are summoned pets around the summoner, both the pets and the summoner increase their defense. Although wielding 3 weapons leads to a reduction in attributes, Lu Jiang's intelligence on the panel has already surpassed 7000. When it comes to pure stats, there should be no player on the entire server who can compare to Lu Jiang. A divine artifact indeed. San Gungshui also glanced at the attributes of the weapon. Of course, this was only with Lu Jiang's consent. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious, but she understood that it was due to someone's leadership that they were able to reach this point. So while she was envious, San Gungshui had no ulterior motives. You all go and search the other parts of the palace. There should still be some items left. Lu Jiang slung the divine staff over his back and said to San Gungshui and the others, brothers, starts Uji Uji. The Tuanzi jumped out of Lu Jiang's arms and ran off to search for items as well. 10 minutes later, everyone found some treasure chests with plenty of golden and dark gold equipment. No more items could be found. This is the advantage of being the first to arrive. Those who come later can only pick up. Alright, we can almost leave now. Lu Jiang calculated briefly. It was about time for others to arrive. These were just minor gains. The real treasure lay ahead, and they shouldn't waste time on these trivial items. The members of the Law God Elite team also gathered quickly. However, the pets sent out by Lu Jiang to search were not all back yet. He counted and found that only Tuanzi was missing. Tuanzi, come back. Lu Jiang communicated directly with Tuanzi through a mental contract. Uji Gu. Tuanzi held a weapon in each hand, munching on them like candied haws as he walked. As Tuanzi approached, Lu Jiang realized that both weapons he had found were epic level. Tuanzi seemed to have a special talent for treasure hunting, or perhaps a special talent for finding food. Those are 2 epics. Isn't the Angry River boss being a bit extravagant, giving 2 epics to a little panda to munch on? Tuanzi really knows how to eat. During that month on the leveling island, I saw Tuanzi either eating or sleeping. If I won't allow you to speak ill of Tuanzi, he's so cute, let him eat. Some male members of the elite team felt heartbroken seeing Tuanzi treating epic items as snacks. In contrast, the female members adored Tuanzi and they wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of him behind his back. Let's go. Lu Jiang picked up Tuanzi and casually checked the 2 epic weapons which were not for his use, finding a slight comfort in that. However, they were already damaged and wouldn't be of much use. Ujit. Tuanzi hugged the 2 epic weapons tightly, fearing that Lu Jiang would take them away. Alright, you eat yours, you found them, so you can eat them yourself. Lu Jiang couldn't do much about Tuanzi and just rubbed his round belly. Tuanzi hurriedly ate, afraid that Lu Jiang might change his mind. Let's continue up the mountain. Lu Jiang searched around and found the path leading upward. A flash of light passed by. Second Mountain Fire Realm. It felt like entering a completely different world.
Just a second ago it was a snowstorm, and now there were eruptions of magma everywhere with the air feeling as if it had been ignited. The ground was burning hot. Even an egg would cook instantly upon contact. Ordinary players stepping on the ground would lose health, and the durability of their equipment would decline. Naturally, the snow monster could no longer be used. Lu Jiang thought for a moment and summoned a suitable summoned beast for this environment. Name Fiery Horse, a quantity 68 level 50 max health 11300 max, Chi 800 strength 735 agility, 680 intelligence, 650 endurance, 800 movement speed, 600 attack speed, 300. Thus the mounts of the Law God Elite team changed from snow monsters to fiery horses. From Snow Knight Nunu to Fiery Knight. The rules of the second mountain were not much different from those of the first. It was still about finding a boss. These fire bosses were relatively easy to deal with. Because of his water-type summoned beasts, he had quite a few options. He casually found a Fire Realm Guardian beast to defeat, and once again obtained a pass certificate. With the pass certificate, he summoned the pass gate. The previous mountain was the Ice Palace. This time, it was the Fire Cave, which appeared slightly shabby in comparison. However, Lu Jiang quickly discovered the key point. In the Fire Cave, there was a large lava lake. In the center of the lava lake, there was a stone platform with a dark red ring on it. Needless to say, it's another good item. Lu Jiang's eyes lit up. However, this lava lake was not only wide, but also erupted with magma from time to time. Lu Jiang first sent a puppet bird to see if it could retrieve it. However, the puppet bird quickly failed and was engulfed by the erupting magma. I was going to say that to get that item, one must be able to fly. However, flying doesn't seem to help much. Everyone knows it's a good item, but no one can reach it. This is so frustrating. Does the Angry River boss have any good ideas? I think it's difficult. The last time it was the Ice Palace, and this time it's the Lava Lake. Look, the Angry River boss is making a move again. At this moment, Lu Jiang summoned the Angry Flame Phoenix. Phoenix, go and try out. If it doesn't work, don't force it. Lu Jiang said to the Angry Flame Phoenix. The Angry Flame Phoenix nodded and flew towards the lava lake. The lava sea was still the same as before, bubbling with erupting magma. But the Angry Flame Phoenix merely opened its mouth slightly, and the magma was all devoured by it, causing no harm whatsoever to the Angry Flame Phoenix. It seems that the level of the flames here is below that of Feng Feng. Lu Jiang nodded to himself as he watched Feng. Flames are also classified by levels. From low to high, lower tier flames will only yield to higher tier flames. The level of flames represented by the Angry Flame Phoenix should be among the very top of the flame food chain. Soon Feng Feng returned holding a ring in its beak and delivered it to Lu Jiang's hand. Slap. Just as the chubby paw of the dumpling reached out, Lu Jiang swatted it away. You little thing, why do you want to eat everything? Lu Jiang placed the dumpling behind him, not allowing it to come forward. Give it something to eat. Give it something to eat. Several girls thought to blurt it out. However, upon remembering that it was the great demon, King Nu Jiang, whom even the president could not offend, their overflowing kindness was withdrawn. They could only watch as the dumpling was bullied by Lu Jiang. Brother knew another artifact. Sangung Shui hadn't checked the properties yet, but just from its luster it appeared dazzling. In mythology, equipment is classified as ordinary white, bronze, blue, silver, silver, gold, gold, dark gold, epic, orange, mythical, red artifact, multicolor, sacred artifact, pure white. Although the surface of the ring is dark red, it has a multicolored halo, making it easy to distinguish. Lu Jiang also directly checked the properties of the ring. Ring of the Flame Monarch artifact type, ring level requirement, none, intelligence 3500, can designate any target with a 100% hit rate to launch a ball of flame, can only be used once in a short time. Any flame skill will have an ignition effect. Attached skill, fire source purification, limited skill, meteorite, meteor, fire source purification, can refine flames within a certain range into concentrated fire essence. Limited skill, meteorite, meteor, summons a meteorite to fall on a designated target, currently can be used. Looking at the effects of the ring. How should I put it? This ring is good, but its auxiliary significance outweighs its practical combat assistance. Fire source purification is merely an auxiliary skill, which will be very helpful for crafting weapons. However, it is nearly useless in combat. As for the limited skill, it is indeed too restricted. Other limited skills are generally used once a day or once every few days or months. This one only has 3 uses in total, and 2 have already been consumed, leaving only 1. Once this skill is used, it will be gone. As for who used it, from the name of the ring it can be inferred that it should have been used twice by the Flame Monarch, leaving 1 use remaining. As for how powerful this meteorite meteor is, Lu Jiang was also uncertain. He had never seen this artifact in his past life. This is truly bizarre. Lu Jiang looked at the ring in his hand, then glanced back at the ice-sealed divine authority behind him. Both of these should be extremely famous artifacts due to their distinctive characteristics and grand presence. Logically speaking, using them more or less should gain some exposure. But Lu Jiang had never heard a whisper about these 2 artifacts in his past life. In the artifact rankings compiled by professional organizations, these 2 artifacts were also absent from the list. Who was it in my past life that obtained these 2 artifacts? And the sacred artifact, as well, there's not a single piece of information regarding that sacred artifact, as if it never existed at all. Could it be that the owners of these artifacts and the sacred artifact are the same person? Who exactly is he? Why has he never used these things? Lu Jiang's mind was filled with questions at this moment. However, he still took a look at his attribute panel. Player New Jiang class, summoning Lord level 50, HP 15581, MP 10650, strength 181, intelligence 10331, stamina 100, spirit 1035, physical attack 198, magical attack 2281, physical defense 2780, magical defense 2056, common skills 2 many omitted. Inherited skills: divine summoning, common summoning, damage mark group, enhancement group, purification weakness mark. Passive skills: natural lord damage average, solidify. Divine summoning performs a summoning that must summon an SS level creature, and the summoned will level up alongside the summoner, cooldown 72 hours. Common summoning performs a common creature summoning. They will not become pets, but will level up with the summoner's level, cooldown 5 minutes, limit summoners level 3. Damage mark throws out a mark increasing the damage of all summoned pets' attacks. Group enhancement: all summoned pets will be affected by a strengthening buff, increasing all attributes. Group purification can remove abnormal statuses from summoned pets. Weakness mark throws out a mark weakening the target's defense and action speed. Natural lord passive: summoned creatures automatically have 100 favorability and will not drop. Damage average: passive damage taken by the summoner is distributed among all summoned pets. Solidify passive: when there are summoned pets around the summoner, both the summoned pets and the summoner increase their defense. My intelligence has exceeded 10,000 to this attribute is truly exaggerated. Lu Jiang looked at his attribute panel and shook his head. You all should go search first 10 minutes. Lu Jiang said to the crowd. With the flame horse, they could traverse this fiery cave as if it were solid ground. 10 minutes later, everyone had made some decent gains. It's a mythical level equipment, someone shouted out loud, catching Lu Jiang's attention. Lu Jiang turned back to see that it was the dumpling holding an equipment glowing with a red aura. Wuji, the little round creature, noticing that the crowd's attention was not on it, quickly took a bite when it met Lu Jiang's gaze. In its impression, once something had been nibbled on, Lu Jiang would no longer ask for it. Alright, let's keep moving. Lu Jiang cast a glance at the little creature, ignoring it entirely as he addressed the others. The mighty figure of New Jiang is incredible, just discarding a mythic level equipment like this. If only I could have that mythic level equipment, how wonderful it would be. Dream on, others find their own equipment, why should it not be devoured? Those female players who admired the little creature finally found a point to vent their frustrations. They couldn't afford to offend Lu Jiang, but could they truly afford to provoke these men from elite teams? As for Lu Jiang, he had an indifferent attitude towards all of this. He was used to it, accustomed to it. In the next 3 layers of mountains, there were the forest world, the thunder world, and the underground world. Similar to the previous 3 realms, they all required defeating a guardian beast to enter a bizarre location. Each would yield a divine artifact from the Tree King of all spirits, the Thunderpung King, and the Fire-Eyed Divine Ape. Necklace of the Tree Leader artifact type, necklace level requirement, none, intelligence 3200, can designate any area to generate a forest usable only once for a short time. Any wood attribute skills will have a binding effect. Attached skill: vitality of all things, song of the forest, limited skill, starry night in the dense forest, vitality of all things, all units on the side will receive a health recovery. Song of the forest, all units on the side will receive a mana recovery. Limited skill: starry night in the dense forest, all current forests will awaken and enter a frenzy attack state. Thunder God ring artifact type, ring level requirement, none, intelligence 3800, can designate any target for a judgment. If successful, will execute a locked lightning strike. Any lightning attribute skills will have a paralysis effect. Attached skills: Thunder Illusion, Heavenly Thunder combo, limited skill: Wrath of the Thunder God, Thunder Illusion, create a lightning-based phantom clone. Heavenly Thunder combo, generate Heavenly Thunder for 2 consecutive strikes. Limited skill: Wrath of the Thunder God, a strike fueled by the wrath of the Thunder God containing part of its power. Bracelet of the Earth Goddess artifact type, bracelet level requirement, none, intelligence 3500, can designate any target for absolute protection, which blocks 99 of damage. Any earth attribute skills will have a fortifying effect. Attached skill: Guardian of the Earth Spirit, limited skill: Meteor Shower, Guardian of the Earth Spirit, a shield formed by earth spirits, drastically reducing damage. Limited skill: Meteor Shower, summon a large number of meteors to bombard the target area, currently usable 13 times. Lu Jiang stood atop the 5th layer of mountains, surveying the equipment he had amassed along the way. What a coincidence, both the bracelet of the Earth Goddess and the ring of the Flame Sovereign have only one use left for their limited skills. Could it be that they fought together against something previously? Lu Jiang pondered whether this was mere coincidence. He also took a glance at his attribute panel. Player New Jiang class, summoner, lord level 50, HP 15581, MP 10650, strength 181, intelligence 20831, stamina 100, spirit 1035, physical attack 198, magical attack 2281, physical defense 2780, magical defense 2056, common skills too many to list. Inherited skills: Divine Summon, Ordinary Summon, Damage Mark, All-Encompassing Enhancement, All Purification, Weakness Mark. Passive skills: Born Ruler, Damage, Averaging, Solidification. Divine Summon: Perform a summon that will definitely call forth an SS level creature. The summoned will level up alongside the summoner as a pet. Cooldown 72 hours. Ordinary Summon: Perform an ordinary creature summon. They will not become pets, but will level up as the summoner's level increases. Cooldown 5 minutes. Limit summoner level 3. Damage Mark: Throw out a mark that increases the damage dealt by all summoned pet creatures. All-Encompassing Enhancement: All summoned pets will receive the effects of enhancement buffs, increasing all attributes. All Purification can remove abnormal statuses from summoned pets. Weakness Mark: Throw out a mark that weakens the target's defense and movement speed. Born Ruler: Passive: Summoned creatures automatically have 100 affinity and will not drop. Damage Averaging Passive: When the summoner is attacked, the damage will be averaged among all summoned pets. Solidification Passive: When there are summoned pets around the summoner, both the pets and the summoner will increase their def. My intelligence has already surpassed 20,000. Looking at his panel, Jiang couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary players would be doing well to have 2,000 or 3,000 intelligence. He had more than 10 times that. With so many artifacts, I have no recollection of any of them. It has been 2 years since anyone has used them. Jiang frowned. In addition, 2 limited skills only had one last chance to be used. And there were artifacts that had never appeared in the world. With so many coincidences piling up, it could hardly be called coincidence anymore. What unknown truths lay hidden within this? The world 2 years later remained oblivious, making the events surrounding the sacred mountain increasingly mysterious. The 6th layer of mountains, perhaps the truth of the matter lies within it. As Jiang gazed at the entrance to the 6th layer, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Since he possessed the strength and the opportunity, why not see what this so-called truth really is? Let us proceed to the 6th mountain. Jiang gathered his thoughts and addressed the group. Yet before he stepped through, someone was abruptly ejected from the luminous barrier. Why can't I enter? The elite member of the Divine Law Legion cried out in shock. Neither can I. Me neither. What is this thing? Senior brother Jiang, Guild Master. We all cannot enter. The others chimed in one after another. Upon hearing this saying, Xue stepped forward to test it herself. But the moment her hand brushed against the shimmering veil, she too was repelled. Brother Nu, I cannot enter either. Sanjing Xue shook her head, speaking with quiet resignation. Jiang furrowed his brow and approached. Like Sanjing Xue, he reached out and lightly touched the luminous barrier. Yet instead of repulsion, an immense gravitational pull surged forth, instantly drawing him inward. How did senior brother Jiang get in? What do we do now? We simply cannot enter. Guild Master, shall we stand guard here? The others asked in unison. Understood. Sanjing Xue gazed at the gate, lost in quiet contemplation. After a month spent leveling alongside Jiang, Sanjing Xue had sensed something profoundly extraordinary about him. A subtle, yet unmistakable divergence. That intuition deepened upon reaching the sacred mountain, where she witnessed many others like him. Gradually, understanding began to crystallize. The battlefield ahead lies beyond our reach. Let us withdraw. Sanjing Xue spoke slowly, meeting each of their gazes. Their journey culminated at the 5th mountain, more than sufficient. The true contest that remained belonged solely to those of Jiang's kind. Our gains are already abundant, what lies higher is no longer ours to aspire to. Sanjing Xue shook her head as she spoke to her closest confidants. A flicker of disappointment crossed their faces, but indeed, as Sanjing Xue had said, the battles ahead were utterly inaccessible to them. Even the earlier mountains, increasingly formidable bosses, far surpassed their capacity to contend. Their role had been little more than that of mobile artillery, delivering supplemental damage. The decisive force, the fulcrum of victory, remained Jiang alone. Recognizing this, Sanjing Xue immediately teleported back to the mountain's base to await Jiang's return. The Divine Law Legion dispersed. The 6th mountain void. No ground. No sky. No mountains. No water. No flora. No fauna. It was a boundless expanse of emptiness, akin to weightlessness, adrift in the cosmos where one could only float aimlessly. Stabilize. Jiang invoked his divine essence to erect a localized domain around himself. Instantly, the disorienting weightlessness gave way to firm stability. Where is this place? Jiang's brow tightened. He loathed this loss of control. Eligible candidate, welcome to the void space. In-game rule, all eligible candidates are hereby notified. Only the sole survivor within the void space shall ascend as the new sovereign of the sacred mountain. The space is now entering lockdown. Once sealed, no further entrance shall be permitted. Lockdown countdown initiated. 055959. And above him floated a concise rule statement, and beneath it a steadily descending timer. Eligible candidate. Jiang surveyed the surrounding void, utterly featureless, offering not even a foothold. Then chaotic ripples distorted the air. I see. An enlightenment dawned. This space was inherently unstable. Without the sovereign domain of a quasi-sovereign, one could neither stand nor fight, let alone survive. An eligible candidate was precisely one who possessed such a domain, thus only quasi-sovereigns could enter. No wonder not a single member of the Divine Law Legion succeeded. So that explains why I alone passed through. And yet what startled Lu Jiang most was not the prize itself, but its nature, not a sacred artifact, but dominion over the entire sacred mountain. Perhaps the sacred mountain was the artifact, the ultimate sacred vessel. And now Lu Jiang needed only wait for the lockdown. If no other candidate arrived before sealing, would he by default claim victory? All eligible candidates notified the sixth mountain has opened. Game rule: the sole survivor within the void space shall become the new sovereign of the sacred mountain. The space is now entering lockdown. Once sealed, no further entrance shall be permitted. Lockdown countdown initiated 055959, and simultaneously every quasi-sovereign atop the sacred mountain received this notification. Ordinary players, lacking eligibility, were excluded entirely from both the void space and its announcements. Hidden Clan Temporary Chat Channel A provisional alliance forged jointly by the reclusive clans. And even the clan's own envoys found it absurd. Each clan viewed itself as peerless, yet here they were absurdly united under a temporary banner. And still this arrangement had been ratified by consensus among the patriarchs. Naturally, it remained a mere verbal accord, lacking binding force. And after all centuries-old vendettas spanned dozens of these clans, expecting them to abandon vengeance was unthinkable. Has young Master Jiang arrived? Likely so. Why doesn't young Master Jiang speak up? He must have. Among all present, young Master Jiangfeng's recorded strength ranks highest. Jiangfeng, young master of the Jiang clan. Are you present? And could you clarify? Jiangfeng remained silent. Let's push harder toward the sixth mountain. Young Master Jiang is simply unmatched. We're still on the third mountain while he's already reached the sixth. The hidden clan channel erupted into animated discussion. Moments later, Jiangfeng, stop asking. I've just read. Jiangfeng's personal reply sent the channel into pandemonium. By the heavens. Who is this hidden powerhouse that breached the sixth mountain before young Master Jiang? Brother, no need to conceal yourself. We are a provisional alliance after all. I don't even know whom. Speculation flared across the channel, who truly had ascended to the sixth mountain. Fifth mountain. He is a step quicker than I expected. A masked figure gazed at Feng Xianju, saying, it seems he is indeed a piece we cannot control. So what if he is a step quicker? Mr. Qing, with your strength, what is there to fear? Feng Xianju said with a smile, holding a folding fan. The divine hidden guild was now left with only him, yet he maintained his smile. Well, he is merely a disobedient. Mr. Qing lightly nodded. Sixth mountain void space. As time passed second by second, Lu Jiang saw many familiar faces. Zhan Feng from the Zhan family, the Li family, the Tang family, the Mu family, and also the Gu family from before. Lu Jiang could identify all of them. Oh, the Chuqing family's Chu Tianwu is here too. Upon seeing Chu Tianwu, Lu Jiang was somewhat surprised. Chu Tianwu was the future leader of the righteous path, yet his current strength was still inferior to Zhan Feng. Whether Chu Tianwu was hiding his strength or had risen due to an opportunity, no one knew. However, none of the present individuals possessed any divine artifacts related to the sacred mountain, let alone sacred weapons. Therefore, the individuals appearing now were unlikely to be the final victors. Someone with Zhan Feng's character would have revealed his divine artifact long ago. He was not the type to remain hidden. However, if Chu Tianwu were the victor of this game in his past life, there would still be some possibility. Because if Chu Tianwu was hiding his strength now, even possessing a sacred weapon, he could still remain concealed. Yet having concealed himself for 2 years without a whisper leaking out still felt somewhat absurd. Feng Xianju although Feng Xianju was a powerful figure, one of the qualified ones. But Feng Xianju was not a member of a hidden family. Engaging with Feng Xianju could still sense that he was somewhat weaker than the powerful figures of hidden families. However, the stronger impression was given by the masked man beside Feng Xianju. When Lu Jiang observed the masked man, that masked individual was also watching Lu Jiang. That person is not simple. Lu Jiang retracted his gaze as the masked man gave him a very strong feeling. Stronger than those from hidden families. Sealing countdown initiated 03, sealing countdown initiated 02, sealing countdown initiated 01, void space, sealing in progress. Game begins. Current remaining players 60. Each family has several Quasilord level figures. At this moment, Zhan Feng also spotted Lu Jiang, as he had not found Lu Jiang all along. He had thought he wouldn't see Lu Jiang, but unexpectedly Lu Jiang had not been eliminated. Everyone knows we have a temporary alliance contract in place, but let's first eliminate the outsiders before discussing anything else, Zhan Feng said with a slight smile, addressing those around him. What young Master Zhan said is correct. Although we have our grievances, let us first clear out the outsiders before dealing with our own issues. I truly didn't expect 3 individuals to make it here. That's quite a feat. It is not easy for ordinary people to reach this point, but today you will learn that ordinary people have their limits. Zhan Feng's words quickly gained the approval of the crowd. After all, when they arrived, all the major families jointly issued an alliance decree forming a temporary alliance. This alliance decree does not impose substantial constraints, but it does not mean they can allow outsiders to engage in internal strife. Internal conflict is permissible, but they must first eliminate the outsiders before doing so. Lu Jiang remained expressionless. He had anticipated this. However, when he turned his head, he found the masked man smiling at him. Lu Jiang smiled back, realizing that the other party intended to ally with him first. The current situation was 3 versus 57. Kid, do you dare to be distracted? Zhang Feng had already charged over first. He was quite vengeful, remembering the grudge at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, he specifically sought Lu Jiang's figure, but he did not find Lu Jiang. Zhang Feng did not use weapons, but relied on his claws. It seemed Zhang Feng was very skilled at using claws. Do you like using claws? Lu Jiang chuckled softly, as Zhang Feng charged over with his domain, intending to first clash domains, and then use his best close-range combat style to defeat his opponent. Moreover, in Zhang Feng's estimation, Lu Jiang's domain could not possibly be stronger than his. He could directly suppress Lu Jiang's domain and eliminate him. But just as Zhang Feng approached Lu Jiang, he suddenly lost all his strength and froze in the void. His domain was shattered. Without a domain, he naturally had no foothold in this void space. How could this be? Zhang Feng was terrified to discover that his body was out of control. At this moment, Lu Jiang had already teleported in front of Zhang Feng, gripping his neck with one hand. I have caught your... Lu Jiang revealed a kind smile as he looked at Zhang Feng. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Zhang Feng suffered no injuries. However, his domain had been crushed into fragments which then blended into the void space and were swallowed by it. Zhang Feng's domain had vanished. Like Guyu, Zhang Feng was now rendered useless. Stop. An elder of the Zhan family, Zhan Rong, rushed over to protect Zhang Feng. You again. Lu Jiang harbored no good feelings towards this elder from the Zhan family. In his past life, he had been directly blasted away by a single palm. The grudge from that palm, I will return it to you today. Lu Jiang's gaze turned cold. He then directly threw Zhang Feng towards Elder Zhan, transforming his claws into a palm, striking towards Zhan Rong. Elder Rong. The thrown Zhang Feng yelled in fear. Young master. Zhan Rong hastily shielded Zhang Feng. But at that very moment, Lu Jiang's palm strike had already thundered forth. Though Lu Jiang remained a mage under the overwhelming dominance of divine nature over all domains, the distinction between sorcery and physical force had long since dissolved. For Lu Jiang's palm strike carried divine essence, crushing absolute, unassailable. Despicable. You dare ambush us. Zhan Rong roared in fury. The strike halted mere 1 centimeter from Zhan Rong's body. Are you ready? Lu Jiang asked, his expression benign, almost gentle. Zhan Rong said nothing. Setting Zhang Feng aside, he erupted into a sudden vicious ambush against Lu Jiang. Yet before absolute power, such petty tricks were utterly futile. Again, how predictable. Truly, this is your signature move. I studied it once myself, but now I see there's nothing worth learning here. Lu Jiang had foreseen every motion Zhan Rong would make. Even as Zhan Rong lunged, Lu Jiang struck first, his palm crashing into Zhan Rong's chest with flawless timing. Annihilated, instantly. His cultivation utterly shattered, reduced to that of an ordinary mortal, just like Guyu and Zhan Feng. Trying to flee. Witnessing the collapse of Zhan Feng's and Zhan Rong's domains, the remaining members of the Zhan family attempted escape. Lu Jiang instantly locked onto several of them. Lu Jiang had confirmed it. Every person present had raised their hands against him alongside Zhan Feng. Their scornful faces, etched in memory, unforgotten even now. A single snap of his fingers, and those Zhan clan members he had marked lost all cultivation, rendered indistinguishable from commoners. Meanwhile, on the other side, the masked figure from Fengxian residence had just eradicated a hidden sect that had launched a surprise assault. That Lu Jiang is truly ruthless. He's crippled them all. Fengxian residence glanced at Lu Jiang's state and remarked to Qing Xianqing. Indeed, he is ruthless. Qing Xianqing's gaze upon Lu Jiang, whether it was Fengxian residence's illusion or not, held a faint glimmer of quiet admiration. The battle now at the 357 mark raged on. Yet the number on the 57 side continued to dwindle. Game in progress. Current players remaining 52. Game in progress. Current players remaining 38. Game in progress. Current players remaining 32. Game in progress. Current players remaining 28. Game in progress. Current players remaining 25. The count dwindled relentlessly. Whether on Lu Jiang's side or that of Fengxian residence and Qing Xianqing, both were near invincible. Admittedly, Fengxian residence harbored many opportunists, yet Qing Xianqing himself was simply insurmountable. If Lu Jiang's assessment held true, Qing Xianqing was undoubtedly a sovereign, one who wielded divine nature. Fengxian residence, by contrast, was merely a quasi-sovereign lacking that divine essence entirely. Brother, please, don't cripple me. I can give you vital intelligence. You may do with me as you wish. At last they reached the Li family estate. Li Ro stood before him. Li Ro gazed at Lu Jiang with eyes brimming with delicate vulnerability. Her voice warm, tender, aching. Lu Jiang turned his head away, a wry, self-mocking smile flickering across his lips. So, you wish to tell me a story? Your own tale? He smiled, even as he himself did not realize it. Was he smiling at Li Ro, or at the man he once was? If brother wishes to listen, Ruru will pour out her heart without reserve. Her eyes shimmered with just the right degree of moistened sorrow. You may speak. Lu Jiang closed his eyes. Li Ro concealed her smirk. This fool had taken the bait. But I no longer wish to hear it. With a soft, effortless squeeze, Li Ro met the same fate as Zhang Feng and Gu Yu instant annihilation. We are even now. From this moment onward your fate holds no bearing on mine. Lu Jiang slowly opened his eyes, perhaps offering closure to the man he once was. He would never repeat that mistake, not twice. Having settled accounts with these adversaries, Lu Jiang steadied his heart. He did not cripple everyone. Only the game in progress. Current players remaining 20. Game in progress. Current players remaining 18. Game in progress. Current players remaining 15. Game in progress. Current players remaining 12. Game in progress. Current players remaining 10. With the Tang family likewise eradicated. Only the Sword King and number 10 remained. You may return to the mountain's base. There's still salvageable loot left behind, Lu Jiang said coolly, making no move against them. Brother Nu, thank you. Seeing Lu Jiang spare them, the Sword King offered a wry, resigned smile. Once he'd imagined recruiting Lu Jiang. Now that notion seemed laughably naive. Both retreated down the mountain. Has he grown so formidable already? Number 10, whose lifelong ambition had been to surpass Lu Jiang, stared dazed and hollow-eyed. She had just witnessed with her own eyes how a Tang sect elder, who once commanded the Sword King like a subordinate, had been instantly obliterated by a single palm strike from Lu Jiang. Little fool, stop dwelling on it. He is the radiant moon of the 9 heavens, a realm beyond our reach. The Sword King offered this quiet reassurance, then shook his head. A single tear slid down number 10's cheek. She knew not why, yet the Sword King's words stirred within her a sudden nameless sorrow. She could not fathom why she wept. Within the void realm the battle raged on. Beyond Lu Jiang, only Qing Xianxing Fengxian residents and Chu Tianwu, the future paragon of the orthodox path, remained on the field. Chu Tianwu possessed certain arts. As a quasi-sovereign, he managed to evade pursuit persistently. 2 sovereigns, I cannot best you. I withdraw voluntarily. Chu Tianwu conceded defeat and withdrew. Fengxian residents, you too shall depart. After Chu Tianwu's exit, Qing Xianxing spoke calmly to Fengxian residents. I shall not forget our agreement. Very well. Fengxian residents hesitated not, stepping out immediately. His strength could not aid Qing Xianxing in this final confrontation. Lu Jiang, now it is only you and I. Qing Xianxing stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed steadily at Lu Jiang as he spoke. In the vast void space, 2 individuals stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, positioned at opposite ends of the emptiness. Mr. Qing, is that what you are called? I heard Feng Xinju refer to you that way, Lu Jiang remarked, gazing at Mr. Qing with a nonchalant expression. Who I am is unimportant. Are you going to release your SS-level pets now? Mr. Qing smiled, his eyes beneath the mask locking onto Lu Jiang. You seem to know me quite well. Lu Jiang adjusted his collar, which had been disheveled from the earlier battle. This masked Mr. Qing even knew that his pet was SS level, not just S-level. The outside world only knew that Lu Jiang had an S-level dragon pet. Mr. Qing's choice of words indicated that he was aware of some of Lu Jiang's hidden cards. Over the past few days I have learned a lot about you, as you are the only variable in my plans. Mr. Qing seemed candid, openly admitting that he had investigated Lu Jiang. Isn't that quite unfair? I know nothing about you, Lu Jiang said lightly, unhurriedly. Unfair? Upon hearing the word fairness, Mr. Qing's emotions wavered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. You'll get used to it in time. No, I prefer a bit more fairness at least. With that, Lu Jiang suddenly surged forward. Limited skill Dream Illusion. At Lu Jiang's signal, Shushu used the limited skill against Mr. Qing. However, the spell designed to absorb its target was halted the moment it came into contact with Mr. Qing. I have known this move for a long time. Surely you are aware that it can be paused by the laws of time associated with divinity. Mr. Qing dispelled Shushu's dream illusion space with a cold snort. What? However, Mr. Qing failed to notice that while dispelling Shushu's illusion, Lu Jiang had already teleported right in front of him. Lu Jiang's palm came crashing down. Mr. Qing quickly retreated, managing to maintain a distance that kept Lu Jiang's palm from making contact with his body. At that moment, Lu Jiang transformed his palm into claws. Although he couldn't reach Mr. Qing's body, he could still grasp something belonging to Mr. Qing, such as the mask on his face. Lu Jiang snatched away the mask. Beneath it was a stunningly beautiful face, but this beauty was not of a human kind, yet belonged to that of a fox. Handsome, yet adorable. Sometimes beauty transcends species, just like how certain pet cats can appear exceptionally delicate. Mr. Qing, no, now I should call you Miss Qing, Lu Jiang said, holding the mask which still bore a lingering If I am not mistaken, you are a being of an advanced civilization. Lu Jiang's expression turned serious. There was no face customization system in the game. Although appearances would undergo minor adjustments based on reality, these were merely tweaks, and could not transform one from one species into another. You are indeed impressive. Frankly, I do not wish to become your enemy.
Miss Qing remarked, arranging her long hair that flowed like a waterfall, now no longer needing to conceal her gender. You are correct. I am the Grand Princess of the Star Race and the next Queen of the Star Race. You can simply call me. Sure, you have that privilege. Miss Shi's captivating eyes fixated on Lu Jiang. The Star Race. Lu Jiang recalled that name. It was not unfamiliar. The most recent encounter was in an underwater dungeon in that sunken city. Moreover, he had heard numerous tales about the Star Race before. It was a secret legacy left by an ancient advanced civilization. To his surprise, the Star Race had not perished, but had instead migrated to another realm. What brings you to this planet? Although Lu Jiang knew that Miss Shi would probably not answer this question, he still asked. It was merely a waste of breath. Naturally, I am here to reclaim what originally belonged to the Star Race. Miss Shi's expression was candid. What do you mean by originally belonged? Lu Jiang furrowed his brows. Naturally, I refer to your planet, and this planet. In order to relocate the Star Race from their harsh living conditions, the great god of the Star Race expended tremendous effort to seed countless planets, ultimately succeeding in sowing on these 2 planets. The god of the Star Race fell into a long slumber due to sowing too many planets. Without the guardian of the clan god, those despicable races began to drive us out of the Star Race. They have entirely forgotten who the original owners of the planets are. Miss Shi spoke calmly, as if recounting something utterly ordinary. Why are you telling me all this? Lu Jiang questioned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although he did not quite agree with Miss Shi's perspective, he had not anticipated that she would truly reveal everything to him. In our Star Race, women must wear accompanying masks. Only when they meet someone capable of removing their mask can it be taken off. Miss Shi's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Jiang. Huh, so you are telling me all this out of gratitude? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang frowned. No, it is because Star Race women marry the one who removes their mask, which is why I am telling you. I have no aversion, Miss Shi said lightly. Wait, what did you call me? Lu Jiang was somewhat puzzled, as Lu and Nu had slightly different Lu Jiang found it strange, for Miss Shi had also referred to her as Nu Jiang before, and the pronunciation was different this time. Do not doubt it. The moment you removed my mask, I already knew all your information, character, and integrity. I didn't expect that you had actually crossed over from a few years in the future. Miss Shi smiled faintly, as if she were speaking about something unrelated to herself. Rebirth was Lu Jiang's greatest secret, yet now this secret had been easily disclosed. What exactly do you want? Lu Jiang's brows furrowed tightly. I hope you will join the Qing clan. Qing Shi gazed calmly at Lu Jiang. I greatly admire you. With only a short time, we can reclaim dominion over the world. I am not of the Qing clan. What would joining them gain me? And Lu Jiang spoke indifferently. And marry me. When I ascend the throne, I shall entrust you with sovereign authority. Even as Qing Shi uttered these words, her expression remained serene. And, do you truly love me? And Lu Jiang furrowed his brows. Frankly, he found it hard to believe. The fate of Qing clan women is thus to encounter someone one does not dislike, is already fortune enough. And, not only do I not dislike you, I hold genuine affection for you. At last a flicker of emotion stirred in Qing Shi's eyes. Every word I speak is truth. Can you not see that yet? And frankly speaking. For an instant Lu Jiang wavered. Na realm of sovereign power. 3 planets, countless races, billions of, and the beauty beside him. The Empress Supreme, whose visage was the most exquisite he had ever beheld, though subtly unlike that of humankind. And after all, do men not covet foxwomen, catwomen, or rabbit-eared maidens? How many could resist such temptation in this very moment? And yet in this very moment, and Lu Jiang truly withdrew from its allure. And, I apologize. I have made my decision. I will not join the Qing clan. Lu Jiang drew a deep breath, sealing a monumental choice. And the human race's defenses are already fracturing. Tell me, how many quasi-deities does the Qing clan possess? Qing Shi clearly had not abandoned her efforts, attempting instead to sway Lu Jiang through stark comparison of their respective strengths. And she knew well how grievous it would be for a human like Lu Jiang to betray his own kind and turn against his kin. Lu Jiang shook his head. End 21. Once I claim the holy mountain, the count becomes 22. Qing Shi met his gaze and countered, then tell me, how many quasi-deities does humanity possess? At this, Lu Jiang fell silent. And indeed, he knew the answer. In the game world, no more than 10 quasi-deities existed. In the future real world, only 8 would ever ascend to that rank. Nearly all were ancient patriarchs of reclusive clans, still hidden, still unawakened. And moreover, before the Qing clan's invasion, a cataclysmic war would erupt between the game world and the real world. Several quasi-deities would inevitably fall in that conflict. And why reveal this to me? Do you fear I might betray you? And Lu Jiang studied Qing Shi intently. Have you forgotten? The moment you removed my mask, your character, and your entire history, was laid bare before me. And you are not one who repays kindness with treachery, are you? Qing Shi stepped forward, slowly gazing at Lu Jiang with profound tenderness, her hand gently caressing his cheek, as she murmured, voice laced with sorrow. You endured utter neglect among your own people. You would not betray us, would you? Qing Shi truly understood Lu Jiang's heart. And he would not speak of this, not even to save himself. He could already envision the consequences of doing so.
The reclusive clans scarred by past events now harbored visceral hatred toward him, and they would dismiss his warning as a cunning ruse and unite to destroy him. Up close, Oi Qingshir's eyes shimmered with boundless gentleness, her flawless face delicate, as porcelain evoked an instinctive yearning to protect and cherish. No, please forgive me. I cannot do this. And Lu Jiang took half a step back. And in that single subtle retreat, the holy mountain seemed to gather its latent power within this space. Then, its essence flowed entirely into Lu Jiang's being. This is the holy mountain recognizing its master. Lu Jiang stared, disbelief etched across his features. A protective barrier coalesced around Lu Jiang's position, forcibly expelling Qingshi. An hour later a quasi-deity. This is the power of a quasi-deity. Lu Jiang gazed at his palm and closed his fingers lightly, and he could now perceive the very laws of space tangible as silk beneath his touch. Qingshi had never anticipated that her earnest entreaty, so firmly refused, would move the holy mountain itself, that it would choose Lu Jiang as its sovereign of its own volition. Lu, when we meet again we may well be enemies. Recognizing futility, Qingshi withdrew from the space. Lu Jiang, now sovereign of this domain, could easily have detained her, but chose not to. For he sensed unmistakably that Qingshi's sincerity had been absolute. Alas, our loyalties lie on opposite shores. Lu Jiang looked down at Qingshi's mask resting in his palm, then after a pause tucked it away. He gathered his spoils. No wonder no one has ever seen the holy mountain's sacred artifact. The artifact is the holy mountain itself. Lu Jiang now understood completely. The legendary divine weapons had likewise never surfaced, because the Xing clan princess had carried them all away. With the Xing clan's arrival still 2 years distant, those artifacts remained unseen. The holy mountain itself was in truth a key to enter the primordial ruins for cultivation, offering ascension to a higher tier of existence. Yet it was a gamble. None knew what lay within those ruins, and the holy mountain itself would be utterly consumed upon entry. With 21 Xing clan quasi-deities, and Qingshi's unique abilities, her ascension, should it occur, would place her among the most formidable of her rank. To become a true deity in mere years is near impossible. Across this eternal expanse, teeming with myriad races, only one Xing clan true deity has ever walked. In this age, no true deity remains. Lu Jiang stood at a crossroads, and after reflection, he concluded to avert humanity's coming cataclysm, he must take the risk. But first, the real world. Sister, do you believe me now? Lu Jiang reached across the void and lifted the sofa with effortless command. And though the game had not yet descended, he was already a quasi-deity, unbound by its constraints. His powers now manifested identically in the real world. You say countless alien races will invade reality in 18 months. We must alert all of society. Lu Shuixin was nearly convinced. Its feudal sister. Only the reclusive clans wield true power against such invaders, and they now hate me with unrelenting fury. Your voice carries little weight, mine they would dismiss outright as conspiracy. Lu Jiang shook his head. Then what do we do? Lu Shuixin asked anxiously. Sister, enter the game. Without purchasing a neural pod, Lu Jiang simply handed his own to her. For a quasi-deity like him, traversing between realms no longer required a neural pod as conduit. As the game began, Lu Jiang bestowed all his current equipment and artifacts upon Lu Shuixin. He then revealed all the forthcoming secrets to her, and instructed Qian Duo and Saint Shui to assist. After explaining everything, Lu Jiang directly sacrificed the sacred mountain and entered the ancient ruins in search of an opportunity to become a true god. 1.5 years later, Shui Xiaodao logged into Myth as usual. Hey, the great Lu Jiang has been missing for 1.5 years. Since Lu Jiang's disappearance, Shui Xiaodao had returned to being a technical streamer. Now he was just a small streamer, a far cry from the glory of being a top-tier streamer. Shaking his head, he entered the game login cabin. After the scan was completed, he did not enter the game, but exited directly. That's strange. After stepping out, Shui Xiaodao checked the login cabin, puzzled. Could it be that after more than 1 year the connection is bad? Slap, slap, slap. Shui Xiaodao slapped a few times. If there was still no response, he would call for maintenance. But in the next moment, his slap turned the game cabin into a pile of scrap metal. What's going on? Shui Xiaodao looked at his hands in disbelief, wondering when he had gained such strength. He took a few steps back, tripping over something behind him. However, at the moment of falling, Shui Xiaodao executed a stylish backflip, preventing himself from hitting the ground. Was that me just now? Shui Xiaodao's eyes widened. Usually he was just a homebody streamer, having hardly exercised at all. How could he possess such abilities? What happened? At that moment, family members heard the noise and entered the room. Instinctively, Shui Xiaodao retreated, as he was an assassin player in the game. Strange, I clearly heard something just now, but where is he? This child, how did he break something? We must have a serious talk when he comes back. The family members closed the door and left. Throughout, Shui Xiaodao stood right in front of him, invisible. From just now, he felt something familiar. It turned out the scene was one that could only happen in the game. Through more testing, Shui Xiaodao discovered he could use many skills. Has my game character crossed over into reality? With a thought, a dagger equipped itself in his hand. It really is. I've struck it rich. Shui Xiaodao was overjoyed, realizing having such abilities in reality, merely being invisible, was already incredible. Boom. At that moment, there was commotion outside. Shui Xiaodao hurriedly crouched by the window to look. A shocking scene unfolded. Doors rained down from the sky, followed by various monsters emerging from them. Those are monsters from the game. Did the monsters also cross over? Shui Xiaodao was dumbfounded. Similar scenes began to occur in various other locations. Monsters pouring down from the sky attacked anyone in sight, causing chaos. However, soon those players who had gained power banded together. At this moment, the hidden families stealthily took control of the world. 5 years later, the real world and the mythological world were in constant conflict with heavy losses on both sides. However, on this day, the Star Clan descended. Qin Shi had already broken through to the quasi-god level, and due to his unique bloodline, he was nearly the strongest among the quasi-gods. The 3 major quasi-gods of humanity were defeated by Qin Shi alone. The mythological world and the real world finally realized the need to unite, but there was little room left for resistance. Is this how it ends? Lu Shuixin had now become the leader of humanity. Following Lu Jiang's methods and treasures, she had advanced to the quasi-god level long ago. Sane Shui, the Sword King, had also become a ruler assisting Lu Shuixin, while Qian Duoduo took on the logistics for humanity. But Qin Shi was too powerful, and the last city of humanity was on the verge of collapse. Surrender, you are Lu Jiang's sister, right? I can spare your life. Qin Shi had already become the empress of the I will not yield. Lu Shuixin was already injured, fighting now purely out of conviction. You siblings are truly stubborn. Qin Shi sighed. However, as the empress of the Star Clan, she had no way out. The incessant attacks filled the skies above humanity's last fortress. Enough. With a gentle sigh, the relentless attacks vanished. Although the appearance of the visitor had slightly changed, Sane Shui and the others recognized him immediately. Lu Jiang, it was Lu Jiang who had come. You have become a true god. Qin Shi, looking at Lu Jiang's transformation, felt a bit disheartened. Are you here to save the human race? Yes. Lu Jiang nodded. I will not give up, even though we can no longer defeat you. Qin Shi stubbornly looked at Lu Jiang, just as Lu Jiang had done back then. I found the will of the Star Clan god in the ancient ruins. He had actually planted a hidden land for your Star Clan. The reason I became a true god is also due to inheriting his will. After Lu Jiang finished speaking, a faint decree appeared. The statue of the Star Clan god manifested in the void, and after a few words, a teleportation array appeared before the Star Clan. With a place to reside, the Star Clan no longer needed to entangle themselves with the human world. Thank you. Qin Shi knew that this was the best outcome. Just as Qin Shi turned to lead the Star Clan into the teleportation array, a voice called out from behind Shi. Do the words you spoke back, then still count. Lu Jiang took out a mask. A tear fell, and Qin Shi nodded while turning her back. The end originally free, but due to a bunch of book maintainers I couldn't continue writing.